Chapter 1 in the simulator, I am still listening to Melodies and Brothel. The Grand Kingdom of Yu. Qingshan City, Zheng Residence. Ding, binding la simulator. As Zhang Yifeng lay in the embrace of maid, relishing the message, a sudden electronic voice echoed in his mind. What? Startled, Zhang Yifeng waved the maid away. Simultaneously, Linus of text appeared in his consciousness. Life Simulator of 1. Host Zhang Yifeng. Age 20. Simulation attempts 3. Energy value 0. Note everything possesses energy. The host may convert items into energy values upon contact by solid-like contemplating. The host can discern the corresponding energy values of all items. Function 1. The host may simulate life once per week, with a maximum storage of 3 attempts. Function 2. After each simulation, the host may exchange energy values for certain rewards. Rewards can be claimed before the next simulation begins. To pass this is the host's first acquisition of the simulator. 3 simulation attempts are granted as a bonus. Would you like to initiate the simulation? Yes, no. Gazing at the system panel in his mind, Zhang Yifeng exclaimed with excitement. After 5 years, my golden finger has finally arrived. Do you have any idea how I've been living all these years? Every day I am Butamara Spectre, indulge in gin Melodies and wine, squandering my life. As a commend to be out of the 21st century, if find myself living in such lavishness, do you note the anguish I endure? Indeed, Zhang Yifeng is a timid traveler. 5 years ago, he inexplicably crossed over from Earth to this foreign realm, becoming the higher of Zhang clan's trading house in the Grand Kingdom of Yu. The Zhang trading house is a renowned enterprise, possessing immense wealth. Upon inhabiting the life of Azia Unmaster, Zhang Yifeng embarked on a path of decadence, reveling in music and thus became the most notorious dandy of Qingshan City. Though he wished to strive for greatness, he found himself utterly inept and powerless. Most crucially, the allure of beautiful women and fine wines was simply irresistible. According to the memory she inherited from the original owner, these world closely resembles the ancient backdrop of his past life. It is populated by the virile dynasties, with all subjects governed by their respective rulers. There are also wandering heroes, skilled in what could be described as fancy moves. Essentially, it bears a striking resemblance to the martial arts practiced on Earth prior to his transmigration. While it is beneficial for health, in terms of combat, you are merely a notch above the average person. This realization caused Zhang Yifeng to abandon any aspirations for self-improvement, contenting himself with his debauched lifestyle. After all, with the vast scale and financial might of Zhang Trading House, there was little vacancy of any extraordinary powers merging to disrupt this carefree existence. Now that the golden finger had arrived, Zhang Yifeng felt a glimmer of hope for a different experience. Without hesitation, hesitantly intoned. Commence simulation. 1 simulation attempt consumed, 2 remaining. Detect if at the host has no energy value or randomly selecting a free white talent. Zhang Yifeng paused momentarily. Wait, the simulator never mentioned anything about acquiring talents. Had known, he would have exchanged for energy values first. Restart. Zhang Yifeng urgently shouted. Regrettably, his cry has elicited no response from the simulator. With their sign sigh, he quiesced. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring white talent 3-minute heat. 3-minute heat to possess 3 minutes each day of exceptional vigor, extraordinarily strong. What on earth? Zhang Yifeng gazetted this talent, Findinga utterly absurd. After some sarcastic remarks, he continued to examine his simulator. First simulation begins. In the Zheng residence, upon obtaining your golden finger, you decide to reform yourself and shed the tight-leaf dandy. That day, you visit the most renowned martial arts school in Qingshan City, the Wu Family Martial Arts School, expressing your desire to learn martial arts. Fafa deemed the martial arts of this world to be impressive, with the golden finger at your side, perhaps you could create miracles. The head of Wu Family Martial Arts School, Wu Yudeo, doubted or resiliency to endure martial training, yet ultimately accepted under his tutelage due to or military persuasion. In the morning, you practice at Horstens for an hour. In the afternoon, you practice at Horstens for half an hour. In the evening, after a day of effort, you decide de twastimi town wind, so you invite a few companions to the Spring Enchantment Pavilion Torrevel in music. That evening, you train for 3 minutes, during which you felt extraordinarily powerful. As to me lapsed, you could no longer maintain he exertion like fish, you collapsed. It wasn't until the following afternoon that I regained your senses, staggering out off Spring Enchantment Pavilion. Concluding that you had exerted yourself the previous night, you resolved to rest while at home, planning to intensify your training the next day. In reality, John Yifeng's expression darkened. 3 minutes soft training. So this is how extraordinarily strong manifests? 3 minutes, and he ended do presting until the following afternoon, claiming exertion? How a world wants a chathing. This ridiculous talent can it even be called a talent? On the third day, your friend Liang's highly invite you out a drink on compose betray you declined, but he mentioned that the courtesan shows ixuan from Spring Enchantment Pavilion would be present you replied that martial arts could wait until tomorrow. Once again, you spent the day in drunken revelry, and hat nightians moret train for 3 minutes. On the fourth day, indulging in musing some more, you managed to endure for 3 minutes that night. On the fifth day, you continued to drink and revel. A year pasida you dedicate dan horn to have to martial arts training while indulging in music for 364 days, maintaining your nightly 3-minute commitment. Up and reading this John Yifeng warrior payanid expression, tears well in Jin heart. Is this truly wo I am? On the 3 minutes, and I persist daily? How could it possibly be like these? Surely something must be miss. Could do not strive to practice martial arts, to strengthen himself, experiencing world of heroes could be delightful. Bemarera salute. John Yifeng silently urged himself, once again glancing at the simulation panel. On a certain day of the second day you felt a ton wisito continue in such a cadent manner, beginning to reject our friends' invitations to indulge in music, dedicating yourself to martial arts. On the first day you practiced martial arts for half a day before succumbing to fatigue. On the second day, you trained for 12 hours, spending the rest of Hedemersting. On the third day, you practiced martial arts for an hour. On the fourth day, unable to resist temptation, you returned to indulge in music. 10 years passed without our notice. You shouted the slogan soft striving to mean again, yet our actual progress over near zero. During these 10 years, under your father Jiang Fushan supports, the Jiang trading house flourished. Now, the Jiang trading house has become the foremost trading enterprise in the Grand Kingdom of Yu, and it would be no exaggeration to say tribals throughout half nations. In the 11th year, the Jiang trading house received a significant business deal, prompting your father Jiang Fushan to travel to the neighboring Yang Kingdom on a business trip. In the 12th year, Yanada Sidayo your father frequently appeared restless, as if burdened by some concern. In the 13th year, you witnessed a figure clad in black approaching on the wind, standing outside our family estate in the void. That figure spoke a little, directly thrusting forward a palm, and a colossal shadow of a hand descended. Your family estate collapsed in an instant, and you were struck directly. In the blink of an eye, you perished, a Theogy 33. Simulation concluded. From the simulation, you may select an word 3-minute heat talent, martial arts experience 8. 5 hours, indulgency in music 10 years of experience. 3-minute heat talent priced at 100 energy values. Martial arts experience 8. 5 hours priced at 0 energy values. Indulgency in music experience approximately 13 years priced at 0 energy values. Upon gazing towards the simulator, Jiang Yifeng Siaswadindasha blurted out. What hell? Approaching in the wind, standing in the void, a single pound defeated the entire Jiang family estate. What was that? A cultivator? Suddenly Jiang Yifeng felt a wave of trepidation. He had spent over 5 years in this world. The information he had received indicated that it was merely an ancient society few with dynastic struggles. Yet 13 years later, a cultivator had appeared, and a new had read to le wastito his family. It was simply unimaginable. Har de not acquiret the simulator wo distant tire family have faced doom 13 years? Fortunately, he had no learned the office. He still had a chance to change his fate. Chapter 2 Is this how talents are used? Yet, Jiang Yifeng found himself perplexed as though he had never before heard of cultivators. Moreover, we had the figure in black target Jiang family? Jiang Yifeng mused aloud, it seems I must find a way to better understand this world. He was reluctant to meet an untimed litimes without comprehension. In the past, with no looming threats, heckled indulge freely reveling in music. But now, with the awareness of impending peril, Jiang Yifeng felt an urgent need for change. Suddenly, he recollect that 12th year of his emulation, when his father had begun to exhibit signs of restlessness good but they had known something all along. He noted this clue for future interference. After so many analysis, Jiang Yifeng cast a glance at the simulation rewards. It was simply unbearable to build. The 3-minute heat talent was certainly not an option. Regarding my experience in listening to music at the Brothel approximately 13 years and my martial arts training 8.5 years, it becomes evident that the words from the simulator, which can hardly be both read to collect energy points, reflect its value. Shaking his head, Jiang Yifeng couldn't opt for the martial arts experience 8.5 years. Ding, martial arts experience 8.5 years consumes 0 energy points, remaining energy points 0. Their words from the first simulation were resettled. Jiang Yifeng felt no significant improvement. He quietly contemplated whether to simulate on some more. After a moment of Jiang Yifeng murmured to himself. Indeed, I must simulate again. Regardless of the words of my trip, I at least need to understand the true nature of this world and investigate the matter of cultivators. Only by grasping this knowledge could he better save himself and protect this family. With a clear intention in mind, Jiang Yifeng casually exchanged some items from his room for energy. Detected on silver ingot, successfully absorbed, gained 10 energy points. Detected on a golden ring, successfully absorbed, gained 50 energy points. Detected an luminous pearl, successfully absorbed, gained 200 energy points. This time he did not wish to receive any deceptive free talents. Thus, he promptly exchanged some energy points for future use. After completing everything, Jiang Yifeng repeatedly reminded himself, no indulgence in brothel music, investigate cultivators, enhance myself. Then hesitantly recited. Begin simulation. Consuming 1 simulation attempt, remaining attempts 1. Host privilege allow the extraction of white or green talents. Extracting the white talent does not consume energy points, while extracting the green talent consumes 1000 energy points. Will you extract? 1000 energy points equate to merely ordinary luminous spirals, not overly expensive. Jiang Yifeng murmured. To the master of the illustrious Jianglan, the foremost merchant 1000th great Chu kingdom, this amount of energy was insignificant. Given this, what was the rito hesitate about? Extract green talent. Ding deducted 1000 energy points, remaining energy points 5260, extracting green talent. Congratulations, you have obtained the green talent passerby. Passerby as a passerby, you can always share news that must be per if not limited immortals. Upon reading this talent's description, Jiang Yifen's eye sparkled. Indeed, spending money yields remarkable results. These information this talent was precisely what I needed, as uptown cover the truths of this world. Without further deliberation, Jiang Yifeng turned his attention to the simulation panel. The second simulation begins. Due to the outcome of the first simulation, you now understand that this world is not as implegio ansa thought. These instills a sense of urgency I knew you wish to avail yourself and pursue cultivation. You believe your father, Zhang Fushan, might know something. Thus, you hastily wish to inquire with our father about the existence of cultivators in this world. Seeing this, Jiang Yifeng smiled knowingly. The anxiety that dwelled on him began to dissipate. It turned out that the self outside the simulator could influence the simulation's progression. His previous mental suggestion shouldn't take an effect. However, having learned from en reliable experiences in the first simulation, John Yifeng did not let this guard down. He continually reminded himself, no indulgence in brothel music, he must investigate cultivators. Then he continued observing the simulation's developments. Upon hearing your question about the existence of cultivators, your father chuckled, advising Zhao to read fewer novels. You worry unsure whether your father is deliberately withholding information or genuine ignorant. Ultimately, you must consider that you cannot obtain any clues from him. The following day, am around Qingshan City, probing for news about cultivators. Most common folk claim that immortal sexist, but when you inquire further about higher whereabouts, identities, or if anyone has seen them, the answer is invariably unknown. You suddenly realize the thought the immortals they speak of are not the cultivators I seek. Therefore to a fantastical notion of immortals, widely war in search of real cultivators. On the third day, you'll learn that the master of family martial arts still has revealed extensively on might possess so me knowledge. Thus, you visit family martial arts still to consult Master Wu Yudo about cultivators. Regrettably, Wu Yudeo claims to have only heard of cultivators through stories, and das never encountered in reality. Nevertheless, Wu Yudeo suggests that mastering martial arts to the utmost can yield extraordinary features if you would be willing to study under him for a tuition. Wu Yudeo's words inspiria leading Jado Believa thought perhaps is not only cultivators I should seek, beautiful some martial arts masters. Might those martial arts experts, when reaching a profound level, also possess the ability to soar through Heskias or wield sword Kidislay? Thus, your quest Wu Yudeo to demonstrate if he can accomplish it, you would be willing to pay a tuition of 10,000 taels of gold per year to become a disciple. Wu Yudeo, visibly displeased, promptly ejects you from his premises. On the fourth day, you continue your inquiries, but no avail. On the fifth day, Thedalid passer-by a triggers as you walk along through a stern road off the city, you suddenly overhear Simeona discussing the affair between T. Butcher Old Wong from the stand Thoadoli next door. This takes you aback, as the voice sounds somewhat familiar, likely belonging to Antli, who's also few and theist. However, this seems far-fetched thou could only hear conversations from theist to a stand ingen thuist, could this be the ability of the talent? In reality, John Yifengues is astonished with the formidable nature of this talent. Yet, he'll so fulsome what exasperated was the show his talent manifested? These was not the information he sought. Alas! John Yifeng said in resignation. Although tis information was of little utility, it nonetheless provided him with greater insight into the nature of passer-by. This talent activities randomly, and upon activation, it transmits snippets of conversations from other locations directly into Heisers. As for whether these information would be Ophanias, it likely depend on luck. John Yifeng chuckled dryly and continued to observe the simulation panel. Chapter 3. From a distance you observe a small Taoist temple. You shook your head, regretting that such gossip was not what you sought, and chose to disregard it. On the sixth day, after inquiring for information, you found nothing. A year passed, during which you had questioned nearly half the inhabitants of Qingshan City, yet not a single useful piece of information regarding cultivators had come your way. Instead, due to the insights provided by a passerby, your talent, you learned much about the various domestic affairs of Qingshan City. In the same year, your obsession with seeking immortals became known to the public, and rumors began to circulate about the young master of the Jiang family business. Namely, you being driven to madness. Upon learning of your situation, your father Jiang Fushan repeatedly advised you to refrain from reading novels and cease your quest for cultivation. You could not reveal the existence of the simulator, nor could you explain your reasons for seeking cultivators, so you merely nodded in agreement. However, your inquiries did not cease, they simply became more discreet. In the second year, recognizing the limitations of personal strength, you expended a substantial amount of money to hire a group of individuals to secretly search for information about cultivators. 6 months flew by, and you felt that you had gleaned nearly all there was to learn in Qingshan City. As useful information eluded you, you decided it might be beneficial to explore more distant locales. Thus, you departed Qingshan City, accompanied by 4 guards and a considerable sum of money. 2 months later, you encountered a band of mountain bandits. All 4 guards perished, and your funds were completely seized. Fortunately, you promptly declared your identity, asserting that your survival could yield greater riches, thereby preserving your life for the time being. A month later, your father, Jiang Fushan, redeemed you with a significant payment, and you returned once again to Qingshan City. Upon reflecting on this, Jiang Yifeng frowned and muttered to himself, "Mountain bandits, who would have thought that after merely 2 months away from Qingshan City, danger would find him?" It appeared that, having indulged in the comforts of Qingshan City for years, he had underestimated the perils of the outside world. Henceforth, he resolved to tread carefully. In reality, after returning to Qingshan City, you acknowledged your previous lack of preparation, prompting you to lavishly hire bodyguards skilled in martial arts. In the 3rd year, you regrouped and set out from Qingshan City once more. This time, you brought along dozens of skilled guards, each a formidable fighter. Under the influence of your financial prowess, the esteemed Master Wu became the leader of your protective detail. Throughout that year, you traversed several cities, yet your inquiries about cultivation remained fruitless. In the 4th year, you faced 2 encounters with mountain bandits, but thanks to the protection of Wu Yudao and others, you emerged unscathed. This experience led you to realize that martial prowess might not be as ineffectual as you had previously imagined. Particularly, Wu Yudao proved to be quite capable, as dozens of bandits were no match for him alone. On an ordinary day in the 5th year, your talent as a passerby was triggered, allowing you to vaguely overhear whispers regarding anomalies within the Changqing mountain range, suspected to be the dwelling of immortals. Although the authenticity of this information remained uncertain, you were immensely excited. After all, this was news obtained through your talent, and you felt the likelihood of its truth was substantial. Thus, you promptly set out towards the Changqing mountain range. By the 6th year, you had spent over a year exploring the Changqing mountain range. However, the vastness of the area was overwhelming. Not only did you fail to encounter any cultivators, but you had not even seen another soul apart from your group. In the 7th year, your search for cultivators continued within the Changqing mountain range, yet proved fruitless. In the 8th year, you caught sight of a small Taoist temple from a distance. Just as you prepared to head towards it, a cold voice rang out from behind, "Seeking immortals without permission, you shall die." Instinctively, you turned to see a figure in black approaching on a sword. Without a moment's hesitation, the black-clad figure unleashed a beam of sword light towards you. Wu Yudao, witnessing the unfolding events, attempted to intervene, but to no avail. You perished at the tender age of 28. This simulation has come to an end. You may now choose one reward: passerby talent or the coordinates of the Tianxian Temple. Map E. Passerby talent, priced at 1,000 energy points. Coordinates of the Tianxian Temple, map priced at 10,000 energy points. A map of a small Taoist temple located within the Changqing mountain range. Jiang Yifeng stared blankly at the simulation panel, enveloped in silence. What was happening? How could it be another black-clad figure? However, it seemed this time there was more than one. The first black-clad individual attacked with his palm, while this one wielded a sword. The text displayed on the simulator clearly indicated that this black-clad figure was targeting him specifically, for it was his inquiries about cultivators that had drawn their wrath. In that moment, Jiang Yifeng finally comprehended why he had never heard of cultivators in reality. After such extensive inquiries within the simulator, he had yet to uncover any information about them. It became apparent that this sword-wielding figure was obstructing knowledge of cultivators from reaching others. Most likely, many who possessed information about cultivators had already fallen victim to this threat. As for the information he had received through his passerby talent, Jiang Yifeng surmised it was merely a coincidence, a rare exception. It was entirely possible that the individual who had shared this information with him had only just learned of it, and might have been silenced before he could share it further. Of course, these were merely speculations on Jiang Yifeng's part, yet he felt their probability was quite high. However, even if he had deduced the truth, what could he do? Should he cease his pursuit of information regarding cultivators? Jiang Yifeng let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. That was not an option, for there remained the looming threat of cultivators 13 years hence. If he abandoned his quest for knowledge about cultivators, how could he enhance his own strength? How could he save himself or his family? Fortunately, he possessed the simulator. Jiang Yifeng resolved to conduct all future inquiries regarding cultivators discreetly within the simulator, ensuring that no mention of them would ever be made in reality. Having gained a general understanding of the simulation's circumstances, Jiang Yifeng shifted his gaze towards the rewards available. This time, there were only 2 options: However, they were still far superior to the first round of rewards. Zhang Yifeng mentally deliberated on which choice would be more beneficial, although the passerby talent often yielded trivial bits of gossip. It could occasionally prove invaluable. Conversely, the coordinates of the Tianxian temple were undoubtedly significant, representing the very temple he had encountered in the simulation. Zhang Yifeng recognized the importance of this decision if he chose not to select this map. He feared that his next venture into the Changqing mountain range might render him unable to locate that particular site. The Changqing mountain range, he had heard, was the largest mountain range in the Dayo kingdom. Rumored to even connect with other nations, however, these were mere tales to Zhang Yifeng, as he had never ventured beyond Qingshan city and remained oblivious to the locations of other countries. Nonetheless, it was certain that the Changqing mountain range was vast. Seeking a temple within it would not be an easy task. Moreover, Zhang Yifeng subconsciously felt that this Tianxian temple was inextricably linked to cultivators. After all, who among ordinary people would construct a temple in the largely uninhabited Changqing mountain range? Having reached a decision, Zhang Yifeng silently declared, "I choose the coordinates of the Tianxian temple map." This choice was not merely a matter of instinct. Based on the simulator's operation, he deduced that the passerby talent required others to genuinely know and discuss information for him to have a chance of hearing it. With the black-clad figures intentionally eliminating those who sought knowledge of cultivators, it was evident that the number of individuals privy to such information was limited. His luck in hearing this particular piece of news was a mere stroke of fortune. Relying on this talent to gather information seemed far too unreliable, while the known temple provided a greater opportunity to uncover crucial insights regarding cultivation. As soon as Zhang Yifeng voiced his choice, an electronic voice resonated in his mind. Ding, insufficient energy points detected. Please exchange energy points promptly. Simulation rewards may be retained until the next simulation commences. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yifeng understood it was simply a matter of energy points. He had momentarily overlooked the inadequacy. Without hesitation, he proceeded to exchange all the assorted items cluttering his room. Chapter 4. Where is the Tianxian temple? Why is it in ruins? Detected. Jin Si Nanmu chair and bench. Exchanged for 500 energy points. Detected. Hutyen Jade Rui. Exchanged for 600 energy points. Detected. Several sets of silk brocade clothing. Exchanged for 500 energy points. As for the silver notes, he had observed that they held negligible energy points. Even the largest denominations only yielded a single energy point. Zhang Yifeng concluded that the simulator's energy exchange was based on the inherent energy contained within the items rather than their assigned monetary value. After completing the exchange, Zhang Yifeng's previously luxurious and elegant room lay entirely barren, while his energy points soared to 95820. Though not as substantial as he had hoped, it was sufficient for his current needs. Zhang Yifeng directly exchanged for the coordinates of the Tianxian temple map, leaving him with 85,820 energy points. Gazing at the map now in his hands, Zhang Yifeng inspected it briefly. The Tianxian temple, situated within the Changqing mountain range, was several thousand kilometers from Qingshan city. Even with the precise coordinates, traveling by carriage would require months. Riding a horse would be quicker, but he lacked the skill. Moreover, recalling the mountain bandits from the simulation, Zhang Yifeng believed it wise to remain cautious within Qingshan city, utilizing the simulator to its fullest extent. He hoped to uncover the information he sought through the simulator instead. Considering his final opportunity for simulation, Zhang Yifeng formulated a plan. This time, he could not afford to investigate cultivators openly. He would first discreetly seek out the Tianxian temple to ascertain whether any useful information could be uncovered, ideally enabling him to embark on the path of cultivation. Should he fail to acquire any insights regarding cultivation, he would need to begin training in martial arts. He was far too weak at present, and employing bodyguards was exceedingly inconvenient. Without enhancing his own abilities, even navigating the simulator would prove exceedingly difficult. Once his objectives were clear, Zhang Yifeng silently declared, "Commence simulation," consuming one simulation attempt, remaining attempts, 0. Drawing a white talent does not consume energy points. Drawing a green talent consumes 1,000 energy points. Would you like to proceed? Extracting a green talent, Zhang Yifeng proceeded without the slightest hesitation, silently uttering a phrase. Ding! A deduction of 1,000 energy points was made, leaving a remaining total of 84,820 energy points. The extraction of green talent commenced. Congratulations, you have acquired the talent. Fitness expert. Fitness expert. Talent. The effects of your training are significantly more pronounced than those of an average individual. Upon seeing this talent, Zhang Yifeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. The simulator bestowing him with extraordinary powers. Just as he pondered the need to enhance his strength, this talent to boost his physical attributes appeared. Splendid, the third simulation began. Having recognized the perils of this world through the previous simulations, he was now resolute in his determination to elevate himself. However, he decided to first visit the Evergreen Mountain Range to inspect the situation at the small Taoist temple. That day, he arrived at the Wu family martial arts hall and requested Wu Yudao to accompany him on his journey to the Evergreen Mountain Range, perhaps due to the fact that he had only invited him. Wu Yudao did not immediately acquiesce. He instead stated that he was the head of the martial arts hall, not a bodyguard. In response, Zhang Yifeng casually produced a 1 million tael silver note. Wu Yudao's expression changed, admitting that he was merely a bodyguard, with his role as the martial arts hall master being a side job. Zhang Yifeng merely smiled, agreeing to set off the following morning. Inwardly marveling at the power of money, the next day, at the crack of dawn, he arrived at the Wu family martial arts hall. He handed Wu Yudao the prepared bamboo hat and mask, indicating for him to conceal his identity. Wu Yudao found this gesture somewhat unnecessary, yet, drawing from his experience in the previous simulation, Zhang Yifeng insisted on being discreet. Ultimately, the two of them stealthily departed from Cheng Mountain City, adorned with hats and masks. As the day passed, in the evening, he and Wu Yudao found a secluded spot to camp outdoors, having walked a total of 20 kilometers that day. Observing Zhang Yifeng, who was exhausted and sprawled on the ground, Wu Yudao suggested that they purchase a horse-drawn carriage in the next town. Just as Zhang Yifeng was about to agree, he recalled his two previous deaths in the simulations and shook his head, reminding himself not to become complacent and to seize every moment to enhance his strength. Despite the fatigue from the day's walking, he felt a noticeable improvement in his physical condition. Normally, someone unaccustomed to exercise would experience calf swelling and pain after such a day. But he felt merely tired, with no other discomfort. He understood that this might be the influence of the fitness expert talent, which only reinforced his resolve to train diligently. On the third day, nothing particularly noteworthy occurred, yet he struggled through 23 kilometers. On the fourth day, he managed to traverse 25 kilometers with great difficulty. On the fifth day, he pushed himself to cover 27 kilometers. By the sixth day, he effortlessly walked 90 kilometers. In reality, Zhang Yifeng was taken aback by this. Was the fitness expert talent truly this formidable? In the short span of 2 months, he had transformed from a weakling who could barely manage 20 kilometers in a day to someone who could comfortably walk 90 kilometers. This performance had surpassed even the level of avid hikers and athletes from his past life, excluding the time spent eating and sleeping. Exclaiming incredible, Zhang Yifeng shifted his gaze back to the simulation panel. Throughout this time, Wu Yudao had been observing his transformations, exclaiming that he was a martial arts prodigy and inquiring if he would be willing to learn from him, offering an annual tuition of merely 900 taels of silver. Realizing that Wu Yudao truly valued talent, Zhang Yifeng recognized that the Wu family martial arts hall had always adhered to a high-end approach, never offering discounts, with tuition consistently set at 1,000 taels a year. Even with a scant number of students each year, he had never lowered his prices. This was why everyone claimed that Wu Yudao was greedy for wealth. It was quite rare for him to offer a discount now. Nevertheless, Zhang Yifeng politely declined, stating that he would consider it upon returning to Qing Mountain City. At this moment, he still harbored many questions and needed to locate the Tianxian temple first. Perhaps he might find some celestial fortune there. Once he obtained such fortune, who would still practice martial arts, Wu Yudao did not press the matter further, and they continued on their journey. In the third month, they formally entered the Evergreen Mountain Range. Once again, they encountered mountain bandits. Wu Yudao fought valiantly against 100 foes, showing no signs of retreat, although Zhang Yifeng's physical condition had significantly improved, making him far superior to the bandits. His fighting technique left much to be desired, and he could only escape in a rather disheveled manner. After a half-day of fierce combat, Wu Yudao managed to drive the bandits away, while Zhang Yifeng, relying on his enhanced physicality, fled swiftly, albeit in a rather disordered state. Without sustaining any injuries. By the fourth month, they finally arrived at the coordinates marked for Tianxian Temple on the map. However, upon seeing the scene before him, Zhang Yifeng felt perplexed. He distinctly recalled that the previous simulation described a small Taoist temple. Yet now lay before him a desolate ruin. His heart was filled with confusion. In reality, Zhang Yifeng was equally bewildered. How could two visits yield such vastly different scenes? Logically, the coordinates provided by the simulator should not be erroneous. Could it be that the timing of his visits was incorrect? Indeed, the timing of the two visits differed. Suddenly, Zhang Yifeng contemplated a possibility. In the current simulation, he had reached the Tianxian temple coordinates in the 4th month? While the previous simulation occurred in the 8th year, it was entirely plausible that at this moment, the coordinates indeed reflected a ruin. It was only in the subsequent years that someone might have constructed the Tianxian temple upon this wreckage. Considering this possibility, Zhang Yifeng once more directed his gaze toward the simulator. He mused that perhaps the timing was misaligned, as this visit occurred several years earlier than the last. Maybe the Tianxian temple had yet to be established. This thought left him somewhat disheartened. Had he truly made a fruitless journey? The ruins appeared neither small nor large, occupying several hundred acres. He could hardly fathom what purpose this place originally served. If it were a sect, it seemed rather diminutive. If a lavish residence, who would build it deep within the mountains, gazing at the desolation before him, he decided that since he had come this far, he might as well explore the area. Chapter 5. The pinnacle of martial arts can also create and divide the heavens in the 5th month. He had already searched the ruins for over a month. Aside from discovering countless skeletal remains, he had yet to uncover any useful information. As a person from the 21st century, he could not bear to leave the bones exposed to the elements. So he invited Wu Yudao to help construct graves for them. By the 6th month, while the ruins remained, a cemetery had emerged around the area. Glancing not far away at the last skeleton, he thought it was time to bury it and then depart. He could nearly confirm that this ruin was indeed a very small sect for cultivating immortality, as there were not only skeletal remains but also numerous broken weapons. Unfortunately, even if this had once been a sect, it appeared to hold no practical value for him now. As he lifted the final skeletal remains, his eyes brightened. Beneath the bones lay 2 books. This discovery rekindled a flicker of hope within him. After burying the skeleton, he began to peruse the 2 books with a mix of trepidation and anticipation, hoping to glean some insights into the world of cultivation. Upon examination, one of the books was titled Tianxian Skill, which astonishingly contained a method of cultivation. Excited at the sight of a cultivation technique, he felt a rush of gratitude, realizing that good deeds are indeed rewarded. Had he not considered burying the bones, he might have missed this opportunity. The book titled Tianxian Skill contained numerous archaic terms that he struggled to comprehend at first. He could only set it aside, intending to study it further upon his return to Qing Mountain City. The second book was titled Cultivation Notes, but unfortunately, it was significantly damaged. Nonetheless, he managed to extract some information from it. The first page recorded that this world was called the Nine Xian Realm, but the following text was obscured, rendering it unreadable. Flipping through a few more pages, he discovered information about the levels of cultivation stages: refining qi, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, transformation, void refinement, integration, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. Before the text became indecipherable again, further pages contained disjointed fragments of text, but he could not piece together coherent sentences and chose not to continue his research. These discoveries had filled him with uncontainable joy. After all, the preservation of the Tianxian skill was remarkable, leading him to believe that his path to immortality was within reach. What? He had actually found a cultivation technique. Zhang Yifeng in reality felt a surge of excitement. Suppressing his exhilaration, he continued to observe the unfolding events within the simulator. Although he was pleased with his findings in the ruins, he found himself grappling with a dilemma. He had initially planned to return to the Tianxian temple after a few years, but now that he possessed a cultivation technique, he contemplated whether a return was still necessary. He found himself at a loss for an answer, deciding to postpone the decision for later. Simultaneously, he noticed that Wu Yudao had been keenly observing his discoveries. To ensure his safety, he agreed to let Wu Yudao make a copy of the texts. Wu Yudao merely chuckled, stating that he was only interested in martial arts and had no desire to learn the path of immortality. Even if it existed, Zhang Yifeng felt a surge of respect for him. In the 7th month, they embarked on their journey home. By the 9th month, due to the significant improvement in his physical condition, he and Wu Yudao returned to Qing Mountain City in just 2 months. Once back, Zhang Yifeng dedicated himself to studying the Tianxian skill. By the end of the 1st year, he had developed a smooth understanding of the text. Comprehending the meanings within the cultivation technique. In the second year, he attempted to practice the Tianxian skill, but yielded no results, finding it impossible to channel energy into his body. The third year brought no breakthroughs either. By the fourth year, suspecting that his physical strength was still inadequate, he commenced daily training. In the fifth year, his physical prowess showed marked improvement. He could now easily lift items weighing 500 to 600 pounds with one hand. Yet, he still could not channel energy into his body. In reality, Zhang Yifeng furrowed his brow at this juncture. Was there an issue with the technique, or did he simply lack the talent for cultivation? This could not continue. According to previous simulations, the figure in black would appear in the 13th year. Given the current progress in the simulator, how could he possibly resist? If all else fails, one should resort to martial arts training to enhance one's strength. First, depart from Qingshan City and evade the mysterious figure clad in black who employs palm techniques. Extend the simulation time as much as possible to facilitate further growth, Zhang Yifeng silently urged himself. Hoping to influence his simulated counterpart. In the sixth year, despite your continued efforts in mastering the Tianxian technique, progress remained elusive, leading to a sense of discouragement and self-doubt regarding your innate talent for cultivation. After all, having read numerous novels in your previous life, you were aware that cultivation required various talents. Consequently, you ceased to stubbornly pursue the Tianxian technique. This year, you began training under Wu Yudao at the Wu Family Martial Arts Academy. Upon reading this, the real Zhang Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle. His understanding of the simulator deepened. Indeed, even during the midst of simulation, the reality of his being could exert influence. As soon as he thought about hastening his martial arts training, his simulated self promptly acted upon it. In the seventh year, after practicing with Wu Yudao for a year, your combat ability showed marked improvement. Your physical prowess had surged astonishingly. You could now effortlessly lift objects weighing over 1,000 pounds with one hand. By the eighth year, your strength had not increased further, seemingly reaching a plateau. However, your martial skills advanced significantly, allowing you to exchange blows with Wu Yudao on equal footing due to your strength advantage. In the ninth year, Wu Yudao was no longer your opponent. He stated that he had nothing left to teach you. However, he mentioned possessing an ancestral martial arts manual and inquired if you wished to learn it. By now, you had come to realize that as long as it could enhance your abilities, the nature of the manual was of little consequence. Without hesitation, you expressed your desire to learn. You also took out a stack of silver bills as tuition. Yet, the typically avaricious Wu Yudao shook his head, refusing to accept them. Subsequently, he presented you with a weathered manual, handing it to you with great solemnity. He explained that this manual was a treasured heirloom from his ancestors, who had orally conveyed that mastering it could potentially lead one to transcendence in martial arts. Regrettably, he lacked the requisite talent to meet the cultivation standards. He hoped that this manual could flourish in your hands and restore the glory of martial arts. Upon hearing Wu Yudao's words, curiosity stirred within you. However, as you took the tattered manual and noticed its lack of a title, your interest waned slightly. A cursory glance through its pages revealed characters that sent a chill down your spine. In the primordial chaos, there were no arts or laws. Through martial arts, one can shatter the heavens, slay demons, and fill seas and mountains, safeguarding humanity for countless ages. Just reading that line ignited a fervor within you. Could it be that you had misjudged? Was the world of martial arts not as simplistic as you had imagined? Unable to restrain your curiosity, you pressed on. At the pinnacle of martial arts, one can also create and destroy worlds, but it requires constant breakthroughs of human limits and the endurance of myriad crises. Chapter 6, Cultivating the Nameless Manual. Encountering bottlenecks. As you continue to peruse the Nameless Manual, new insights began to dawn upon you. If the text was to be believed, this Nameless Manual could scarcely be classified as martial arts. Rather, it was more accurately described as a form of martial body cultivation. The manual contained only a peculiar sequence of movements purportedly for body refinement. The remainder detailed the classifications of martial realms and theoretical knowledge, explaining how to transcend limits and enhance one's innate strength. After reviewing it, you felt this might indeed be a valuable resource. You promptly retrieved another stack of silver bills and presented them to Wu Yudao, not allowing him to refuse before thanking him and departing with the manual. If the manual's claims were true, its emergence was fortuitously timed. According to the Nameless Manual, the foundation of martial arts begins with body refinement, hence the term refining body realm. This refinement consists of 9 levels. with each 3 levels constituting a stage referred to as refining skin realm, refining flesh realm, and refining bone realm. Each stage has its own limit, and to surpass these limits, one must either possess special opportunities or learn specific methods. Lacking either, ordinary training would only allow a mortal to achieve the 3rd level of the refining body realm, representing the apex of the refining skin realm. You deduce that the fitness mastery, talent, you had attained could no longer facilitate your strength growth, suggesting you had indeed reached the refining skin realm's limit. As the manual indicated initially, without a method, your aimless training might have led to perpetual stagnation. However, with the nameless manual in hand, the peculiar sequence of movements described therein, touted as the genuine path of martial cultivation, promised to shatter the limits of the refining skin realm. Wu Yudeo's manual felt like a timely boon amidst adversity. That same year, you commenced training in the peculiar movements outlined in the nameless manual. Yet, these seemingly odd exercises proved to be a strenuous challenge given your current physical condition. You could barely complete one full set before collapsing, utterly exhausted. It became clear to you why Wu Yudao claimed he had never practiced them. The difficulty was indeed insurmountable for an average individual. You realized that if not for your innate fitness talent, which had elevated your physical capabilities far beyond those of an ordinary person, you would not have been able to complete even a single set. The silver lining was that after only a few sessions, your strength began to increase once more. In the real world, Zhang Yifeng's expression shifted as he observed this development. Indeed, the martial arts of this world were extraordinary. The limits which had eluded his simulated self were effortlessly surpassed through the cultivation of the nameless technique. However, it was clear that not everyone could achieve similar results. As Wu Yudao had indicated his own inability to practice, Zhang Yifeng speculated that Wu Yudeo's failure to complete a full set of movements was the reason he could not enhance himself using the nameless manual. Curiosity about this world deepened for Zhang Yifeng. With martial arts and cultivators present, where had all these individuals vanished? Why had he never heard anyone speak of them? Driven by curiosity, Zhang Yifeng continued to observe the simulation panel. He noted that his strength had once again surged, prompting him to train with even greater diligence in the days that followed. Concurrently, he observed that each time he practiced the peculiar movements of the nameless manual, his appetite would dramatically increase. He found himself developing an insatiable craving for meat, consuming as much as he felt he could manage, often likening his capacity to devour an entire cow in a day. As his training progressed, this appetite only grew more voracious. Fortunately, financial concerns were not an issue for him. However, his excessive feasting post-training raised alarm for his father Jiang Fushan, who worried for his health. Consequently, he sought out renowned physicians multiple times to assess your condition. You could only comply reluctantly. It wasn't until all the physicians confirmed you were in good health, attributing your increased appetite to the excessive energy expenditure from martial training, that your father finally relaxed. By the 10th year, through Jiang Fushan's efforts, the Jiang family business had ascended to become the foremost trading house in the Great Yu Kingdom. In the 11th year, the Jiang family business landed a significant contract, prompting your father to travel to the neighboring Liang Kingdom on business. In the 12th year, you learned that the black-clad cultivator who employed palm techniques would come to confront the Jiang family the following year, prompting you to conclude it was time to leave Qingshan City. However, before you could depart, your father Jiang Fushan sought you out. He urged you to leave Qingshan City and travel for a while, sensing something amiss. You suspected he might be aware of the impending crisis facing the Jiang family. You quickly inquired about the reasons for your departure, yet your father adamantly insisted it was merely for you to broaden your horizons. With no other recourse, you ultimately left Qingshan City alone. In the real world, Zhang Yifeng was now certain that his father was privy to certain information. However, he was perplexed as to why this simulation differed from the first. In the initial simulation, though his father had been restless that year, he had not compelled him to leave Qingshan City. What had he done differently to influence his father? Reflecting on the contrasts between the first and second simulations, Zhang Yifeng formed some hypotheses. He suspected that his martial training during this simulation could be a crucial factor. His father might believe that having become a martial arts expert, he would have a better chance of escaping. Soon, however, Zhang Yifeng shook his head, dismissing his own theory. Normally, if his father were convinced of a crisis at home, he would likely urge him to flee regardless of his martial prowess. The more plausible explanation seemed to be that while his father recognized the danger, He also perceived a glimmer of hope within that peril, thus, in the first simulation, he hadn't urged his departure. Sending a weaker version of himself away would likely be more perilous than staying with the Jiang family. After all, based on previous simulations, leaving Qingshan City had led to numerous encounters with bandits, indicating the outside world was indeed fraught with danger. In this current simulation, however, the presence of martial skills rendered the risks of being alone in the outside world minimal, thereby heightening the danger of remaining with the Jiang family. Jiang Yifeng lamented his father's stubbornness. Why was it so difficult to communicate? If he wouldn't explain, how could he devise a solution? Feeling resigned, Jiang Yifeng continued to observe the simulator. After distancing himself from Qingshan City, you retreated to the depths of the mountains to engage in intense training. In the 13th year, your strength showed marked improvement. Although without formal testing, you were uncertain of your exact progress. In the 14th year, your physical resilience continued to enhance satisfactorily. By the 15th year, the increase in your strength slowed significantly. The final increments were so subtle they were nearly imperceptible, suggesting you had reached the 6th level limit of the refining body realm, achieving the pinnacle of the refining flesh realm. According to the Nameless Manual, further cultivation beyond this point ideally required a substance known as the bone refining pill. Without it, the grinding methodology of training could demand an inordinate amount of time for any breakthroughs. Unfortunately, you remained unaware of what the bone refining pill was or where to procure it. This ignorance left you feeling increasingly impatient as you pondered how long it would take to match the strength of that black-clad figure through mere trial and error. Thus, undeterred, you redirected your focus to the Tianxin technique, yearning for advancement in ascension, yet regrettably the outcome remained stagnant, resulting in yet another wasted year. Chapter 7, The Dark Attire. Lacking festivity in the 16th year, you suddenly pondered that perhaps it was time to seek out the Tianxin temple. Previously, you had encountered only ruins, yet in your first simulation, you beheld a temple that was evidently constructed later by someone. Based on your conjecture, there must be cultivation techniques hidden within those ruins. Undoubtedly belonging to a sect of immortality practitioners, the act of erecting a temple upon the ruins likely indicates that it was the descendants of that sect who did so. You reasoned that if you could locate the individual responsible for the temple's construction, you might discern whether the issues lay with the cultivation techniques themselves or if it was a matter of your own lack of talent. Thus, you prepared to embark on a journey to the Changqing mountain range. However, as you emerged from your secluded refuge in the deep mountains, you encountered a figure clad in black. Upon seeing you, he let out a cold snicker, a remnant of the Jiang family. Perish with that, a shadow of a palm surged towards you. Faced with the overwhelming force of that strike, you turned and fled, desperately seeking escape. The dark-clad individual scoffed disdainfully. Humph, a mere martial artist at the body refinement stage wishes to struggle. In an instant, you met your demise, your life extinguished at the age of 36. The simulation concluded. This time, you had the option to select a reward: fitness master, talent, nameless manual, martial arts technique, Tianxin Gong, immortal path mentality, or martial arts proficiency. Of the fitness master, talent, was priced at 1,000 energy points. The nameless manual, martial arts technique, cost a staggering 10 million energy points. It was a fragment of a mysterious martial arts masterpiece. The Tianxin Gong, immortal path mentality, also required 10 million energy points. It was a commendable cultivation method. Lastly, the martial arts proficiency, body refinement stage 6, was priced at 60,000 energy points. Jiang Yifeng gazed at the simulation panel, a surge of frustration welling within him. The black-clad figure from the first simulation had reappeared, declaring himself a remnant of the Jiang family. Clearly, this iteration of the simulation had not spared the Jiang family from calamity. And despite his early departure, he had merely prolonged his existence by a few years. The dark figure seemed relentless in his pursuit, leaving Jiang Yifeng bewildered. He replayed the details displayed by the simulator, initially speculating that the black-clad man was motivated by greed. After all, both the first and third simulations indicated that in the 10th year, the Jiang merchants had ascended to prominence as the foremost trading house in the Great Yu Kingdom. Moreover, his father had not permitted him to flee in the first simulation, suggesting a glimmer of hope, entirely consistent with the notion of monetary motivation. Yet now, upon deeper reflection, he realized that his assumption was flawed. If greed were the motive, there would be no need to specifically hunt him down in his absence. It appeared that there were deeper intricacies at play, leaving Jiang Yifeng momentarily confounded. He longed to confront his father for answers. However, observing his father's demeanor in the simulator, he sensed that even if he were to inquire in reality, he would likely receive no satisfactory response, thus, he resolved not to dwell on it further. The crux of the matter lay in his insufficient strength. Only by enhancing his power could he unravel all mysteries. In time, he would naturally come to know everything. Zhang Yifeng shifted his focus to the rewards from this simulation. The offerings appeared significantly more substantial than those from the previous two simulations. The energy costs for redemption indicated that they were indeed valuable. Momentarily, he found himself at a crossroads, desiring them all. Firstly, the fitness master talent was commendable, having enabled him to surpass Wu Yudao in a short span of martial training. Regrettably, its efficacy waned, rendering him unable to break through his cultivation bottleneck. Thus, he set it aside for now. The second option, the nameless manual, was astonishingly valued at 10 million energy points. Nevertheless, Zhang Yifeng deemed it reasonable, for its potential was evident from the simulator's projections, although it indicated that his subsequent progress would be slow. This was not attributed to the manual itself, but rather a lack of auxiliary medicinal elixirs such as the bone refining pill. Even so, he could still utilize the training techniques contained within the nameless manual for gradual improvement. It was indeed a remarkable item. Crucially, according to the simulator's description, it was merely a fragment of a mysterious martial arts text, hinting at its significant origins. If such a fragment possessed this degree of potency, then the complete work would undoubtedly yield exceptional results. Zhang Yifeng felt compelled to acquire this manual, yet he never anticipated that such a treasure would rest in the hands of a mere martial arts schoolmaster. Perhaps Wu Yudao's ancestors were also remarkable figures. However, since the nameless manual did not require redemption, and given that Wu Yudao resided in Qingshan City, he could devise a means to obtain it in reality. He was certain he would succeed, thus, he set this option aside for the time being. Ultimately, he was left to choose between the Tianqian Gong, Immortal Path Mentality, and the Martial Arts Proficiency, Body Refinement Stage 6. A decision to be made. The Tianqian Gong was the most expensive reward, and the simulator had praised it as an excellent cultivation method, clearly a valuable asset. Regrettably, he was currently unable to embark on the path of immortality. Furthermore, possessing the coordinates to the Tianqian Temple, he could enhance his strength first and return for it in the next simulation. Thus, he dismissed this option as well. Zhang Yifeng resolutely intoned, "I choose Martial Arts Proficiency, Body Refinement Stage 6. Ding! The extraction of Martial Arts Proficiency, Body Refinement Stage 6, was successful, deducting 60,000 energy points, leaving a remaining total of 24,820 energy points. As the electronic voice of the simulator faded, Zhang Yifeng felt his blood surging and his physical prowess escalating. Within mere seconds, he clenched his fists, sensing an abundance of strength coursing through him. Stepping outside, he delivered a powerful punch to a decorative tree in the courtyard. Instantly, the tree, about the size of a bowl, toppled to the ground with a resounding thud. Witnessing this, Zhang Yifeng gasped in astonishment. Was this truly the extent of his newfound power? Although the tree was not large, to break it with his bare fists indicated a remarkable force. Zhang Yifeng felt a rush of exhilaration. Could it be that he could now effortlessly vanquish an ordinary person with a single blow? At that moment, a contingent of black-clad guards happened to pass by the courtyard. Upon sighting their dark attire, Zhang Yifeng's excitement swiftly dissipated. As he recalled the black-clad figure from the simulation, he admonished himself to remain grounded. There was no cause for elation. Currently, his strength was such that he could not withstand even a single move from the black-clad assailant from the simulation. What was there to be excited about? Calming himself, Zhang Yifeng continuously reminded himself to remain vigilant, yet, he could not help but feel a twinge of disdain towards the black-clad guards. "Xiaotao, go fetch Uncle Dafu for me." He called out to the maid who had just stepped out. Xiaotao was the maid assigned to Zhang Yifeng, residing in a neighboring room within his courtyard. Having heard the sound of the tree breaking, she had come out to assess the situation. Although she was unaware of the specifics, Xiaotao promptly complied. Before long, Xiaotao returned, accompanied by a slightly plump middle-aged man. "Young master, you summoned this old servant. Is there something you wish to discuss?" The man, who was indeed Uncle Dafu, the steward of the Jiang household, bowed respectfully to Zhang Yifeng. "Uncle Dafu, I believe the attire of the guards in our family has become rather outdated. It is time for a change. Let us not procure any more black garments. They lack festivity," Zhang Yifeng declared with a serious demeanor. He would not admit that his aversion to black attire stemmed from the haunting memories associated with it. Chapter 8, Simulator Upgrade 2.0. Upon hearing Jiang Yifeng's words, Jiang Dafu furrowed his brow slightly, recalling that the guards' uniforms had only recently been replaced. Nevertheless, he nodded in acquiescence. Very well, young master. Do you have any other commands? After all, since the young master had requested a change, it would be done. The attire of the guards was hardly a costly affair. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yifeng added, acquire a substantial amount of gold, silver, jewels, and other precious items. The more, the better. Ensure they are delivered to me promptly once procured. Having summoned Uncle Dafu, he decided to delegate the task of energy collection as well. Understood, young master. Jiang Dafu did not press for further details. After all, it was sufficient that Jiang Yifeng had made the request. He would see to its execution. There was no point in questioning, for it was common knowledge that anything Jiang Yifeng requested would be fulfilled. No matter how outrageous it seemed, the head of the family, Zhang Fushan, was well known within Qingshan City for his indulgence towards Jiang Yifeng. Once all instructions were given, Jiang Yifeng dismissed both the steward and the maid. Turning his attention to reflecting on his experiences from the 3 simulations, initially engaging with the simulator, Jiang Yifeng felt he had not utilized it effectively. Across 3 consecutive simulations, he had expended considerable effort on tasks that ultimately proved fruitless. For instance, despite the back and forth, he found himself once again stepping into the realm of martial arts. If he had commenced his training from the outset, would the outcome have been different? Yet upon further reflection, he realized it was not so simple. The nameless manual from Wu Yudao had only been obtained after he demonstrated notable martial prowess and talent during the final simulation, something he had not been able to secure even with monetary investment in prior attempts. Ultimately, Jiang Yifeng shook his head, dismissing the notion of whether he had reasonably applied the simulator. Everything was unfolding as it should. There was no fear in taking a wrong path, with the simulator at his side. Should he stray, he could simply navigate the course again, eventually choosing the right one. The number of available simulations had been exhausted, and the next opportunity would not arise for another 7 days. Jiang Yifeng planned to visit the Wu family martial arts hall to obtain the nameless manual in the interim. In the following days, Jiang Yifeng made his way to the Wu family martial arts hall, where he encountered Wu Yudao. Initially, Jiang Yifeng feigned interest, claiming he had heard of a remarkable manual at the Wu family martial arts hall and expressed a desire to purchase it. However, Wu Yudao continued to feign ignorance, insisting he could not comprehend Jiang Yifeng's words. With no other recourse, Jiang Yifeng eventually revealed a glimpse of his martial prowess, shattering their training post with a single punch. Wu Yudao, taken aback, exclaimed, "Young Master Jiang is truly a martial arts prodigy." He then solemnly presented the nameless manual to Jiang Yifeng, expressing his hope that Jiang Yifeng would master its contents and restore the glory of martial arts. Jiang Yifeng had anticipated this scenario. After all, in the simulator, Wu Yudao had recognized his martial talent and gifted him the nameless manual without request for payment, revealing a hidden desire to revive martial arts beneath his avaricious exterior. Regardless, Jiang Yifeng's objective had been achieved. It was merely the revelation of his capabilities that instilled a sense of unease within him, prompting him to repeatedly caution Wu Yudao against disclosing his strength. Wu Yudao, perplexed yet compliant, nodded in agreement. Upon acquiring the nameless manuscript, Jiang Yifeng perused its contents and comprehended the distinction between martial arts and martial Dao. The martial arts practiced by ordinary individuals were fundamentally mere ornamental forms devoid of substance. In contrast, martial Dao emphasized the integration of martial practice with the path of enlightenment, ultimately achieving heights comparable to those of the immortal path. However, martial Dao was significantly more arduous to cultivate than the latter. All training in martial Dao aimed at enhancing one's physical limits, achieved through the relentless breaking of personal boundaries to attain unparalleled strength. The particular body tempering techniques were a culmination of wisdom from predecessors, representing a unique method of fortifying the physique. Yet, the cultivation of these techniques was no small feat. One had to first exert themselves until their physical strength reached the limits of an ordinary person before attempting the full suite of movements. In a prior simulation, Wu Yudao had claimed he could not succeed, clearly indicating that his physical prowess fell short of the ordinary threshold. Conversely, Jiang Yifeng had forcibly elevated himself to this requisite level due to his innate talent as a fitness expert, thus enabling his practice of these specialized movements. Beyond this, there existed other formidable training methods, each more severe than the last, such as body tempering through thunder or refining one's body with the essence of earth fire. Incinerating impurities within. In essence, these methods leveraged the treacherous elements of nature to forge resilience through adversity. However, these approaches could only be pursued after achieving a foundational level in martial Tao, rendering Jiang Yifeng currently incapable of undertaking them. With his current physique, employing such extreme training methods would surely lead to disastrous consequences. Jiang Yifeng had never intended to diligently cultivate in reality, so he remained indifferent to the matter. As the days passed, he continued his previous routine, indulging in music and entertainment. To outsiders, it was as though Jiang Yifeng had undergone no transformation at all, an intentional facade on his part. He was uncertain whether the appearance of the enigmatic figure in black 13 years hence was mere happenstance or a premeditated event. With the presence of the simulator, he lacked for the time to engage in real-world training, thus, maintaining his debauched persona seemed the more prudent course. A week slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this interval, Jiang Yifeng received a substantial quantity of gold, silver, and jewels from his steward, Jiang Dafu. He placed his hand upon the chest and silently intoned, "Exchange for energy." The detection of vast amounts of wealth yielded an energy value of 7.5 million. Further examinations revealed additional values of 6 million and 8.2 million respectively. Upon completing the exchange of numerous chests filled with treasures, Jiang Yifeng's energy value soared to an astonishing figure nearing 200 million. This was merely from the acquisitions made in Qingshan City. Jiang Dafu mentioned that a considerable trove was en route from other cities. The joys of wealth, Jiang Yifeng mused, recalling the simulator novels from his past life, where protagonists would toil tirelessly for a pittance of simulation energy. How fortunate he was to simply issue a command and watch the energy accumulate. Therefore, for the sake of his family and his future simulations, it was imperative to safeguard the family legacy in the real world. Just then, an electronic voice chimed in. Ding, host energy value exceeds 100 million, fulfilling the conditions for simulator upgrade. Would you like to spend 100 million energy to upgrade? An upgrade for the simulator? Jiang Yifeng hesitated momentarily. Such an abrupt proposition to deduct 100 million energy seemed a tad steep, yet it was of little concern, as he had ample energy on the way back to Qingshan City. Upgrade. Without further deliberation, Jiang Yifeng made his choice. Ding, simulator upgraded to version 2.0, deducting 100 million energy, remaining energy value, 85,265,000. Settings modified, white talent extraction cancelled, blue talent extraction enabled. Upon completion of each simulation, rewards can now be selected from two options. Upon reviewing the upgrade details, Jiang Yifeng was immensely pleased. Not only could he now extract blue talents, but the rewards post-simulation had also doubled. He felt a twinge of regret for not having anticipated the energy-based upgrade system sooner. He should have amassed more energy in advance. However, it was not too late. He resolved to ensure that every acquisition of gold and jewels would be promptly exchanged for energy, hastening the simulator's next upgrade for potentially greater functionalities. Chapter 9, Lost in accidentally entering the desert. At this juncture, the simulator had completed its upgrade, and the simulation attempts had reset. Without further contemplation, Jiang Yifeng silently proclaimed, "Begin simulation." One simulation attempt was consumed, leaving 0 remaining. The extraction of green talents required 1,000 energy, while blue talents required 100,000 energy. Choose extraction. The increase was significant, yet for Jiang Yifeng it was a trivial matter. Extract blue talent. Ding, deducting 100,000 energy. Remaining energy value, 85,265,000. Blue talent extraction in progress. Congratulations, you have obtained the blue talent, Pseudo 5 Elements Root. Pseudo 5 Elements Root, a fragmented connection to the 5 elemental roots of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It can be cultivated, albeit at an exceedingly slow pace. Note, among pseudo roots, this is the least valuable. Jiang Yifeng's expression brightened upon reading this. A cultivation talent had finally arrived, even if the description claimed it to be the weakest. He did not mind, regardless of its quality. Possessing a root was undoubtedly better than being devoid of one. Without any further delay, he eagerly focused on the simulation panel as the fourth simulation commenced. You realize you are already within the simulation. After a moment of contemplation, you ascertain that advancements in martial Tao have become increasingly arduous. With the newfound root, your priority should be to acquire the Tianxian Gong and then attempt to cultivate in the realm of immortality. Thus, you promptly set out, intending to head towards the Changqing mountain range. Just as you exited your door, you encountered your father Jiang Fushan. He inquired about your recent activities, particularly your sudden fervor for acquiring gold and jewels. At a loss for words, you could not divulge the need for energy. Instead, you fabricated an excuse, claiming to have developed a new hobby. Your father, Jiang Fushan, did not press further but simply asked if you had sufficient funds. You touched the few remaining million taels of silver notes and nodded, admitting to a slight shortage of money. Hearing this, your father chuckled and handed you a key, saying it was the key to his study. Should you run low on funds, feel free to help yourself. You were touched and tearfully replied, "All right, I will definitely go take some." Once your father departed, you hastened your exit from Qingshan City. This time, you opted to run as your mode of travel, not out of a desire for exercise. Running no longer enhanced your strength, but simply because you were still unable to ride a horse. On the first day, even though you set out at midday, by nightfall, you had already covered a distance of 200 li beyond Qingshan City. This was all thanks to your current cultivation of the 6th level of body tempering in martial Dao. If you ran at full speed, your pace rivaled that of an ordinary swift horse. On the second day, you quickened your pace, continuing your journey without any notable incidents. On the third day, after a day of travel, you sought refuge for the night in a dilapidated temple. On the fourth day, you pressed on at full speed, encountering no interruptions. On the fifth day, while resting midway, you were ambushed by mountain bandits. Upon seeing the throngs of marauders, you felt no fear, rather, a thrill of excitement surged within you. You shouted, "For the sake of the people, I shall eradicate you," and charged forward. These ordinary bandits, despite numbering over 100, were no match for you. In mere minutes, the majority had perished, leaving only one bandit leader, who fled on a fine steed. Yet, you pursued relentlessly, determined to eradicate them completely, while you vocally proclaimed your mission to protect the populace. Internally, you harbored thoughts of revenge for the previous robberies you had suffered at their hands in prior simulations. Now that you possessed strength, retribution was imperative. The fleeing bandit leader galloped away, while you sprinted after him, both parties matching each other's speed. 2 hours later, after maintaining your full speed pursuit, you found yourself panting heavily. Though your pace was akin to that of a swift horse, it was evident that your endurance was insufficient. Yet, recalling the grievances inflicted by the bandits, you refused to relent in your pursuit. A day later, you exhausted the bandit leader's steed, bringing it down beneath your fists. You felt a sense of satisfaction as you avenged the previous wrongs inflicted by the bandits in the simulator. Erupting into laughter, after a hearty laugh, fatigue washed over you, and you collapsed onto the ground, your body aching from the relentless exertion. After an entire day of sprinting, you were utterly exhausted. Once you lay down, it was not long before you succumbed to sleep, oblivious to your surroundings in the wilderness. Zhang Yifeng found himself bemused at this moment. Was he truly so petty? Was it merely the bandits robbing him twice in the simulator that warranted such a pursuit? Furthermore, it was uncertain whether they were even the same group. To seek vengeance for a grievance that had yet to transpire in reality, even going so far as to exhaust their horse, such a notion was utterly absurd. Zhang Yifeng believed that the version of himself within the simulator must have been thinking of protecting the innocent. Fortunately, luck favored him. Upon awakening the next day, he found himself unscathed, having encountered no wild beasts. As he surveyed his surroundings, a sense of confusion washed over him. He had strayed far from the route he had previously mapped out. Suddenly, he recalled the full day he had spent pursuing the bandit leader, likely covering nearly 1,000 kilometers. It was only natural to veer off course. He quickly retrieved the coordinates map of Tianxian Temple for comparison. Minutes later, he stood frozen, his gaze vacant, consumed by 3 words: "Where am I?" The coordinates map of Tianxian Temple merely outlined the route from Qingshan City to Tianxian Temple. Now, however, he found himself beyond the borders of the map, utterly unable to ascertain his location. He attempted to retrace his steps along the route he had taken to pursue the bandits, but in his fervor during the chase, he had neglected to memorize the way. After a moment of disorientation, he gazed into the distance, focusing on the largest mountain range, and set his course in that direction. Do you remember that the Evergreen Mountain Range spans several nations? It seems prudent to choose the largest mountain and head in that direction. Surely one cannot go wrong. After a day's journey, you have traversed hundreds of kilometers without encountering a single soul, and the surrounding landscape grows increasingly desolate. The massive mountain you had previously glimpsed remains as imposing and distant as ever. In this moment, the realization dawns upon you: you are utterly lost. 2 more days pass, yet you still find no signs of life, and you are left pondering the reality of your situation, logically, even in the most remote areas, having walked 1 or 2,000 kilometers over these past days. You ought to have stumbled upon a village or two. Now, gazing at your dwindling provisions, a sense of unease begins to take hold. 3 days later, you lie in the desert, your eyes vacant, having lost all hope for survival. Not only have you strayed into an unknown desert, but you have also gone 2 days without sustenance. You fear you may perish from hunger in this desolation. Chapter 10, Simulation concluded. Age 63. Upon reaching this point in the simulation, Jiang Yifeng's expression turns grim. Not only is he lost, but he is also on the brink of starvation. How embarrassing it would be to admit such a predicament. Jiang Yifeng silently cries out within himself to rise, to persevere. No, you cannot succumb to despair. You shout aloud in defiance. You resolve to survive, to rescue yourself and the Jiang family. This current hardship pales in comparison to the challenges posed by the cultivators of 13 years hence. With great effort, you rise from the sands, you survey your surroundings, seeking signs of wildlife. Perseverance pays off, and eventually, you discover a few sand snakes, narrowly averting the crisis of starvation. Days turn into weeks, and you gradually acclimate to life in the desert, finding sustenance in the various creatures that inhabit this arid expanse. A year later, the image of the once affluent young master has vanished. You resemble a primitive man. The great mountain you sought remains distant. Even after a year of wandering, you begin to comprehend that the mountain you observed from afar may not be the evergreen mountain range after all. Perhaps it is the largest in the Diyu kingdom. Yet from this barren vantage, you may be gazing upon peaks beyond its borders. Having resigned yourself to being lost, you no longer search for the evergreen mountain range but instead commit to a single direction. With survival secured, you commence daily practice of the nameless technique. By the second year, your martial arts cultivation shows slight improvement. In the third year, still within the desert, you make modest progress yet again. By the 5th year, your martial prowess has advanced somewhat, yet you remain at the 6th stage of body refinement. A decade has passed, and you are still ensnared within the sands, despite the years. You feel as though you have not deviated from your path. You have been steadfastly moving in one direction. However, the vastness of the desert is bewildering. In the 13th year, you persist in honing the nameless technique. Yet thoughts of the current state of the Jiang family plague your mind. By the 15th year, your unwavering dedication to the nameless technique finally bears fruit, and you achieve the 7th stage of body refinement. In the 20th year, it seems as if fortune has smiled upon you, for after all these years, the shadowy figure has not come to claim your life. By the 40th year, you find yourself in your 60s. Still trapped within the desert. The good news is that this year, your martial cultivation has finally reached the 8th stage of body refinement. In the 43rd year, you sense the ground beneath the desert begin to tremble. You witness something soaring from the sands. Suddenly, a colossal shadow looms above you. You realize that the entity that has just emerged is now in mid-air, and before you can lift your gaze to discern its nature, you are swiftly engulfed. You die, at the age of 63. Simulation concluded. In this simulation, you may select 2 rewards: 5 elements pseudo-spiritual root, talent, martial arts cultivation, 8th stage of body refinement, and map of the death desert, incomplete, but 5 elements pseudo-spiritual root, talent priced at 100,000 energy points, martial arts cultivation, 8th stage of body refinement priced at 80,000 energy points, map of the death desert, incomplete priced at 1,000,000 energy points. This is a map of the route you traversed within the desert during the simulation. The simulation has deviated significantly from the initial expectations. The original intention was to acquire the skills for cultivation in the evergreen mountain range. But instead, the pursuit of bandits led you astray, resulting in a lifetime spent in the desert. Whether the outcome is deemed good or bad remains uncertain, although you did not commence your cultivation journey. You managed to survive for a considerable time. Even if you had not been devoured by the sudden appearance of the colossal shadow, it is likely that old age would have claimed you soon enough. Jiang Yifeng considers this a fortunate evasion of the dark-clad cultivators. Perhaps this can be regarded as a means of survival. As for the nature of the shadow that ultimately led to your demise, its visage obscured, it was clearly not ordinary. Jiang Yifeng ponders its identity but refrains from delving too deeply. Such an entity, which poses no immediate threat in reality, can be noted for future reference. Regarding the 3 rewards from this simulation, Zhang Yifeng is eager to claim them. The 5 elements pseudo-spiritual root, talent, is a must-have for cultivation, regardless of its classification as the least desirable spiritual root. It is nonetheless the foundation for cultivating. Although he has confirmed the strength of his martial arts, this simulation has revealed just how arduous it is to advance in martial prowess. It took a full 40 years to achieve just 2 minor levels of advancement. If one were to pursue deeper mastery, the time investment would be even greater. Thus, Zhang Yifeng concludes that cultivation remains essential. Although challenging, it can extend one's lifespan. An increase in lifespan allows for more time to cultivate within the simulator. The second reward, martial arts cultivation, 8th stage of body refinement, is also difficult for Zhang Yifeng to forego, as it represents 40 years of dedicated practice. To leave it behind would be tantamount to squandering multiple simulation opportunities. As for the map of the Death Desert, incomplete, its utility remains uncertain. However, this simulation suggests that it may provide a means to elude the dark-clad cultivators, thereby granting a longer lease on life. Securing this map could facilitate future simulations, enabling survival and cultivation within the Death Desert. The longer one survives in simulations, the greater the potential for strength enhancement. In the long run, this choice proves more advantageous than simply selecting martial arts cultivation. After all, one meal may satiate, but a continuous supply is far more beneficial. After much contemplation, Zhang Yifeng makes his choice. I select the 5 elements pseudo-spiritual root in the map of the Death Desert. Aside from the essential cultivation talent, ding, congratulations, host, you have acquired the 5 elements pseudo-spiritual root, 100,000 energy points deducted, remaining energy points, 84,065,000. Ding, you have obtained the map of the Death Desert, incomplete, 100,000 energy points deducted. Remaining energy points, 83,065,000. As the electronic voice of the simulator fades, a fragmentary map materializes in Zhang Yifeng's hands. As for the 5 element pseudo-spiritual root, he feels little in the way of change. Perhaps its effects will only become apparent once he begins his cultivation journey. Zhang Yifeng glances at his energy points, realizing he has spent very little and has a substantial amount remaining. Enough to last indefinitely. With that in mind, there is no rush to urge his steward Zhang Dafu to expedite the acquisition of gold, silver, and jewels. Knock, knock, knock. Fenger, are you there? Just as Zhang Yifeng is absorbed in examining the map of the Death Desert, a voice calls from outside the door. Recognizing the sound, he knows it is his father, Zhang Fushan. His father must be here to bring him some money. Zhang Yifeng murmurs to himself. Previously, in the simulator, he had encountered this scenario where he met his father, who inquired about his intentions regarding the acquisition of gold and jewels, ultimately handing him the key to the study where the silver notes were stored. Without hesitation, Zhang Yifeng stows away the map and cheerfully opens the door for Zhang Fushan. Chapter 11. Perceiving the Qi-Si, entering the realm of cultivation. The subsequent events unfold as Zhang Yifeng anticipated. After leaving the key to the study containing the silver notes with Zhang Yifeng, Zhang Fushan hurriedly departs, claiming he has business matters to attend to. Observing his father's demeanor, Zhang Yifeng feels a twinge of regret. Zhang Fushan truly dotes on him. Whatever Zhang Yifeng desires, he will go to great lengths to procure. Yet, throughout his time in this new world, Zhang Yifeng realizes he has seldom shown concern for this doting father. He has only been aware of his father's constant busyness, never contemplating the fatigue or dangers he might face. In the past, Zhang Yifeng may not have given this much thought, but after several simulations, he has come to understand that the outside world is fraught with peril. In each of his simulations, aside from the cultivators, he has encountered bandits every time he ventured beyond Qingshan City. So it stands to reason that his father, who spends so much time outside, must have faced similar threats. These thoughts bring moisture to the corners of Zhang Yifeng's eyes. Those damned bandits must be eradicated. Ultimately, Zhang Yifeng resolves to eliminate the bandits. While he may not be able to assist his father in many ways, he can at least ensure his father's safety while he is out in the world. Although this decision to eradicate bandits carries a hint of personal vendetta, it is primarily driven by concern for his father's well-being. Yes, that is it. Holding the key to his father's study, Zhang Yifeng retrieves a substantial sum of silver notes. He then proceeds directly to the Wu family martial arts hall, articulating his intent and requesting Wu Yudao to lead the bandit eradication effort. After all, Zhang Yifeng has witnessed Wu Yudao's prowess in the simulator. With him at the helm, gathering others with martial skill should render the bandits incapable of posing a threat. Wu Yudao initially contemplates declining, however, Jiang Yifeng swiftly produces a sizable stack of silver notes and presents them to Wu Yudao. Thus, the arrangement is solidified. From that day forward, the Wu family martial arts hall posts a notice, offering high remuneration for skilled martial artists. Within 3 days, Wu Yudao leads a formidable group from Qingshan City to confront the bandits. In the shadows, Jiang Yifeng, the one who orchestrates everything, revealed a faint smile upon witnessing the situation. He then swaggered into the Chunyan building to indulge in the melodies of the performers. Naturally, the bandit suppression was to be carried out. Yet it was impossible for him to take matters into his own hands. Such actions would not align with his persona as a debauched scion. It was prudent to bide his time. After all, why toil with one's own hands when one could resolve matters with a mere expenditure? Days swiftly passed, and today marked the refresh of the simulator's attempts. Jiang Yifeng promptly secured his door and quietly recited a phrase. The simulation commenced. Consumption of simulation attempts, 1 remaining attempts, 0. Extraction of green talent consumes 1000 energy points, extraction of blue talent consumes 100,000 energy points, please select your extraction, extract blue talent, beep, deducting 100,000 energy points. Blue talent extraction in progress, remaining energy points, 83,965,000. Congratulations, you have obtained the blue talent, perfect accuracy, perfect accuracy. When engaging in intimate relations, your hit rate achieves an astonishing 100% upon seeing this talent. Jiang Yifeng was utterly astounded. System, simulator, come forth, are you deceiving consumers? He could not restrain himself from venting his frustration. He had hoped for a more favorable talent, yet this was the outcome. Was this truly a talent? And a blue one at that? What use was it? Beep, please consider the talent reasonably. This talent is immensely valuable for those unable to conceive. Why shouldn't it be classified as blue talent? Just as Jiang Yifeng finished his outburst, a sudden electronic voice echoed, startling him. He had not anticipated a response from the simulator. He quickly implored, Simulator, could you allow for a few more talent extractions? I am willing to deduct more energy points. Whether the simulator had a specific manner of responding or simply chose to disregard Jiang Yifeng, it offered no further replies, recognizing that the simulator was indeed unresponsive. He ceased his entreaties and attentively regarded the simulation panel. The 5th simulation began. He focused on the scene before him, failing to notice the simulation subtitles, only realizing he had entered the simulation. After all, in reality, he could always see the simulator's presence. Thus, he contemplated how to proceed in this simulation. Acknowledging the worthlessness of the current talent, he resolved to adhere to his original plan and first venture to the Changqing mountain range to acquire the cultivation technique. He repeatedly reminded himself not to let distractions impede his progress this time. Securing the cultivation technique was paramount. On the first day, he quietly departed from Qingshan City without alarming anyone. By the second day, he had traversed several hundred kilometers. Along the way, he encountered numerous remnants of blood, surmising that battles had occurred in those locations. On the third day, having walked for less than half a day, he heard the sounds of combat in the distance. He discerned that it was a clash between ordinary individuals, posing no threat to him, and thus he did not divert his path. As he approached, he discovered that it was Wu Yudao and his bandit suppression team engaged in battle against mountain bandits. Observing the circumstances, he noted that with Wu Yudao present, the mountain bandits offered little resistance. Consequently, he refrained from intervening and quietly slipped away. On the 8th day, he arrived at the Changqing mountain range, beholding the desolate ruins. Throughout these days of travel, everything had proceeded as normal, with no unforeseen incidents or further encounters with bandits. He surmised that the news of Wu Yudao's bandit suppression had instilled a sense of caution in the remaining bandits. On the 10th day, he reached the ruins nestled within the Changqing mountain range. True to form, he buried all the remains within the ruins, creating a new graveyard nearby. Of course, he also successfully obtained the coveted cultivation technique, Tianxian Gong. After completing his tasks, he did not leave but instead erected a small shelter beside the ruins. Choosing to reside there, he intended to await the identity of the individual who would establish the new Tianxian temple upon these ruins. He speculated that anyone capable of constructing a new temple here must either be a descendant of the previous sect or a close associate. He believed that the descendants of the cultivation sect or their friends were likely to be cultivators themselves. By remaining here, he hoped to glean some valuable information. Nevertheless, he was aware that this involved a degree of risk. After all, the cultivators encountered in previous simulations had been far from hospitable. It was possible that all cultivators would react unfavorably towards those seeking information about cultivation. He recognized that this possibility was quite substantial. Yet, after much contemplation, he felt compelled to take the gamble, as his understanding of cultivators was still woefully inadequate. In the subsequent days, he maintained a disciplined routine each morning. He practiced the Woodowoming secret manual, hunted for meat at midday to sustain himself, and upon returning, he began researching the Tianqiangong cultivation technique. A month passed, and at last, he could sense the location of his qi according to the technique's instructions. As long as he could perceive the qi and circulate the natural spiritual energy through the technique into the qi, he would have entered the realm of cultivation. He understood that the gates of cultivation had been opened to him, which filled him with excitement. His appetite surged, and he feasted on an entire deer that day. Unbeknownst to him, a year had slipped by. His martial cultivation remained at the 6th level of body refinement. Yet he diligently practiced the Woming secret manual daily, making gradual progress. His cultivation had managed to reach a basic level. After a year of effort, he finally succeeded in circulating the technique for a full cycle, successfully drawing a small wisp of spiritual energy into his qi. Chapter 12, The Gratitude of the Woman in White. In the second year, he continued his cultivation near the ruins. With no other events transpiring, over the course of the year, he had accumulated over a dozen wisps of spiritual energy within his qi. Cultivation proved to be more arduous than he had anticipated. Even after entering the realm, absorbing spiritual energy into the qi was no simple feat. Much of his training was, in fact, futile labor. He understood that for exceptionally gifted prodigies, there was a chance to absorb a wisp of spiritual energy into their qi with each complete cycle of the technique. Those with average talent had nearly a 50% success rate. As for him, his chances of absorbing spiritual energy with each cycle were a mere fraction of that. This realization further underscored the inferiority of his talent. The so-called pseudo-spiritual route was indeed a facade. In the third year, one day, a woman clad in white appeared abruptly upon the ruins. He could not discern how she had materialized. It was as though she had emerged from thin air. In an instant, he understood that she was undoubtedly a cultivator, and a formidable one at that. A sense of trepidation washed over him. His previous simulations had left him with a poor impression of cultivators. As every encounter had ended in death, however, for his own survival, it was imperative that he comprehend the nature of cultivators, so he mustered the courage to approach her. Yet, after walking for some time, he realized he had not moved any closer. It felt as though he remained rooted in place. He recognized that she was intentionally preventing him from approaching, uncertain of her intentions, yet sensing no hostility from her. He chose to remain still, hoping for an opportunity to inquire about matters concerning cultivation. In his eyes, the woman in white remained fixated on the ruins, lost in her thoughts. After a considerable time, she suddenly sighed, and he witnessed her gracefully wave her long sleeve. Instantly, he felt the ground tremble, and a temple gradually ascended from the very ruins that had once been. This spectacle left him utterly dumbfounded. He could scarcely fathom the magnitude of such power. He could not determine whether the temple had been buried deep underground or if the woman had conjured it into existence with her immense magical prowess. Regardless, this experience afforded him a more profound understanding of the strength of cultivators. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed, the tremors had ceased, and the temple, now named Tianqian Temple, stood fully revealed above ground. Before he could scrutinize it closely, the woman in white had suddenly appeared beside him. She inquired whether the nearby graveyard was his work. He did not conceal the truth, nodding in affirmation. After all, he had discerned that she must be a friend or descendant of the sect associated with these ruins. Acknowledging this fact might even earn him some goodwill. The woman in white scrutinized him for an extended period, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. After a brief while, she addressed him, expressing gratitude for his burial of her dear friend. As a token of her appreciation, she offered to help him eliminate his cultivation. His heart raced at her words. Was this truly how one repaid kindness? He fervently shook his head, unwilling to relinquish his cultivation. The woman in white did not press him further but explained that this area was unsuitable for cultivation. To do so would lead to certain death. When he inquired about the specifics, she merely shook her head, stating that it was not something he needed to know, recognizing her refusal to divulge more. He sought to shift the conversation to other aspects of cultivation. Unfortunately, the woman in white remained tight-lipped, only cautioning that with his current strength, knowing too much would only hasten his demise, ultimately, seeing his steadfast refusal to forfeit his cultivation. She hesitated for a moment before casting a rune towards him. He was taken aback. Why was she suddenly taking action against him? However, he soon realized he had misinterpreted her intentions. Upon contact, he felt no discomfort. The woman in white explained that this was a concealment rune now integrated into his being. It would last for 20 years, effectively obscuring his cultivation level from detection. Her words relieved him. He had feared she might retaliate for his unwillingness to abandon his cultivation. Nevertheless, she further cautioned that if he were to take any offensive action, the concealment rune would not shield his cultivation, urging him to avoid revealing his strength unless absolutely necessary. Yet he committed her words to memory. Resolving to conceal his strength unless faced with dire circumstances, afterward the woman in white gifted him a storage ring, stating it contained a modest amount of cultivation resources, which should suffice for quite some time given his qualifications. He expressed his gratitude profusely, his heart brimming with joy. He understood that her kindness towards him was rooted in his act of honoring her deceased friend. He couldn't help but reflect on the truth of good deeds being rewarded. Originally, you merely acted out of respect for the deceased, without any expectation of the benefits that would subsequently accrue. Time passed swiftly, and after 3 days, the woman in white emerged from the Tianxian temple. She glanced at you once before vanishing without a trace. You searched the surroundings, confirming that the woman had indeed departed. During these days, aside from the first day, you had no further encounters with her. She remained alone in the temple, lost in thought, preventing your approach. You were oblivious to her story and name, yet you were indifferent to such details. The only source of disappointment stemmed from the lack of information gleaned from her. In reality, Jiang Yifeng felt a tinge of disillusionment at this juncture. Alas, the inadequacy of strength weighed heavily upon him. He sighed, clearly recognizing that within the simulation, this woman in white possessed considerable insight. Her reluctance to share was not born of unwillingness, but rather a fear that greater knowledge could lead to peril. Evidently, her intentions were noble. Had he possessed greater strength, he might have extracted valuable secrets from her. Jiang Yifeng gathered his thoughts and resumed his focus on the simulation panel. In the following days, you returned to the routine of daily cultivation and hunting. 2 months later, you consumed a spirit stone, resulting in an increase of several strands of spiritual energy within your qi. You mused, indeed, resources are essential for cultivating immortality. Based on your previous cultivation pace, it would have taken a year to absorb a mere 10 strands of spiritual energy from the air. Now, in just 2 months, you had accrued dozens, an evident disparity. 1 Spirit stone equated to years of arduous practice. This experience effectively mitigated the shortcomings of your innate talent in drawing spiritual energy. You were acutely aware that this feeling stemmed from your inferior aptitude. If someone with a superior talent were to use a spirit stone, its effects would undoubtedly be less pronounced. However, you also understood that possessing spirit stones did not erase the disadvantages of poor talent. Your ability to circulate qi remained sluggish, allowing only a single cycle per day. This was intrinsically linked to your innate capabilities. It was also the reason why the woman in white claimed that the resources she provided would last you a long time. The storage ring contained nearly 1,000 spirit stones. It was not something that could be exhausted quickly. Even if it took you 2 months to absorb just one, that would suffice for a lifetime. Chapter 13, An Abundance of Rewards, Difficult Choices. In the 4th year, you prepared to depart from the Changqing mountain range. You recalled a time in the simulation when the swordsman in black had slain you here in the 8th year. It seemed that your quest for information about cultivators had attracted him. You deemed it prudent to leave the mountains sooner rather than later. As for your next destination, you pondered for a considerable time. You were aware that your threats included the swordsman in black and another individual who had targeted the Jiang family. Ultimately, you decided to adhere to your original plan and venture into the Death Desert, a place where you believed you could survive longer. Although you possessed a breath-concealing talisman bestowed by the woman in white that could obscure your cultivation level, you still felt uneasy. You recalled a time in the simulation when the individual who attacked the Jiang family had tracked you down. At that time, you had not yet begun cultivating, leading you to believe that he must have possessed some portrait of you. The breath-concealing talisman would not suffice as a safeguard against him. In the 5th year, you had delved deep into the Death Desert. Unlike your previous simulation, you now possessed a storage ring and had prepared ample food, sparing you from the pangs of hunger. Your cultivation progress had not stagnated. You maintained a regimen of practicing the nameless technique daily and then circulating the Tianxian skill for a complete cycle, with the remainder of your time devoted to travel. Through your diligent efforts, your martial arts remained at the 6th level of body refining, yet your Qi now contained hundreds of strands of spiritual energy. By the 6th year, the quantity of spiritual energy in your Qi occupied 1/10 of its total capacity. According to the records of the cultivation techniques, the Qi refining stage is characterized by the process of filling the Qi. The realms of Qi refinement are also delineated by the amount of spiritual energy stored within the Qi. Thus, at this moment, you could genuinely claim to have reached the first level of Qi refinement. Zhang Yifeng gazed at the text on the simulator, unable to bear the sight. His aptitude for cultivation was indeed dismal. Despite years of utilizing spirit stones for training, he had only managed to ascend to the first level of Qi refinement. Although traveling had undoubtedly consumed a significant amount of time, he believed that the crux of the issue lay in his innate talent. Without spirit stones, he surmised that his highest potential in cultivation might only reach the first or second level of Qi refinement in his lifetime. Zhang Yifeng shook his head, recognizing this as a reasonable conclusion. It was said that he possessed the weakest talent for cultivation, which naturally resulted in exceedingly poor training efficiency. Otherwise, if resources could effortlessly lead to advancement, would not those cultivator families and major sects, abundant in resources, become invincible? Ultimately, the path of cultivation hinges primarily on talent. It seemed that to achieve rapid advancement, he would need to rely on the simulator to attain better talent. Zhang Yifeng continued to scrutinize the simulator. In the 7th year, you persisted in your journey deeper into the desert while continuing your training, unwilling to pause for fear that insufficient depth might enable the black-clad figures to find you. In the 8th year, the strands of spiritual energy in your Qi increased substantially, yet you remained unable to break through. By the 9th year, your martial arts prowess had reached the 7th level of body refining. A marked improvement over your previous simulation. This was owing to your cultivation experience. The infusion of spiritual energy had enhanced your physical strength, thereby accelerating your martial arts progression. In the 10th year, you attained the 2nd level of Qi refinement and could now employ minor spells. Regrettably, you lacked the relevant techniques. In the 11th year, everything was secure, and your cultivation steadily advanced. By the 14th year, you experienced significant growth, with your martial arts reaching the 8th level of body refining and your immortal path cultivation achieving the 3rd level of Qi refinement. In the 15th year, however, you encountered a minor challenge and faced a pack of wolves, 100 or so sandwolves. A sight not to be underestimated. After several days of a tug-of-war battle, you managed to convert them into your stockpiled provisions, albeit suffering some injuries in the process. You believe that after vanquishing the wolves, safety was assured, but mere days later, you realized that this was merely the beginning. The overwhelming scent of blood emanating from your body continually attracted various creatures of the desert to assault you. This left you with no time for cultivation, as you spent each day embroiled in ceaseless battles. One day, after dispatching another wave of beasts, you suddenly felt the desert tremble. You beheld a colossal black python hurtling toward you from the distance. Panic surged within you as you fled, yet it was too late. The python, with its gaping maw, swiftly closed the distance and consumed you whole. You perished at the age of 35. The simulation concluded. You may choose 2 rewards from the following: perfect aim, talent, martial arts proficiency, 8th level of body refinement, immortal path proficiency, 3rd level of Qi refinement, Tianxian skill, immortal path technique, spirit stones, 912 units. Storage ring, 1, breath concealing talisman, 1, perfect aim, talent priced at 100,000 energy points, martial arts proficiency, 8th level of body refinement priced at 80,000 energy points, immortal path proficiency, 3rd level of Qi refinement priced at 30,000 energy points, Tianxian skill, immortal path technique priced at 10 million energy points, spirit stones, 912 units priced at 9,120,000 energy points, standard resources for cultivating immortality, storage ring, 1 priced at 500,000 energy points. Breath concealing talisman, 1 priced at 10 million energy points. A rune personally inscribed by a great being now transformed into a jade talisman that can be worn at any time after extraction from the simulator. Jiang Yifeng did not anticipate that the Death Desert, where he had barely survived for decades, would prove so perilous this time, as he had not managed to evade for as long. Clearly, his previous survival simulation had relied on a stroke of luck. As he had fortuitously avoided the desert's creatures during that time. Of course, based on this simulation, it was evident that ordinary beings in the Death Desert were not genuinely dangerous. However, excessive bloodshed could attract peril. Henceforth, it seemed that he could not venture into the Death Desert at will during simulations. If he did, he must strive to avoid generating any scent of blood. Jiang Yifeng set aside these thoughts and turned his attention to the rewards presented by the simulator. This time, the rewards were abundant, leaving him dazzled. Among them, many rewards, such as spirit stones, storage rings, and breath-concealing talismans, were entirely unexpected. He had never considered that these could be extracted from the simulator. Regrettably, he could only select 2. Apart from the perfect aim talent, Jiang Yifeng desired all the others. He found himself ensnared in a dilemma. After much contemplation, Jiang Yifeng reached a decision. I choose the breath-concealing talisman and immortal path proficiency. These two choices were complementary. According to the woman in white during the simulation, cultivating immortality was fraught with danger, and it was clear that immortal path proficiency must remain concealed. Thus, the breath-concealing talisman was essential. As Jiang Yifeng was acutely aware that he inevitably sought to cultivate immortality. As for the immortal path proficiency, this had caused him considerable hesitation. After all, the spirit stones, the immortal path technique, and even the storage ring would not be inferior to the immortal path proficiency. And in the long run, they might even prove far more advantageous. The reason behind his choice lay in the fact that the immortal path technique was located in that very ruin. He could seek it out in future simulations. Spirit stones and the storage ring, he believed, would be cumbersome to carry if taken separately. Carrying only spirit stones could attract other cultivators' attention. Thus, after opting for the breath-concealing talisman, he could only relinquish the other options, waiting for another opportunity to extract benefits from the woman in white. Ultimately, his choices boiled down to martial and immortal paths. As for why he selected the immortal path, it could only be attributed to a stronger sense of curiosity. After all, Jiang Yifeng had never engaged with the immortal path before and wished to experience it firsthand. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the breath-concealing talisman. 1. But energy points deducted, 10,000,000. Remaining energy points, 73,965,000. Ding! Immortal path proficiency, 3rd level of chi refinement, extracted successfully. Energy points deducted, 30,000. Remaining energy points, 73,935,000. Chapter 14. Mistaken for a descendant of the Ruin sect just after making his selection. A jade talisman materialized in Jiang Yifeng's hand. After careful observation, he could discern no particular intricacies within it, yet he chose to keep it closely by his side. After all, it pertained to his own safety. Simultaneously, Jiang Yifeng sensed that his body was undergoing certain transformations. He became aware of strands of energy coursing through him. Gradually, he recognized the existence of a reservoir of energy within him, teeming with abundant spiritual essence that swayed continuously. At that moment, Jiang Yifeng understood that the simulator was extracting celestial cultivation from him. Suddenly, he felt as if a switch had been flipped within his body, and his physical strength began to amplify incessantly. In an instant, his martial prowess remarkably surged to the 7th stage of body refinement. Jiang Yifeng was taken aback, as this was entirely unexpected. He had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. The enhancement of his celestial cultivation had inadvertently elevated his martial prowess in reality by a full stage. Nevertheless, upon reflection, Jiang Yifeng found this quite reasonable. The simulator had previously indicated that the influx of spiritual energy could strengthen the physical body. In reality, he had reached the limit of the 6th stage of body refinement. And now, after being washed by the spiritual essence of the 3rd stage of energy refinement, an increase to the 7th stage was most logical. Once all was concluded, Jiang Yifeng pondered over the circumstances within the simulation. He realized that his most pressing concern remained his inadequate talent for cultivating immortality. To improve this, he needed the simulator to upgrade, enabling the extraction of superior talents. Thus, he sought out the steward, Zhang Dafu, urging him to expedite the acquisition of gold, silver, and jewels. After completing these tasks, Jiang Yifeng leisurely made his way to Chunyan Tower to listen to music. The days spent in the pleasure house always seemed to fly by. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. During this time, steward Jiang Dafu had transported a considerable amount of gold, silver, and jewels into Jiang Yifeng's courtyard. Without hesitation, Jiang Yifeng exchanged them one by one for energy values. As boxes of treasures vanished from sight. To avoid raising suspicions regarding the disappearance of these valuables, Jiang Yifeng had previously instructed his subordinates to create a grand underground chamber in his courtyard, thereby suggesting to everyone that he had developed a penchant for collecting and that the treasures were hidden beneath the ground. Before long, all the gold, silver, and jewels were exchanged, and an electronic voice resonated. Ding! Exchanged various gold and silver jewels. 130 boxes, acquired energy value, 2.6 billion. Gazing at the nearly 2.7 billion energy value displayed on the simulator, Jiang Yifeng quietly awaited the next notification. Unfortunately, the anticipated ding failed to sound. Did it truly require 10 billion for the simulator to upgrade? Jiang Yifeng muttered to himself. Previously, an upgrade had only necessitated 1 billion energy values, and he had assumed that 10 billion would suffice for another upgrade. He never expected that even with nearly 2.7 billion energy values, the upgrade had yet to occur. This caused him to furrow his brow. If it indeed required 10 billion, how much energy would be needed for the next upgrade? It was quite a predicament. If this continued, would it not jeopardize the Jiang Corporation? Jiang Yifeng felt a twinge of anxiety. Soon, however, he cast aside such thoughts. It was merely a business. It mattered not once he became invincible. He could have whatever he desired. Since the simulator could not be upgraded for the time being, Jiang Yifeng decided to refrain from simulating, as he could store up to 3 attempts. It would be wiser to save them. Perhaps by the time he accumulated 3 attempts, he would have enough energy for the simulator's upgraded days turned into weeks, and Jiang Yifeng noticed that since he had accelerated the acquisition of gold, silver, and jewels to obtain energy, his father Jiang Fushan seemed increasingly busy. Jiang Yifeng understood that his actions had somewhat impacted the corporation. However, his father did not voice any concerns. Instead, he worked even harder to earn money and compensate for the losses Jiang Yifeng had caused. Seeing his father in such a state, Jiang Yifeng silently cheered him on. Keep it up. Before stepping into Chunyan Tower to enjoy the music, Jiang Yifeng felt quite helpless. His persona was established thus, and if he were to suddenly change, it would pose a danger if anyone caught wind of it. After all, he had no idea whether the cultivator who had targeted the Jiang family was keeping a close watch on them. For the sake of his own and the Jiang family's safety, he had to continue listening to the music daily. Truly, Jiang Yifeng lamented his own predicament. 2 more weeks passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Jiang Yifeng exchanged a significant amount of energy values, and his total energy value now approached 8 billion, still a bit shy of 10 billion. Yet, the simulator had not upgraded. Regrettably, the attempts had already accumulated to 3. Jiang Yifeng knew he could no longer wait for the simulator to upgrade. Thus, he returned to his room and uttered a silent invocation. Commence simulation. Consuming simulation attempt 1. Remaining attempts 2. Extracting green talent costs 1000 energy values. Extracting blue talent costs 100,000 energy values. Please select extract blue talent. Ding. Deducting 100,000 energy values. Blue talent extraction in progress. Remaining energy values 7.9 billion. Congratulations, you have acquired blue talent. Human bomb. Upon your death, a violent explosion will inevitably occur. Those wishing to take your life will find it difficult to escape unscathed. Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle at this talent. Would such a violent explosion be capable of killing a powerful cultivator? He found it highly improbable, as the talent only suggested that one would not leave their adversaries entirely unscathed, merely leaving them in a state of disarray. Ultimately, its sole function seemed to be ensuring that upon his demise, he would leave no intact remains behind. It was utterly frustrating. Fortunately, Jiang Yifeng had already devised a plan for this simulation and did not harbor great expectations for the talent. Thus, he turned his attention to the simulation text. The 6th simulation begins. You survey your surroundings and realize you have entered the simulation. Quietly, you depart from Qingshan City alone. 5 days later, you arrive at the ruins of Changqing Mountain. Upon your arrival, you proceed to bury all the skeletal remains, simultaneously acquiring the celestial cultivation method, Tianxian Gong. This time, you had your own little schemes. To please the white-clad woman who would appear later, you even erected a finely crafted tombstone for each grave. After completing everything, you built a wooden hut beside the graveyard and began a daily routine of cultivation and hunting. The first year passed in an unremarkable manner. The second year, still nothing noteworthy occurred. In the third year, the white-clad woman appeared above the ruins. To be precise, it could no longer be considered ruins. You had meticulously cleaned and brightened the area, filled with your own schemes. The white-clad woman looked around in confusion, doubting whether she had arrived at the right place. Ultimately, her gaze fell upon the well-maintained graveyard and you, residing in the small wooden hut beside it. This time, the white-clad woman did not linger in the ruins as before. Instead, she appeared before you in an instant. Before you could react, she grasped your wrist. You felt a surge of intense spiritual energy invade your meridians, reaching your energy reservoir. The white-clad woman was investigating the celestial cultivation method you practiced. Not long after, the spiritual energy was withdrawn, and she looked at you with a kind expression, saying, "So, your senior brother's sect still has descendants." You instantly understood that she had mistaken you for a descendant of this ruined sect. Chapter 15, My son, a great talent. The white-clad woman's misidentification went unchallenged and unconfirmed by you. You understood that if you were to admit it outright, you would undoubtedly gain her immense favor and numerous benefits. However, you feared being exposed. After all, such a powerful cultivator might possess some means of detecting lies. Ultimately, you chose to remain silent, allowing her to misconstrue the situation that if she insisted on questioning you, you would then come clean. Your silence was interpreted by the white-clad woman as tacit agreement. She did not, as you had anticipated, bombard you with inquiries. Rather, she informed you that she wished to stay here for a few days and hoped you would agree. Hearing this, you felt a surge of anxiety. Had you bitten off more than you could chew? The fact that she regarded you as the master of this place was entirely unexpected. You worried that if your true identity were revealed, she might become furious, and your current simulation could be jeopardized. However, you recognized that it was likely too late to deny it, so you nodded in agreement. Thus, the following days were filled with trepidation. Yet, your worries were unfounded. The white-clad woman seemed hardly to concern herself with you at all each day. She merely gazed vacantly at the ruins and the graveyard. She likely perceived herself as a guest, for she did not even construct a Tianxian pavilion. The white-clad woman enjoyed her stay. While you grew increasingly restless, something felt amiss. 2 days had already passed, and surely the white-clad woman would be leaving tomorrow. Why had no benefits come your way? You began to doubt whether you had overplayed your hand. Perhaps the white-clad woman believed that since you were masquerading as a descendant of this ruined sect, all these actions were merely your obligation, and thus she owed you nothing. Another day passed, and you recalled that during the last simulation, the white-clad woman had only lingered for 3 days. Today should be her day of departure. Yet, the anticipated benefits had yet to arrive, leaving you disheartened. Just then, the white-clad woman moved closer to you. She informed you that she was about to leave. Furthermore, she warned you that this area was under strict control, prohibiting cultivation. Should you be discovered, you would undoubtedly face dire consequences. She urged you to avoid revealing your cultivation level. She explained that while she could enter, she could not take anyone out, and she hoped you would survive in this land. Afterward, she inscribed a concealment talisman upon you. Then, she presented you with 2 items, a jade plate and a storage ring. She explained that the storage ring contained some cultivation resources, while the jade plate was a treasure known as the transmission jade plate. In times of danger, activating it with spiritual energy would allow you to randomly teleport up to 1,000 kilometers away, hoping it would save your life during critical moments. She cautioned that the transmission jade plate could only be used 3 times and advised against using it lightly unless absolutely necessary. As you gazed upon the array of items before you, an overwhelming sense of exhilaration surged within, for you deemed it exceedingly astute to disguise yourself as a disciple of that desolate sect. This time, the white-clad woman bestowed upon you an even greater trove of treasures. The artifact known as the transmission jade plate was nothing short of a life-preserving talisman, its worth likely surpassing that of the spirit stones and the breath-concealing talismans. Moreover, she hinted that this region was under the control of others, forbidding the practice of cultivation, thus corroborating your prior suspicions. Without delving further into contemplation, you promptly expressed your gratitude to the white-clad woman with a respectful bow. However, when you lifted your gaze, she had vanished without a trace. After her departure, you chose not to linger any longer. You had already devised a plan for this simulation, aimed solely at acquiring the gifts from the white-clad woman as rewards to take with you. Subsequently, you intended to return to Qingshan City to investigate the motives of the enigmatic figure in black who had targeted the Zhang family. Thus, you made your way back to Qingshan City. The journey from the Changqing mountain range to the city took you merely 3 days. Upon your return, you discovered that the entire city was plastered with bounty notices. As you approached closer, you realized they were all issued by the Jiang Merchant Guild seeking to locate you. It dawned on you that your stealthy departure had gone unnoticed, and your father Jiang Fushan must have presumed you missing, prompting him to post the bounties. Upon arriving home, you were met with the sight of your father Jiang Fushan, who had aged considerably in your absence. In that moment, despite the knowledge that this was all part of a simulation, tears involuntarily streamed down your cheeks, and your heart swelled with remorse. In the 4th year, instead of cultivating, you chose to accompany your father daily, claiming you wished to assist him. This gesture moved Jiang Fushan, who believed you had finally matured, resulting in a generous increase in your allowance. You felt a twinge of embarrassment, for your true intention was not to aid in business, but rather to uncover when the Jiang family had incurred the ire of cultivators. In the 5th year, you continued to feign interest in the business alongside your father, failing to uncover any anomalies. By the 6th year, you had accompanied him on numerous business trips, traversing various unfamiliar cities, broadening your horizons significantly. In the 7th year, Jiang Fushan deemed you sufficiently knowledgeable in commerce and entrusted you with the management of the Jiang Merchant Guild. Your aim was to remain close to your father, seeking clarity on how the Jiang family had offended that figure in black rather than to engage in trade. Hence you politely declined the offer, expressing your need for further learning. Your father, gratified by your eagerness to learn, did not press you further. Years swiftly passed. In the 11th year, the Jiang Merchant Guild received a substantial business opportunity, necessitating Jiang Fushan's journey to Liang country. The distance was great, requiring nearly half a year of travel, and he was reluctant to have you accompany him, fearing for your safety. After much insistence, even revealing a portion of your martial prowess, Jiang Fushan, witnessing your remarkable abilities, joyfully exclaimed, "My son, what a prodigy!" Without hesitation, he consented to your attendance. In the 12th year, the business dealings in Liang country went exceedingly well, and you and your father began your return journey. However, as you traversed the border region between Liang country and the Dao kingdom, the ground shook violently, revealing a vast chasm nearby. With no time to slow down, your entire convoy plummeted into the abyss, with only the cultivation of the Qi refinement 3rd level and the body tempering at 7th level. You were incapable of flight, helplessly witnessing your descent. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, with a resounding thud, you struck the ground, the force of the impact rendering you unconscious. Chapter 16. This deduction shall not falter. I have comprehended everything. When you regained consciousness, you found yourself in an ancient hall not far from you. Your father Jiang Fushan sat cross-legged, a luminous orb hovering above him, most of its essence already absorbed into his being. Upon witnessing this, you instinctively feared he was undergoing possession, rushing forward to intervene. Alas, as you approached, a barrier of light repelled you. 3 days elapsed before your father finally awoke, just as you were about to inquire about the situation. A shadowy figure in black appeared. You heard the figure bellow, "The inheritance of the immortal path is not for the likes of you," before launching a palm strike towards your father. In that instant, you saw the barrier flicker, and your father gazed at you with urgency, seemingly wanting to convey something. Before he could utter a word, he vanished, transported away. Immediately you heard the figure in black exclaim, "You cannot escape. I will find you." Upon witnessing your father's abrupt disappearance, the black-clad figure wasted no time and directed a palm strike at you, though you could have utilized the transmission jade plate left by the white-clad woman to flee. You refrained from doing so. The plate could only be used thrice, and you intended to preserve its usage for the real world, fearing that employing it in this simulation would diminish its remaining uses. You had already gleaned the answers you sought from this simulation, thus, you stood helplessly as the shadow of the black figure's palm shattered you. The talent of human bomb activated, unleashing a terrifying explosion that forever darkened the skin of the black-clad figure. You perished at the age of 32. The simulation concluded. In this simulation, you may choose 2 rewards: Human Bomb, Talent, Tiangong Skill, Immortal Path Technique, Storage Ring, 1, Spirit Stones, 1000, Transmission Jade Plate, Damaged, Human Bomb, Talent priced at 100,000 energy points, Tiangong Skill, Immortal Path Technique priced at 10 million energy points, Storage Ring, 1 priced at 500,000 energy points, Spirit Stones, 1000 priced at 1 million energy points, Transmission Jade Plate, Damaged priced at 20,000 0.00000 energy points, a flawed teleportation array, usable thrice. This time, Zhang Yifeng's objective in the simulation was investigation, with minimal focus on cultivation, and he successfully acquired a wealth of information. Now he pondered whether he had misjudged the situation previously. In this simulation, he witnessed his father receiving the inheritance of the immortal path 12 years later, and given the circumstances, the inheritance appeared formidable. Thus, when he died in the first simulation, did his father truly perish? The text he saw in the simulator indicated that the Zhang residence was crushed by a palm strike, and he was killed by falling debris. Reflecting on it now, it did not explicitly state that all members of the Zhang family had perished. In the subsequent simulations, he was only killed once by the figure in black. The figure had referred to him as a remnant of the Zhang family. Was he indeed specifically seeking him out? At that time, he was merely an ordinary person at the beginning of his martial journey. Was he really worth such a fervent pursuit by a cultivator, if his father had obtained the cultivation inheritance and fled? The figure in black might have been investigating and searching for him. During this process, he could have discovered that he was Jiang Fushan's son, and due to unfortunate circumstances, encountered the figure in black, leading to his demise. This line of reasoning seemed increasingly plausible. As for the first time his father did not allow him to flee, and later encouraged him to escape, the inference remained the same. It was due to his strength. In the first simulation, he was merely a spoiled youth, and fleeing would not have ensured his survival. By remaining with the Zhang family, his father may have harbored a sliver of hope. Believing the figure in black might not find them, or even if he did, he might have the capacity to lead him to safety. However, Jiang Fushan underestimated the figure's strength and overestimated his own luck, resulting in his son being crushed by debris. In a later simulation, having cultivated martial arts, Jiang Fushan considered it wise for him to leave early, as it would provide a greater chance of avoiding the figure in black and surviving. The only lingering question remained: how did the figure in black manage to locate the Zhang family after a year? Jiang Fushan was a notable figure in the Dao kingdom, after all. Perhaps the figure did not recognize his father's appearance at that time, or his father possessed some means of concealing his inheritance. Zhang Yifeng was confident he had unraveled the truth behind the matter, and his current deduction would not falter. He mused that if he could prevent his father from undertaking that business trip in the 11th year, he would secure the immortality inheritance for him, thereby averting all misfortunes. Zhang Yifeng felt inclined to experiment with this notion in future simulations. In reality, there was no need. He possessed the simulator and had already begun cultivating. In 10 years, if he were still fearful of that figure in black, it would reflect poorly on his capabilities. With his reasoning concluded, Zhang Yifeng turned his attention to the rewards from this simulation. This time, the breath-concealing talismans were absent from the rewards. It was unclear whether each item could only appear once or if the simulator deemed one sufficient for him. Regardless, it mattered little, as Zhang Yifeng had not intended to redeem it this time. Before the simulation commenced, Zhang Yifeng had planned to acquire a storage ring and spirit stones. His primary aim was to gather spirit stones. For the greater his reserve in reality, the more resources he would have available for cultivation during simulations, should he develop exceptional talents. However, simply obtaining spirit stones felt perilous, as they possessed a distinct aura easily detectable by cultivators. Therefore, he believed it essential to have a storage ring to mask that aura. Unfortunately, plans often falter. This time, another life-preserving item, the transmission jade plate, damaged, presented itself. This was undoubtedly essential, as it could safeguard him in reality and potentially prove invaluable during future simulations when he sought to survive and cultivate. Swiftly, Zhang Yifeng made his choice. I select the storage ring and the transmission jade plate, damaged. Each time, only 2 rewards could be selected. Zhang Yifeng estimated that soon, the simulator might upgrade again, at which point simulation rewards might even include talents. Furthermore, it would be challenging to bring out both the storage ring and spirit stones together, so he resolved to take the storage ring first. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired a storage ring. 1. Energy value deducted, 500,000. Remaining energy value, 7.9 billion. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a teleportation jade plate, fragment, energy value deducted, 20,000,000. Remaining energy value, 7.8 billion. An ancient ring and an octagonal jade plate materialized in Zhang Yifeng's hand. First, he secured the teleportation jade plate close to him, as he did not intend to place it in the storage ring, fearing he might be unable to retrieve it in a moment of crisis. Following this, Zhang Yifeng began to toy with the storage ring. He hastily placed all the items from his room into the storage ring, only to withdraw them all shortly after, reveling in the experience. Clearly, during his first tangible encounter with a storage item, he was overwhelmed with excitement. After a full half hour, Zhang Yifeng finally ceased his playful antics. Chapter 17: The Metamorphosis into a Glutton. Once his exhilaration subsided, Zhang Yifeng glanced at the remaining 2 simulation attempts. Instead of commencing the simulation immediately, he sought out the steward Zhang Dafu, inquiring about the arrival of the next batch of gold, silver, and jewels. Zhang Dafu hesitated, eventually revealing that the recent excessive consumption of cash by the trading firm had led to some liquidity issues, and the subsequent acquisitions had yet to commence. Zhang Yifeng was taken aback. Realizing that his recent extravagant acquisitions of gold, silver, and jewels had significantly impacted the Zhang family business, reflecting on this, he acknowledged that such a substantial cash outflow would naturally have repercussions. Nevertheless, despite these effects, Zhang Yifeng believed it prudent to first accumulate enough energy for the simulator, aiming for a total of 10 billion, to expedite its upgrade. After all, wealth was trivial, swiftly enhancing his strength and ensuring his own survival was paramount. Thus, he instructed Zhang Dafu to procure an additional 200 boxes of gold, silver, and jewels, after which acquisitions could be paused. This was a rough estimate, as 200 boxes would yield approximately 3.4 billion energy value, which should suffice for the simulator's upgrade. Once the simulator was upgraded, he would allow the Zhang family business to take a breather, as it was uncertain how much energy value would be required in the future. Relying on the Zhang family business was essential. Attempting to earn it himself would be far too slow, therefore, he could not jeopardize the Zhang family business for the sake of immediate energy value. Upon hearing Zhang Yifeng's request for just 200 more boxes, Zhang Dafu's face lit up with joy as he repeatedly praised his young master for his wisdom before retreating. Meanwhile, Zhang Yifeng pondered the 2 remaining simulation attempts. Realizing that by next week, when the 3 attempts were fully replenished, it would be impossible to gather the requisite 10 billion energy, even if Zhang Dafu were to initiate the acquisition of gold, silver, and jewels immediately. Procuring 200 boxes within a week and transporting them back to Qingshan City was simply unfeasible, as most nearby cities had already been thoroughly acquired by him, necessitating travel to more distant locations for procurement. Consequently, Zhang Yifeng decided against further storing simulation attempts. He returned to his room, murmured softly, and commenced the simulation. Simulation attempt consumed 1. Remaining attempts 1. Extracting green talent consumes 1000 energy value, extracting blue talent consumes 100,000 energy value. Please make your selection. Extracting blue talent, ding, deducted 100,000 energy value. Blue talent extraction in progress. Remaining energy value 7.8 billion. Congratulations, you have acquired the blue talent, glutton. Your appetite is astounding. The food you consume will convert into a small amount of energy, enhancing your physical form up to a limit. Zhang Yifeng's expression brightened at this talent. Finally, a promising ability had arrived. Previous simulations yielded rather lackluster talents, judging by the description. Enhancing the physical form likely pertains to bolstering martial prowess. Thus, this simulation would primarily focus on improving his martial arts. Since the enhancement relied on consumption, he resolved to remain in Qingshan City for the time being. Soon, Zhang Yifeng devised a plan and turned his attention to the simulator. The 7th simulation commenced. You momentarily dazed, realizing you had entered a simulated state. Reflecting on the recently acquired glutton talent, you did not rush to leave Qingshan City. On the first day, you visited the largest restaurant in Qingshan City, Shiyula, where you ordered a menu. After consuming over 10 dishes, you found yourself not even remotely sated. Following such a substantial meal, you sensed a slight enhancement in your martial arts cultivation. The effect was equivalent to practicing the unnamed secret technique once, which sparked a glimmer of excitement in your eyes. You realized that your daily practice of the unnamed secret technique yielded only 1 or 2 sessions. The glutton talent truly seemed remarkable. A single meal equated to nearly a day's worth of training. If you were to eat continuously throughout the day, wouldn't your progress soar? With this thought in mind, you promptly ordered several additional menus, totaling over 100 dishes. To avoid drawing attention, you requested the restaurant to deliver the food directly to the Zhang residence. On the second day, instead of personally visiting Shiyula, you instructed a servant to order several hundred dishes to be packaged and brought back. Then dismissed the servant to feast alone in the courtyard. The third day followed suit with more ordering and feasting. In the ensuing days, you fully embraced the role of a glutton, either indulging in food or en route to do so. This approach markedly accelerated your martial arts advancement. While you did not rapidly break through to the 8th level of body refinement, each day brought a tangible sense of progress. On the 12th day, having just devoured all the food, steward Jiang Dafu arrived with a substantial batch of gold, silver, and jewels to present to you. Aware that you were within a simulation, you harbored no particular thoughts, simply sending him on his way. Before long, a month passed, and rumors circulated throughout Qingshan City that the Jiang family's cook had met with misfortune, leaving the entire household reliant on takeout from Shiula. This incited envy among many who sought to work for the Jiang family. Upon hearing this news, you realized that if this continued, your gluttonous habits would soon become impossible to conceal. You were not particularly concerned about the townsfolk's gossip. Rather, you feared the attention of an unknown organization that sought to impede the cultivation of others. It was inconceivable that a normal person could consume such quantities daily, and you worried that the organization might take notice of you. Consequently, you refrained from ordering from Shiula, instead instructing servants to procure various meats from the market for you. Given the size of the Jiang family, purchasing several hundred pounds of meat daily would not raise any suspicions. Thus, you began roasting meat in your small courtyard, becoming self-sufficient. Remarkably, this not only did not diminish your martial arts progress but rather accelerated it further. You concluded that consuming various meats yielded superior results. After all, the meals you had taken home from Shiula were half-vegetarian dishes to cater to taste preferences. In what felt like the blink of an eye, 2 years flew by, and your martial arts cultivation had recently broken through to the 8th level of body refinement. This year, you sensed it was time to depart Qingshan City and venture to Tianxian Temple in the Changqing mountain range. On a moonless, windy night, you penned a letter to your family and stealthily made your exit. 3 days later, you arrived at the ruins of Tianxian Temple. As before, you buried all the remains found within the ruins, repairing the elegant tombstones while clearing away the debris. Simultaneously, you acquired the celestial heart technique. Tianxian Gong. Subsequently, you constructed a small wooden cabin beside the burial site and resumed your gluttonous lifestyle. 2 months later, you encountered a dilemma. The meat supplies you had stored in the storage ring from Qingshan City were insufficient for long-term sustenance. After merely 2 months, you had consumed 1/3 of your stock. From then on, you spent several hours daily hunting wild beasts to supplement your food supply. In the 3rd year, a woman in white appeared as scheduled, mistakenly identifying you as a descendant of the ruins sect. 3 days later, before her departure, she found you and advised you to conceal your cultivation level, urging you to live well, carrying the hopes of Tianxian Temple. She then inscribed a breath-concealing symbol on you and presented you with another teleportation jade plate and storage ring. Chapter 18. Unexpectedly, a mobile celestial inheritance. Shortly thereafter, you two prepared to return to Qingshan City. You believed that with the glutton talent, you could enhance your abilities even more rapidly there. Departing from the ruins of Tianxian Temple, you returned to Qingshan City in just 3 days. This time, you had left a letter in advance. Although your father Yijiang Fushan was worried, he did not resort to past measures of posting bounties. However, upon your return, he earnestly conversed with you for quite some time, insisting that you always travel with bodyguards in the future. In the 4th year, you ventured out little, spending your days indulging in food. The 5th year passed similarly, with you still immersed in your gluttonous habits. By the 6th year, in your long-standing routine of consuming 8 meals a day, each consisting of 10 bowls, your martial arts cultivation successfully broke through to the 9th level of body refinement. Time flew by, and by the 9th year, you realized that no matter how much you ate, your martial arts seemed to have hit a plateau. A sense of disappointment washed over you. You had hoped to leverage the glutton talent for rapid advancement but found yourself facing an unexpected bottleneck. However, you soon came to terms with this, recognizing that the glutton talent was merely a blue-tier talent, inherently limited in its potential. You thus attempted to practice the unnamed secret technique once more, resulting in slight progress, which left you reflecting on the efficacy of the unnamed technique. You surmised its only drawback was its slow pace, which stemmed from your inability to find compatible medicinal herbs for cultivation. In the 11th year, your father received an invitation to negotiate business in the Liang Kingdom. Upon learning this, you recalled how upon his return in the 12th year, he had encountered a celestial opportunity. attracting the attention of black-clad individuals. Consequently, you resolved to prevent your father from traveling to Dio Kingdom, hoping to alter the course of events. Unfortunately, your attempts at obstruction bore little fruit. The business venture was substantial. And while your father Jiang Fushan indulged you, he ultimately did not heed your advice. Instead, he provided you with a significant sum of silver notes to placate you. Unwilling to relinquish your concerns, you resorted to a drastic measure. Inflicting a wound upon yourself to feign serious injury, your father Jiang Fushan was thus compelled to abandon his business negotiations with the Great Yu Kingdom. In the days that followed, he devoted himself to your care, nursing you back to health. A year swiftly passed, and as your injuries healed, your father remained mostly confined within the Jiang residence, bound by your needs. On the 12th year, you suddenly sensed the ground quaking beneath you, and a colossal fissure appeared in the very heart of Qingshan City. All the inhabitants of the city plummeted into the abyss. As you fell, your eyes widened in disbelief, grappling with the surreal turn of events. It was utterly incomprehensible to you why the calamity that had previously struck the borders of the Great Yu Kingdom and Liang Kingdom at Yuyan Mountain was now unfolding in Qingshan City. With a crash, you landed and fell into unconsciousness. Time passed, and when you finally regained consciousness, you beheld your father seated in a meditative posture, a luminous orb hovering above him, merging with his being. You attempted to approach him, but a barrier of light obstructed your path. 3 days elapsed, and a figure clad in black suddenly materialized, bellowing, "Do you think the inheritance of the immortal path is something you can grasp?" He then thrust his palm towards your father. You witnessed the barrier flicker as your father gazed at you with urgency, seemingly wishing to impart words that never escaped his lips before he was whisked away. The black-clad figure shouted, "You cannot escape. I will hunt you down." He then cast a glance at you and launched an attack. This time, you were not prepared to surrender. You hastily activated the teleportation jade plate and vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, you found yourself in a city miles away. Your sudden arrival startled the townsfolk, causing vendors and passers-by to turn their attention towards you, some even bowing in reverence, proclaiming the descent of a deity. Yet, you were oblivious to their reactions, feeling dizzy and unsteady, likely a consequence of the rapid teleportation. Suddenly, you stumbled, and a vendor in black rushed over to steady you. Just as you were about to express your gratitude, you caught a mysterious smile from him, and an icy sensation pierced your heart. Your consciousness began to wane, and you faintly heard the vendor murmur, "What luck! I never expected to encounter a local cultivator and score a bounty." In that moment, your life extinguished at the age of 32. The simulation concluded. This time, you may choose 2 rewards: gluttonous talent, heavenly profound art, immortal path technique, martial arts proficiency, body refinement complete, spirit stones, 2,000 pieces, gluttonous talent priced at 100,000 energy points, heavenly profound art, immortal path technique priced at 10 million energy points. Martial arts proficiency, body refinement complete priced at 100,000 energy points, spirit stones, 2,000 pieces priced at 20 million energy points. Zhang Yifeng stared at the text on the simulator, momentarily lost in thought. He had believed that by obstructing his father's journey to the Great Yu Kingdom, he could avoid the peril threatening the Zhang family. Little did he realize that this inheritance could occur elsewhere. Zhang Yifeng struggled to comprehend the underlying principle. However, he began to grasp that this inheritance was intrinsically linked to his father. There was no escaping it, whenever that moment arrived, regardless of where his father was. The inheritance would find Jiang Fushan, and it seemed that deeper secrets lay hidden within his father. Zhang Yifeng murmured to himself. Presently, he had no intention of delving deeper, yet this revelation left him somewhat troubled. He had initially aimed to alter his father's trajectory to evade the black-clad figure, thus prolonging the simulation time to enhance his cultivation. Now, it appeared that this path was no longer viable. Additionally, there was an unsettling aspect of this simulation that left Zhang Yifeng apprehensive. The black-clad vendor who had attacked him, according to the simulation's description, ordinary people had reacted with panic upon witnessing his sudden appearance through teleportation, some even worshipping him as a celestial being. Yet, this vendor had chosen to strike him, indicating he was no ordinary individual. Especially chilling was the phrase about scoring a bounty, suggesting that those who sought to eliminate cultivators or investigate their circumstances were not merely a handful of individuals but part of a vast organization. It was plausible that such an organization had infiltrated the grassroots, hiding among the populace. Zhang Yifeng pondered whether there were similar individuals concealed within Qingshan City, reflecting on the circumstances of the second simulation. where he had extensively sought out cultivators for years before being killed. He realized how fortunate he had been. Of course, it was also possible that this organization did not aim to slay those in search of the immortal path, but rather those approaching the threshold of becoming cultivators. For instance, during the previous simulation, he had been attacked only as he drew near Tiangshuangwan, a place where the white-robed woman had indeed been present. Perhaps shortly after her appearance, this organization had become aware of the location of Tiangshuangwan. With this train of thought, Zhang Yifeng felt grateful. Had he lingered there after the white-robed woman departed, he might have met an untimely end in those simulations. Chapter 19. Simulation energy exceeds 1 billion. Yet the simulator cannot be upgraded. Zhang Yifeng shook his head, dispelling all thoughts that he believed that overthinking was futile at this juncture. It was imperative to conceal any signs of his cultivation in reality to ensure his safety. He then turned his attention to the rewards from this simulation. Regarding the rewards, Zhang Yifeng felt little hesitation. The gluttonous talent had reached its limit after the body refinement was complete and was no longer beneficial. He had long desired to select the heavenly profound art, immortal path technique, but there was no rush. The technique would remain available, and he could seize the opportunity in future simulations. Soon Zhang Yifeng made his choice. I select the spirit stones, 2,000 pieces, and martial arts proficiency, body refinement complete. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained spirit stones, 2,000 pieces, deducting 20 million energy points, remaining energy points, 7.8 billion. Martial arts proficiency, body refinement complete, extraction successful, deducting 100,000 energy points, remaining energy points, 7.8 billion. Instantly, Zhang Yifeng felt a warm current coursing through his body, accompanied by a subtle cracking sound from his bones. He understood that the simulator was enhancing his martial arts proficiency, though there was a slight discomfort. The process was brief. After the enhancement, Zhang Yifeng clenched his fists, acutely aware that his strength had multiplied several times over. He felt an overwhelming urge to proclaim, "Is there anyone else?" Fortunately, he maintained his composure and quickly reined in his impulse, with his cultivation secured. Zhang Yifeng scanned his surroundings but found no sign of the spirit stones. He couldn't help but call out, "Simulator, simulator, where are the spirit stones?" Ding! The spirit stones have been placed within the host's storage ring. Please check for yourself. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yifeng promptly examined his storage ring. Indeed, 2,000 spirit stones were piled within. With all rewards confirmed, Zhang Yifeng contemplated whether to continue the simulation, as the simulator could store 3 attempts. And he had half a month remaining until reaching capacity. Would he be able to gather enough energy points to upgrade the simulator in this time? Could the steward Zhang Dafu manage to return with 200 boxes of gold, silver, and jewels within half a month? Zhang Yifeng was uncertain, yet he decided to wait a while longer. After making his decision, he left the Zhang residence and headed towards Chunyan Tower. The persona of a wealthy scion was steadfast. However, as he walked, he found himself subconsciously observing the crowd on the streets, especially those clad in black, feeling an instinctive urge to distance himself from them. The days spent in the pleasure houses passed swiftly, and before long, another half-month had elapsed. Zhang Yifeng's simulation attempts had once again reached 3. The steward, Zhang Dafu, proved reliable in his duties. The 200 boxes of gold, silver, and jewels had just arrived and were arranged in the basement as Zhang Yifeng had instructed. The basement now appeared filled with over 1,000 boxes. Of course, most of these were empty boxes intended to mislead. Ignoring the empty boxes, Zhang Yifeng placed his hands on the 200 boxes containing treasures and systematically exchanged them for energy points. As he conducted the exchanges, an additional 200 empty boxes accumulated in the basement. Ding! Exchange yielded 3.8 billion energy points, remaining energy points, 12.6 billion. After some time, Zhang Yifeng found himself in a state of confusion. What is going on? Is 10 billion energy points insufficient for an upgrade? His brow furrowed in concern, wondering if there was an error. He tentatively called out in his mind, "Simulator, upgrade." Ding! Detection indicates host strength is too low. Upgrade conditions are not met. A stern reminder. The next upgrade conditions for this simulator are, possess 1 billion energy points, and either the immortal path or martial arts proficiency must reach the second great realm. Damn it! Why didn't you say so earlier? Zhang Yifeng felt a surge of frustration. He had been waiting to upgrade the simulator, hoping to draw a superior talent and rapidly enhance his strength. Yet he was now informed that the energy points had been sufficient all along. What he lacked was strength and realm. Was this some kind of joke? His grievances went unanswered by the simulator. He shook his head in resignation. This was perhaps the burden of wealth. Even with ample energy points for upgrading the simulator, he now faced limitations due to insufficient strength. The simulator likely had not anticipated being bound to a wealthy host who need not worry about energy points. It seemed he would need to focus on enhancing his strength in future simulations. With that resolution, Zhang Yifeng no longer hesitated. He silently thought, commence simulation, consuming 1 simulation attempt, 2 remaining, drawing a green talent consumes 1,000 energy points, drawing a blue talent consumes 100,000 energy points, please select, draw a blue talent, ding, a deduction of 100,000 energy points has been made. During the extraction of blue talents, you have 12.6 billion energy points remaining. Congratulations, you have acquired the blue talent. Luck 1. Luck 1. Your fortune is slightly better than that of ordinary individuals. Zhang Yifeng gazed at this luck-related talent, unable to discern its true value, and thus did not dwell on it further, turning his attention instead to the development of the simulator. The 8th simulation commenced. You sensed that you had entered the simulation. On the first day, you penned a letter home and, under the cover of darkness, stealthily slipped out of Qingshan City. By the 4th day, you arrived at the ruins of Tianxian Temple within the Evergreen Mountain Range. On the 5th day, you cleared the ruins, burying the skeletal remains and erecting a delicate cemetery. Simultaneously, you obtained the Celestial Heart Technique, Tianxian Gong. In the days that followed, you diligently practiced the Nameless Technique each day, dedicating the rest of your time to searching for food and wholeheartedly cultivating the Tianxian Gong. By the end of the first year, you had consumed 6 spirit stones, resulting in a noticeable enhancement in your celestial cultivation. In the second year, you again consumed 6 spirit stones, feeling that you were not far from achieving the 4th level of Qi refinement. In the third year, a woman clad in white suddenly descended, mistakenly identifying you as a disciple of the ruins sect. 3 days later, as she prepared to depart, she intended to leave you some life-saving items and resources but discovered that you already possessed them. In the end, she merely waved her hand and uttered a farewell. After her departure, a sense of frustration enveloped you, as you lamented your oversight in not concealing your cultivation resources. While you were indifferent to the concealment talisman and the teleportation jade plate, one of each sufficed. Your lack of spirit stones left you somewhat distressed. Nonetheless, the matter was beyond remedy. In this simulation, you plan to strive diligently to enhance your cultivation, aiming to meet the conditions for upgrading the simulator. Feeling that this place was not secure, you tidied up and prepared to leave. As for your destination, you pondered for a moment. Based on your deductions, the black-cloaked individual who had previously targeted the Zhang family was not intentionally pursuing you. In fact, with the concealment talisman in your possession, as long as you did not actively reveal your cultivation level and fortune remained on your side, you should be safe. Yet, all of this was merely conjecture and yet to be validated. To be more prudent, you decided to venture towards the Death Desert. It was the place where you had survived the longest in previous simulations, despite encountering unforeseen events during your second visit. This time, however, you were prepared. You believed that as long as you avoided creating too much bloodshed, survival should not be an issue. By the 4th year, you reduced your training time, dedicating most of your days to travel, following the route indicated on the fragmented map of the Death Desert. In the 5th year, you arrived at an oasis within the desert. After examining the fragmented map of the Death Desert, you realized that you were only a few thousand miles away from the map's endpoint. You understood that this endpoint was the location of your demise during your first visit to the desert, where a massive shadow loomed, suspected to belong to a powerful beast. Thus, you halted your progress, unwilling to venture closer, and decided to settle in this oasis. That same year, your celestial cultivation finally broke through to the 4th level of Qi refinement. In the 6th year, you firmly established your home in this oasis within the desert, spending your days training and occasionally hunting animals to stave off hunger, drawing from lessons learned in previous simulations. You chose to target only solitary animals, avoiding excessive bloodshed. During the 7th year, you continued to cultivate diligently, making notable progress. By the 9th year, your celestial cultivation reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. In the 13th year, you achieved the 6th level, and by the 18th year, the 7th level. In the 23rd year, you attained the 8th level, and by the 28th year, you reached the 9th level. Throughout these years, you faced little external interference, and after consuming several hundred spirit stones, your celestial cultivation steadily advanced. On a certain day in the 30th year, you awoke and practiced the Nameless Secret Technique as usual. Just as you completed your practice, you suddenly sensed a flow of energy coursing through your flesh and blood. You clearly recognized that this was not spiritual energy, but rather martial essence refined from your own body. To your astonishment, the mere practice of the nameless technique had nearly led you to abandon martial arts, yet it unexpectedly propelled you into the second major realm, the essence condensation stage. You smiled faintly. As decades of cultivation had imparted a sense of tranquility to your mindset. In the subsequent days, you did not intensify your martial practice following this breakthrough. Instead, you primarily focused on cultivating the celestial heart technique. As you had ample resources in the form of spirit stones, the resources required for martial training, such as elixirs or the vital blood of fierce beasts to enhance your physical prowess, were entirely absent. You did, however, consider the possibility of encountering the beasts of the desert, including the gigantic shadow that had devoured you in previous simulations, as well as the massive black python, and nonetheless, you were hesitant to target them. Naturally, you had contemplated utilizing the extreme methods from the nameless technique to cultivate martial arts, but this also required specific perilous locations, the whereabouts of which remained unknown to you. In the 33rd year, you reached the pinnacle of chi refinement. Upon achieving this culmination, you realized that a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage was necessary for further advancement. The heart technique of Tianxian Gong indicated that a full chi si needed to be established. Condensing qi into liquid form to transition into the foundation establishment stage, you understood that after reaching the peak of qi refinement, it was essential to transform spiritual energy into liquid to break through to the foundation establishment stage. However, you were uncertain if there existed any expedited methods for achieving this, thus, you could only rely on the heart technique to continuously compress the spiritual energy. This was a lengthy process, yet you remained undeterred. Diligently persevering. In the 34th year, you continued to compress the spiritual energy, but no significant progress was made. By the 35th year, you successfully compressed several strands of spiritual energy together, initiating their fusion. Each strand grew somewhat more robust. Yet there was no indication of transitioning into liquid form. Years passed swiftly. In the 41st year, you successfully fused multiple strands of spiritual energy, transforming them into a droplet of liquid. You felt a surge of excitement. As hope for the foundation establishment stage flickered before you, however, this was merely the beginning. You needed to convert all the spiritual energy within your chi into liquid to step into the foundation establishment stage. In the 43rd year, while practicing, you suddenly sensed a tremor. A wave of apprehension surged within you, recalling the gigantic shadow in the desert from the first simulation. You remembered that it had seemingly emerged from the desert this very year. You comforted yourself, noting that you were still a considerable distance from your original location. However, you remained vigilant and ceased your practice, grasping the teleportation jade plate in your hand, prepared to escape at the first sign of danger. At that moment, you spotted a dragon silhouette in the distant sky. Although far away, you were certain it was indeed a dragon. This revelation heightened your anxiety, as dragons were creatures you had only heard of in mythical tales, symbols of immense power and invincibility. Then, you witnessed a breathtaking spectacle. A brilliant light suddenly erupted before the demon dragon, hurtling towards it with dazzling radiance. Following this, a resonant dragon roar echoed, and even from thousands of miles away, you could hear it clearly. At this juncture, you noticed a small black dot before the demon dragon. Previously, due to the distance, you had failed to observe this detail. It now seemed highly likely that the dot represented a person. A thought struck you. Could it be that a cultivator was battling the demon dragon? As time passed, your suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, someone was engaged in combat with the demon dragon, as their battlefield gradually shifted closer to your position. You could now clearly see the figures engaged in battle. Clad in green robes, the individual appeared to be evenly matched with the colossal demon dragon that loomed thousands of meters high. A sense of familiarity washed over you as you watched the figure, as if you had seen them before. However, you had no time to ponder the identity of this person. The confrontation between the human and dragon was terrifying. The sheer force of their clash conveyed that should you become embroiled in their struggle, your demise would be inevitable. As their battleground approached your vicinity, you felt it was time to flee. Without hesitation, you activated the teleportation jade plate, vanishing instantly from your location. When you reappeared, the scene before you nearly induced panic. You had been transported directly in front of the demon dragon. The earthy-hued beast paused momentarily upon noticing your presence. but swiftly unleashed a torrent of dragon fire in your direction. In a state of urgency, you attempted to activate the teleportation jade plate once more, yet, the aftereffects of your previous teleportation rendered you unable to concentrate enough to activate the teleportation array. Just as you believed this simulation was nearing its end, a familiar voice resonated in your ears. Fomer, immediately you beheld a familiar visage appearing before you, shielding you from the dragon fire's assault. To your astonishment, the figure you recognized in green robes was none other than your father, Jiang Fushan Dai. In the 21st chapter, Fortune Lies in Danger, many years had passed, as a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement. You had taken on the appearance of a middle-aged man, yet your father's countenance remained unchanged. You understood that his cultivation had reached a level beyond your current comprehension. A multitude of questions swirled in your mind. Yet it was evident that the opportunity to inquire was not at hand. After blocking the dragon's fiery breath, your father, Jiang Fushan, promptly hurled you to safety. You felt yourself spinning rapidly through the air. Yet discomfort eluded you as a gentle stream of spiritual energy enveloped you. You realized this was undoubtedly a technique employed by your father. Simultaneously, you heard him shout, "Flee, escape this forbidden land along the desert." As his words fell, your father Jiang Fushan once again engaged in a fierce battle with the earthy-hued demon dragon. As you descended to the ground, you found yourself already thousands of miles away, however, enveloped by the ethereal essence of your father. Jiang Fushan, you landed unscathed. Turning back, you could still faintly witness the fierce battle between your father and the demonic dragon, yet, you had no intention of lingering to watch. You understood that remaining here would only burden your father further. From your father's shouts, you gleaned a few insights. The forbidden land he spoke of might very well be the area restricted from cultivation, as mentioned by the woman in white when your father advised you to flee towards the desert. You thought perhaps traversing the desert would mean escaping the confines of the forbidden zone. Without hesitation, you set off into the depths of the desert. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. With your swift pace, you soon arrived at the very site of the demonic dragon's emergence, the place where you had perished during your first simulation in this deadly desert. Here, you beheld a vast crevice cave. Surrounded by sand that miraculously did not encroach upon it to bury it, gazing into the depths of the chasm, an inner voice urged you to explore further. For a moment, you hesitated. You recalled how you had just sprinted for half a day. Still not covering the distance your father could easily toss aside. If a powerful foe were truly pursuing you, you felt certain you would not escape. Your thoughts then drifted to the novels you had read in your past life. Typically, the lairs of demonic dragons were filled with treasures. You recognized that such an opportunity was rare, and knowing the demonic dragon was away meant its lair was likely devoid of immediate danger. As the adage goes, a fortune favors the bold. You resolved that if someone were to chase you, escape would be futile. It was better to investigate the dragon's lair for any treasures. Ultimately, you leapt into the crevice cave. The descent was deep, taking several seconds before you finally touched down. Fortunately, you were no longer an ordinary person. Though you could not yet fly, you had mastered the art of mitigating falls, and thus you emerged unscathed despite the height from which you fell. As you surveyed your surroundings, the cavern's depths, extending thousands of meters below, were not as dark as you had imagined. Remarkably, the underground of this desert held no trace of sand or stone. Instead, it was surrounded by gleaming gold. The sight was almost blinding. The cavern was vast, and you moved cautiously, searching for any potential treasures. After several minutes of scouring, you discovered that aside from the seemingly endless gold, there were also numerous luminous pearls. However, no items related to cultivation were in sight. In reality, such an abundance of gold and pearls would have been immensely beneficial, potentially yielding a significant amount of energy value. Yet, you were acutely aware that this was but a simulation, and these treasures held no value for you. With a resigned sigh, you prepared to leave, but how to return to the surface became a pressing dilemma. After multiple attempts to climb back, you ultimately opted to use the teleportation array. Where you would emerge was a matter of chance. In a flash, the teleportation array activated, and when you reappeared, you found yourself not above the desert, but still within the lair of the demonic dragon. The shimmering golden walls confirmed your location, yet you were puzzled. This place was unfamiliar. You had previously explored the underground lair and had not encountered this area. A thought struck you. Could this be a hidden treasure trove of the demonic dragon? Excitement surged within you as you scanned your surroundings. This space appeared small, akin to a secret chamber, aside from the radiant gold. There was nothing else, not even an exit. However, at the center, there lay a colossal golden egg. Upon seeing it, your heart raced, and the term dragon egg sprang to mind. could it be that you could raise a dragon? Wiping the drool from your lips, you found yourself torn with anticipation. Soon after, you kindled a fire and placed the dragon egg on the roasting pan you had just fashioned. You reasoned that it was only fair. The demonic dragon had devoured you in a previous simulation, and now you would feast upon its offspring. Calling it even, you considered yourself magnanimous, unwilling to hold a grudge in minutes past, yet the dragon egg showed no signs of cooking. It appeared impervious to heat. Just then, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the air. Though you did not comprehend its meaning, you sensed the demonic dragon was returning. Frowning, you struck the dragon egg with a hammer. You thought to yourself, regardless of whether it was cooked or not, you had made up your mind to consume it. As you began to suck on the cracked egg, the outside roar intensified. Resonating with urgency. At that moment, you realized the demonic dragon had sensed someone tampering with its egg. Should you flee? A fleeting thought of escape crossed your mind, but it was quickly dismissed. The prospect of consuming the dragon egg promised significant enhancement to your abilities. You hastened your efforts, muttering, running is futile. I can always attempt another simulation. As you continued, heat surged through your body, and your physical strength noticeably increased. Your martial prowess progressed from the second to the third stage of chi condensation. These were the anticipated benefits. However, another phenomenon struck you with trepidation, prompting thoughts of abandoning your endeavor. You observed an influx of golden dragon energy flooding into your dantian, yet it did not merge with your spiritual energy nor condense into liquid. Rather, it expanded your dantian, making it increasingly voluminous. Meanwhile, your cultivation level inexplicably declined, dropping from peak chi condensation to the 9th, 8th, and all the way to the 3rd stage. If this were all that transpired, you would not have worried. Although your cultivation had diminished, you did not feel your strength waning. Though your understanding of cultivation was limited, you believed a larger dantian would solidify your foundation, ultimately benefiting you in the long run. However, this was not the end. You sensed that as your dantian expanded, cracks began to form, threatening to rupture. What would happen if your dantian exploded? Surely, you would be unable to cultivate again. Now you faced a choice: to continue consuming the dragon egg, enhancing your martial prowess at the cost of forsaking your cultivation, or to relinquish the pursuit of martial enhancement to safeguard your chance at cultivation. In reality, you would have immediately abandoned the egg to protect your dantian. Yet considering this was merely a simulation, you grinned and quickened your pace. You could faintly hear the sound of your dantian fracturing. Was it truly about to shatter? Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, and you perished. No need to ponder, you admit your demise at the age of 63. The simulation concluded. You were presented with 2 reward options: 1 luck, talent, Tianxian Gong, celestial heart method, martial cultivation, 9th stage of chi condensation, or celestial cultivation, peak chi condensation to 3rd stage. The 1 luck, talent, was priced at 100,000 energy values, Tianxian Gong at 10 million energy values, 9th stage of chi condensation at 900,000 energy values. And celestial cultivation, peak chi condensation to 3rd stage, at 95,000 energy values. Zhang Yifeng gazed at the simulator, astonished that this time he had not fallen to death by combat but rather due to gluttony. Yet, recalling the bountiful rewards from this simulation, a smile crept across his face. The gains were indeed substantial. Among them, 2 pieces of information stood out. First, he discovered that his father had not perished in the events 13 years hence. In fact, even over 40 years later, he had battled the demonic dragon, having evidently become an extraordinarily formidable cultivator. The second revelation pertained to the path to escape this so-called forbidden land, according to his father's words within the simulation. Traversing the death desert held the potential for escape. Zhang Yifeng resolved that he must leave this place in future simulations, otherwise, the resources for his cultivation and the constant need to evade pursuers would hinder his progress. The rewards from this simulation exceeded his expectations. Unexpectedly, he was presented with 2 options for celestial cultivation. Although one was only the 3rd stage of chi condensation, Zhang Yifeng believed it to be superior to the peak level. The simulator had indicated that this was the celestial cultivation resulting from an expanded dantian. Though his understanding of celestial knowledge was limited, he recognized that a larger dantian would allow for greater spiritual energy storage, thus enhancing his strength. Moreover, the 3rd stage of chi condensation bore remnants of dragon essence within it. What exactly dragon essence entailed, Zhang Yifeng did not know, but he sensed it was intrinsically linked to the dragon egg he had absorbed. Given its connection to dragons, how could it be anything but beneficial? Thus, without a second thought, he resolved to select the third stage of qi condensation, choosing this would undoubtedly fortify his path in celestial cultivation, enabling him to traverse it more robustly and for a longer duration. As for the other reward, Tian Shan could wait. In reality, he had no immediate plans to practice or engage in combat. So the celestial heart method was not urgent, thus, he faced a decision between one luck and martial cultivation. Zhang Yifeng found the one luck talent to be both useful and nebulous, making it difficult to evaluate its worth. It could be argued that it played a role in his encounter with the dragon egg, yet it was also true that he had still met his demise. Ultimately, Zhang Yifeng shook his head and made his choice. He would select martial cultivation, 9th stage of qi condensation, and celestial cultivation, 3rd stage of qi condensation, but Zhang Yifeng felt fortunate. It was merely a blue talent. Even if it truly had an effect, it was probably just coincidental, as it was not guaranteed to activate every time. Strength remained paramount. Ding. Martial arts cultivation, Ning Yuan realm 9th layer, extraction successful. Deducting 900,000 energy points, remaining energy, 12.6 billion. Ding. Immortal cultivation, refining qi 3rd layer, extraction successful. Deducting 10 million energy points, remaining energy, 12.5 billion. The reward selection was complete, and Zhang Yifeng instantly sensed changes occurring within his body and qi. The feeling of enhanced power was distinctly perceptible to him. Moments later, the enhancement was complete, and Zhang Yifeng felt an overwhelming sense of superiority. However, his rationality quickly tempered this elation. Soon after, the simulator's upgrade notification chimed in. Ding! The host is confirmed to meet the conditions for simulator upgrade. Would you like to spend 1 billion energy points to upgrade? Upgrade, Zhang Yifeng promptly responded. There was no need to ask, he had been waiting for this moment. Ding, the simulator upgraded to version 3.0, deducting 1 billion energy points, remaining energy, 11.5 billion. The simulator version 3.0 cancelled the green talent extraction and added purple talent extraction. New feature, the host can autonomously choose an appropriate time to spend energy points for deep simulation. 10,000 energy points per hour. Note, death in deep simulation does not affect the host in reality. Deep simulation, a profound simulation feature designed to enhance the host's mindset, allowing the host's soul to enter a genuine simulated environment to experience the joys of cultivation and combat. Zhang Yifeng surveyed the upgraded functions of the simulator and nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, he could finally extract purple talents. As for the deep simulation feature, Zhang Yifeng found it quite appealing, as it would enable him to enhance his mindset and improve his combat capabilities through simulation. At present, he possessed cultivation but lacked the mindset techniques and practical combat skills. If an unexpected situation arose, would he be able to fight? The answer was undoubtedly no. Even if he did, he would be weak. Zhang Yifeng was acutely aware of this. He had not even exchanged for the immortal Dao heart method. To put it plainly, apart from his realm of cultivation, he did not know how to operate qi or engage in combat. He currently had no intention of taking action in reality. However, with the addition of the deep simulation feature, when his cultivation grew stronger in the future, he would need to consider enhancing his combat abilities. But for now, it was certainly not applicable, as the practitioners he encountered in the simulations were far from benevolent. With his current cultivation level, encountering those practitioners would result in instant death. Deep simulation could only enhance his capacity for demise. Chapter 23, Purple Talent Thunderfire. True Spirit Root. Having grasped the functionalities of the simulator upgrade, Zhang Yifeng did not dwell further on it. He noticed he had 2 simulation attempts remaining. Without hesitation, he silently intoned, Initiate simulation, consuming 1 simulation attempt. Remaining attempts, 1. Extracting blue talent consumes 100,000 energy points, extracting purple talent consumes 1 million energy points. Please make your selection. Zhang Yifeng observed the energy consumption and felt it was significantly less than he had anticipated. The energy required to extract green and blue talents had differed by 100-fold, yet, the extraction of purple talent was only 10-fold more than blue. This left Zhang Yifeng somewhat puzzled, even beginning to worry whether the purple talent might be underwhelming. Ding. Green and blue talents are worlds apart. Green talent can only influence ordinary individuals, whereas blue talent marks the beginning of cultivation, impacting practitioners. Hence, the disparity in energy consumption. It seemed the simulator sensed Zhang Yifeng's thoughts and provided an explanation directly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yifeng's anxious heart settled. He softly uttered, "Extract purple talent, ding, deducting 1 million energy points, purple talent extraction in progress, remaining energy, 11.5 billion. Congratulations, you have obtained the purple talent, Thunderfire True Spirit Root." Thunderfire True Spirit Root, a mutated Supreme True Spirit Root, possessing attributes of thunder and fire. Ding detection reveals the host already possesses 5 elements. Pseudo Spirit Root, talent replacement in progress, replacement complete, now endowed with the mutated Spirit Root. Thunderfire True Spirit Root, you have become a budding genius in the immortal Tao. Yes, a perfect match. Jiang Yifeng exuberantly clenched his fist, gazing at the acquired Thunderfire True Spirit Root talent. His emotions surged. This Spirit Root talent was precisely what he desired most at present. The previous 5 elements Pseudo Spirit Root had been utterly inadequate, truly deserving of the simulator's designation as the worst Spirit Root. His previous simulations had seen painfully slow advancements in his immortal Tao cultivation. Now, with the Thunderfire mutated True Spirit Root, it was clear from the description that it was vastly superior. The simulator even indicated that possessing this Spirit Root marked one as a budding genius in the immortal Tao. Jiang Yifeng felt a swell of anticipation. He could hardly wait to observe the effects of this talent in the simulation. The 9th simulation commenced. You briefly lost focus, realizing you had entered the simulated state. On the first day, you stealthily departed from Qingshan City under the cover of darkness. By the 3rd day, you arrived at the ruins of Tianshan Temple in the Changqing Mountains. Upon reaching this location, you meticulously cleared the ruins, burying all the remains and erecting exquisite tombstones. Simultaneously, you acquired the immortal Tao Heart Method, Tianshan Gong. Eager to begin your training with the Tianshan Gong, you sought to discover the cultivation effects of your new Spirit Root talent. Retrieving a Spirit Stone from your storage ring, you activated the Heart Method and commenced your practice. In mere moments, you had cycled through the technique once, absorbing the spiritual energy from the Spirit Stone into your Qi. Ultimately, in less than half an hour, a single Spirit Stone was completely reduced to ashes. Staring at the remaining powder of the Spirit Stone in your hand, you were momentarily stunned. You recalled that when you still possessed the 5 elements Pseudo Spirit Root, it took you a full 2 months to absorb a single Spirit Stone. Now, with the Thunderfire True Spirit Root, you had consumed a Spirit Stone in merely half an hour. If one were to measure the efficiency of Spirit Stone absorption, the disparity was indeed over 1,000-fold. This left you reflecting on the undeniable truth that cultivation depended greatly on talent. Even among the protagonists of novels from your previous life, how many could truly be classified as useless? They were merely temporarily down on their luck. With an exceptional cultivation Spirit Root, you certainly could not afford to squander your potential. Your days henceforth were filled with rigorous training. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Your daily routine consisted of practicing the unnamed technique and dedicating the majority of your time to immortal Tao cultivation. Within this month, you skyrocketed from the refining Qi 3rd layer to refining Qi perfection. Notably, this surge occurred even after your Qi had expanded several times. Had your Qi not been enlarged beforehand, it would mean you achieved refining Qi perfection in less than 10 days. A feat that equaled the progress you had made over decades in previous simulations. Such speed was something you had never dared to imagine. In the 2nd month, you had completely compressed the spiritual energy within your Qi into a liquid state. With such a promising talent, establishing your foundation posed no obstacle, and you successfully broke through in merely 1 month, becoming a foundation establishment cultivator. However, you found it perplexing that the dragon Qi within your Qi had neither fused with the spiritual energy nor could it be controlled. It remained isolated. Nevertheless, as it did not hinder your breakthrough, you paid it little mind. In the 3rd month, you distinctly felt that after advancing to the foundation establishment stage, progress became somewhat challenging. Over the course of a month, you only broke through to the 2nd layer of foundation establishment, still distanced from the 3rd layer. During this month, you encountered a rather troublesome issue: the depletion of Spirit Stones. The enhancement of your talent resulted in swifter cultivation, but it also accelerated the consumption of resources. In just 3 months, you had consumed 1,800 Spirit Stones, leaving you with merely 200 remaining. Lacking a solution, you continued your training. 10 days later, your Spirit Stones were entirely exhausted, and your immortal Tao cultivation had just reached the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. Following this, without Spirit Stone resources, you clearly sensed that your cultivation progress had diminished significantly. As 9 months passed, A year had gone by since the simulation began, and your immortal Tao cultivation broke through to the fourth layer of foundation establishment. This realization underscored the importance of cultivation resources. Previously, when spirit stones were abundant, you could break through a small realm in merely a month. However, without resources, it required several times that duration. In the second year, you observed that the time required for breakthroughs was steadily increasing. Taking an entire year to advance a small realm to the fifth layer of foundation establishment. By the third year, you had early hidden your teleportation jade plate, storage ring, and even your breath-holding talismans. With the experience gained from the previous simulation, you were concerned that these items might prevent you from exploiting the white-clad woman's resources. After concealing these items, another 2 months passed. One day, you noticed a white-clad woman appearing amidst the ruins. Your heart raced, thinking your spirit stone resources had finally arrived, yet, outwardly, you feigned indifference, pretending not to see the white-clad woman. She glanced at you, her expression shifting sharply, and in an instant, she vanished from her original location. Appearing right before you, before you could react, she seized your throat with a firm grip. The sudden turn of events left you unprepared. You could not comprehend what had gone awry in this simulation. In previous simulations, although the white-clad woman had assessed your cultivation heart method, she had never taken direct action against you. You were bewildered by the current situation. Chapter 24. Trapped in a mirage. The cycle of death. At this moment, you lacked the mental clarity for further contemplation. An intense sense of suffocation instinctively prompted you to resist. Alas, even with your enhanced strength, you could not make any move against the overwhelming pressure exerted by the white-clad woman. Just as you felt consciousness slipping away, her grip loosened slightly. She inquired as to your identity and the reason for your presence here. You hastily declared yourself a disciple of the Tianxian Temple, explaining that you were here to guard the graves of your ancestors. Although you were perplexed by the unusual behavior of the white-clad woman during this simulation, you believed that simply stating your affiliation with the Tianxian Temple could salvage the situation. After all, this desolate site bore no name, and the Tianxian Temple was a conjectured name based on the previous simulation where the white-clad woman had restored it. You felt confident in your assumption. Indeed, as soon as you uttered the words disciple of the Tianxian Temple, a flicker of change crossed the white-clad woman's face, as if she were lost in a memory. The grip of her hand around your neck loosened slightly, allowing you to breathe a sigh of relief. However, it seemed you had relaxed too soon, for mere moments later, her grip tightened once more. With a cold glare, she demanded, "Who are you? Why have you practiced the Tianxian technique and pretended to be a disciple of the Tianxian Temple?" You were utterly bewildered. Why was this white-clad woman deviating from the script? You were left in confusion, unable to fathom how she had determined that you were not a disciple of the Tianxian Temple. In previous simulations, such doubts had never arisen. You had no idea how to respond to her inquiry. You certainly could not confess to possessing a simulator and attempting to impersonate a disciple of the Tianxian Temple merely to exploit her. Moreover, you suspected that even if you spoke the truth, she would likely find it implausible, as the concept of a simulator was probably foreign to cultivators. Thus, you steeled yourself and insisted that you were indeed a disciple of the Tianxian Temple. Yet the white-clad woman remained unconvinced, her grip on your throat tightening further. Gradually, you felt your head growing heavier and your consciousness fading. A single thought echoed in your mind: am I to perish? Meanwhile, in the realm of reality, Zhang Yifeng was equally perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. He pondered, is this how this simulation will conclude? Alas, I have failed to extract any spirit stones. Zhang Yifeng sighed, resigned to the fact that this simulation was coming to an end. He felt no regret. After all, each simulation could yield only 2 rewards, and he had every intention of securing his talent. As for cultivation, that was secondary. With such a formidable spiritual root talent, his path to immortality would surely progress swiftly in future endeavors. Originally, Zhang Yifeng had considered exploiting the white-clad woman's resources and persistently suggesting to the simulated version of himself to refrain from spending, thereby accumulating spirit stones for future simulations. He had even contemplated using deep simulation to forcibly alter his simulated self if his suggestions proved ineffective. Alas, it now appeared that such plans were futile. Shaking his head, Zhang Yifeng resumed observing the unfolding events in the simulator. You felt as though your soul were being severed, and soon you met your demise. In a flash, you sensed that you had come back to life. The white-clad woman still stood atop the ruins, gazing at you from a distance. What was happening? A mirage? You felt utterly bewildered. Before long, You witnessed the white-clad woman vanish from the ruins and materialize before you once more. Then, she seized your neck again. The situation had entered a cycle, with events repeating themselves precisely as before. Once, twice, thrice, the same occurrences unfolded continuously. You died over and over, yet the simulation did not conclude, leading you to realize that you were ensnared within an illusion. The white-clad woman seemed to be employing this method to compel you to reveal your reasons for masquerading as a disciple of the Tiantian temple. However, you truly possessed no ulterior motives. You merely sought to exploit her resources and could not divulge the existence of the simulator. You genuinely did not know how to articulate your thoughts. Consequently, you resolved to remain obstinate, choosing silence over further discourse. You reasoned that if death were to be your fate, so be it. After all, it was merely a simulation. What was there to fear, in fact? You silently mocked the situation, reflecting that had you not gained numerous advantages from her in previous simulations, you would have long since expressed your grievances. You were unaware of how much time had passed when the scene shifted back to the white-clad woman, who once again regarded you from a distance. You gazed back at her with a sense of resignation, fully prepared to be slain once more. After all, you had become somewhat desensitized to the countless deaths you had endured within the illusion. However, contrary to your expectations, the anticipated event did not occur this time. You noticed the corners of the white-clad woman's mouth curve upward into a faint smile, and she inquired how you had evaded the massacre of your sect. For a moment, your mind stalled, leaving you at a loss for words. The white-clad woman, assuming you were angered by her previous actions, began to explain. She stated that you possessed an exceptional spiritual root, and logically, it would be inconceivable for you to escape the Tiantian temple's annihilation. Those who had attacked the Tiantian temple would not spare a promising disciple, which was why she harbored doubts about you. Upon hearing her words, you gained clarity. The unusual developments in this simulation were indeed triggered by your newfound talent. However, you found her reasoning quite valid. You believed that if you were in the position to annihilate a sect, you certainly would not allow a promising disciple to survive. If such a disciple were to cultivate successfully, they could return for vengeance, thereby leaving a potential threat behind. Previously, your spiritual root had been a paltry 5-element pseudo-spiritual root, a talent so dismal that it would typically result in a lifetime spent in the chi refinement stage. Thus, it seemed more plausible that such a talent would manage to evade the massacre. While you understood the reasoning behind her doubts, you remained uncertain about how to answer her question regarding your survival. Consequently, you retorted, "But they never sought trouble with me. Under normal circumstances, you would never have uttered such a statement." Yet the countless deaths at the hands of the white-clad woman had bred resentment within you, prompting the words to slip out. However, as soon as the words left your mouth, you regretted them. For you realized a troubling possibility. The white-clad woman likely did not belong to the Tiantian temple, while she had mentioned in previous simulations that this was her senior brother's sect. That alone did not suffice to prove her affiliation with the Tiantian temple. It was entirely possible that she belonged to a different sect and had ventured forth independently after her senior brother departed. Otherwise, how could the individuals responsible for the Tiantian temple's destruction allow a formidable figure like her to roam free? Moreover, the fact that she had only come to investigate after learning of the temple's demise suggested she might not be a disciple of the Tiantian temple at all. Indeed, after your retort, the glimmer of suspicion returned to the white-clad woman's gaze. Chapter 25, Deep Simulation. Identity disguised and unmasked. Witnessing this shift, you inwardly cursed your misfortune. Your mind raced, desperately seeking a way to rectify your earlier misstep. You anxiously observed the white-clad woman's expression, noting that it had grown increasingly unfriendly. At that moment, a thought struck you. You recalled that in the romantic novels of your past life, there were often plots involving junior disciples harboring secret affections for their senior brothers. With steely resolve, you ventured forth. "Actually, I once saw numerous paintings in my master's chamber, and all of them depicted you." Gathering your courage, you pressed on. "You must be the masteress' wife, right? Why have you waited so long to appear after your masteress' misfortune? Have you not considered seeking vengeance for him?" As the words escaped your lips, your heart raced. Such a tactic of diverting the conversation and turning the tables was undeniably risky, and you feared she might retaliate with lethal force. You were now all in hoping for a stroke of luck. If the white-clad woman harbored true feelings for her senior brother, you believed it was quite possible she could be misled by your words. However, whether she genuinely felt any special affection for him was beyond your knowledge. Regardless, you chose to take the gamble, for you might just succeed. If you failed, at worst, this simulation would simply come to an end. Upon finishing your statement, a look of resignation crossed the white-clad woman's face, as if she were lost in a reverie. You felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps you had indeed guessed correctly, for after that moment, the white-clad woman ceased to press you further and refrained from posing additional questions. In the ensuing time, she remained in the vicinity. Given the previous events within the illusion, you recognized that the white-clad woman was not to be trifled with, and you dared not approach her carelessly. Yet, to your surprise, she drew closer, explaining that the earlier misunderstandings were mere misconceptions and urging you not to take offense. She expressed her intention to stay for several days, inviting you to ask her any questions you might have. After her words, she returned to the previously cleared ruins, sitting cross-legged as if to keep company with her deceased master. In the realm of reality, Jiang Yifeng pondered the implications of this situation. The white-clad woman clearly possessed a wealth of knowledge, and her offer to answer questions was unprecedented in previous simulations. Jiang Yifeng surmised that this might be related to the enhancement of his talents and the revelation of her relationship with her senior brother. However, regardless of the reasons, their significance paled in comparison to the opportunity at hand. He recognized the rarity of this moment and decided it was time to initiate a deep simulation. Jiang Yifeng quickly organized his questions in his mind and silently invoked the deep simulation for a duration of 3 days. Ding! Deep simulation activated. Time: 72 hours. Energy cost: 720,000. Remaining energy: 11.5 billion. Reminder: once the deep simulation begins, you can exit at any time, but the energy expended will not be refunded. As the words of the simulator faded, Jiang Yifeng felt his surroundings shift dramatically. Only moments ago, he had been in a lavish and resplendent bedroom, yet he now found himself in a modest wooden cabin. Realizing he had entered deep simulation, Jiang Yifeng observed his surroundings with keen curiosity, noting that the cabin was encircled by towering trees that reached for the heavens. Not far off, he spotted a graveyard and the previously cleared ruins. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yifeng stepped outside the wooden cabin. As he crossed the threshold, he immediately beheld the striking figure of the white-clad woman standing upon the ruins. Her skin was as pure and delicate as snow, her beauty captivating and enchanting, appearing youthful like a maiden in her prime. However, Jiang Yifeng was acutely aware that her true age was far from that. He inwardly marveled, surely this must be the legendary celestial being who forever retains her youthful visage. Steeling himself, he approached the woman in white with deliberate steps and softly called out, "Senior, I have some questions I wish to ask you." Upon hearing his voice, the woman in white smiled gently in response, saying, "You are not a disciple of my senior brother, so there is no need to address me as senior. You may call me by Ruoxue, or simply by Xin Bei if you prefer." Jiang Yifeng was momentarily taken aback by Ruoxue's words. Silently cursing his miscalculation, what had gone awry, he had successfully deceived her during their previous simulations. What was happening now? Observing his dazed expression, Ruoxue continued to smile and remarked, "You don't truly believe that your little tricks could fool me, do you? In truth, I do not care who you are, as long as you are not affiliated with those from the Xianlin sect. Based on your previous demeanor, it is evident that you are not." Feeling a bit awkward, Jiang Yifeng scratched his head. But what was this Xianlin sect? His mind was racing with thoughts, ultimately crystallizing into a single phrase: "I apologize." By Xin Bei, Ruoxue waved her hand dismissively. "No need for that, I used an illusion on you before, yet you held no grudge." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yifeng could not help but feel exasperated, thinking, "Come on sister, we were in a simulation. Even so, could I simply forget? Had I not been inferior in strength, I would have long since retaliated. Moreover, if it weren't for the potential benefits I could glean from you, I would have surely lashed out by now." Nevertheless, despite the turmoil within, Jiang Yifeng maintained an outward calm, unwilling to let her perceive his true thoughts. He quickly composed himself and feigned tranquility as he inquired, by Xin Bei, "You are aware that I am not a disciple of the Tianxin Temple. Yet you still wish to address my concerns. May I ask what the reason is?" This question had only just surfaced in his mind and held little practical significance for him, yet, he could not help but seek clarity. After all, during previous simulations, he had successfully deceived Ruoxue into believing he was a disciple of the Tianxin Temple, yet she had not permitted him to ask questions then. Now, fully aware of his non-affiliation, her attitude had shifted, which piqued his curiosity. Ruoxue smiled slightly and said softly to Jiang Yifeng, "I already know the questions you wish to ask." She paused for a moment and continued, "I surmise you are wondering why one would be hunted for cultivating the celestial path in this place, or perhaps why cultivators are so scarce here. or even how one might escape this location. Upon hearing this, a hint of confusion welled up in Jiang Yifeng's heart. How did she know what he was contemplating? However, Bai Ruoshua did not stop there. She smiled gently and continued, "If you were my senior brother's disciple, I might have only advised you to conceal your strength for your safety rather than clarifying your doubts, but as you do not hold that status, your life and death are of little consequence to me." At this point, Bai Ruoshua cast an intrigued glance at Jiang Yifeng, a playful smile gracing her lips as she added, "If those questions are indeed on your mind, by answering them, I would merely be creating another enemy among those I find displeasing. In that sense, it could be quite entertaining." Finally, with a slight lift of her lips, she posed a question back to Jiang Yifeng. "So now that you understand my thoughts, do you still wish to press on with your inquiries?" After hearing Bai Ruoshua's words, Jiang Yifeng found himself momentarily stunned. Chapter 26, The Banland, the Celestial Killing Grounds. Jiang Yifeng's gaze grew profound and solemn, as if he were lost in endless contemplation. He pondered deeply. How did she know what I was about to ask? As time ticked by, Jiang Yifeng remained ensnared in silence, his mind racing through myriad possibilities. Gradually, a thought flickered through his consciousness. In this location, there had been persistent attempts to hunt local cultivators, and even those seeking the celestial path found themselves ensnared in misfortune. Those who could survive and continue cultivating in such a hostile environment must have faced persecution as well. Even if they had not been directly hunted, they would surely be aware of the local cultivators' plight, otherwise, surviving unscathed would be nothing short of a fantasy. With this realization, Jiang Yifeng finally understood the questions he wished to ask were precisely the ones every cultivator in this land yearned to have answered. Thus, it was no surprise that Bai Ruoshua could decipher his thoughts. Jiang Yifeng could not help but deeply sigh within. Truly, it echoes the old adage, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Bai Ruoshua was indeed an adept of celestial cultivation, having long since grasped the essence of the situation. Simultaneously, Jiang Yifeng had come to comprehend her intentions. Bai Ruoshua held dissatisfaction toward those pursuing the local cultivators. Moreover, once he became privy to the truth, he would undoubtedly seek a path of redemption, inevitably clashing with those individuals. Yet, all of this seemed inconsequential. Even without understanding the reasons behind it all, he could not escape their pursuit. The previous simulations had made Jiang Yifeng acutely aware that whether facing personal mishaps or familial upheaval, it all stemmed from the prohibition against cultivation in this place. Only by discerning the underlying causes could he better utilize the simulator to address these issues. Without hesitation, Jiang Yifeng decisively spoke up. "May I inquire, Bai Xianbei, why is cultivation prohibited in this land, and why is it that one is hunted upon attempting to cultivate? More importantly, how can one escape this forbidden territory?" Bai Ruoshua appeared unfazed by Jiang Yifeng's inquiries. She began to speak slowly. "This place was originally known as the Southern Domain, one of the 4 great domains of the Nine Xian realm. For reasons unknown, it has incurred the wrath of the Celestials, becoming a land of divine punishment. Every few decades, heavenly lightning descends, exterminating cultivators. My senior brother's sect was utterly destroyed by this heavenly retribution. Which is why you now understand why I discerned you were not a disciple of the Tianxian Temple. As she spoke, Bai Ruoshua flashed a smile at Jiang Yifeng. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yifeng nodded in understanding. No wonder he had been seen through. He previously questioned why those who sought vengeance against the Tianxian Temple had not troubled Bai Ruoshua, but in reality, there were no enemies. It was solely the consequence of the heavenly lightning. Or perhaps there were adversaries, but they were not of this realm. They were the Celestials above. How could one seek vengeance against them? Nevertheless, this was of little importance. From Bai Ruoshua's words, Jiang Yifeng had already gleaned a wealth of useful information. It suggested that beyond this world there existed a realm above, referred to by Bai Ruoshua as the domain of the Celestials. While Jiang Yifeng contemplated, Bai Ruoshua continued, "Once this place became a land of divine punishment. It was no longer suitable for habitation, and everyone sought to flee. However, they discovered that the entire perimeter of the southern domain was inscribed with a massive formation, making escape impossible. It became a cage. Over time, it gradually came to be known as the Banland. However, nature is not devoid of talent. After countless millennia, exceptional individuals arose in this land, bravely withstanding the heavenly lightning and forcibly breaking through the formation to escape. The formation suffered cracks, and subsequently many powerful beings fled this place, yet this good fortune was short-lived. Not long after, fierce beasts of great power emerged to guard the 4 corners. At the same time, a vast organization known as the Xianlin sect appeared. Permanently residing within this bandland, they are not affected by the heavenly lightning and can freely enter and exit the bandland, specifically hunting down those who seek to cultivate here. These individuals are often referred to as celestial slaves by many in the outside world. Having said this, Bai Ruoxue paused and looked at Zhang Yifeng, stating, "Now do you understand who was pursuing the cultivators of the bandland? Are you afraid? Do you dare to resist?" Zhang Yifeng's mind was still processing Bai Ruoxue's previous statements when she posed this question, causing him to feel somewhat sheepish. Resist? Do I dare to resist? From her words, it seemed that the celestial slaves of the Xianlin sect were merely minions, while the true threat to the cultivators of the southern domain was the celestials above. Yet, recalling the existence of the simulator, Zhang Yifeng felt emboldened. He promptly lifted his gaze skyward and laughed heartily. "What is there to fear?" Bai Ruoxue, witnessing Zhang Yifeng's defiant demeanor, covered her mouth with a smile. "What spirit? However, you may be overthinking things. I was asking whether you dare to resist those celestial slaves of the Xianlin sect." Zhang Yifeng found it difficult to explain himself, instead countering with a question of his own. "Since the Xianlin sect is killing cultivators, how can you be certain that your senior brother perished due to heavenly lightning and not their hand?" Bai Ruoxue's expression turned disdainful at his inquiry. "Those people, they are not even qualified to kill my senior brother." Hearing Bai Ruoxue's words, Zhang Yifeng felt reassured. It seemed the members of the Xianlin sect were not the most formidable opponents. The real danger lay with the heavenly lightning. Bai Ruoxue observed him closely, as if reading his thoughts, and continued, "The Xianlin sect poses little threat. Indeed, the most perilous force in the southern domain is the heavenly lightning, followed closely by the fierce beasts guarding the periphery." Her words evoked memories of the colossal dragon encountered in a previous simulation, leading him to ponder whether it was indeed one of the ferocious beasts. As for the thunderous lightning, Zhang Yifeng had yet to witness it. Choosing not to dwell further on such thoughts, he redirected the conversation, once more inquiring of Bai Ruoxue, "May I ask, Senior Bai, since this is a forbidden realm guarded by ferocious beasts, how did you manage to enter? And how might one exit? Is it possible for me to slip away?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoxue let out a light chuckle, as if amused by Zhang Yifeng's inquiry, teasingly remarking, "Oh, just moments ago you were so full of bravado, proclaiming what is there to fear, and now you wish to sneak away." Zhang Yifeng felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, he found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. Should he confess that he intended to stealthily exit to cultivate before returning once the simulation reached its zenith? Noticing Zhang Yifeng's silence, Bai Ruoxue seemed to lose interest and stated plainly, "If you wish to leave, there are 4 locations: the Death Desert, the Endless Sea, the Fire Valley, and the Forest of 10,000 Swords. Yet each of these places is guarded by fierce beasts. I entered through the Endless Sea, where a gluttonous beast was bribed with ample resources, but I can only remain here for a few days. I cannot assist anyone in departing. If you wish to leave, aside from forcefully breaking through, I cannot think of any other means." As Bai Ruoxue concluded her words, an awkward silence fell between them. Zhang Yifeng did not anticipate that the ultimate outcome would be such. Although Bai Ruoxue had imparted much information, upon reflection it appeared largely inconsequential to him. The final conclusion remained that success hinged upon personal strength and the necessity to forcefully break through. Observing Zhang Yifeng's dejected demeanor, Bai Ruoxue patted his shoulder and encouraged him, "Keep at it. I hope you can bring some excitement to those celestial servants." After speaking, she bestowed upon Zhang Yifeng a storage ring before walking away to once again gaze vacantly at the ruins. Chapter 27, Discovery of the Simulator's Bug. Zhang Yifeng swiftly gathered his thoughts and returned to the wooden cabin with the storage ring in hand. Although he understood that Bai Ruoxue's gift of resources was intended to create a bit of trouble for the celestial servants, he nonetheless felt a sense of accomplishment. Upon opening the storage ring, his spirits lifted as he gazed upon the mountain of spirit stones. Counting them revealed a total of 20,000. However, he noted the absence of a teleportation array and breath-concealing talismans. Truly, the hearts of men have grown cold. Having realized he was not a disciple of the heavenly Shen sect, they had withheld all means of self-preservation. It seemed they wished to treat him as mere entertainment. Casting a glance towards Bai Ruoxue in the distance, Zhang Yifeng chuckled inwardly. "Ah, you consider me a source of amusement? Little do you know, I regard you as a cash cow, holding the storage ring." He mused that having inquired about his concerns and obtained benefits, he might as well conclude matters in this manner. Thus, he silently declared, "In deep simulation." In an instant, he felt the scenery shift before his eyes. Returning to the Jiang residence, specifically his bedroom. Of course, in reality, he had never truly left. It was merely his consciousness that perceived the departure and return. Rubbing his temples, Jiang Yifeng did not rush to summarize the gains from this deep simulation but instead turned his attention to the simulator. You have acquired a substantial amount of spirit stones from Bai Ruoxue. However, instead of utilizing them for cultivation, you have chosen to store them carefully. 3 days have passed since Bai Ruoxue's departure. Before leaving, she offered you a half smile and said, "Keep it up." Shortly after Bai Ruoxue left, you two departed from this place, yet this time, you did not head directly to the Death Desert. You recalled Bai Ruoxue mentioning the Endless Sea, Fire Valley, and Forest of 10,000 Swords, places of which you had never heard. Believing you had already achieved the target rewards for this simulation, you decided there was no need for further cultivation or caution and resolved to seek out those locations instead. In the 4th year, you purchased numerous maps but found no trace of those sites. You discovered that most of the maps you acquired only encompassed the surrounding nations, such as the Great Yu Kingdom and the Liang Kingdom. Of the 4 locations mentioned by Bai Ruoxue, only the Death Desert was noted on the map, labeled simply as a desert without a specific name. This led you to surmise that the southern region might be far larger than you had anticipated. Given the limited places a mortal could traverse in their lifetime, seeking maps to locate the sites seemed impractical. As for inquiring with others, you had no intention of doing so. You knew that if you dared to ask about those locations, you would surely attract the attention of the celestial servants spoken of by Bai Ruoxue. In the 5th year, you ceased purchasing maps and instead left the Great Yu Kingdom, journeying towards the Liang Kingdom. In the 6th year, you departed from the Liang Kingdom, arriving in the entirely unfamiliar Min Kingdom. By the 10th year, your travels had taken you increasingly farther afield, and you became acquainted with numerous nations and tribes previously unknown to you. It seemed you had abandoned the search for those specific locations and embarked on a genuine journey of exploration. By the 18th year, you appeared to be distancing yourself from inhabited lands. You discovered that even with your swift footwork, it took you a month or two to stumble upon 1 or 2 relatively primitive tribes. In the 23rd year, you seemed to reach the end of your path. Encountering a vast valley that resembled flames, the words Fire Valley instantly flashed in your mind. Elated, you murmured to yourself, "At last, I have found it. My perseverance has not been in vain." Subsequently, you painstakingly inscribed a sentence on paper, "From the Liang Kingdom, head east until reaching the end, and you will find the Fire Valley." After writing it once, you did not stop. You continued to write it diligently, completing the task over 100 times. Upon finishing, you felt it was still not secure enough and repeated it aloud dozens of times. Once you had completed these tasks, you thought to yourself, "Now the external me should be aware of it." Yet, still feeling uncertain, you established a goal to recite this sentence at least 10 times daily and transcribe it 10 times. The Jiang Yifeng outside the simulator could not help but smile upon witnessing this. Even within the simulation, his other self displayed such cleverness. Were it not for the act of transcribing this information, perhaps the simulator would have overlooked it entirely, although it remained uncertain whether the approximate coordinates of the Fire Valley would prove useful in the future. One could never know when such knowledge might be necessary. Jiang Yifeng pondered whether this could be considered a discovery of a bug within the simulator. Ultimately, he gave himself a mental pat on the back before continuing to observe the simulator. After acquiring the location of the Fire Valley, you had no intention of intruding. Instead, you began to retrace your steps. The return journey was undertaken with a sense of urgency. In the 37th year, you returned to the Great Yu Kingdom. During this time, nothing of note occurred, as you had concealed yourself well and had not encountered the so-called celestial servants. Of course, you understood that the true reason for this was likely the breath-concealing talisman provided by Bai Ruoxue. In the 38th year, you entered the Death Desert. By the 42nd year, you observed the map of the Death Desert in your possession and made your way to an oasis within. You believed that this location should be the same as where you had previously lingered during the simulation. In the 43rd year, you had concealed yourself early, waiting for the appearance of the demon dragon. Not long after this year had passed, you indeed felt the ground tremble, signifying that the demon dragon was about to emerge. You fixed your gaze skyward, witnessing a figure in azure robes battling the demon dragon in the distance. You recognized that it was your father Zhang Fushan, yet you had no intention of approaching. Neither did you wish to remain in place. Instead, you hurried towards the demon dragon's lair. Your progress and strength had significantly enhanced your speed. Covering thousands of miles, you managed to reach your destination in nearly 2 to 3 hours. Upon entering the demon dragon's lair, you began to rummage through everything, searching high and low. You even attacked the glimmering golden walls surrounding you, attempting to discern where you might break through. 2 days swiftly passed, and the demon dragon's lair was utterly transformed, riddled with holes from your excavations. As you struck a new section of rock, a crisp sound resonated, startling you. It was hollow, you exclaimed in delight, intensifying your efforts. After spending several hours, you finally broke through a hole large enough for a head to fit through. Peering through the opening, you spotted a dragon egg nestled within that sealed space. A surge of joy filled your heart upon this discovery, prompting you to exert even more force in your digging. As you worked, you murmured to yourself, "I wonder if taking the dragon egg will allow me to claim it as a reward from the simulator. If so, I could afford to be less concerned about spirit stones." However, before you could act on this thought, a yellowish demon dragon descended from the sky, having returned to its lair, perhaps sensing the threat you posed to the dragon egg. The demon dragon unleashed a torrent of dragon flames towards you. In a panic, you activated the teleportation jade plate to escape. In an instant, you vanished from your location, reappearing in the desert. Chapter 28, New Talent. Extreme 1-for-1. Yet, you had underestimated the demon dragon's prowess. The moment you teleported out, it was already hot on your heels. By this time, your cultivation level had risen considerably, and the side effects of teleportation had diminished significantly. You swiftly activated the teleportation jade plate once more, disappearing again in the blink of an eye. However, this did not grant you the escape you sought. Even after 3 consecutive teleports, the demon dragon remained relentless in its pursuit. Despair washed over you as you gazed at the demon dragon closing in once more. Ultimately, you shouted, "Southwest corner." You perished at the age of 63. This simulation has come to an end. In this simulation, you may choose 2 rewards: Thunderfire True Spirit Root, Talent, Heavenly Shen Skill, Celestial Dao Heart Method, Celestial Dao Cultivation, Foundation Establishment 5th Layer, Spirit Stones, 20,000 pieces, Fire Valley, Roadmap, Thunderfire True Spirit Root, Talent Price 1,000,000 Energy Points, Heavenly Shen Skill, Celestial Dao Heart Method Price 10 million Energy Points, Celestial Dao Cultivation, Foundation Establishment 5th Layer Price 500,000 Energy Points, Spirit Stones, 20,000 pieces Price 200 million Energy Points. Fire Valley, Route Map Price 1 million Energy Points, a route map from the Great Yu Kingdom to Fire Valley. Finally, this simulation has concluded. Jiang Yifeng reflected on the circumstances of this simulation, feeling immensely enriched by the experience. He had acquired a wealth of clandestine information from Bai Ruoxue. He surmised that the enigmatic figures clad in black, whether they wielded blades or merely posed as vendors during one of the simulations, were likely the celestial servants she had mentioned. Upon closer examination, he noted that they all donned dark attire and were engaged in the assassination of cultivators or seekers of immortality, although he had previously suspected they belonged to the same organization. He now felt more certain of this connection. Moreover, during the latter half of the simulation, he unexpectedly discovered a flaw in the simulator's programming, which enabled him to ascertain the general location of Flame Valley without any rewards. This prompted Jiang Yifeng to commend his simulated self for the remarkable achievement. As the simulation concluded, the phrase he uttered regarding the southwest corner seemed to serve as a reminder to himself that the hidden chamber containing the dragon egg was situated in the southwest corner of the dragon's nest. However, he also recognized a critical flaw in the teleportation jade plate, which he had previously regarded as a life-saving artifact. It was rendered ineffective against overwhelmingly powerful foes, as it could only transport him 1,000 miles away, a distance that a creature of the dragon's caliber could traverse in a heartbeat. With a sigh, Jiang Yifeng pondered that he could no longer rely on the teleportation jade plate as a safeguard. It seemed that Bai Ruoxue had merely provided it as a means of escape from ordinary celestial servants. Suddenly, a thought struck him: if he could match the speed of the teleportation jade plate, would that not indicate his ability to contend with ordinary celestial servants? The more he contemplated this, the more convinced he became of its validity. Bai Ruoxue's confidence in the teleportation jade plate suggested it could evade the pursuit of typical celestial servants. Therefore, if he could reach 1,000 miles in mere moments, he would be able to confront celestial servants head-on. With this realization, Jiang Yifeng felt a newfound sense of assurance. Although he was still far from this goal, he at least had a clearer understanding of the enemy's capabilities. Unlike before when he was enveloped in darkness, finally Zhang Yifeng turned his attention to the simulation rewards. The rewards were straightforward, as he had contemplated them early in the simulation. However, he found himself perplexed by the pricing of the simulator's rewards. He believed that the most formidable option should be the talent, yet its cost was surprisingly modest, perhaps due to it being a built-in feature of the simulator. In contrast, the value of the map was not immediately apparent. Yet it was priced similarly to the exceptional spiritual root. As for the spirit stones, he recalled that with his previous lackluster talent, 1,000 spirit stones could last him for decades, which he deemed inexpensive. However, now that his talent had improved, 1,000 spirit stones would only sustain him for a few months. Even 20,000 spirit stones would barely suffice for 3 years. This realization felt akin to robbery. Nevertheless, despite this, he recognized that they were essential for rapid cultivation and resolved to exchange for them. Zhang Yifeng declared, "I choose the Thunderfire True Spiritual Root, Talent, and Spirit Stones, 20,000, ding, congratulations, host, you have acquired the Thunderfire True Spiritual Root, Talent, Energy value deducted, 1000000. Remaining energy value, 11.5 billion. Ding, host has acquired Spirit Stones, 20,000, energy value deducted, 200 million. Remaining energy value, 11.3 billion. This time, Zhang Yifeng did not opt for an enhancement in cultivation, which left him feeling rather indifferent. However, upon seeing the addition of 20,000 spirit stones in his storage ring, a smile crept across his face. Though costly, he could utilize them in the simulation without any depletion. Ensuring he would not incur a loss, after a brief respite, he glanced at the simulator once more. Noticing he had one simulation attempt remaining, given the circumstances, he deemed it unnecessary to store it. Thus, he resolved to continue with the simulation. He silently intoned, "Initiate simulation, consumption of simulation attempts, 1. Remaining attempts, 0. Extracting blue talent, 100,000 energy value, extracting purple talent, 1 million energy value. Please select extracting purple talent. Ding, energy value deducted, 1000000. Extracting purple talent, remaining energy value, 11.3 billion. Congratulations, you have acquired the purple talent, limit 1 for 1. Limit 1 for 1, your death is destined not to be solitary, the one who kills you shall perish alongside you." Note, this is merely a purple talent. Upon witnessing this talent, Zhang Yifeng was reminded of the previous blue talent, Human Bomb. That talent caused his body to explode upon death, inflicting chaos upon his assailant. He recalled that during that simulation, upon his demise, it had indicated that his adversary had been left with permanently blackened skin. Zhang Yifeng speculated that Limit 1 for 1 was an upgraded version of that talent. If he were to die, his killer would inevitably meet their end as well. This talent, he mused, would indeed prove useful in reality. Yet if faced with an insurmountable foe, he could sacrifice himself to protect his loved ones. However, within the context of the simulation, it seemed somewhat superfluous. Ultimately, Zhang Yifeng shook his head. It was still a rather ineffective talent. With the simulator at his disposal, he would inevitably survive until he became invincible, rendering this ability unnecessary. He decided to focus on the developments within the simulator instead. The 10th simulation commenced. You realized you had entered the simulation. This time, your primary objective was to enhance your cultivation in the realm of immortality. On the first day, you departed from Qingshan City. By the third day, you arrived at the ruins of Tianqian Temple in the Changqing Mountains. On the fourth day, you cleared the ruins, buried the bones, and obtained the celestial cultivation method, Tianqian Gong. In the days that followed, you diligently pursued your training. After a month, you consumed 600 spirit stones and reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement. 3 months later, you successfully established your foundation, although the dragon energy within your dantian remained unintegrated. A year passed, during which you utilized over 7,000 spirit stones, elevating your cultivation to the 8th level of foundation establishment. This progress far surpassed your previous simulation's pace, and you once again recognized the significance of resources. By the middle of the second year, your cultivation had reached the consummate stage of foundation establishment. Upon attaining this stage, you needed to compress the liquid spiritual energy in your dantian once more, allowing it to coalesce into a golden core. Subsequently, you would absorb spiritual energy to construct the bridge between heaven and earth. connecting the golden core directly to your meridians, which would enable you to break through to the core formation stage. This process proved to be protracted. Even with your commendable talent, considerable time was still required. In the third year, Bairuwashua arrived. To this time, you did not disguise yourself as a disciple of Tianxian Temple but instead directly stated that you had inadvertently obtained a cultivation method here and, out of gratitude, buried the bones found at the site. This decision stemmed from your reflections on the previous simulation. You understood that masquerading as a disciple would likely earn Bairuwashua's favor. But given your current talent, you would be easily unmasked. It was better to be forthright, which would also spare you the harrowing experience of an endless illusion leading to your demise. Upon hearing your explanation, Bairuwashua refrained from attacking you immediately, but she did perform a series of tests to confirm that you were not one of the celestial servants that displeased her. During her examination, Bairuwashua observed that you were in the process of forming your golden core. After confirming your identity, she advised you not to rush your breakthrough to the core formation stage. Confused, you humbly sought her guidance. Instead of providing a direct answer, Bairuwashua posed a question. What is the true purpose of the golden core? You interpreted it as the solidified form of compressed spiritual energy, allowing your dantian to accommodate more spiritual energy. Although you sensed that Bairuwashua's inquiry implied there were additional functions, you articulated your understanding. Your knowledge of other aspects was admittedly limited, as your cultivation relied solely on a single method, leaving you deficient in broader wisdom. With a smile, Bairuwashua explained that at the consummate stage of foundation establishment, the golden core indeed served merely as the solidified form of spiritual energy, providing additional space within the dantian without further utility. However, she elucidated that once the golden core was connected to the meridians using spiritual energy to construct the bridge between heaven and earth, its purpose would expand. At that point, all absorbed spiritual energy would first pass through the golden core before reaching the dantian. The golden core would act as a purifying vessel for spiritual energy. The higher the quality of the golden core, the greater the quality of spiritual energy that would eventually reach the dantian, thereby enhancing your combat prowess and raising your cultivation ceiling. Bairuwashua cautioned that those who advanced to the core formation stage without enhancing the quality of their golden core were the most inferior cultivators. Upon hearing this, you felt a wave of relief, grateful that your previous simulation had been somewhat slower, preventing you from prematurely advancing to core formation, which would have rendered your efforts futile. Eager to learn how to improve the quality of your golden core, you beseeched Bairuwashua for advice. She chuckled and explained that enhancing the quality of the golden core was quite simple. It involved continually washing and refining the golden core with spiritual energy. This incessant polishing would create patterns on the golden core. For every additional pattern, the quality would elevate by 1 rank. She informed you that the quality of the golden core was divided into 10 ranks, with each rank representing a significant leap in prowess. True prodigies would dedicate substantial time to refining their golden cores to enhance their quality. Grateful for Bairuwashua's insights, you expressed your heartfelt thanks. Subsequently, Bairuwashua voluntarily shared why this place was known as the restricted zone and recounted the matters concerning the celestial servants. Although you were already aware of these details, you listened attentively. Drawing from your experiences in the previous simulation, you recognized Bairuwashua's intentions. Whether she was instructing you in cultivation or revealing secrets, her goal was to create adversaries for those celestial servants. Thus, you feign anger, declaring your intent to pursue an unyielding vendetta against them. Bairuwashua smiled slightly, handing you a storage ring, stating it was a token of her support, hoping you would stir trouble for the celestial servants. As you accepted the storage ring, you mused that she truly was a reliable source of resources, especially since your previous supply of spirit stones had been depleted. Upon returning to your wooden house and opening the storage ring, you discovered that Bairuwashua had bestowed upon you an even greater quantity of spirit stones, an astonishing 50,000. So many spirit stones have instead ensnared you in a web of indecision. You ponder whether it would be wiser to directly utilize these spirit stones to enhance your power or to save them for future use in the simulator. In reality, Zhang Yifeng has also begun to contemplate deeply. However, his thoughts linger on why the quantity of spirit stones gifted by Bairuwashua varies each time. The earlier offering from the disciple of Tianxian Temple is quite understandable. At that time, his talent was insufficient, and the amount given was essentially enough for a lifetime of cultivation. but what distinguishes this offering from the last, Zhang Yifeng reflects continuously and identifies two key points. First, this time he proactively admitted he was not a disciple of Tianxian Temple, whereas previously he had been exposed. Second, his cultivation level now differs from before. Ultimately, Zhang Yifeng concludes that the primary reason must be the latter: his cultivation level has indeed improved. After all, he is well aware of Bai Ruoshua's intentions. She aims to create some trouble for the celestial slaves. The stronger he becomes, the greater the trouble he can generate for them. Thus, she provides him with more support. With this thought, a smirk appears on Zhang Yifeng's lips. If that is the case, he resolves to cultivate directly. The more he enhances his power this time, the more resources he can expend next time. Consequently, Zhang Yifeng continually reinforces in his mind, use spirit stones for cultivation. He had employed this psychological suggestion in previous simulations, knowing it could influence his judgments to some extent, while reinforcing this thought. Zhang Yifeng continues to gaze at the simulator. After considerable reflection, you realize that merely hoarding resources like a hamster is not a viable strategy. You must elevate your strength. You believe that with greater power, more resources may come your way. Thus, you cease your inner turmoil and commence your cultivation. 3 days later, Bai Ruoshua departs. Shortly after her departure, you also leave this place. By the same year, you have condensed the liquid spiritual energy in your Qi into a pill. However, heeding Bai Ruoshua's earlier advice, you do not hasten to break through to the golden core stage but instead continue to refine your practice. In the 4th year, a pattern emerges on the golden core within your Qi, and you successfully cultivate a first-grade golden core. In the 5th year, 2 patterns appear on your golden core, marking its advancement to the 2nd grade. In the 6th year, after 3 years of simultaneous cultivation and travel, you finally arrive at the green land within the Death Desert. That same year, your golden core gains 3 patterns, elevating it to the 3rd grade. In the 7th year, free from the burden of travel, you devote yourself entirely to cultivation. However, even so, after a year, you only manage to elevate your golden core's grade to the 4th. You recognize that the difficulty of subsequent advancements has increased. In the 8th year, you reach the 5th grade golden core. By the 10th year, you discover that your spirit stones have once again been exhausted, and at this point, your golden core has nearly attained the 6th grade. In the 20th year, your golden core's grade finally reaches 7. This particular advancement has consumed a full decade of your time. You are acutely aware of the multifaceted reasons behind this. As the grade of the golden core increases, so does the difficulty. Moreover, you have run out of resources. Even the refinement of the golden core relies on continuously washing it with spiritual energy, and without resources, progress inevitably slows. In the 40th year, it takes you a full 20 years to gain another pattern on your golden core, raising it to the 8th grade. At this moment, you contemplate whether it is time to break through. Now, a single grade increase has cost you 20 years. How much time would be needed for another? Yet, recalling Bai Ruoshua's words, that the higher the grade of the golden core, the greater the potential, you shake your head and resolutely continue to refine the quality of your golden core. In the 41st year, you depart the Death Desert, this time with no intention of attempting to seize the dragon egg. In prior attempts, approaching the dragon egg always attracted the attention of the demonic dragon. You know that if you pursue the dragon egg, the simulation's end cannot be far behind. This time, you intend to prolong your survival, allowing yourself more time to enhance the quality of your golden core. One day in the 43rd year, you find yourself at the edge of the Death Desert. Suddenly, you sense a tremor emanating from the Death Desert behind you. You realize your father Zhang Fushan is once again challenging this guarded territory. You shake your head, believing he is unlikely to succeed. After all, in previous simulations, you have witnessed the demonic dragon return unharmed. By deduction, it is evident that either your father has fled or has perished in battle. Without further thought, you continue to make your way beyond the desert. However, it is not long before you notice something amiss. You see numerous individuals soaring through the air. Judging by their trajectory, they seem to be headed towards the direction of the demonic dragon. At this moment, your heart jolts. How could there be so many cultivators? Are they all celestial slaves? Have they come to assist the demonic dragon in confronting your father Zhang Fushan? Before long, you observe further disturbances in the desert. Following the appearance of those cultivators, various colossal demonic pythons, each measuring dozens of meters, emerge from the sands and engage in battle with them. This sight astounds you, after several decades in the desert. You have encountered only ordinary beasts. The sight of these enormous demonic pythons, which you have only encountered once in a prior simulation, is alarming, especially as they appear in swaths. Moreover, each of these pythons possesses the ability to soar through the sky. A hallmark of the Golden Core stage. You silently thank your fortune for not having encountered them earlier. Otherwise, given your current state, still refining the quality of your Golden Core and yet to truly break through to the perfected foundation establishment stage, you would have faced certain death. Just the fact that these pythons can fly means that if you were to engage them, you would have to leap into the air to attack, with virtually no chance of victory. You observe the fierce combat between the pythons and the cultivators. What unfolds before your eyes dispels any lingering doubts about the nature of these cultivators being celestial slaves, after all, based on previous simulations. You have come to understand that celestial slaves are ultimately aligned with the demonic dragon guarding the desert. These pythons inhabit the territory surrounding the demonic dragon and are now attacking the cultivators. You deduce that they must be under the dragon's command. From this reasoning, it becomes clear that these cultivators are likely local practitioners who have been hiding in plain sight. However, you are puzzled as to why they are launching such a large-scale assault on the Death Desert. Suddenly, the thought of your father Zhang Fushan crosses your mind. In previous simulations, he has always faced the demonic dragon alone. It is possible that these cultivators are allied with him. Only in such a scenario would they be aware that someone could stand against the demonic dragon. Prompting this current display. Of course, it is also conceivable that some may have heard of someone resisting the demonic dragon and are attempting to take advantage of the chaos to escape the area. You believe this is likely the case. Watching them, you ultimately shake your head. They remain unaware, yet you know all too well that your father Zhang Fushan is unlikely to be a match for the demonic dragon. After all, in previous simulations, the demonic dragon has always returned to its lair unscathed. You surmise that although the dragon's return may be linked to your own desire to seize the dragon egg, if your father had not been defeated, the demonic dragon would not have returned so easily. You have heard by Ruoshua mention that these fierce beasts are tasked with guarding the gaps in the formations surrounding the southern domain. Thus they would never allow others to pass. You pay no mind to the others and continue your journey beyond the Death Desert. Having already reached the desert's edge, you find that in less than a day you have completely exited the sands. As you behold the gradually emerging verdant hills and clear waters, you cannot help but inhale deeply, feeling a sense of relief wash over you. Having cultivated alone in the desert for decades, even amidst the oasis, the boundless yellow sands had still cast a shadow over your spirit. While you were lost in thought, the sound of footsteps approaches from behind. Turning around, you see a stranger clad in black walking towards you. His gaze is cold as he slowly draws a sword from his side, muttering, "Do not blame me. The affairs of cultivators are not for you to know." In that instant, a tightness grips your heart, and you realize that this person must indeed be one of the so-called celestial slaves. You understand the implication of his words, especially as you can still faintly witness the fierce battles occurring among the cultivators in the Death Desert. Instinctively, you grasp the transmission jade plate at your waist, preparing to escape. However, the dark-clad man lunges at you, causing your heart to skip a beat and dispelling your thoughts of fleeing. You suddenly ponder whether you have overestimated the strength of the celestial slaves. The black-clad man, intent on attacking you, has chosen not to fly but rather to run towards you, which undoubtedly indicates that he has not yet reached the Golden Core stage. This realization enlightens you as to why, despite seeing many cultivators flying by, he chose not to engage them but instead targeted you, a seemingly unremarkable mortal carrying a breath-concealing talisman. You think to yourself that since this individual is not a Golden Core master capable of flight, perhaps with your perfected foundation establishment strength, you might stand a chance against him. It would serve as a good opportunity to test your own capabilities, even if you are unable to defeat him. You should still possess sufficient strength to activate the transmission jade plate and make your escape. The black-clad man remains oblivious to your thoughts. He perceives you merely as an ordinary person. Assuming you are too frightened to react. As he draws closer, you channel all the spiritual energy from your chi into a single powerful punch aimed at him. This marks your first foray into actual combat, and you are not yet adept. Pouring all your chi into this one strike. As you unleash your fist, you immediately feel an overwhelming sense of emptiness, as though your very essence has been drained. You watch as your fist, imbued with immense spiritual energy, hurtles towards the black-clad man. As the spiritual energy-laden fist makes contact with him, an unexpected turn of events unfolds. You beheld in astonishment as the figure before you transformed into a mist of blood in the blink of an eye. Leaving no trace of a body behind, staring at your own hands, you found yourself momentarily frozen in place. It was then that you realized, unbeknownst to yourself, you had ceased to be the frail being you once were. The present you was no longer defenseless against every celestial slave you encountered. After a brief stupor, you noticed that although the cloaked figure had dissolved into blood mist, his storage ring had fallen to the ground. You hurriedly picked it up, refraining from examining its contents, choosing instead to make your swift exit. You were concerned that other celestial slaves might still be lurking in the vicinity, while you had vanquished one. You remained acutely aware of your own limitations. You did not delude yourself into thinking you could triumph over all celestial slaves. After all, the many celestial slaves you had previously encountered were adept at flight. And those were the true masters among them. This encounter was merely with a lowly minion. Half a month swiftly passed, and you arrived at a remote border town named Uiwa, where you decided to settle down. It was only now that you opened the storage ring you had obtained from the black-clad celestial slave. Upon opening it, you discovered a plethora of items, the majority being various elixirs, alongside over 5,000 spirit stones. You resolved to utilize the spirit stones for your cultivation, while the elixirs, being unfamiliar to you, were not worth the risk of recklessly consuming. You remained indifferent to this, viewing it as unexpected fortune. Whatever you could use would suffice, and the unknown could be disregarded. In the days that followed, you resumed refining the golden core within you. With the aid of the spirit stones, you could distinctly sense a marked improvement in your efficiency. A year slipped by, and your spirit stones were once again depleted, yet your golden core's quality had not ascended. By the 50th year, your golden core remained at the 8th rank. In truth, due to the acceleration provided by the previous few thousand spirit stones, your golden core had been on the verge of revealing a fate line for 3 years. However, no matter how diligently you refined it, it seemed unable to fully take shape, as if it had reached an insurmountable bottleneck. Gazing at the half-fist-sized golden core within you, it did not appear too diminutive to continue refining. Was it perhaps that other talents were required? Was your spiritual root insufficient? After considerable contemplation, you came to believe this might indeed be the case. You recalled that if merely having a vast energy sea allowed anyone to attain a 10th grade golden core, then surely the scions of wealthy and powerful families would all possess one. You, with the dragon egg enhancing your energy sea, could only surmise that those from grand sects and influential clans could likewise acquire similar means of enhancement. With this thought, you were nearly convinced that you had encountered the limits of your innate potential, yet, you did not rush to break through the golden core stage, regardless, as someone with access to a simulator. You felt an unsettling discomfort in not striving for the utmost strength. You were determined not to yield to this bottleneck. If a year was insufficient, then 10 years, and if 10 years failed, then 100. You resolved to confront your golden core. You would not relent until you reached the 10th grade. On a day in the 52nd year, while refining your golden core, a sudden wave of trepidation surged within you. Furrowing your brow, you scanned your surroundings, finding nothing amiss. Just as you thought your worries were unfounded, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking you directly. Fortunately, aside from your celestial path, you also possessed the 9th level of martial cultivation, giving your physical form considerable resilience. The lightning merely left you grievously injured, not instantly dead. Just when you believed this strike was a mere coincidence, you noticed the sky crackling with lightning once more. Aimed straight at you, with a thunderous boom, you were struck again. This blow was evidently more potent than the preceding one, leaving you drenched in blood, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Yet, the onslaught was far from over. As the sky continued to gather more lightning, seemingly intent on your demise. At that moment, you recalled by Ruwashua's mention of the thunderous punishment. She had said that every few decades, this sealed southern region would be visited by heavenly lightning, slaying local cultivators. As you gazed into the distance, it became evident that beyond your immediate vicinity, there were indeed numerous bolts of lightning falling far away. You realized you were powerless to resist this heavenly wrath. Looking skyward, an idea struck you. What if this impending doom was akin to the extreme body tempering technique described in the nameless cultivation method? You thought, perhaps this lethal thunder could serve as a form of extreme trial. As the bolt of lightning approached, instead of retreating, you charged forward, laughing heartily. Let this heavenly lightning come with even greater ferocity. the explosive sound of the thunder echoed as your body was engulfed in flickering arcs of electricity, rendering your flesh nearly unrecognizable. But that was not the end. A multitude of violet-blue arcs surged into your energy sea, attempting to annihilate your golden core. The sound of cracking echoed incessantly from your golden core. However, it had been refined to considerable sturdiness, holding firm for the time being, but before you could regain your composure, another bolt of lightning descended from the sky, one after another's. Gradually, your body succumbed to numbness. In truth, at this moment, your energy sea was also inundated with lightning. Your golden core had become riddled with cracks, on the verge of collapse. Your breath grew increasingly faint, signaling your imminent demise, with a final crash. Another bolt of lightning struck, and you sensed that this might be the last blow you could withstand. Yet, in that moment, you felt a surge of vital energy erupting from within your flesh. As if it were enraged, roaring in defiance. In an instant, all the vital energy within you surged forth, shifting from a pale blue to a vivid crimson, fervently repairing your body. Congratulations, your martial cultivation has broken through to the energy motion realm. In that moment, as you gazed at the relentless bolts of lightning from above, you could not help but laugh. You had achieved extreme body tempering. Heavenly lightning? Nonsense, it was merely a resource for your cultivation. With the breakthrough in your martial realm, your physical strength received a significant boost, allowing you to withstand 2 more bolts of lightning. However, the golden core within your energy sea could no longer endure. With a series of crackling sounds, the golden core you had been refining shattered completely. Unbeknownst to you, before its destruction, the 9 lines had become distinctly visible, one of which flickered with violet-blue arcs. 2 minutes later, you could no longer hold on. You perished at the age of 72. The extreme exchange, talent, was triggered. At the moment of your demise, in the celestial realm 9 heavens above, a celestial lord assigned to control the thunderous array suddenly gasped in shock, his celestial energy erupting violently, leading to his demise. The simulation has concluded. Chapter 32, New Talent. I have insight in this simulation. You may select 2 rewards: Extreme Exchange, Talent, Heavenly Profound Art, Celestial Path Technique, Martial Cultivation, Energy Motion Realm, Celestial Cultivation, Foundation Completion. Extreme Exchange, Talent price 1 million energy points. Heavenly Profound Art, Celestial Path Technique price 10,000,000 energy points. Martial Cultivation, Energy Motion Realm price 1 million energy points. Celestial Cultivation, Foundation Completion price 9 million energy points. Wink with a frown. Note, due to refining a 9th grade golden core, the price has increased. This time, the simulation lasted the longest. Zhang Yifeng felt he had gained considerably. Not only were the cultivation results substantial, but he also experienced the first battle in the simulator's history, revealing that not all celestial slaves were formidable. Throughout the simulation, what surprised Zhang Yifeng most was the final thunder. It had facilitated breakthroughs in both his martial and celestial paths. This was hardly the terrifying thunder he had imagined, rather, it was a resource for cultivation. Of course, Zhang Yifeng could only chuckle at this irony. From the conclusion of the simulation, he had realized that the thunder was orchestrated by someone in the celestial realm manipulating the thunderous array. However, these matters felt too distant from his current self to concern him. What Zhang Yifeng had not anticipated was the sheer number of local cultivators, far exceeding his expectations. This would provide valuable intelligence for his future simulations. Without further contemplation, Zhang Yifeng promptly made his selections for the simulation rewards. I choose Martial Cultivation, Energy Motion Realm, and Celestial Cultivation. Foundation Completion. Ding. Martial Cultivation, Energy Motion Realm, Extraction Successful. Deducting 1,000,000 energy points. Remaining energy points 11.3 billion. Ding. Celestial Cultivation, Foundation Completion, Extraction Successful. Deducting 9 million energy points. Remaining energy points 11.2 billion. The reward selection confirmed. Zhang Yifeng immediately felt changes within his body. First, his vital energy, which had remained relatively calm, surged with newfound vigor, becoming tumultuous. He understood this signified his martial cultivation had ascended to the energy motion realm. Once martial cultivation reached this level, vital energy would undergo a metamorphosis, becoming more vibrant and aggressive naturally. This surge would only manifest during the enhancement process. Once completed, the vital energy would retreat into his flesh, remaining dormant unless he actively summoned it or faced a life-threatening crisis. at which point it would reveal its volatility. Soon, the enhancement of his martial cultivation concluded, followed by a more pronounced elevation in his celestial cultivation. It leaped from the third level of chi refinement directly to foundation completion. And not just any foundation completion, but one augmented by a 9th grade golden core. The magnitude of this enhancement was nothing short of remarkable, thus, in contrast to previous simulations where rewards were completed in mere seconds. This time it took noticeably longer. After more than a minute, Zhang Yifeng finally fully integrated the celestial cultivation. Gazing at the 9 lines on his golden core, he could not suppress a smile. Zhang Yifeng now felt an overwhelming eagerness to initiate the next simulation, hoping to swiftly attain a 10th grade golden core. Regrettably, he had exhausted his simulation attempts for the time being. Ultimately, Zhang Yifeng could only wish for the week to pass quickly. Ever since acquiring the simulator, he found little joy in leisurely pursuits, preferring instead the elation that followed the conclusion of a simulation and the rewards it brought. However, despite what has been said, the enjoyment of music must continue, otherwise a week spent merely waiting for simulation attempts would be exceedingly dull. Before long, the week passed swiftly. Zhang Yifeng returned to his chamber and silently uttered a phrase to initiate the simulation. Consumption of simulation attempts, 1 remaining attempts, 0.to extract a blue talent consumes 100,000 energy points, while extracting a purple talent consumes 1 million energy points. Please make your selection. I choose to extract a purple talent. Ding, 1 million energy points deducted. Purple talent extraction in progress. Remaining energy, 11.2 billion. Congratulations, you have acquired the purple talent. Eye of insight. Eye of insight. Your vision can perceive partial truths about all beings. Note, all beings refers not only to humans but also to all sentient creatures. What a splendid talent! Upon seeing this ability, Zhang Yifeng felt a surge of joy within. Being able to perceive the true information of all beings would undoubtedly allow him to ascertain whether he was in danger, both in simulations and in reality. Furthermore, when confronting an adversary, he could clearly determine if he was capable of matching their strength. Zhang Yifeng contemplated that this talent must be treated as a reward to be cherished. Thus, he turned his gaze back to the simulator. The 11th simulation commenced. He became aware that he had entered the simulated environment. Eager to test the recently acquired Eye of Insight, he stepped outside and knocked on the door of the maid. Xiaotao, after casting a brief glance at her, he turned to leave. His actions left Xiaotao utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend his motives, yet, he merely sought to ascertain the effectiveness of the Eye of Insight. In that fleeting moment, he had indeed glimpsed Xiaotao's true information, remarkably accurate and rather detailed. He marveled at how useful the Eye of Insight proved to be. However, soon he encountered a vexing issue. As he wandered through the Zhang residence, he discovered that over each individual he encountered, a multitude of information floated above their heads, causing him to feel somewhat dizzy. He believed that this talent ought not to manifest in such a manner. There should be a way to control it at will. If he wished to avoid observing certain individuals, could he not suppress the information from appearing? The following day, after a day filled with experimentation, he confirmed that his intuition was correct. However, achieving precise control remained somewhat challenging. He still inadvertently glimpsed a plethora of personal information about others. He concluded that as long as he felt curiosity towards someone, he would subconsciously see their information. This circumstance was something he could fully accept. The Eye of Insight seemed to him a manifestation of a mental prowess. He believed that if one day he could master his curiosity, he might wield this talent with effortless ease. On the third day, he departed from the Zhang residence and strolled through the streets of Qingshan City, where he felt a stirring in his heart. Previously, without the Eye of Insight, he had been oblivious, but now upon inspection, he realized that what he had considered an unremarkable Qingshan city was indeed concealing several celestial slaves. Some disguised themselves as pedestrians, others as vendors, and even beggars. Among them were individuals he recognized. However, he noted that these celestial slaves in Qingshan city possessed low cultivation levels, all at the foundation establishment stage, and thus did not pose a threat. Yet, he reminded himself that this simulation had only just begun, and he refrained from alarming them. On the fourth day, under the cover of night, he discreetly left Qingshan city without being detected. By the sixth day, he arrived at the ruins of Tianxian Temple in the Changqing Mountains. Upon his arrival, he followed his usual routine, clearing the ruins and burying the remains, before obtaining the Tianxian cultivation method and a severely damaged cultivation journal. In the days that followed, he committed himself to daily practice. As before, he practiced the nameless martial arts method each day, dedicating all other time to refining his golden elixir. Time flew by, and 3 years passed. By Ruoshua appeared as expected. Chapter 33, elusive yet pitiful. By Ruoshua, before she could express any doubts, he confessed honestly that he had constructed the cemetery for the predecessors out of gratitude for acquiring the Tianxian technique. Bai Ruoshua did not immediately believe him. Instead, she employed her divine sense and spiritual energy to thoroughly inspect him inside and out. Ultimately, she confirmed that he was not the celestial slave she despised. At the same time, he perceived Bai Ruoshua's eye of insight talent. This time, he finally discerned her true strength. She was, in fact, a formidable cultivator at the 8th level of tribulation crossing. It is worth noting that the highest realm of cultivation he had encountered in the journal was merely the tribulation stage. This revelation underscored her status as an extraordinary powerhouse of the celestial path. Unbeknownst to him, as he marveled at Bai Ruoshua's might, she was already experiencing a tempest of emotions within her heart. Bai Ruoshua had never anticipated that within this sealed southern region, there existed a prodigious talent who had achieved foundation establishment perfection and refined a 9th grade golden elixir, though records indicated the existence of 10th grade golden elixirs. Those were merely matters of documentation. In her memory, Bai Ruoshua had never truly encountered anyone of 10th grade caliber. Attaining a 10th grade golden elixir was no longer merely a matter of talent and effort. It also required opportunity. The only figure she had heard of who had achieved a 10th grade golden elixir lived millions of years ago, a peerless powerhouse who had withstood heavenly lightning, shattered formations, and ascended to the 9th heaven. In truth, even attaining a 9th grade golden elixir was no easy feat. Bai Ruoshua knew that the few prodigies who had achieved 9th grade golden elixirs were scarce throughout the entire Nine Xian realm. And yet, here was Jiang Yifeng, who had, at such a young age, refined a 9th grade golden elixir. This left Bai Ruoshua in a state of disbelief. The challenge was not in the complexity of refining the quality of the golden elixir, but rather in the time it consumed. After all, the lifespan during the foundation establishment phase was only 300 years, and the true golden period for cultivation spanned merely the first 200 years. Thus, many prodigies would choose to spend a decade or more, sometimes even several decades, refining their golden elixirs before opting for a breakthrough. If one were to devote a century to refining their golden elixir, they often risked missing the optimal period for cultivation. Ultimately, this could lead to a situation where they found themselves unable to continue their training due to a lack of lifespan. In reality, Jiang Yifeng felt a chill run through him upon realizing this. In the previous simulation, Bai Ruoshua had mentioned the quality of the golden elixir, and he had acted impulsively without understanding the significance of the golden cultivation period. Fortunately, he was within the simulator and did not have to concern himself with such matters. However, the rarity of a 9th grade golden elixir was something Jiang Yifeng had not anticipated. It was astonishing that only a few individuals throughout the entire Nine Xian realm had reached such a level. No wonder it had been so challenging to elevate to 9th grade in the previous simulation. It had ultimately been a stroke of fortune, facilitated by the heavenly lightning. Now Jiang Yifeng felt compelled to seek out knowledge regarding cultivation. Who could predict what challenges awaited him in the future? It was unlikely that he would always be so fortunate as to find answers within the simulation text. He considered that perhaps he should contemplate how to escape this southern region in future simulations to broaden his understanding of cultivation. Of course, these were matters for the future. At present, a dilemma confronted Jiang Yifeng, causing him to furrow his brow, but he pondered whether it was still necessary to strive for the refinement of a 10th grade golden elixir. According to the simulation's narrative, a 10th grade golden elixir required not only talent and effort but also opportunity. In the end, Jiang Yifeng quickly reaffirmed his resolve. He must pursue the attainment of a 10th grade golden elixir. The simulation mentioned that the peerless powerhouse who had withstood heavenly lightning and shattered formations had also possessed a 10th grade golden elixir, yet, despite such prowess, the formation still remained, indicating that even that formidable figure had merely managed to escape. Unable to vanquish the celestial foes above. As a native of this southern region, Jiang Yifeng knew that for his safety, he would inevitably confront the celestial beings above. If he could not even reach the level of the elder who had withstood the heavenly lightning, how could he safeguard his family or ensure his own safety? Jiang Yifeng took a deep breath, feeling the weight of his responsibilities. Nevertheless, he also began to formulate ideas, since the heavenly lightning in the previous simulation had inadvertently elevated his golden elixir to 9th grade. Perhaps he could continue to harness the heavenly lightning to see if he could break through to 10th grade. With this clarified thought, Zhang Yifeng turned his attention back to the simulator. Bai Ruoxue regarded him with a sense of regret. Attaining a 9th grade golden elixir at Foundation establishment perfection was already indicative of celestial potential. Such a prodigy, born in this sealed southern region, was indeed a pity in her eyes. With a wistful glance, she chose not to engage him further and walked aside. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Bai Ruoxue took her leave. Before departing, she bestowed upon him a storage ring but refrained from discussing any further matters with him. This left him feeling perplexed. He could not comprehend why the circumstances of the simulation had shifted once more, why she had not mentioned anything regarding the sealed region, why had Bai Ruoxue not sought to utilize him to create some trouble for the celestial slaves. What he did not know was that Bai Ruoxue herself was deeply conflicted. She had considered sharing those thoughts with him, for his potential could undoubtedly pose a tremendous challenge to the celestial slaves. Yet, she felt a sense of reluctance, believing that such a prodigy should not be wasted on merely troubling those celestial slaves. She even contemplated helping him escape the sealed region, although she could not contend with the fearsome beasts guarding it. She believed that, with effort, she could manage to lead him away. Regrettably, she ultimately refrained from taking such action, as doing so would equate to directly opposing the celestial beings above. She lacked the courage and the strength for such a confrontation. In the end, she could only offer him support in terms of resources without exploiting him, believing that his future development would ultimately depend on his own fortune. After Bai Ruoxue's departure, Zhang Yifeng opened the storage ring she had left behind and discovered that the resources contained within were far more abundant than those provided in the previous simulation. There were an astonishing 100,000 spirit stones, and in addition, the storage ring held a book titled Annotated Basics of Cultivation. As you peruse this book, an unsettling feeling lingers. It appears somewhat too new. With ink stains that seem scarcely dried, you find yourself questioning whether this tome was recently penned by Bai Ruoxue. Outside the simulator, Zhang Yifeng cannot help but chuckle softly at this intriguing character. Previously, during simulations when he was weaker, she provided him with protective artifacts. As his innate talents began to strengthen, she grew cautious and subsequently sought to exploit him. Now, witnessing his remarkable potential, she has begun to cherish talent. Even hastily composing a book on the fundamentals of cultivation, truly, she is an enigma. Moreover, Zhang Yifeng perceives Bai Ruoxue as a paradoxical figure, perhaps even somewhat pitiable. Through numerous simulations, it has become evident that she harbors animosity towards celestial slaves and discontent towards the immortals above. Zhang Yifeng speculates that this may be linked to the death of her senior brother, yet, she lacks the courage to rebel outright, opting instead for subtle machinations to hinder the celestial slaves. Chapter 34. Why should I flee? Zhang Yifeng refrains from dwelling further on Bai Ruoxue and instead contemplates the annotation she left on cultivation fundamentals. He wonders if he might engage in a deep simulation to commit them to memory. His previous experience with deep simulation has taught him that memories acquired during such sessions are retained. If he studies the cultivation notes, he should be able to grasp the overarching concepts. The title suggests that this book contains explanations regarding the basics of cultivation, and retaining a general understanding would likely suffice. After all, it is not a treatise on cultivation techniques, which involve intricate diagrams and complex energy manipulations where even the slightest error could prove disastrous. How does Zhang Yifeng know that cultivation techniques include diagrams? It is simply because he has perused the heavenly profound technique during a previous deep simulation. He had considered memorizing it to potentially save an opportunity to claim simulation rewards. Regrettably, it proved unfeasible, as those diagrams were exceedingly intricate. Relying solely on memory, he dared not attempt recklessly. Without hesitation, he initiates the deep simulation for a day. Deep simulation activated for 24 hours, deducting 240,000 energy points. Remaining energy points, 11.2 billion. Within the deep simulation, Zhang Yifeng retrieves the still-drying annotations on cultivation fundamentals and immerses himself in earnest study. As anticipated, the contents are indeed foundational knowledge concerning cultivation. From chi refinement to tribulation crossing, each realm is accompanied by various points of caution, providing Zhang Yifeng with invaluable insights. As the day slips away, Zhang Yifeng remains engrossed in his reading, with the deep simulation nearing its conclusion. He even adds another 10 days, driven by his insatiable thirst for the cultivation material. He fears that should he forget the knowledge, it would be an immense pity, thus he resolves to review it multiple times. 10 days later, as the deep simulation concludes, Jiang Yifeng's consciousness returns to his chamber within the Jiang estate. Momentarily, he remains still, digesting the wealth of information he has retained regarding qi refinement to foundation establishment and even the 10 grades of golden elixirs. He had previously possessed some understanding, however. After studying the cultivation annotations, he has acquired a plethora of new knowledge and identified some shortcomings in his prior practices. Most crucially, he had never contemplated the significance of spiritual roots. According to the annotations, spiritual roots influence not only the speed of cultivation but also possess unique attributes. Jiang Yifeng is aware that his spiritual root talent encompasses both lightning and fire attributes. Yet, he had not previously considered how to develop them. Now, he recognizes that both lightning and fire attributes are highly offensive, greatly enhancing his combat capabilities. Additionally, the fire attribute is suitable for refining tools and concocting pills, while the lightning attribute not only excels in offense but also complements body techniques. Though he is now enlightened, Jiang Yifeng finds himself unable to develop these attributes just yet. Nonetheless, he has identified a promising direction for future endeavors. Saving himself considerable trial and error costs, regaining his focus, Jiang Yifeng resolves to continue observing the progress within the simulator. You have spent several days studying the annotations on cultivation fundamentals, greatly benefiting from the experience. Subsequently, you choose not to linger and decide to depart. This time, you once again venture to the oasis within the Death Desert, despite having been unsettled by the sight of numerous monstrous serpents during the last simulation's latter stages. You believe that they are unlikely to roam freely, making this the most suitable locale for discreetly honing your skills. In the 5th year, you diligently refine the quality of your golden elixir. Although you sense some progress, a closer inspection reveals little change. In the 10th year, you persist in your efforts, yet the same issue arises. You feel improvement, yet the elixir remains unchanged. By the 20th year, you are still engaged in refining the elixir. In the 40th year, you continue this endeavor, but you resolve to leave the Death Desert this year. After all, in 3 years, you are aware that a great battle will unfold here. In the 42nd year, you depart from the Death Desert. This time, due to your early exit, you do not encounter any cultivators or celestial slaves. In the 43rd year, from a remote village, you gaze out at the Death Desert. Contemplating that your father and those cultivators have likely commenced their battle over there. By the 50th year, you know that in 2 years, heavenly thunder will descend, and you no longer wish to remain inconspicuous. From this year onward, you begin utilizing your talent, the Eye of Insight, to ambush and hunt down solitary, lower-ranked celestial slaves. Your intention is not born of vengeance but rather the pursuit of resources. You aim to procure some spirit stones from these celestial slaves to expedite the refinement of your golden elixir. This idea has long been in your mind, however, in order to capitalize on the effects of heavenly thunder. You had refrained from implementing it. You feared that acting too soon would attract the notice of higher-ranked celestial slaves who might pursue you, jeopardizing your chances of surviving until the thunder's arrival. Now, however, you feel indifferent. After all, only 2 years remain. You believe that if you remain discreet enough to gather sufficient spirit stones for 2 years, you can then retreat and, if luck is on your side, everything should proceed smoothly. In the 51st year, you feel confident, yet complications arise this year. In a small town, you discover a 5th-layer foundation celestial slave. Utilizing your Eye of Insight, you observe nearly everyone in the town. Confirming that this is the sole celestial slave present, you act without hesitation and launch a surprise attack. Everything appears to unfold smoothly. After defeating the Foundation celestial slave, you eagerly retrieve his storage ring. However, at that moment, an instinctual warning surges within you, a sense of impending danger. With a resounding bang, you are suddenly sent flying by a powerful punch. Instinctively, you turn to see a figure clad in black soaring through the air. Fixated upon you, you realize that the punch you just received was indeed his attack. Yet, what perplexes you is how a celestial slave at the golden elixir stage could be present. You had thoroughly surveyed the entire town with your Eye of Insight. Unfortunately, you remain unaware that luck is also a form of strength. The town was indeed devoid of celestial slaves prior to your action. However, at the precise moment you struck, a golden elixir stage celestial slave happened to be passing overhead. Sensing the aura of a cultivator exposed during your attack with no time to ponder further, you hastily rise and activate the teleportation jade plate to escape. Moments later, you vanish from your location, reappearing 1,000 miles away, yet soon you sense something amiss. It seems you are unscathed. Though the punch stung, the actual damage is negligible. So why did you flee? In that instant, you find yourself utterly bewildered. Chapter 35, The Diminishing Halo of Intelligence. Terrifying indeed. After a brief moment of stunned silence, you realize that you have indeed underestimated yourself, for upon encountering a golden elixir stage powerhouse, your instinct is to flee and hide. Reflecting on your own progress, you recognize that your martial arts have reached the third great realm, the Chi movement stage. If one were to compare martial arts with celestial arts, it appears that the Chi movement stage corresponds precisely to the golden elixir stage. You slap your forehead and sigh, lamenting your oversight. You perceive this as a personal failure, having failed to accurately assess your own strength. Had you known this earlier, you might have approached this simulation with greater audacity. However, that is in the past, and you are reluctant to dwell on it further. Surveying your surroundings, you realize that you have been transported to a mountainous forest. You find this location quite agreeable and decide to spend the remainder of your time cultivating in seclusion. As for the celestial slave who had just attacked you, you believe it unlikely that he would be able to track you down. After all, you have teleported 1,000 miles away. Even a golden elixir stage cultivator would require 2 hours to traverse such a distance. And with no knowledge of your direction, locating you would not be an easy task. Days pass, and indeed, the celestial slave fails to find you, which leaves you feeling somewhat disappointed. Part of you had hoped to encounter him, to engage in battle. After all, he is a golden elixir stage cultivator, and facing him might grant you a clearer understanding of your own capabilities. If you truly found yourself outmatched, you are confident that you could escape using the teleportation jade plate. As you did before, alas, your desires remain unfulfilled. In the 52nd year, the heavenly thunder arrives as scheduled. After enduring several strikes from the thunder, you ultimately find yourself unable to withstand the onslaught. You perish. Having lived to the age of 72, this simulation concludes. You may choose 2 rewards from this simulation: Eye of Insight, Talent, Heavenly Profound Technique, Celestial Path Technique, Martial Arts Cultivation, Celestial Cultivation. Eye of Insight, Talent priced at 1,000,000 energy points. Heavenly Profound Technique, Celestial Path Technique priced at 10 million energy points. Martial Arts Cultivation, priced at 100,000 energy points. Although it does not enhance your realm, it provides an additional experience of thunder tempering your body, resulting in some improvement. 1. The Cultivation of the Celestial Path, priced at 1 million energy points. Although the realm has not been enhanced, possessing a 9th grade golden elixir refined over 52 years seems to hold some significance. Zhang Yifeng gazed at the simulated rewards, somewhat taken aback. Initially, he had intended to select talents and the Tianxian Gong Celestial Technique, believing that without an elevation in realm, these options would not be available. To his surprise, he discovered that rewards could still manifest without a realm enhancement. This had not been the case previously. However, upon reflection, Zhang Yifeng found this quite reasonable. The higher the realm, the more challenging the advancement. He speculated that it could take many years to break through even a minor realm. If rewards were contingent solely upon realm enhancement, the simulator's efficacy would diminish significantly in the later stages. The absence of such occurrences in the past might have been due to his low realm, or perhaps the simulator operated under its own calculation system, requiring one to reach a certain threshold before rewards would appear. Contemplating the reward list, Zhang Yifeng made his choice without hesitation. I select the Eye of Insight, Talent, and the Cultivation of the Celestial Path. 2. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the talent, Eye of Insight. Deducting 1 million energy points, remaining energy points, 11.2 billion. Ding. Extraction of Celestial Cultivation successful, the refining period of the golden elixir extended by 52 years, deducting 1 million energy points, remaining energy points, 11. 2 billion. This time, Zhang Yifeng felt no particular emotions regarding the extraction of rewards. His choice stemmed from a desire to strive for the 10th grade golden elixir. Previously, he had sought opportunities to break through to the 10th grade. But now, understanding that the simulator could accumulate years, he believed that through multiple simulations, it might indeed be achievable. He held firm to the belief that with time, even an iron pestle could be ground into a needle. Upon completing his acquisitions, Zhang Yifeng stepped out of his room, feeling invigorated. Glancing at the sky, it was once again time to visit the brothel and listen to songs. Zhang Yifeng waved his paper fan and strolled towards Chunyan building. After all, a dandy must embody the essence of a dandy. Especially after this simulation, he had learned of the existence of celestial slaves hidden within Qingshan City, amongst whom were familiar faces. Thus, he could not afford to reveal even the slightest hint of suspicion. But who could this acquaintance be? The simulation had not disclosed the individual's name, leaving Zhang Yifeng with a lingering curiosity. 3. Soon a week passed. In truth, these past few days had been rather vexing for Zhang Yifeng. Each day spent listening to music was fraught with anxiety. Through the eye of insight, he had discerned which of his acquaintances was a celestial slave. To his astonishment, it was none other than Qiu Zhishuan, the courtesan of Chunyan building. This was indeed an old acquaintance. Zhang Yifeng had frequently patronized her establishment. Upon learning that Qiu Zhishuan was a celestial slave, he contemplated refraining from visiting the brothel. However, after some thought, he decided it best to maintain his usual lifestyle. Reality was not a simulation, there were no second chances. He felt that any minor oversight could lead to peril. At that moment, he noticed that his simulation attempts had reset. Zhang Yifeng hurried back to his room, murmuring softly, "Initiate simulation." 4. Consuming one simulation attempt, remaining attempts, 0. Extracting blue talent costs 100,000 energy points, extracting purple talent costs 1 million energy points. Please select a talent to extract purple talent, ding, deducting 1 million energy points, purple talent extraction in progress, remaining energy points, 11.2 billion. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the purple talent, diminished intellect aura. Diminished intellect aura, a must-have for protagonists. Those who come into contact with you will experience a forced lowering of their intelligence. Note, lacking the protagonist's fate but inheriting their affliction is not always a blessing. 5. Gazing at the talent he had drawn, Zhang Yifeng felt a mix of joy and despair. Had it not been for the subsequent note, he might have felt elated. After all, having read countless novels in his previous life, he understood just how outrageous this talent could be. Yet, upon seeing the annotation, he sensed it was a veiled jab at himself. Perhaps it was best to assess the simulation circumstances. The 12th simulation commenced. Upon entering the simulation, you promptly exited your room, preparing to head towards the ruins of Tianxian Temple. Just as you stepped outside, you encountered a maid named Xiao Tao, who was carrying tea. Upon spotting you, her cheeks flushed, and she stared at you intently. Suddenly, with a splash, Xiao Tao fell into a nearby pond. Distracted by your presence, the pond was shallow, and she would not drown. You paid it no mind and continued on your way. 6. Upon reaching the street, you were unexpectedly halted by a young master you did not recognize, likely a visitor from outside Qingshan City. He accused you of casting a glance his way and ordered his subordinate to gouge out your eyes as an apology. You sensed something was amiss. This felt eerily reminiscent of certain plotlines from novels you had read in your past life. It dawned on you that the diminished intellect aura was already in effect. Yet, this seemed even more awkward. Was it truly this straightforward? Merely glancing at him had led to such trouble. You could not help but exclaim, "The diminished intellect aura is indeed terrifying." 7. Chapter 36. I knew my brother couldn't bear to hit me. You wished to avoid entanglement with this young master, yet did not want to reveal your strength so soon, as the simulation had only just begun, and celestial slaves were present in Qingshan City. Thus, you declared your identity, stating you were the young master of the Jiang Merchant Guild, hoping he would retreat. Unfortunately, the young master merely sneered, claiming you were nothing more than a merchant's son, while his father was the lord of the neighboring Minghua city, a high-ranking official appointed by the sovereign of Dao Nation. He dismissed you with disdain, even threatening that not only would he have your eyes gouged out, but he would also ensure the Jiang Merchant Guild's closure. You could only feel speechless, lamenting that the diminished intellect aura was excessively ruthless. Just a glance, and it escalated to such proportions, you could not comprehend how he, a mere son of a city lord, would dare to speak so. Minghua City was but a small city, and there were likely thousands of such lords throughout Dao Nation. You surmised that this lord was akin to a town mayor in your past life. 8. This young lord, despite his status, looked down upon you, the heir of one of the nation's wealthiest merchant guilds, and even dared to threaten the closure of your business spanning multiple nations. This struck you as utterly nonsensical. Anyone with even a shred of sense would never utter such words. As the situation escalated, you contemplated revealing part of your martial prowess to extricate yourself. Just then, a woman appeared before you, striking the young master across the face with a resounding slap, sending him flying several meters. The force of her blow made it evident that she was no ordinary person, and even the young master's guards were too intimidated to act, retreating in disgrace with their master. Yet, as he departed, he still boasted that he would return, demanding you await his arrival. 9. The young master had left, but the matter was far from resolved. In fact, it only served to complicate matters further. For the individual who intervened was none other than Xiao Zhishuan from Chunyan Building. You were acutely aware that she was a celestial slave. You caught her gaze, filled with longing, as she inquired why you had not come to listen to her sing, expressing her deep yearning for you. A shiver ran down your spine. Oh no, another victim of the diminished intellect. Xiao Zhishuan had never behaved in such a lovesick manner before, while not cold towards you. She had never been so infatuated. Ultimately, your quest to acquire the celestial cultivation technique at the Tianxian Temple ruins was postponed. Reluctantly, you followed Xiao Zhishuan back to Chunyan Building, where you listened to her sing for half the night. It was only in the deep hours of the night that you finally found an excuse to take your leave. 10. Departing from Chunyan Building, you hastened under the cover of darkness towards the Changqing Mountains. Ordinarily, with your strength, such a journey spanning thousands of kilometers would take merely 2 or 3 days, yet, this time, it took you a full half-month to reach the Changqing Mountains. Throughout the journey, every encounter with others seemed to lead to inexplicable delays. For instance, when you sped past certain young masters, they accused you of disrespect for overtaking their carriages, causing them to seek trouble. Others complained that you were dressed in the same color as someone else, or that you had stepped out with your left foot first. Countless bizarre reasons arose. In addition to the disturbances, some young ladies would throw themselves at you without cause, professing their love upon a mere glance. This left you utterly exasperated. Overall, however, it was tolerable. Aside from the time wasted, you faced no substantial troubles, and thus you did not dwell on it too much. 11. Upon arriving at the Tianxian Temple ruins, you proceeded to clear the area as usual. After burying the remains, you obtained the celestial cultivation technique, Tianxian Gong. As time passed, you continued refining the golden elixir. Half a year swiftly elapsed, and while you were engrossed in your training, you suddenly heard a voice calling your name. Opening your eyes, you were astonished to find it was Xiao Zhishuan. A chill ran through you, and you felt a surge of panic. You could not fathom how she had ended up here. Such occurrences had never happened in previous simulations. Hastily scanning your surroundings and confirming that only Xiao Zhishuan was present, you felt somewhat reassured. She was merely at the perfected foundation stage, on par with your own realm, which you deemed not particularly threatening. Thus, you silently gathered your spiritual energy, preparing to strike first. Yet, just as you were about to launch your attack, you noticed Xiao Zhishuan gazing at you with affectionate eyes. Questioning why you had not come to hear her sing for the past 2 months, and why you had secluded yourself in this remote mountain, her tearful demeanor suggested that you had wronged her in some way. Unmoved, you did not even consider the veracity of her words. You only knew she was a celestial slave, and if she witnessed your training, you would be in grave danger. Therefore, as Xiao Zhishuan drew closer, you opted for an underhanded sneak attack. However, just as your strike was about to connect with her, you saw her figure shift, effortlessly evading your blow. This turn of events caused your brow to furrow. This was not the outcome you had envisioned. Do you recall the previous simulations, where you had stealthily ambushed numerous foundational stage celestial slaves, all of which ended successfully? You never anticipated that this time Kuzixuan would prove to be an exception. Possessing such remarkable agility, this revelation instilled a sense of caution within you. After all, your current combat relied solely on the manipulation of spiritual energy and physical strength, as you had never learned any combat techniques. In stark contrast to your alertness, Kuzixuan gazed at you with tear-streaked cheeks, her voice laced with grievance as she exclaimed, "How could you strike me?" As the minutes slipped by, you relentlessly attacked Kuzixuan, yet she merely evaded your blows, looking at you with a pitiful expression, refraining from counterattacking. At this moment, a disquieting realization dawned upon you. With the agility Kuzixuan displayed, if she wished to flee, you would be utterly incapable of detaining her. Conversely, if she intended to eliminate you, she could easily exploit her advantages to strike or simply depart in search of a more formidable celestial slave to carry out the deed. In a moment of clarity, you contemplated the intelligence diminishing aura. Was it possible that this talent had rendered Kazixuan, a celestial slave, so enamored with you that she had forsaken her mission to eliminate cultivators? You marveled inwardly, could it truly be so? With that thought lingering, you paused your assault and inquired why she was present. However, your hand remained firmly pressed against the teleportation jade plate, ready to escape at the slightest hint of danger. Noticing your cessation of hostilities, Kazixuan's lips curled into a smile as she said, "I knew that Brother Rifeng would never truly harm me." Upon hearing her sweet words, a chill coursed through you. You mused, "Am I reluctant to strike you? No, I wish to eliminate you, but I simply cannot." Chapter 37, Friend or Foe, you have been diminished in the simulation soon enough. Kazixuan revealed how she had found her way here. She explained that after noticing your absence from her musical performances for several days, she felt an overwhelming longing and began her search for you. Following the direction you had departed, she carried your portrait and inquired with passers-by. After numerous missteps and half a year of searching, she finally located you here. Once you absorbed Kazixuan's words, you comprehended the influence of the intelligence diminishing aura. Who would believe that a celestial slave, concealed in the dust of the world, would expend such effort to find a dandy who frequented brothels for music? Subsequently, you cautiously probed her about her cultivation. You were well aware that celestial slaves belonged to a celestial sect, and this inquiry served as a test. Upon hearing your question, Kazixuan's previously affectionate gaze shifted subtly. It seemed she recalled something, glanced around, and then urged you never to reveal your cultivation in front of others. Feigning ignorance, you inquired about her reasoning. Without hesitation, Kazixuan divulged the secrets of the celestial sect, even mentioning how celestial slaves hunted local cultivators. Of this revelation left you feeling somewhat embarrassed about contemplating her demise. Rather than attacking her, you opted to observe and glean any additional information she might possess. After all, she was affiliated with the celestial sect, and perhaps she held knowledge unknown to outsiders. Unfortunately, the outcome was disappointing. Her knowledge was limited, even less comprehensive than that of Bairuoshue. The sole useful piece of information you acquired was that celestial slaves hunted local cultivators for mission rewards, driven not by belief but by self-interest. Thereafter, Kazixuan presented you with a substantial amount of spiritual stones and a manual on the wind pursuit technique. She sweetly remarked, "Brother, your agility is too weak and perilous." Initially, you had planned to extract information from her before executing a surprise attack to eliminate her. Despite her seemingly kind gestures, you understood this was merely the effect of the intelligence diminishing aura, not her true intentions. However, her offering of spiritual stones and the technique disrupted your plans. Thus, you reluctantly accepted the spiritual stones and the wind pursuit manual. In the days that followed, Kazixuan accompanied you in your training within the Evergreen Mountains, and you incorporated the wind pursuit technique into your daily regimen. As the second year progressed, you found yourself in a quandary. You were acutely aware that Bairuoshue's arrival was imminent. If she were to discover Kazixuan, a celestial slave, by your side, you feared the consequences would be dire. You began to contemplate whether to take action against Kazixuan, but ultimately shook your head, refraining from such a choice. Human emotions are complex, and despite past grievances, you felt a genuine bond with Kazixuan in this simulation, influenced by the intelligence diminishing aura, which made it difficult for you to act against her. In the third year, you departed from the ruins of Tianxian Temple with Kazixuan. This time, you relinquished the idea of exploiting Bairuoshue. In the fourth year, you diligently honed your agility and refined your golden core. Fortunately, you lacked for spiritual stones, as Kazixuan's reserves far exceeded your expectations. Throughout that year, the intelligence diminishing aura caused you numerous difficulties, yet Kazixuan resolved each issue, allowing you to experience the privileges of a protagonist. By the fifth year, you and Kazixuan sought refuge in a secluded location away from civilization. Although the protagonist's treatment from the previous year was exhilarating, the persistent troubles significantly hindered your cultivation. The sixth year brought further challenges, due to Kazixuan's prolonged absence from the celestial sect and her neglect of local cultivator hunting missions. Other celestial slaves sought her out. Your identity as a cultivator was thoroughly exposed. The celestial slave who found you was a 9th-level golden core cultivator. Just as you prepared to activate the teleportation jade plate to escape, the celestial slave remarked, "What a handsome young man." Ultimately, you were not pursued but instead gained another mysterious ally, or rather a mysterious sister. Your idyllic hideaway transformed from a duo to a trio. You pondered how absurd the intelligence diminishing aura was. At that moment, You resolved to acquire this talent. When weighed against the benefits, minor inconveniences paled in comparison. Outside the simulation, Zhang Yifeng wore a grim expression. The intelligence-diminishing aura was indeed terrifying. Initially, he believed it would only diminish the intelligence of others. However, he had not anticipated that this talent would blur the lines between friend and foe, even affecting his own judgment within the simulation. Although his actions appeared sound, Zhang Yifeng recognized a significant issue. For instance, why had he been provoked at the outset? This was undoubtedly a consequence of the aura's influence. In the past, whenever he had left Qingshan City, he often did so under the cover of night. Why had he chosen to depart during the day this time? Leaving when fewer people were around would have been a far better option. Moreover, the most pressing concern was Kuzichuan's identity. The simulation version of himself had inexplicably overlooked this vital detail. In reality, Zhang Yifeng had utilized his inside eye to examine Kuzichuan's information, knowing she was the granddaughter of a certain elder in the celestial sect, even if he had forgotten this detail. Kuzichuan, as a fully realized foundational cultivator, should have raised suspicions with her generous offering of spiritual resources. Of course, Zhang Yifeng believed that the simulation's Kuzichuan had genuinely been affected by the aura. Harboring no ill intentions toward him, her reluctance to disclose her identity could stem from a fear of rejection. However, such considerations were secondary. The primary concern was that this talent had already infiltrated his thought processes, rendering him susceptible to its effects. Zhang Yifeng silently resolved, he must not select this talent as a reward from the simulation. Shaking his head, Zhang Yifeng continued to observe the simulation. In the 9th year, an elder arrived at your secluded abode. After scrutinizing him with your inside eye, you hastily activated the teleportation array to flee. To your astonishment, the elder was a first-level tribulation cultivator named Xiuquang. And he happened to be Kuzichuan's grandfather. A sense of unease washed over you. Kuzichuan's grandfather, how could he possess such formidable strength? You felt as though you were forgetting something essential, yet, before you could dwell on it, you instinctively dismissed the thought and focused on your escape. Regrettably, you had underestimated the prowess of a tribulation cultivator. Despite your attempts to teleport 1,000 miles away, Xiuquang reached you in an instant. After exhausting 3 teleportations, you found yourself seized by the elder. Just as you resigned yourself to your fate, Kuzichuan emerged, kneeling before the elder and tearfully proclaiming, "Grandfather, if you kill Brother Yifeng, then I shall not live either." Chapter 38. The farce concludes. A new simulation begins. Xiuquang, after a prolonged contemplation, ultimately chose not to slay you but instead took both you and Kuzichuan away. He left the infatuated celestial slave, who had fallen for you at first sight, standing alone. Days later, you were brought to the capital of the Great Yu Kingdom. Xiuquang informed you that to be with his granddaughter, Kuzichuan, you must undergo a trial and join the celestial sect. Remarkably, he did not even inquire about your cultivation journey, merely alluding to it abstractly. Upon hearing Xiuquang's request for you to join the celestial sect, you readily agreed, knowing that becoming part of the sect would allow you to cultivate openly. Free from the threat of pursuit or divine retribution, you believed this might extend your time within the simulation. However, in truth, even if you wished to decline, you had no choice. Xiuquang held all the cards. Your agreement brought Kuzichuan immense joy, as she believed your decision was entirely for her sake. Yet, the process proved to be anything but smooth. The celestial sect had no precedent for accepting cultivators from the southern region. Despite Xiuquang's status as an elder, he still needed to submit requests for approval. His repeated attempts to secure your admission to the celestial sect were met with rejection. In fact, other celestial slaves within the sect sternly insisted that Xiuquang eliminate you. However, once they encountered you in person, the situation underwent a rapid transformation. A faction began to view you with increasing hostility, intent on your demise. There are still some individuals who regard you as if they were gazing upon their own dear child. Determined to protect you at all costs, believing that you must join the Xianlin sect, the very presence of you has dramatically divided the sect into 2 factions, leading to daily disputes among them. The situation escalated, gradually giving rise to internal strife. Ultimately, a bolt of purple lightning struck down, bringing this farce to a definitive end. You perished at the tender age of 29. The simulation has concluded. You may now select 2 rewards: the diminishing intelligence aura, talent, the celestial profound technique, Xian Dao heart method, or the wind chasing technique, body movement manual. The diminishing intelligence aura, talent, is priced at 1
0.00000 energy points. The Celestial Profound Technique, Xian Dao Heart Method, is priced at 10 million energy points. The Wind Chasing Technique, Body Movement Manual, is priced at 5 million energy points. As the simulation came to an end, Jiang Yifeng found himself overwhelmed with mixed emotions. This simulation had truly been a farce, offering little of value. To summarize, after all, everyone within the simulation had been influenced by the diminishing intelligence aura. They either laid bare their hearts or created trivial troubles for themselves, harboring deep-seated loathing. The only piece of useful information was that in the end, Zhou Zixuan's grandfather had invited the simulation's participants to join the Xianlin sect. With the destination being the capital of the Dao Kingdom, perhaps the headquarters of the Xianlin sect. However, this information was of little immediate use to him. Jiang Yifeng glanced at the simulation rewards. Feeling disheartened by the meager offerings, with only 3 options available this time, there were even no cultivation rewards. Yet, he felt this was not surprising. After all, it was evident from the simulation text that he had been beset by troubles, likely leaving him with little time to cultivate peacefully. The minimal gains made it reasonable that they did not appear on the reward list. The sole pleasant surprise was the Wind Chasing Technique, which would help fill the gap of his lack of combat techniques. Without needing to deliberate, Jiang Yifeng dismissed the diminishing intelligence aura talent as far too perilous. It was a danger to both himself and others. He felt he lacked the fortune of a protagonist and couldn't afford such a risk. Thus, he made his choice. I select the Celestial Profound Technique and the Wind Chasing Technique. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Celestial Profound Technique, Xian Dao Heart Method, and the Wind Chasing Technique, Body Movement Manual. A deduction of 15 million energy points has been made, leaving you with 1.12 billion energy points. In an instant, both manuals appeared in Jiang Yifeng's hands. Gazing at the Celestial Profound Technique brought forth a sense of nostalgia. This technique had finally been exchanged after 3 simulations, consistently appearing as a reward. He stored the rewards in his spatial ring and collected his thoughts before stepping out of the room. It was yet another fine day, perfect for enjoying the melodies of music. I shall not visit the Chunyan building today. Having just completed the simulation, I feel a bit apprehensive about Zhou Zixuan. Worried that I might reveal myself, Jiang Yifeng murmured to himself, then made his way to another venue for listening to music. He believed this would not affect his persona too much. He could return to the Chunyan building in a couple of days. It was only natural to change one's tastes occasionally. A week passed swiftly, and the simulation count refreshed once more. Jiang Yifeng returned to his chamber and silently recited a phrase: initiate the simulation. Consumption of simulation count, 1. Remaining count, 0. Drawing a blue talent consumes 100,000 energy points, while drawing a purple talent consumes 1 million energy points. Please choose your draw. I choose to draw a purple talent. Ding! A deduction of 1 million energy points has been made. Purple talent extraction in progress. Remaining energy points, 1.12 billion. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the purple talent, Accidental Enlightenment. Accidental Enlightenment. When you cultivate, you may occasionally enter a state of enlightenment. Note, in this state, the speed of cultivation is significantly accelerated, randomly increasing to 2 to 10 times faster than usual. Your thoughts become more active, making it easier to identify problems and break through bottlenecks. The 13th simulation commenced. You became aware that you were once again within the simulation. This time, possessing the Xian Dao Heart Method, you should not be in a hurry to head to the remnants of the Tianxin Temple. However, with the multitude of people in Qingshan City and the presence of celestial slaves, the fluctuations during your cultivation could easily be detected. Thus, you resolved to first retreat to the Tianxin Temple ruins in the Changqing mountain range for your cultivation. That very night, under the cover of an empty street, you departed Qingshan City. By the 3rd day, you arrived at the remnants of the Tianxin Temple, even though you now possessed the Xian Dao Heart Method. You still buried the bones scattered about and tidied the ruins. Subsequently, you began your cultivation. In this simulation, you decided to temporarily set aside martial arts. Each day, you would focus on refining your golden core, while dedicating 2 hours to studying the wind chasing technique. In the first year, you were uncertain about your progress in refining the golden core, as no signs of the 10th thread had yet emerged. However, you had already made initial strides in the wind chasing technique. With the augmentation of this technique, your running speed was nearly doubled compared to your normal state. The enhancement from merely the entry-level body technique was astounding. What a remarkable difference would be seen if you could cultivate to a higher level. this realization underscored the significance of combat techniques, prompting you to seek additional types of combat arts in the future. The benefits were simply too substantial. In the second year, you diligently practiced, yet no notable breakthroughs were achieved. The third year saw the arrival of Bai Ruoshua. After a series of inquiries, she confirmed that you were not a celestial slave. She regarded you with a hint of appreciation but spoke little further. 3 days later, Bai Ruoshua departed, leaving you with a spatial ring. Upon opening it, you discovered 100,000 spirit stones and a freshly inked book titled Annotations on the Fundamentals of Cultivation. These items were identical to those from the previous simulation, and you paid them little heed. Before long, you vacated the Tianxian temple ruins. This time, you opted not to venture into the Death Desert but instead sought a desolate area to cultivate alone. In the fifth year, while practicing the wind-chasing technique, you triggered the talent of accidental enlightenment, enhancing your cultivation speed eightfold. This state of enlightenment not only accelerated your cultivation but also invigorated your thoughts. While practicing the wind-chasing technique, you felt as if you could perceive the rhythm of the wind. In that fleeting moment, your body technique ascended from the introductory stage to the minor accomplishment stage. This revelation filled you with joy, as you believed you had uncovered the essence of this technique. You felt certain that as long as you could clearly sense the wind's movement, your body technique would certainly achieve remarkable advancements. 10 days swiftly passed, and the state of enlightenment came to an end. Although your body technique had made tremendous strides, you felt somewhat unsatisfied. The wind's rhythm had only manifested that single moment. No matter how hard you tried afterward, you could not recapture that sensation. In the sixth year, you continued to refine your golden core and practice your body technique, experiencing slight progress. Years slipped by. In the 13th year, you disguised yourself and stealthily returned to Qingshan City. You refrained from returning home, opting instead to conceal your identity and lurk in the shadows. This time, you intended to use your insightful eye to ascertain the identity and strength of the black-clad figure who had attacked the Zhang family. Although you were fairly certain it was a celestial slave, it remained merely conjecture. After all, this black-clad individual had been the catalyst for your determination to strive harder, and you harbored some unresolved feelings regarding this matter. Additionally, you wished to discern how your father Jiang Fushan had managed to escape from the assassination attempt. This decision was made after considerable contemplation. In a previous simulation, you had successfully evaded this individual using a teleportation disc. However, luck had not favored you that time, as you encountered other celestial slaves. Thus, you believed that as long as fortune did not betray you again, survival would not pose a significant challenge. Moreover, this time, you were prepared to observe from a distance, ensuring that your exposure remained minimal and safety maximized. You concealed yourself in a farmhouse several streets away from the Zhang residence. 2 months later, you suddenly heard a resounding crash. From a distance, you observed a black-clad figure hovering above the Zhang residence, which had already collapsed. You quickly employed your insightful eye to examine the individual's information. As expected, it was a celestial slave from the Xianlin sect, named Yang Zua. At the 9th level of Golden Core cultivation, this level of strength was considerably lower than you had anticipated. However, this was to be expected. Previously, when you lacked any cultivation, witnessing a single palm strike that had decimated the Zhang residence had naturally led you to perceive this figure as formidable, but now the situation was different. With your perfected foundation, you could also demolish several houses with your full strength. Confirming this person's strength brought a smirk to your lips, as you thought, before long, this person will no longer pose a threat to me. This realization elevated your spirits considerably. As you scrutinized Jiang's information, another incident unfolded above the Jiang residence. You witnessed your father Jiang Fushan flying in from a distance. Behind him trailed several figures of cultivators. Upon their arrival, one of them swiftly unsheathed a sword and, in an instant, the black-clad figure named Yang Zua was vanquished. Subsequently, you observed your father Jiang Fushan tirelessly organizing the remaining members of the Jiang family to begin their relocation. While the cultivators vigilantly guarded the surroundings, reality struck Jiang Yifeng as he beheld this scene, and he sighed inwardly. His earlier speculations regarding his father had been misguided. He had previously theorized that during his 2 stays in Qingshan City within the simulations, his father had made differing choices. The first instance had been when he was still a wayward youth, prompting his father to keep him at the Zhang residence. The second instance had been when he had martial skills at his disposal. leading his father to urge him to flee. Initially, Zhang Yifeng had believed that his father was aware of the impending danger, which had prompted him to allow the martial-skilled version of himself to escape. This assumption now appeared to hold true. However, his earlier analysis regarding the time without any cultivation, believing his father intended to help him escape but had met with misfortune, was entirely erroneous. His perspective had been too narrow. His father had aimed to protect the entire Jiang family. To that end, he had gathered such a multitude of cultivators, evidently to ensure the safe evacuation of the Jiang family members, yet, based on the simulation's events, it seemed that they had arrived a moment too late. The Jiang residence had collapsed, resulting in numerous casualties. However, reality would surely not unfold in the same manner. There was still me, and there was still the simulator. Zhang Yifeng let out a light chuckle, continuing to observe the simulator. You found yourself momentarily stunned by the current situation before you, as it starkly contradicted your previous assumptions. Initially, you believed that in the 13th year, the cloaked figure had annihilated the Jiang family, forcing your father into a desperate flight. However, the reality was that your father had returned with a substantial number of cultivators, decisively vanquishing the dark-clad adversary. Given the circumstances, you surmised that your father was orchestrating the evacuation of the Jiang family members. After a brief moment of bewilderment, you hastily activated your eye of insight, eager to discern the prowess of these cultivators. Upon reviewing the information of the local cultivators, your immediate reaction was one of disbelief. How could this be possible? Among them, several possessed cultivation levels as high as the tribulation stage. While this alone did not indicate anything extraordinary, merely suggesting they had exceptional talent, their ages were strikingly over 1,000 years. You recalled hearing from Bai Ruoxue during your earlier simulations that heavenly tribulations occurred only once every few decades. Could it be that these individuals were also celestial slaves affiliated with the Xianlinmen? This seemed implausible, as the Eye of Insight revealed no such information. The earlier cloaked figure, Yang Zua, had been explicitly identified as a member of Xianlinmen. How then had these cultivators survived? This perplexity left you deeply confused. If it were merely 100-year-old at the tribulation stage, one might attribute it to late cultivation and innate talent, yet 1,000-year-old at the same stage would undeniably have faced the trials of heavenly lightning. Was it possible that heavenly tribulation did not guarantee death? This question arose in your mind, shattering your previous plans. You had intended to ascertain the identity and cultivation level of that cloaked figure before retreating to cultivate in solitude. It now seemed prudent to engage with these individuals, as they might offer unexpected insights. Having made your decision, you proceeded towards the Jiang family estate. As you approached, you were intercepted by vigilant cultivators, who barred your entry. In desperation, you called out for your father, Jiang Fushan. Upon hearing your voice, he soon appeared before you, his eyes rimmed with red, as if he had a multitude of words to convey. Ultimately condensed into a single phrase, "It is enough that you have returned." Chapter 40. Mo Jingtian and Lu Wei, a pang of sorrow washed over you. When you had departed, you had left nothing but a letter. And now, after more than a decade of absence, you realized the profound hurt this had caused your father. However, you quickly managed to regain your composure. Such circumstances were unavoidable, after all, in this simulation. Without ruthlessness and diligence, one could hardly escape the tragedies of reality. Days passed in the blink of an eye, and you, alongside your father Jiang Fushan and that group of cultivators, evacuated from Qingshan City. You arrived at a place known as Backbone Mountain, where the signs of human habitation were long gone, and the air felt remarkably devoid of spiritual energy. Yet, upon entering the mountain, you encountered a number of local cultivators and their families. The members of the Jiang family had also settled here. Shortly after your arrival, an elder at the 7th tribulation stage discerned your identity as a cultivator. Having seen the concealment talisman you carried, you were not surprised, for Bai Ruoxue, who had inscribed the talisman, was also at the tribulation stage, making it entirely reasonable for another expert of the same level to see through it. Upon learning of your cultivation status, your father was elated, offering all his resources into your hands. However, as you gazed at the meager few thousand spirit stones, your thoughts drifted to the 100,000 spirit stones Bai Ruoxue had casually tossed your way, leading you to a sudden realization of the plight of local cultivators. You declined your father's spirit stones, instead inquiring about the local cultivators, yet, your father had only recently begun his journey into cultivation and possessed limited knowledge. He mentioned that the world was vast, that they resided in a restricted area, and that there was an organization known as Zionlinmen, which hunted ordinary cultivators. He explained that these cultivators had been rescued by an old man named Li, and they banded together for mutual support. You recognized that Li was the elder who had seen through your identity. Consequently, you frequently sought out Li, posing various questions, to which he generously shared his knowledge, illuminating many of your uncertainties. For instance, regarding spirit stones, Li explained that in the southern domain, spirit stones were predominantly controlled by the Zionlinmen. The local cultivators had to risk their lives to obtain even a small quantity, either by stealing or mining from Zionlinmen's mines. You also inquired about evading heavenly tribulation. Li chuckled bitterly, stating that they had no means to avoid it, they merely relied on the legacy of their ancestors. He informed you that although the southern domain was small, over countless years, numerous prodigies had emerged. Among them, two stood out, Mo Jingtian and Lu Woya. He recounted that Mo Jingtian was the powerful figure who had withstood heavenly tribulation millions of years ago, shattering the restrictions of this land. While most remembered him, few acknowledged the array genius Lu Woya, who had accompanied him. According to the tales passed down by previous generations, it was through their combined efforts that they managed to tear open several rifts in the Great Sealing Array. Regrettably, Lu Woya, lacking sufficient strength, had been unable to escape safely. Perhaps he had foreseen his demise, leaving behind an array that could evade heavenly tribulation in the southern domain. This very array had granted future cultivators a glimmer of hope. Without its existence, it was likely that no cultivators would have survived beyond the Zionlinmen in the southern domain. Those who had evaded heavenly lightning did so by taking refuge in the array left by their predecessor, thus preserving their lives. However, as Li spoke, a shadow of sorrow crossed his face. He then warned you that this array, after countless years of wear, was on the verge of collapse. The next occurrence of heavenly tribulation could very well mark the end for these old-timers. Hearing this, you grasped the implications. Many of your previous questions in the simulation now made sense. You had often wondered why, in the 43rd year of the simulation, a large number of local cultivators had surged into the Death Desert. It now seemed clear that the array was about to collapse, and the local cultivators, aware that remaining in the southern domain would lead only to death when the heavenly lightning arrived, had taken such drastic action. In the ensuing days, you remained at Backbone Mountain to cultivate. In the 14th year, your spirit stones were completely depleted. In the 15th year, you joined the local cultivators in raiding a small mine belonging to Zionlinmen. This endeavor resulted in the loss of 3 companions, and you sustained significant injuries, ultimately acquiring 2,000 spirit stones. Such raids were not uncommon. Groups frequently organized them, but casualties were a regular occurrence. You learned that on one occasion, an entire expedition had perished without a single survivor, as they had encountered an elder of Zionlinmen surveying the mines, leading to their total annihilation. The local cultivators of Backbone Mountain not only engaged in these collective actions but also included some solitary wanderers. These individuals rarely stayed long in Backbone Mountain, instead traversing the land to ambush isolated celestial slaves from Zionlinmen. Such pursuits were often far more perilous. The necessity for spirit stones drove these cultivators to take desperate measures. The only one in Backbone Mountain who refrained from these raids was Li, as he served as the stabilizing force for everyone. He was the sole individual unafraid of Zionlinmen, possessing skills that surpassed those of all its members. Yet, he could not roam freely. Should he leave, the area would undoubtedly fall prey to the predations of Zionlinmen. Other cultivators lived a life of uncertainty, their families lacking a secure refuge. It could be said that it was Li's presence that allowed so many cultivators to gather here, preventing Zionlinmen from wreaking havoc. You had inquired of Li why, if he was the strongest, he did not eradicate Zionlinmen. His response was that should this group be eliminated, the next batch of Zionlinmen would only be stronger. You instantly comprehended the meaning behind his words. They were merely the lackeys of celestial beings, and as long as the masterminds remained unscathed, killing the minions would serve no purpose. In the 16th year, you set out alone. The spiritual energy in Backbone Mountain was simply too sparse, and without spirit stones, it was nearly impossible to absorb any. Although you were refining your golden core, you still required spiritual energy to facilitate the process. Without it, progress was impossible. In the 17th year, you passed through a small town and opportunistically ambushed 2 foundation-stage celestial slaves, acquiring over 5,000 spirit stones. In the 18th year, you exhausted the spirit stones obtained the previous year.
Your cultivation progress remained uncertain. In the 19th year, lacking spirit stones, you refrained from training for an entire year. In the 20th year, you resolved to make a breakthrough. After all, other local cultivators were also raiding celestial slaves, and your occasional forays should attract little attention. Thus, you once more ventured out, ambushing several celestial slaves and securing a few thousand spirit stones. In the 21st year, you utilized the spirit stones for a year of cultivation. The subsequent period was marked by a complete lack of spirit stones, prompting you to borrow a few from lower-tier celestial slaves. You then concealed yourself to cultivate in seclusion. This cycle continued for decades. And with the eye of insight and the concealment talisman in your possession, you feigned being an ordinary person, carefully laying the groundwork before striking decisively, resulting in minimal unexpected occurrences. Of course, there were occasional surprises. One of the most perilous instances was when, during an ambush, you encountered a 9th-level nascent soul expert from Zionlandman. A 9th-level nascent soul expert could traverse dozens of miles in an instant. When you activated a teleportation jade plate, you found that it did not suffice for a complete escape, and you were pursued. Ultimately, after activating the teleportation array twice in succession, you managed to shake off his pursuit and evade capture. Chapter 41. Zhang Yifeng comforting himself in the 35th year. While refining your golden core, you inadvertently triggered a moment of enlightenment, entering a state of sudden comprehension that accelerated your cultivation speed tenfold. In this state, you diligently honed your golden core, observing the scenes within your chi-si, where golden core's spiritual energy and dragon essence were distinctly separated. A surge of thoughts flooded your mind. A sudden realization struck you: if a top-grade golden core required fortuity, could dragon essence also be considered a form of fortuity? Instinctively, you sought to channel the dragon essence to refine your golden core. However, you find yourself unable to control the dragon essence within your energy sea. Yet, this does not deter you. You adeptly manipulate the spiritual energy, continuously compressing the position of the dragon essence, urging it ever closer to the golden core. In the blink of an eye, 10 days have passed. And at last, you have succeeded in forcing the dragon essence to the site of the golden core. Soon, a transformation unfolds before your eyes. The dragon essence, upon nearing the golden core, directly adheres to it, gradually merging and vanishing into its essence. Ultimately, you behold the emergence of a faint dragon pattern upon the golden core. At this moment, your state of enlightenment concludes. As you gaze upon the impending 10th line upon the golden core, your heart swells with joy. This moment of insight has yielded extraordinary rewards. Previously, you had been engaged in mindless polishing, unable to perceive any progress, yet now, with a single moment of clarity, such significant advancement has manifested. This talent is something you cannot help but cherish. You now comprehend the path that lies ahead. In the 37th year, you embark on a journey toward the Death Desert. By the 39th year, you arrive at the oasis within the desert. In the 43rd year, you spend each day gazing at the sky, awaiting the emergence of the demon dragon. One day, you sense the desert churning, witnessing the demon dragon soaring into the heavens. Without hesitation, you hasten toward the demon dragon's lair. 2 hours later, you reach the entrance of the demon dragon's den. A glance reveals the demon dragon engaged in battle with your father, Jiang Fushan. It appears that the outcome will not be determined immediately, thus, you do not hesitate and leap directly into the lair. Upon entering, you recall information gleaned from a past simulation, specifically the southwest corner. After discerning the direction, you make your way towards that corner and commence striking the shining golden rock wall. At this moment, your cultivation far exceeds that of the past. Before long, the thick rock wall yields to your blows, creating a hole the size of a basin. Through this opening, you glimpse a secret chamber housing a colossal dragon egg. Just then, you hear the anxious roars of the demon dragon outside. You dare not relent. Increasing your strength, within mere minutes, you have created a gap in the rock wall the size of a dog hole. Without concern for aesthetics, you crawl through the opening and proceed directly toward the dragon egg. Time is of the essence. This time, you have no intention of roasting the dragon egg. You retrieve the hammer you prepared in advance and strike the dragon egg furiously. Once cracked, you plunge in, beginning to gulp down its contents. The decision to consume this dragon egg was made following your moment of enlightenment, given that the 10th line of the golden core is composed of dragon essence and is now faintly visible. Not fully formed, you surmise that it may lack sufficient dragon essence, thus, you find yourself in this current situation. Time passes incrementally, you feel your physical strength steadily increasing. Before long, your martial cultivation breaks through to the second level of the Chi Motion realm. Yet it does not cease, it continues to grow. Meanwhile, the dragon essence within your energy sea surges forth. Unlike before, these dragon essences do not linger at the periphery of the energy sea, instead, they rush directly toward the golden core. Gradually, you observe the 10th line upon the golden core becoming increasingly distinct. The demon dragon's roars outside grow ever louder, yet you pay them no heed, wholly focused on consuming the egg. 3 minutes later, a sudden tremor shakes you, the rock wall collapses. A massive black python of the ascension stage appears, swallowing you whole. You meet your demise at the age of 63. This simulation concludes. I end this simulation. You may choose 2 rewards: accidental enlightenment, talent, wind chasing technique, minor accomplishment, martial arts cultivation, 3rd level of chi motion, immortal path cultivation, foundation completion, accidental enlightenment, talent priced at 1 million energy points. Wind chasing technique, minor accomplishment priced at 1,000,000 energy points. Wink with a frown. Note: techniques are divided into entry, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, pinnacle, and perfection. Martial arts cultivation, 3rd level of chi motion priced at 10 million energy points. Immortal path cultivation, foundation completion priced at 100,000 energy points. Golden core 10th grade, cumulative polishing time increased to 95 years. Zhang Yifeng gazes at the end of the simulation with a hint of regret. He never anticipated being ultimately vanquished by the demon python. However, he understands that the demon dragon's engagement with his father Zhang Fushan likely delayed its arrival, allowing it to summon the python with its roars. After all, the demon dragon had cried out numerous times during the simulation. Yet, upon seeing the simulation rewards, Zhang Yifeng's lips curl into a smile. He has finally attained the 10th grade golden core. However, why is the reward not simply stated as a 10th grade golden core, but rather appended with the polishing time? What could this mean? Could there be further enhancements beyond the 10th grade? Regardless, he decides to claim the rewards first. Zhang Yifeng promptly makes his selection. I choose accidental enlightenment and immortal path cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining accidental enlightenment, talent, energy points deducted, 1,000,000. Remaining energy points, 11,200,000,000. Ding! Immortal path cultivation extraction successful, energy points deducted, 100,000,000. Remaining energy points, 11,100,000,000. As the simulator's voice fades, Zhang Yifeng senses a transformation within his energy sea. All the dragon essence previously contained within the energy sea surges into the golden core. Subsequently, a considerable amount of dragon essence materializes out of thin air, continuously refining the 10th line upon the golden core. Minutes later, the 10th line upon the golden core is fully formed. However, Zhang Yifeng's expression grows grim. He suspects a mistake has been made. The golden core before Zhang Yifeng now displays 9 lines, meticulously arranged and harmoniously connected. While these lines appear distinct, they also form a unified whole, resembling a spiral. Yet, the 10th line seems oddly distant from the preceding 9. Zhang Yifeng is tempted to ask, "Are you shy?" Having perused the annotations on cultivation knowledge penned by Ruoshua, Zhang Yifeng is no longer a complete novice in the realm of cultivation. He understands that the lines upon the golden core must coalesce to truly serve their purpose. For the breakthrough into the golden core stage, the bridge constructed with spiritual energy must connect with the lines on the golden core's ends. Each time he absorbs spiritual energy, it must traverse these lines before entering the energy sea. These lines function like a specialized conduit. If one bypasses them, the quality of the polished golden core would be rendered meaningless. At this moment, Zhang Yifeng finally comprehends why the simulator rewards specifically highlighted the cumulative polishing time. He mutters bitterly, good fortune, what a time it would be when I polish an 11th grade golden core, raising my future potential to unprecedented heights." Who has witnessed such a phenomenon? Zhang Yifeng attempts to console himself. Nevertheless, upon further reflection, if he could indeed connect the upper and lower lines with a new line upon the golden core, it could very well prove to be a remarkable advantage. Chapter 42, A Truly Self-Serving Talent. Time flies, and a week passes in the blink of an eye. During this period, Zhang Yifeng continues to indulge in leisurely pursuits, passing the time idly, and now that the simulation attempts have refreshed, he promptly returns to his chamber. Ready to embark on a new round of simulations. He softly utters, "Begin simulation," consuming 1 simulation attempt. Remaining attempts, 0. Extracting blue talent costs 100,000 energy points.
extracting purple talent costs 1 million energy points. Please choose Extract Purple Talent, ding, deducting 1 million energy points, purple talent extraction in progress, remaining energy points, 11,100,000,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent. Body of calamity, those around you or the objects in your vicinity are prone to suffer unexpected disasters. Yet your vitality is robust, and your cultivation speed is doubled. After reviewing the talent obtained, Zhang Yifeng finds it difficult to evaluate. Is it good? For cultivation, it is quite beneficial, but the backlash seems rather troublesome. Once endowed with this talent, it is likely that his family and friends would endure some discomfort. This truly is a self-serving talent. Zhang Yifeng contemplates whether to regard this talent as a reward extracted after the simulation concludes. For now, he remains undecided. He wishes to observe the extent of this unforeseen calamity. If it falls within a tolerable range, he might accept the talent. Thus, he directs his attention toward the developments within the simulator. The 14th simulation commences. You quickly realize that you have entered the simulation. This time, you do not hastily prepare to leave Jiang Manor. Instead, you wish to ascertain the severity of the repercussions stemming from the body of calamity talent. On the first day, your maid, Shadao, brings you warm water for washing. Upon entering, she stumbles over the threshold and scalds herself with the hot water. On the second day, a team of patrolling guards passes by your courtyard. And suddenly the wall of your courtyard collapses, injuring 3 individuals. On the third day, the steward Zhang Dafu arrives with workers to repair the wall, only for it to collapse again, resulting in Zhang Dafu sustaining a severe head injury. On the fourth day, you hear that a shipment belonging to the Jiang clan's business has encountered issues, leading to a large-scale sell-off of goods to raise funds for compensation. On the fifth day, while your father sleeps, a venomous snake infiltrates his room and bites him, causing him to fall into a poison stupor. By the sixth day, you can no longer afford to test the waters. The dangers of the body of calamity talent exceed your expectations. That evening, you stealthily enter your father's room and use spiritual energy to purge the snake venom before quietly leaving Qingshan City. You fear that if you remain any longer, your entire family will be devastated by the aftermath of this talent. On the 8th day, you arrive at the ruins of Tianxian Temple. On the 9th day, you proceed to clear the area once more, burying all the remains within the ruins. Afterward, you begin your solitary cultivation. In the first year, the more than 20,000 spirit stones you had stored are entirely consumed. This is due to your heightened cultivation level, which accelerates the absorption of spirit stones, as well as the amplified cultivation speed afforded by the body of calamity talent, leading to a greater consumption of resources. Undoubtedly, the effects of polishing the golden core this year will surpass those of previous years. In addition to the changes in cultivation speed, it is worth mentioning that during this year, you no longer need to venture out to hunt for food, as you can find injured animals nearby after each of your cultivation sessions. For instance, the rabbit that collided with a tree, the bird that broke its wings, or the beast that was crushed by a falling tree. You see, these creatures must have been affected by their own unfortunate bodies. It is likely that they were too close to their own misfortune, thus suffering from calamities that were not meant for them. Consequently, all you could do was wipe your mouth, place them on the grill, and make their lives a bit more flavorful. The following year, your cultivation efficiency slowed due to the lack of spiritual stones. Similarly, this year witnessed numerous animals falling victim to unforeseen disasters. Beyond the animals and plants, you noticed that the surrounding environment seemed to have undergone a transformation. The flowers, grasses, and trees appeared to have withered somewhat. For this, you could only internally express your apologies and continue your practice. By the third year, the area around the ruins of Tianxian Temple was devoid of vitality. Everywhere you looked, there were withered weeds. And even the towering trees had succumbed to death, many of them inexplicably snapped in half. Observing this desolation, a bitter feeling welled up within you. You knew that the time for Bai Ruoshue's arrival was drawing near. And if she were to witness this bleak scene, what chance would you have to benefit from her? Uncertain, you resolved to clear away the yellowed weeds and broken trees as best as you could. One day, Bai Ruoshua suddenly appeared. You were still diligently clearing the dead and broken trees, oblivious to her arrival. Although she noticed you, she paid little heed, her attention more focused on the surrounding environment. Her expression tinged with sorrow. She remembered the times when her senior brother was still present, and she had secretly visited this place. Back then, it was lush and green, filled with towering trees, yet now
It was utterly lifeless. Bai Ruoshua was unaware that all this was a consequence of your unfortunate body. She believed that it was the result of the heavenly lightning. After a brief moment of sorrow, Bai Ruoshua seized you and inquired about your identity, to which you answered truthfully. Ultimately, she examined you thoroughly. Upon discovering your golden core, she looked at you as if she had seen a ghost. Her expression one of incredulity. Bai Ruoshua felt that your current state challenged her understanding. She longed to ask you, a 10th grade golden core, with disconnected patterns, who taught you to cultivate this way? Yet, despite her confusion, her gaze towards you was filled with excitement. She could almost ascertain that you were not from Xianlin Gate. Your 20-year-old bone age was easily discerned by her, at such a young age. Possessing a 10th grade golden core was remarkable. Although this was a misaligned practice, if it could be salvaged, perhaps you could break historical records and become a unique 11th grade golden core individual. In Bai Ruoshua's eyes, you were akin to a raw gem awaiting refinement. She silently resolved to support you, to ensure your swift growth. But if you could achieve an 11th grade golden core, once you matured, she believed you might surpass the legendary Mo Jingtian, who had once broken free from this forbidden land millions of years ago. At that time, in your quest to escape the sealed realm, you would undoubtedly confront the celestial beings. Thus she thought perhaps she could avenge her senior brother's grievances. However, soon after, Bai Ruoshua's expression darkened, and she cast you aside. Chapter 43, The Sound of Phoenix Song. During her examination, Bai Ruoshua ultimately discovered your unfortunate body. A fear gripped her heart. The unfortunate body was a legendary constitution. According to records, whenever an unfortunate body appeared, it would inevitably lead to suffering for all living beings. This phenomenon meant that, aside from the unfortunate individual themselves, any other beings or objects that came close would find it hard to meet a good end. She now contemplated whether to eliminate you, but quickly she shook her head. She could not afford to provoke such a being. The records warned that those who killed an unfortunate body faced dire consequences. In an instant, Bai Ruoshua vanished from the spot, opting to flee. You were left bewildered, unsure of the situation. In the past, she would stay for 3 days, yet this time she departed in less than an hour. Naturally, you were more concerned about why she had left without providing even a single spiritual stone. You murmured, "What a miser." With Bai Ruoshua gone, you began to contemplate your own departure from this place. A day passed swiftly, and you gathered a fair amount of food in preparation. Just then, a figure in white appeared. Your heart leapt with joy. Bai Ruoshua had returned. You mused incessantly. Has she forgotten to deliver resources and come back to make up for it? Before you could utter a word, you saw Bai Ruoshua flick her sleeve, binding you, and then she whisked you away in an instant. You sensed a rapid movement, experiencing a ringing in your ears. Your eyes struggling to open, you seemed to feel the wind, triggering a moment of sudden enlightenment, enhancing your cultivation speed fivefold, your thoughts becoming more vibrant. At that moment, you emptied your mind, fully immersing yourself in the sensation of the fierce winds rushing past as you flew. Soon, your wind chase technique advanced from an uninitiated state to a minor achievement. Bai Ruoshua observed your transformation, her expression complex, sighing inwardly, "This is enlightenment. If only this talent were not marred by the unfortunate body." Half a day later, the sensation of rapid travel dissipated, and the state of enlightenment abruptly ended. You sighed inwardly at the missed opportunity. The effects of this enlightenment were evidently superior to previous simulations, making you realize that the environment significantly influences cultivation. Had you been able to stay in this state longer, perhaps more progress could have been made, yet such opportunities were rare, requiring not only extreme speed but also a coincidental moment of enlightenment. You stopped pondering the enlightenment and slowly opened your eyes, eager to discover what Bai Ruoshua was truly up to. Where had she brought you? However, upon opening your eyes, you found no trace of Bai Ruoshua. Scanning your surroundings, you discovered a storage ring. Understanding that Bai Ruoshua had likely departed for real this time, you opened the ring with a hint of excitement, only to quickly find your joy dissipating. To your dismay, the storage ring contained not a single spiritual stone, only provisions. You were left bewildered, questioning Bai Ruoshua's intentions. 2 hours later, gazing at the sky, you finally comprehended Bai Ruoshua's purpose. You realized you were trapped. No matter how you moved, you always returned to the same spot after 2 hours. At this point, you understood you were ensnared by a formation. A bitter smile crossed your lips, realizing Bai Ruoshua's excessive concern for your sustenance was meant to prevent you from starving to death. She locked you up yet provided ample food. What was her intention? You mentally cursed her entire family. For the next half-month, you sought a way out but made no progress. Eventually, you relinquished hope.
adopting a mindset of acceptance and began cultivating in this place. After all, cultivation could be pursued anywhere. You were indifferent, merely lacking spiritual stones, which slowed your progress. By the fourth year, your mindset stabilized completely, and you devoted yourself to cultivation. In the fifth year, you made slight progress in your movement technique. By the sixth year, you heard cracking sounds, and the formation that had confined you inexplicably shattered. Elation surged within you, and you exclaimed, "The unfortunate body is amazing." Yet, just as you prepared to leave, another twist awaited you. You discovered that there was yet another formation beyond the first. You mentally cursed Bairawashua again. At this point, you suspected that Bairawashua had seen through your constitution, which was why she had confined you here, isolating you from the world to prevent you from causing harm to others. One could only say she was a good person, yet you felt it was profoundly unfair to you. In the seventh year, you managed once again to quell your restless heart and focused on your cultivation. In the ninth year, while cultivating, you thought you heard the sound of a phoenix song, but dismissed it as an auditory hallucination. By the 10th year, the second formation restraining you also began to crack. However, by this time, you had come to terms with the situation. You reasoned that since Bairawashua wished to confine you, she must also be aware of the power of your unfortunate body. The shattering of this formation suggested that many more awaited you beyond it, so you remained undeterred, continuing your cultivation diligently. Years passed by swiftly. In the 20th year, the sound of the phoenix song echoed once more. And this time you were certain it was not an illusion. The sound seemed filled with anguish. Curiosity peaked within you. Where on earth had Bairawashua brought you, and why could you hear the sound of a phoenix? In the 23rd year, while refining your golden core, you triggered a moment of accidental enlightenment, boosting your cultivation efficiency sevenfold. This enlightenment lasted a full 6 months, significantly enhancing your golden core refining process. In the 26th year, the tragic sound of the phoenix song reached your ears again. By the 30th year, you heard the phoenix song once more, and this time it sounded increasingly desperate. In the following years, the phoenix song became more frequent, at times echoing several times within a single year. Finally, in the 43rd year, you suddenly observed numerous cultivators appearing in the sky. Confusion washed over you. You recalled that this year, local cultivators were supposed to venture into the Death Desert to battle the wyvern, striving to break free from the sealed southern region. Was this place the Death Desert? Yet that didn't seem right. You thought that even if you had not visited the Death Desert in this simulation, a desert should have the essence of a desert. Even if you were within a formation, the environment might have been altered previously. But now that you could see cultivators, you believed the formation should have completely dissipated. Thus, what you were witnessing must be real. Yet, there were no signs of a desert anywhere. While you pondered, a resounding een of a phoenix cry filled the air, and you beheld a massive, featherless chicken soaring above. Chapter 44, Escape from the sealed land of the southern region. At that moment, you witnessed a figure in a green robe engage in battle with the giant chicken. Confusion enveloped you. That figure in green was none other than your father, Jiang Fushan. What on earth was happening? How did everything suddenly change? In the 43rd year, shouldn't my father be battling the formidable demon dragon? Why has it transformed into a confrontation with a phoenix resembling a mere poultry? One begins to question whether they have entered a realm of illusions. Soon, an elderly man appears before you. Using your insightful eye, you discern that he is the Venerable Li, who had previously addressed many of your inquiries during the last simulation. He has seen through your identity as a cultivator and urges you to flee with the others immediately. Upon inquiring about the current situation, he reveals that ahead lies the Valley of Flames. Although for reasons unknown, the flames here began to extinguish gradually decades ago. Upon receiving this information, they deduced that the fierce beasts stationed here must be in distress. Consequently, due to certain circumstances, they were compelled to flee from the southern domain, designating this place as their escape route. After hearing Li's explanation, a twitch appears at the corner of your mouth. You feel extraordinarily fortunate to have practiced here for decades in front of the Valley of Flames. As for the extinguished flames, you suspect it may be closely linked to your own calamity body. After all, for so many years, it seems you alone have been trapped in this desolate place. At this moment, a sense of reflection washes over you. Perhaps this is also a deliberate act by Bairawashua. Perhaps she intends to leverage your calamity body against this fierce beast. The reasons remain unknown to you. It could stem from personal grievances or merely a desire for revenge. After all, you are aware of Bairawashua's resentment towards the immortal gate and even the celestial beings above, which would likely extend to these guarding beasts as well. She may not dare to strike directly, thus casting you, her calamity body, to vex these fierce beasts, which seems plausible. Having grasped the general situation, you choose not to escape with Lee but instead urge him to depart first. You already comprehend the terrifying nature of the calamity body. You believe that if you flee with them, even if that fierce beast is in trouble, they would likely not escape unharmed. Li merely glances at you before waving his hand, leading the other cultivators of lower cultivation away. After all, your encounter was merely serendipitous. His ability to offer you a warning and answer your questions is already quite rare. Naturally, he would not insist that you accompany him in his escape. Moreover, he needs to guide more individuals of lower realms. Your absence could allow him to bring another along. You cast your gaze towards the battle in the sky. That poultry-like phoenix is evidently being subdued by your father, Jiang Fushan. Meanwhile, the other cultivators are flying deeper into the Valley of Flames, encountering little resistance. It appears that the Valley of Flames lacks the monstrous beasts akin to those found in the Death Desert. This leaves you puzzled as to why in the previous simulation, your father Jiang Fushan and these cultivators chose to break through in the Death Desert when the Valley of Flames is clearly the easier option. Unbeknownst to you, this is all due to the influence of your calamity body. In terms of combat power, the demon dragon and the poultry phoenix are relatively comparable. The strength of the phoenix you currently observe is diminished due to the inexplicable shedding of its feathers. Influenced by your calamity body, consequently, it is no longer in its prime condition. As for the absence of other demon beasts in the Valley of Flames, it is simply unnecessary. The flames of the phoenix serve as the strongest barrier, rendering ordinary cultivators incapable of traversing through the flames. Furthermore, the original barrier has extinguished due to your calamity body. Unaware of these truths, you instinctively believe this to be an easier breakthrough point, leading you into a state of confusion. Without overthinking it, you decide to seize this rare opportunity to see if you can escape the southern domain. If you truly manage to leave, the simulation time would undoubtedly be significantly delayed. You head toward the depths of the Valley of Flames, encountering no dangers along the way. After half a day, you hear the long cry of the phoenix, signaling the fall of that poultry-like creature. Shortly thereafter, you feel a grip on you. Turning around, you see your father Jiang Fushan in a severely injured state. Using your insightful eye, you ascertain that your father Jiang Fushan has even fallen to the 7th level of the tribulation stage. Previously, during his battle with the fierce beast, you had seen that he was at the peak of the 8th level of the tribulation stage. Upon seizing you, your father does not inquire how you arrived here. Instead, he holds your hand and swiftly flies away. Aware of the urgency, you refrain from speaking further. A day later, you spot a barrier, which bears a deep crack. You realize this must be the formation enveloping the southern domain, and the fissure likely marks the portal created millions of years ago by Mo Jingtian and Lu Woyo. Excitement swells within you. At last, you are about to leave this confined place. Suddenly, the sound of thunderous roars reverberates. Your father, Jiang Fushan, glances at you with a smile before hurling you towards the crack. You watch as he ascends, heading towards the thunder. Tears stream down your face. You comprehend that he is sacrificing himself to intercept the thunder for your sake. When you finally land, you find yourself in an unfamiliar environment. You recognize that you are now outside the southern domain. You wait for half a day, yet your father Jiang Fushan does not emerge, and you realize the situation is dire. Thus, you hastily depart, not lingering in this place any longer. You have just exited the formation, and you cannot be certain of your absolute safety. In the 45th year, you have been escaping the southern domain for nearly 2 years. During this time, you have been on the move, curious to see the outside world, yet for 2 entire years, you have not encountered a single soul. In the 48th year, you finally come across a small village. Upon entering, you inquire about your whereabouts, but alas, it is merely an ordinary village, and the villagers possess little knowledge, with most never having left the village. Only a well-informed old village chief informs you that this place is called the Great Wilderness. As for the nature of the Great Wilderness and its location within the Jushuan realm, the old chief is equally ignorant, stating he only heard the name from the previous village chief. After spending a day in the village, you take your leave. After prolonged travel, you had initially intended to stay longer, but the calamity body proves to be rather fearsome. Within just a day, numerous poultry have perished, and several villagers have inexplicably sustained injuries. You cannot bear to see such a simple village suffer due to your innate talent. In the 49th year, you encounter a large tribe, where you learn that the Great Wilderness connects several major domains and spans an area comparable to the sum of all these domains.
From this tribe, you discover that attempting to traverse the great wilderness to reach other domains is not a task that can be accomplished in a short time, therefore, you pause your journey. Choosing a remote location to establish a dwelling and focus on your cultivation, recognizing the time-consuming nature of your travels, you decide to prioritize enhancing your strength, ensuring not to squander the simulation time earned from your arduous escape from the southern domain. In the 50th year, you diligently cultivate, making slight progress. In the 60th year, your efforts continue. By the 70th year, decades of perseverance culminate in the mastery of your wing chasing technique. At this point, when you execute the technique, it feels as if you are a gust of wind, with your speed magnified severalfold. In the 100th year, while refining your golden core, you experience a moment of sudden enlightenment, accelerating your cultivation speed tenfold and enhancing your cognitive acuity. This enlightenment lasts for 6 months. When it concludes, you discover that your golden core has developed a faint pattern. Though still unclear, you can roughly discern that it resembles the connection between the 9 upper patterns and the dragon pattern at the bottom. This revelation fills you with immense joy. With newfound hope, your subsequent cultivation becomes even more fervent. In the 120th year, you notice that the 11 patterns on your golden core have fully interconnected. Although the newly emerged pattern remains indistinct. By the 138th year, your golden core reaches the 11th rank in its entirety. Now, you simply need to utilize spiritual energy to construct the bridge of heaven and earth. Linking your meridians to the golden core, thereby breaking through to the golden core stage, this marks the first ever unique 11th rank golden core breakthrough. Contemplating this, you laugh heartily. Who else could compare? You prepare to make a concerted effort to break through to the golden core realm. You begin absorbing spiritual energy continuously, readying yourself to construct the bridge of heaven and earth. As you work on establishing the bridge, various phenomena manifest in the sky high above you. A few elders in the tribulation stage notice the occurrences, their expressions shifting dramatically. They recognize that you are preparing for a breakthrough, and the commotion clearly indicates that you have refined a golden core of exceptional quality. One of the tribulation stage elders sighs and remarks to his companion, "I shall take action." Before long, as you are constructing the bridge of heaven and earth for your breakthrough, you see a gigantic seal descending from the heavens. Aimed directly at you, uncertain of the situation, you realize that someone is targeting you. With no time for reflection, you activate the teleportation jade plate, intending to escape. However, this time, the teleportation fails. After activating the jade plate, you find yourself unable to depart, as if the surrounding space has been sealed. Your instincts do not deceive you. This ambush was not a coincidence but a premeditated plan, having already sealed off the area around you. Unbeknownst to you, after nearly a century of cultivation in this place, the calamity body has brought immense disaster to the surrounding thousands of miles. This situation has long been reported to the mysterious wilderness sect within the great wilderness. You have been under their surveillance, with every move meticulously monitored. Had it not been for the records indicating that those who kill calamity bodies meet unfortunate ends, the members of the mysterious wilderness sect would have acted long ago. And you would have perished. However, your breakthrough actions have compelled the elder to believe that waiting any longer is untenable. For the higher your calamity body's cultivation, the broader the scope of the ensuing calamity. As a prominent sect of righteous path, the barbaric sect cannot condone the growth of those with the body of calamity, otherwise the entire Nine Xian realm would suffer dire consequences. In an instant, a colossal seal descended. Even though you possess the body of calamity and your vitality is tenacious, when faced with the onslaught of a tribulation stage attack, you remain devoid of any hope for survival. You perish, having lived a mere 158 years. The simulation concludes. In this simulation, you may choose 2 rewards: body of calamity, talent, wind chasing technique, great accomplishment, immortal path cultivation, completed foundation establishment. Body of calamity, talent priced at 1 million energy points. Wind chasing technique, great accomplishment priced at 20 million energy points. Immortal path cultivation, completed foundation establishment priced at 100 million energy points. Note, possesses an 11th grade golden core at completed foundation establishment. Alas! Jiang Yifeng sighed inwardly. This simulation had indeed lasted long enough. However, he understood that it could have persisted even longer had it not been for the body of calamity, which led to his demise at the hands of those righteous cultivators. This left Jiang Yifeng quite vexed. He had not committed any heinous acts, merely relying on his innate talent. Why must they hunt him down? Of course, this was merely a moment of frustration.
he was well aware of how loathsome this talent could be. Yet, as he gazed upon the simulation rewards, a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. An 11th grade quality golden core. Although he had not yet broken through to the golden core stage, there would be time for that in the future. After all, the most arduous moments had passed. Zhang Yifeng calculated that he had spent approximately 3 or 4 simulation opportunities merely on refining the golden core, accumulating over 200 years in total. During this time, he had experienced moments of epiphany, consumed spirit stones to accelerate the process, and encountered fortuitous opportunities. In light of this, it was no wonder that it took millions of years for an individual to achieve a 10th grade quality golden core during the foundation establishment phase. After all, the lifespan during the foundation establishment period was only 300 years, and one had to account for the earlier cultivation time and reserve golden time for breakthroughs to higher realms. There simply was not enough time to refine a golden core to such a degree. Although Zhang Yifeng possessed an 11th grade golden core, he knew that most of the time he had spent was dedicated to refining the 10th core pattern. The dragon pattern on the golden core, to be precise, was a manifestation of opportunity. Thus, the actual time he had dedicated to refining the golden core was only sufficient to yield a 10th grade quality. Without further contemplation, Zhang Yifeng made his choice regarding the rewards. I select Immortal Path Cultivation and Wind Chasing Technique, great accomplishment, although the body of Calamity talent could aid him in escaping the southern domain. Zhang Yifeng ultimately decided against it. In the simulation, one could afford to be indifferent, but in reality, he felt he could not manage such a talent. Once he acquired it, not only would it expose him, but it could also endanger his friends and family, even everyone around him. Zhang Yifeng did not wish for the world to be left with only him as a solitary figure in the years to come. Ding. Immortal Path Cultivation Extraction successful, deducting 100 million energy points, remaining energy points 11 billion. Ding. Wind Chasing Technique, great accomplishment, extraction successful, deducting 20 million energy points, remaining energy points 11 billion. Soon Zhang Yifeng felt a transformation within himself. Before long, the golden core in his dantians had manifested its 11th pattern. As for the wind chasing technique, great accomplishment, Zhang Yifeng was temporarily unable to perceive any enhancement. He surmised that he would only truly feel its effects upon employing the technique. With everything concluded, Zhang Yifeng noticed that the sun outside was shining brilliantly. He stretched lazily and walked outside, muttering to himself, another splendid day. As expected, he ventured once more to the brothel to enjoy the music. Chapter 46, Strange Phenomena of Heaven and Earth. A week later, Zhang Yifeng had firmly locked his door, waiting within his room. Before long, the simulation opportunities refreshed. This time, he was certain he would break through to the golden core stage. He could hardly contain his anticipation. As soon as the number of simulations increased, he silently chanted, Initiate simulation, consuming 1 simulation opportunity, remaining opportunities 0. Extract blue talent, consuming 100,000 energy points, extract purple talent, consuming 1 million energy points. Please select a talent to extract purple talent, ding 1 million energy points deducted, purple talent extraction in progress, remaining energy points 11 billion. Congratulations, you have obtained the purple talent, Array Path Genius, Array Path Genius, you are an extraordinary talent in the art of formations. Possessing unique insights into the way of arrays, enabling you to easily draw inferences from one instance to another, this talent is quite remarkable. Zhang Yifeng's eyes brightened. In previous simulations, he had been saved multiple times by the teleportation array, which was indeed a form of array. Moreover, the most critical aspect was that the blockade of the southern domain was established by a colossal array. Zhang Yifeng pondered if he could cultivate the array technique to its utmost. Could he not bypass those ferocious beasts and directly open other gaps from the unbroken array to escape the southern domain? He felt it was worth a try in the simulation. After all, he no longer possessed the body of calamity. Escaping this forbidden land of the southern domain was quite pressing. Only by leaving could he gain more simulation time and rapidly enhance his strength. However, in reality, he would refrain from revealing even a hint of his cultivation unless absolutely necessary. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yifeng continued to observe the simulator. The 15th simulation commenced. You realize you have begun the simulation. On the first day, under the cover of darkness, you departed from Qingshan City. On the second day, you arrived at the ruins of Tianxian Temple in the Changqing Mountains. This time, you utilized the wind chasing technique for travel. In just one day, you covered 3 to 4,000 kilometers to reach this destination. This was still with you controlling your speed to avoid excessive consumption, otherwise you could have traveled even faster. On the third day, you cleared the ruins of Tianshan Temple and buried the remains. On the fourth day, you began to roam the surroundings, scouting an area of several hundred miles to confirm the safety of the vicinity. You were preparing for your breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. After all, in the previous simulation, although you did not successfully break through, you were aware that an anomaly would manifest at the moment of your breakthrough. You were uncertain how far this anomaly could be perceived or whether this approach would completely avoid detection by the immortal slaves. However, you believed that as long as the area within several hundred miles was safe, there should be no significant issues. Based on your estimations, breaking through to the Golden Core stage would not require much time. Once you broke through and the anomaly dissipated, safety would be assured. On the 10th day, you returned once more to the ruins of Tianshan Temple. Over the past few days, you had confirmed that there were no signs of life within several hundred miles, and you felt it was time to initiate your breakthrough. On the 11th day, you held a spirit stone, seated cross-legged, and began to absorb spiritual energy to construct the bridge between heaven and earth. As the spiritual energy flowed in, you continuously manipulated it to connect the meridians of your body through the patterns of the Golden Core. At this moment, the sky began to undergo changes. With the phantom of a true dragon soaring aloft, followed by a true phoenix spreading its wings, from a distance, it resembled a scene of dragons and phoenixes in harmonious song. Yet, this was not the end. As you steadily perfected the bridge between heaven and earth, the image of the dragon and phoenix faded. However, this was merely the beginning of the anomalies. Subsequently, various phenomena began to manifest in rapid succession. The anomalies spanned the sky, illuminating miles around. Your originally considered safe plan was destined to falter. At this moment, the anomalies were visible throughout the entire southern domain. The immortal slaves from the Immortal Gate had already begun to gather. Heading towards your location, even the sect leader of the Immortal Gate, Shenwoyo, who was at the 6th level of tribulation, personally rushed over. Of course, you were oblivious to these events. At this moment, you were still focused on constructing the bridge between heaven and earth. The bridge consisted of 2 paths, and you had finally completed one. You were on the verge of a breakthrough. However, just as you finished constructing one path of the bridge, an unexpected event occurred. This unexpected twist did not arise from the external world but from within yourself. You felt the vital energy within you surging uncontrollably, beginning to flood towards the Golden Core along the completed bridge. You were momentarily bewildered. What was happening? You were clearly in the process of breaking through to immortal path cultivation. You had no idea why the martial vital energy was making its way over. You were uncertain of the consequences if you allowed it to succeed, and could only exert your utmost effort to control it, attempting to halt its progression. Alas, it was futile. The martial vital energy lost control. Surging into the Golden Core like a frenzy, you realized that it was not just the martial vital energy. You could not control your own spiritual energy either. You felt like an onlooker, watching helplessly as your spiritual and vital energies operated autonomously. Time passed slowly, and the turmoil within your body persisted, beyond your influence. Meanwhile, the external sky underwent yet another transformation. A vague figure appeared in the air, wielding a massive axe, cleaving through chaos. In an instant, the originally dim chaos was sliced open, and light cascaded down. The anomaly akin to Pangu opening the heavens was truly unparalleled. Following this, various phenomena such as the Chaos Golden Lotus and the 3,000 demon gods began to emerge in succession. Ultimately, only a golden phantom remained in the sky, bearing a resemblance to you, yet appearing even more imposing and grand. You did not pay heed to the external anomalies. At this moment, you were still focused on observing the changes in your Dantian. Amidst the autonomous operation of the martial vital energy and spiritual energy, you witnessed an astonishing sight. The martial vital energy was etching a pattern onto the Golden Core, which then intertwined with the spiritual energy, autonomously beginning to construct the second bridge of heaven and earth. At this moment, apart from confusion, you also felt a surge of excitement. Although you were uncertain of the situation, what you were witnessing was undeniably the 12th grade quality Golden Core. Just then, you suddenly felt the ground shake. With a dazed expression, you opened your eyes, a sense of foreboding rising in your heart. You had yet to complete your breakthrough, and due to the autonomous operation of the martial vital energy and spiritual energy, you were unable to interrupt the process even if you wished. The crux of the matter was that you could not mobilize any of your cultivation, feeling akin to a mere mortal.
Should danger arise, you would be unable to flee. Soon, you witnessed a multitude of immortal slaves engaged in battle with a group of cultivators. The recent tremor of the ground was also caused by them. This only left you further perplexed. Not long ago, you had surveyed the surroundings and found no trace of any individuals. How is it that so many celestial servants and cultivators have suddenly appeared? The scale of both sides seems to comprise hundreds of individuals. Just as you were lost in thought, an elderly man with white hair appeared before you. Chapter 47, Breakthrough Divine Path. Although you are unable to utilize your cultivation, your innate talent for insightful vision remains at your disposal, and you quickly discern his cultivation level and identity. To your astonishment, this individual is the Venerable Li, who has reached the 7th stage of tribulation. From previous simulations, you knew that such a person would typically not leave the Spine Mountain, as he is responsible for the safety of the cultivators and their families residing there. Confusion fills your mind as you struggle to understand the current situation. After approaching you, Li gazes at you with a reassuring expression and instructs you to focus on your breakthrough, assuring you that he and the other cultivators will risk their lives to ensure your safety. Following this, you witness Li performing a series of hand seals, and in an instant, a translucent barrier envelopes you. Once this is accomplished, Li vanishes from your sight, re-engaging in battle with the leader of the Celestial Gate. Shinwuyo, after Li departs, several cultivators approach you, vigilantly guarding the surroundings. Observing this scene, you are filled with myriad thoughts, wondering why it seems that Li and his companions have come specifically to protect you. You feel utterly bewildered. However, reassured by Li's promise, you believe your safety should not be a concern. From previous simulations, it was evident that Li is genuinely concerned for the well-being of ordinary cultivators in the southern region. His presence has ensured that ordinary cultivators in the southern region have not faced extinction. Were it not for his selflessness, given his cultivation level, the Celestial Gate would have been powerless against him. He could have acted with impunity as long as he remained in the southern region. All of this reflects Li's character, and you find his assurances credible. Thus, you calm your mind and focus on the changes occurring within your energy sea. In truth, the moment the anomaly appeared in the sky, it was not only the celestial servants of the Celestial Gate who took action. Li also promptly organized the cultivators of Spine Mountain to converge. As someone who has lived for thousands of years and reached the tribulation stage, he understands the significance of such occurrences. Upon witnessing the anomaly, he immediately surmised that someone had achieved a 10th grade quality golden core. The scene of the dragon and phoenix in harmony had only been recorded once before, 1,000,000 years ago, involving one Mo Jingtian. Your anomaly sparked within him a glimmer of hope for leaving the southern region. Consequently, he mobilized all the cultivators of Spine Mountain, resolutely determined to protect you. While the battles rage outside, your breakthrough progresses slowly. The pace of your advancement is significantly slower than you anticipated, perhaps due to the interference of martial energy. Half a day passes in the blink of an eye, and a tremendous aura erupts from you, signifying your successful breakthrough to the golden core stage. When you open your eyes, you find that Li is waiting just beyond the translucent barrier. It is evident that, with Li present, the celestial servants are no match and have retreated. Once he sees your breakthrough, Li urgently urges you to follow him, declaring that it is still unsafe here. Puzzled, you refrain from arguing and choose to trust him. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, a town has descended into a sea of blood, as Shinwuyo and the celestial servants have slaughtered nearly all its inhabitants. Shinwuyo collects the blood from the town and arranges it upon a newly constructed altar, continually muttering incomprehensible incantations. Before long, a cold, detached voice emanates from the altar. You use the blood sacrifice method to summon me for what purpose? Shinwuyo reports the possibility of your achievement of a 10th grade golden core to the voice from the altar. After hearing Shinwuyo's report, the cold voice responds, this insignificant place truly produces prodigies. Were it not for the constraints of rules, I would have crushed it with a single slap to save trouble. Shinwuyo dares not interject, and soon, the voice from the altar declares that it will handle subsequent matters. Following this statement, the altar erupts in a violent explosion. Shinwuyo finally breathes a sigh of relief. This hot potato has finally been handed off. He certainly does not wish to contend with the old man surnamed Li any further. At this moment, you are being led by Li towards Spine Mountain. Observing Li's demeanor, you notice he appears somewhat tense and is accelerating his pace. This makes you feel that there is indeed some impending danger. However, you remain entirely unaware of the nature of this threat. In no time, you and Lee catch sight of Spine Mountain, at which point Lee's expression relaxes slightly. Seeing this, you speculate that Lee must have some hidden trump card here. Once you reach Spine Mountain, the danger should diminish, right? Just then, you notice a flash of purple light in the sky followed by a thunderous roar that reverberates across the heavens. Heavenly thunder, the thought flashes through your mind. In an instant, the purple lightning strikes down, and Lee, summoning all his strength, positions himself in front of you as a shield. Soon, you realize your assumption was incorrect. This is indeed heavenly thunder, yet it is unlike any you have encountered before. Possessing even greater power, despite Lee's cultivation at the 7th stage of tribulation, he is severely injured in but a moment. Looking at you, Lee shouts, "Run!" In the depths of Spine Mountain, there exists a formation. Hide within it, and you may still have a chance of survival. You then witness another bolt of purple lightning strike Lee, who now appears utterly depleted, barely able to rise. As you see the scene unfold, grief wells up within you, but you dare not hesitate. You quickly activate the wind-chasing technique and flee towards Spine Mountain with all your might. You understand that the formation Lee mentioned is likely the one left behind by the formation genius Lu Wuyo. From your previous simulations, it is this formation that has allowed Lee to survive for thousands of years without succumbing to heavenly thunder. Yet, how can your speed compete with that of the heavenly lightning? Especially since this time, the heavenly thunder clearly targets you, rendering it even more formidable. Mere seconds later, you are struck by the purple lightning. You perish at the age of 20. This simulation concludes. For this simulation, you may select 2 rewards: Formation Genius, Talent, Celestial Path Cultivation, Golden Core First Stage, Divine Path Cultivation, Golden Core First Stage, Formation Genius, Talent priced at 1 million energy points, Celestial Path Cultivation, Golden Core First Stage priced at 100 million energy points. A breakthrough to the Golden Core Stage with a 10th grade Golden Core Divine Path Cultivation, Golden Core First Stage priced at 200 million energy points. A breakthrough to the Golden Core Stage with a 12th grade quality Golden Core. An ancient path of cultivation where martial and celestial paths intertwine. Note, in the early stages, the divine path shares similarities with the celestial and martial paths, but spiritual energy and martial energy can be mutually converted. Enhancing combat prowess, however, breakthroughs are more challenging and require exceptional physical strength. This time, the simulation lasted less than a year, which Zhang Yifeng had not anticipated. He did not expect Shen Wuyo to be able to communicate with celestial beings. Nor did he foresee that merely reporting his breakthrough to the Golden Core Stage with a 10th grade quality Golden Core would provoke celestial intervention. Additionally, Zhang Yifeng was somewhat perplexed by the presence of the Divine Path in this simulation's rewards. What is happening? Why is there suddenly a Divine Path? However, after reviewing the description, Zhang Yifeng gained a general understanding. The Divine Path essentially represents the simultaneous cultivation of both celestial and martial paths. Yet, it comes with a condition: the celestial and martial paths must not differ too greatly, and one must possess sufficient physical strength to achieve breakthroughs. There is no need for further contemplation. The increased difficulty is inconsequential as long as it leads to greater strength. Just as Zhang Yifeng was about to select his rewards, he suddenly recalled the significant commotion caused by his breakthrough to the Golden Core Stage during the simulation. Would such an event manifest in reality as well? If a breakthrough occurs in reality, would it not lead to disaster? Chapter 48. By Ruoshua's decision. As Zhang Yifeng grappled with this dilemma, the electronic voice of the simulator chimed in. Ding, reminder to the host. This simulator can conceal breakthrough anomalies for a mere cost of 1 billion energy points. The simulator possesses such a function. Upon hearing this notification, Zhang Yifeng's face lit up with excitement. With that in mind, there was no reason to hesitate any longer. He promptly made his selection. I choose the Talent Formation Genius and Divine Path Cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Talent Formation Genius. 1 million energy points deducted. Remaining energy points 11 billion. Ding! Detection of Divine Path Cultivation Extraction. An anomaly will occur. Would the host like to spend 1 billion energy points to conceal it? Yes, conceal the anomaly. Zhang Yifeng did not dare to delay and immediately responded. Host has chosen to conceal the breakthrough anomaly. 1 billion energy points deducted. Remaining energy points 10 billion. Ding! Divine Path Cultivation Extraction complete.
200 million energy points deducted, remaining energy points, 9.8 billion. As the extraction of simulation rewards concluded, Zhang Yifeng immediately felt the martial and spiritual energies within him begin to operate autonomously. Soon, the bridge between heaven and earth was established, and the 12th grade quality golden core took shape. Zhang Yifeng officially became a cultivator at the golden core stage. Now, with the ability to soar through the skies, Zhang Yifeng felt an overwhelming urge to venture out and experience flight. However, as he approached the door, he hesitated and retreated. He repeatedly reminded himself, "Be steady, don't act recklessly." Ultimately, Zhang Yifeng managed to persuade himself, deciding that prudence should take precedence. Revealing his cultivation in reality would be far too perilous. It would be wiser to maintain a facade of a carefree playboy, drawing as little attention as possible. To truly experience the exhilaration of flight, he must at least reach the level of a celestial being. Or better yet, be able to contend with the celestial being that has sealed off the southern region. Just then, the simulator's prompt sounded once more. Ding! Detection of the host stepping into the divine path. Hidden achievement completed. Unlocking personal data panel. Zhang Yifeng was taken aback, surprised that stepping into the divine path would yield a hidden achievement, although he felt the personal data panel was of little significance at present. He recognized its potential value for future reference when he possesses more talents and learns various techniques, allowing him to observe his strength changes more swiftly. After a brief examination, Zhang Yifeng came across his personal information. Host, Zhang Yifeng. Talent, Thunderfire. True spiritual root, insightful vision, occasional enlightenment, formation genius. Cultivation level, first layer of golden core, celestial path, third layer of chi movement, martial path, heart method, Tian Xian Gong technique, wind chase technique, great accomplishment. Isham, not bad, quite formidable. Zhang Yifeng nodded in approval, feeling quite satisfied. He then made his way towards Chunyan Tower. It was time to listen to music and he could not afford to delay. Time flowed like water. Before long, a week had passed. Zhang Yifeng tightly shut his door, silently uttering a phrase: activate simulation. Consuming simulation attempts, 1 remaining attempts, 0. Extracting blue talent consumes 100,000 energy points, extracting purple talent consumes 1 million energy points. Please make your selection. Extracting purple talent, ding, deducting 1 million energy points, purple talent extraction in progress, remaining energy points, 9.8 billion. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the talent, longevity of the southern mountain. Longevity of the southern mountain, your lifespan is increased by 1,000 years. Gazing at this new talent, Zhang Yifeng raised an eyebrow. It was indeed a good talent, but regrettably, it held no value for him. In both reality and simulation, what he lacked had never been lifespan. Sighing softly, Zhang Yifeng continued to observe the simulator. The 16th simulation commenced. You realize you have entered the simulation. For this simulation, you decide to first visit the ruins of Tianxian Temple. You plan to wait there for the arrival of Bairuoxue. After all, extracting benefits from her is the primary source of spiritual stones in your simulations. On the first day, you stealthily departed from Qingshan City under the cover of night. On the second day, you arrived at the ruins of Tianxian Temple. On the third day, you cleared the ruins and buried the remains. On the fourth day, you began to cultivate in peace, awaiting the arrival of the cash cow. Bairuoxue. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Your spiritual stones had long been depleted, and your cultivation had slightly improved, nearing the second layer of golden core. In the second year, without spiritual stones, your cultivation speed slowed. However, you triggered a fortuitous epiphany, gaining an 8-fold increase in cultivation speed. This epiphany lasted for 11 days, allowing you to successfully break through to the second layer of golden core. In the third year, Bairuoxue arrived. Upon seeing you, she inquired about your identity. You straightforwardly declared who you were, not pretending to be a disciple of Tianxian Temple. She did not immediately believe you and scrutinized you from head to toe. During the examination, she noticed your inconceivable 12th grade golden core, staring at you as if you were a monster. After a long silence, she asked if you would like to become her disciple. Hearing this delightful proposition, you nodded in agreement without the slightest hesitation. For the following 2 days, Bairuoxue reminisced about her senior brother. It was not until the third day that Bairuoxue approached you and recounted the matter of the southern region being a forbidden area. Although you were already aware, you still listened attentively. After explaining the situation in the southern region, she asked if you wanted to leave with her. In truth, the moment Bairuoxue decided to take you as her disciple, She had made up her mind to attempt a breakout from the southern region. Despite her fear of the celestial beings, she had seen no hope until your displayed potential rekindled her belief in defeating the celestial beings. As for whether you would encounter the celestial beings, she was unconcerned, for you were someone who had emerged from the southern region. Even if you did not seek them, they would surely come looking for you. It was precisely for this reason that she resolved to take a gamble. Upon hearing by Ruwashue's invitation, you felt a surge of excitement. As long as you could escape the southern region, your simulation duration would undoubtedly increase several-fold. This time, your talent had also increased your lifespan. That if you merely lingered on living until natural death, how much could you possibly improve in the end? You dared not even contemplate it. However, you soon calmed down. In previous simulations, you had seen your father Jiang Fushan confront the Beast Gate multiple times, except for the incident where your unique constitution caused the ferocious beast, the Phoenix, to suffer a severe decline in strength due to your talent. He had lost every other time. At that time, Jiang Fushan's realm was the same as Bai Ruwashue's, both being at the 8th layer of Tribulation Crossing. Given this, could Bai Ruwashue truly lead you to escape? Even if it was merely a flight, having someone like you as a burden would likely pose considerable danger. After much contemplation, you ultimately gritted your teeth and chose to leave with Bai Ruwashue. You thought, since this was merely a simulation, it would serve as an experiment. If successful, it would provide an additional method to escape the southern region in future simulations. If it failed, well, death would merely mean waiting for the next simulation. Chapter 49. The unassuming mysterious tortoise. Bai Ruwashue took you and flew southward. After several days, you could finally see a vast expanse of ocean in the distance. At this moment, Bai Ruwashue's expression had grown somewhat serious. You understood that they were nearing a place inhabited by ferocious beasts. Suddenly, you heard a hoarse voice call out, "Stop!" Following that, you witnessed a gigantic mysterious tortoise emerge from the surface of the sea. The voice just now had originated from this tortoise. This was quite an eye-opener for you. In previous simulations you had encountered but none had ever spoken human words. Bai Ruwashue warily observed the enormous tortoise rising from the sea. Then threw a storage ring towards it, politely saying, "Elder Tortoise, I hope you can grant a safe passage." Watching this scene, you felt a surge of tension. You could guess Bai Ruwashue's intention. She was likely trying to bribe the tortoise. After all, you knew that Bai Ruwashue had entered the forbidden area through bribery. If she could use the same method to take you out, it would be ideal. However, could it truly be that simple? You remained skeptical. If one could escape solely through bribery, countless individuals would have already fled the southern region long ago. Not only you, but Bai Ruwashue herself also lacked confidence. This was her first time attempting such a thing. She was able to enter and exit because she was originally from the outside world. The celestial beings above did not monitor this place daily, as long as she did not linger too long and offered the mysterious tortoise some benefits. It could be mutually beneficial. However, now that she intended to bring you a person from the southern region, the situation would surely be different. The mysterious tortoise tilted its head and examined the storage ring. After inspecting it, it looked at you and Bai Ruwashue, stating that she could leave, but you could not. Upon hearing this, you let out a sigh. You had known it would not be so simple. At that moment, Bai Ruwashue also displayed a look of disappointment, but she quickly seized you, and her aura began to shift. You sensed a powerful force surging from her, indicating she was preparing to force her way through. Ready to fight it. Just then, the mysterious tortoise unleashed an overwhelming pressure that surpassed Bai Ruwashue's. In an instant, you found it difficult to breathe. At this moment, Bai Ruwashue's expression grew increasingly grim. She had not anticipated that the tortoise's strength would be so formidable. Far exceeding her expectations, merely the release of its aura rendered her incapable of protecting you. Meanwhile, you had already used your inside eye to assess the tortoise's realm. Upon seeing its realm, despair washed over you. This tortoise was not merely at the Tribulation Crossing level but rather at the Xian Immortal level. Although the inside eye revealed it to be heavily injured, regardless of its condition, the presence of the word immortal indicated that this tortoise was at least a celestial being. As for whether a Xian Immortal was considered strong or weak among celestial beings, you could not ascertain, as your understanding of cultivation had not reached such a high level. Nevertheless, it was clear that this mysterious tortoise was not something Bai Ruwashue, a practitioner at the 8th layer of Tribulation Crossing, could contend with. You were certain that even escaping would be a challenge. Before long, you and Bai Ruwashue found yourselves restrained by the tortoise's overwhelming pressure. Unable to move, the tortoise cocked its head and gazed at you both, saying such impatience, unable to remain calm. It then told by Ruoshue to bring 10 billion spiritual stones, and it would allow you to leave. After that, you witnessed the tortoise suddenly fling by Ruoshue away, crashing her into a crack in the sea's formation, causing her to vanish from sight. At that moment, you still had not fully processed the tortoise's words. What was happening? This bribe truly worked. Although 10 billion spiritual stones was an enormous sum that was evidently difficult to gather, it was indeed a viable path to escape the southern region. This revelation filled you with joy, yet, you found it perplexing. Was not the confinement of the southern region a decree from the celestial beings above? How dared this tortoise defy that? It could not possibly be stronger. Could it? If it were indeed stronger, it should not have been stationed here to guard the formation's fissure. Just as you were lost in thought, the tortoise suddenly seized you. You heard it proclaim that you were now its possession and had to follow it. Without the liberty to leave, you dared not protest. In fact, even if you wanted to, it would have been futile. You were forcibly taken away by the tortoise. Before long, you found yourself on a small island in the ocean. Upon arrival, the tortoise paid you no heed, simply discarding you and falling into a deep slumber beside the island. Time flew by, and a year passed without the tortoise monitoring you, yet, you still did not dare to act rashly. You understood that an entity of such caliber could not truly be in a deep sleep. In the 5th year, you attempted to explore the area and discovered that the tortoise had not imposed any restrictions. This emboldened you slightly. You began to roam the island daily. In addition, you would fish and catch shrimp along the island's edge. However, this was also a matter of necessity, as there was no spiritual energy in this place, absolutely none. You could not cultivate or absorb spiritual energy for sustenance, so you needed ordinary food to stave off hunger. As time passed, 5 years swiftly elapsed. In the 10th year, the tortoise awakened upon seeing you fishing and hunting on the island. It immediately summoned you. It stared at you intently. You felt a sense of disorientation as you noticed a hint of disappointment reflected in its eyes. Suddenly, the tortoise spoke. I never expected that a practitioner of ancient divine paths would turn out to be nothing more than a fool waiting to die. The tortoise's words left you utterly bewildered. You found yourself murmuring, "Aren't we supposed to be adversaries? If I am merely waiting to die, why are you disappointed? Certainly, you are aware that matters are not as simple as they seem." The Xiangui exudes an enigmatic aura, both inside and out. It possesses knowledge of the ancient divine pathways and, without any probing, merely by observing with its keen eyes, it seems to unravel your secrets. Moreover, its demeanor and cultivation level starkly contrast with the dragon and phoenix you previously simulated, far surpassing them in prowess. Unlike the dragon and phoenix, its strength is unfathomably greater. It does not resort to indiscriminate violence. Rather, it engages in transactions, accepts bribes, and even dares to defy the directives of celestial beings. This leads you to believe that it is not merely a ferocious beast guarding the rift in the formation. Chapter 50. The precious formation jade slip. Seeing your reluctance to speak, the Xiangui lets out a cold snort and ascends into the Aiard. It is only then that you notice several massive iron chains binding its form. Adorned with incomprehensible engravings, ultimately, the Xiangui ceases to be cryptic and reveals that all present are merely prisoners. It confesses that its prior statement about the 10 billion spirit stones allowing your escape was a ruse to deceive by Ruoshue. The inhabitants of the southern domain cannot possibly leave this endless sea, including itself. The rift in the formation is merely a trap, the very heart of the sealing formation's spirit. Those within this forbidden domain are perpetually shrouded by the formation. With their auras detectable by the formation's spirit, the Xiangui states that even if it does not intervene, should you cross the rift, the formation's heavenly lightning will strike you down. Only individuals like by Ruoshue, who do not linger too long in the forbidden area, can freely enter and exit without being sensed by the formation's spirit. However, if she remains too long, she too will be trapped. Upon hearing these revelations from the Xiangui, cold sweat runs down your back. Nonetheless, you are perplexed as to why the Xiangui has divulged so much to you. Without needing to ponder, the Xiangui promptly states its intentions. It does not wish to remain confined here as a mere sentinel. It believes that should you achieve the divine path, there may be a chance to break this confinement in the future. Thus, it is willing to invest in you. However, it expresses disappointment in your recent conduct. You respond with a sheepish smile, while inwardly you protest. How could I have disappointed you? With such a formidable presence here, I dare not act recklessly. You could have mentioned earlier that we are allies. Noting your defiance, the Shin Gui bluntly points out that the surrounding area is enveloped in the ceiling formation. It has refrained from restricting your movements during this time, so why have you not considered studying the means to break it? You retort, claiming that you lack even the rudiments of formation knowledge, let alone the ability to decipher such intricate formations unaided. In truth, you have contemplated studying the ceiling formation given your innate talent for it. Yet, without any foundational understanding, even the most gifted cannot make headway. The Shin Gui, upon hearing your words, displays an incredulous expression. It had never considered that a prodigy destined for the divine path could lack even the basics of formation knowledge. Ultimately, it shakes its head in resignation and tosses you a jade slip. It informs you that this is a jade slip of divine consciousness, containing some foundational knowledge of formations. Once you have reviewed it, you should grasp some understanding of formations. It kindly advises you that the method to use the slip is to affix it to your forehead, enabling you to absorb the memories within. In the realm of reality, Zhang Yifeng contemplates this. If the jade slip contains memories, could he simulate them deeply and extract the knowledge directly? Would this not save him an opportunity to claim rewards, allowing him to exchange for other simulation benefits? With this thought in mind, Zhang Yifeng silently invokes the command to initiate deep simulation for 10 days. Concerned about time constraints, he opts to extend it by a few days, knowing he can exit at any moment. If it doesn't take as long, it is of little consequence. 10 days is but a modest amount of energy. Deep simulation initiated for 240 hours. Deducting 2.4 million energy points, remaining energy, 9.8 billion. As the simulator's voice fades, Zhang Yifeng's soul manifests within the simulation. He gazes at the Shin Gui, resembling a small island, bound by enormous runic chains. This sight is far more impactful than reading mere text in the simulation. After a brief moment of awe, Zhang Yifeng wastes no time and promptly affixes the formation jade slip to his forehead. Instantly, a torrent of knowledge regarding formations floods his mind. Time trickles by. In the blink of an eye, 3 days pass, during which Zhang Yifeng fully digests the formation knowledge contained within the jade slip. Now equipped with a rudimentary understanding of formations, he realizes their profound complexity. However, the sudden influx of information leaves him feeling dizzy. He decides to conclude this session of deep simulation. Soon, Zhang Yifeng's soul returns to the Jiang residence. Rubbing his temples, he resumes his gaze upon the simulator. After absorbing the jade slip's knowledge, the Shen Gui does not allow you to linger for further study of the ceiling formation. Instead, it guides you back to solid ground, urging you to leave promptly, warning that your prolonged presence may alert the formation's spirit and implicate it. In the 11th year, you travel northward. Based on by Ruoshua's earlier route, you deduce that the southernmost point leads to the Endless Sea, the very realm of the Shen Gui. Thus, to return to Qingshan City, you must continue northward. By the 12th year, you finally behold Qingshan City. What by Ruoshua traversed in mere days has taken you a full 2 years. This is despite your cultivation reaching the second level of foundation establishment, enabling you to fly. Otherwise, the journey would have been even longer. After disguising yourself, you return to Qingshan City and rent a modest courtyard near the Jiang residence. In the 13th year, a sudden loud crash alerts you to a disturbance involving your family, the Jiang clan. Stepping outside, you witness a shadow clad in black attacking the Jiang family. Fortunately, your father, Jiang Fushan, arrives with a cadre of cultivators, one of whom swiftly dispatches the assailant. As the turmoil subsides, you make your presence known, calling out to your father. Without surprise, you accompany Jiang Fushan to Spineback Mountain. In the ensuing days, you dedicate yourself to cultivation on Spineback Mountain, focusing primarily on the path of formations. By the 15th year, after 2 years of rigorous training, you achieve the rank of 3rd-tier Formation Master. The classification of Formation Masters ranges from 1st to 9th tier, with those above 9th tier being known as Celestial Formation Masters. This knowledge is drawn from the memories within the jade slip provided by the Shen Gui. Your swift ascension to 3rd-tier Formation Master stems not only from your innate talent for formations but also significantly from the insights gleaned from the jade slip previously, without exposure to formations. You were at a loss. Now, having grasped the basics, you recognize the invaluable nature of that jade slip. It has saved you countless hours familiarizing yourself with various theoretical frameworks and foundational concepts of formations. The complexity of these theories resembles the intricate mathematical operations and formulas from your past life, vast and convoluted. Without understanding them, the path of formations would prove exceedingly arduous. You surmise that without the jade slip, Mastering these theories alone would have consumed you years, if not decades. By the 16th year, you have grown accustomed to the inhabitants of Spineback Mountain. One day, you approach elderly and express your desire to witness the formations left by Senior Lu Wui. This quest is the primary reason for your presence on Spineback Mountain. While you cannot currently study the ceiling formation, you believe that delving into the formations crafted by Senior Lu Wui, which are said to evade heavenly lightning, will significantly enhance your understanding of formations. Chapter 51. Years of cultivation yield significant progress in the path of formations. You mention this formation, and elderly displays no surprise for the existence of formations left by Senior Lu Wui in the heart of Spineback Mountain is common knowledge among the cultivators in this area. Furthermore, the site is under constant surveillance to prevent any celestial servants from causing damage. Upon hearing your request, elderly contemplates for a moment before personally escorting you to the formation's location. You successfully enter the core of Spineback Mountain and arrive at the formation left by Senior Lu Wui. In the days that follow, you tirelessly observe and ponder the intricacies of this formation through various theoretical lenses, yet, despite your efforts, you find yourself overwhelmed and achieve nothing. You recognize that your eagerness has clouded your judgment. With your current level of expertise, this formation is akin to a book written in an unknown language. The essence of formations lies in the assembly of various fundamental runes to create diverse combinations that yield distinct effects. You cannot even perceive the most basic runes necessary for setting up formations, let alone comprehend them. You realize this is due to your insufficient expertise. The complexity of the rune combinations is beyond your grasp. Thus, you resolve to retreat, deciding to return once your proficiency in formations has improved. During this period, elderly remains closely by your side, likely due to the critical importance of the formation left by Senior Lu Wui. He may not fully trust you. Yet in the 17th year, you once again enter seclusion, dedicating yourself to the study of formations. For this purpose, you even temporarily abandon your cultivation of the immortal path and martial arts. The rationale behind this is your awareness that Senior Lu Wui's formation cannot withstand another onslaught of heavenly lightning before it collapses. You aim to enhance your formation skills to attempt a restoration of this formation. You believe that if you can repair it, you may find refuge within it when the next heavenly thunder strikes, thereby extending your simulation time. Moreover, this time, you possess the innate talent of longevity, granting you an additional 1,000 years of lifespan. As long as you can repair this array, you will be able to cultivate for a millennium. Do you not think the benefits are immense? In the 23rd year, you successfully established a mid-grade spirit gathering array, thus becoming a 4th-grade array master. At this moment, you finally comprehended that arrays were not as easily breached as you had imagined. After fully digesting the jade slip-on array techniques, you found that it took you a full 6 years to elevate your rank. Upon learning of this, Oldly was even more exhilarated than you. He inquired whether you wished to observe the array left by the esteemed Lu Wui. You were somewhat perplexed. It was only in the end, when Oldly requested your assistance in laying out additional mid-grade spirit gathering arrays for the Spine Mountain, that you realized he was seeking your help. Reflecting on it, you deemed it reasonable. After all, most cultivators in this region typically utilized beginner spirit gathering arrays. The reason for this was simple: few cultivators here possessed any innate talent for arrays. And even ordinary array masters were a rarity. They could only manage to set up beginner spirit gathering arrays. It was said that there had once been advanced spirit gathering arrays, but they had long since fallen into disrepair. Given the already sparse spiritual energy in this area, coupled with the lack of effective spirit gathering arrays, it was no wonder that the cultivators of Spine Mountain frequently organized raids on the spirit stone of the immortal spirit sect. After all, cultivating here was exceedingly arduous. Even if one possessed the talent for cultivation, a lack of spiritual energy rendered it futile. Without hesitation, you acquiesced to Oldly's request. In the 24th year, you dedicated an entire year to establishing hundreds of mid-grade spirit gathering arrays in Spine Mountain. This significantly deepened your understanding of arrays. Your efforts were met with gratitude from many cultivators of Spine Mountain, who presented you with spirit stones as tokens of appreciation. Although the inhabitants here had few spirit stones, the cumulative gifts from thousands of cultivators amounted to 580,000 spirit stones, a fortune for you. In the 31st year, you successfully advanced to 5th grade array master. By the 39th year, you attained the rank of 6th grade array master. After this, you sensed that your progress in the path of arrays had slowed considerably. However, you did not find this surprising. After all, a 6th grade array master, given sufficient time to set up arrays, could already rival cultivators in the void refinement realm. If you were to continue advancing at such a rapid pace, would not the path of arrays become invincible? In the 40th year, you once again ventured into the depths of Spine Mountain. Arriving at the location of the array left by the esteemed Lu Wui, this time, you could barely perceive some of the array symbols within it. This revelation opened your eyes. You estimated that there were at least millions of symbols interwoven in various combinations, creating a dizzying array of formations. What you could see was only a fraction of the array, a substantial portion remained obscured from your view. You projected that the complete setup of this array would require no less than 100 million symbols, an unimaginable feat. With over 100 million symbols, how many combinations of array symbols must there be? Now that you had reached the 6th grade array master level, the arrays you could set up required merely around 10,000 symbols. Utilizing only a few hundred combinations. To Oldley and the others, this was already an impressive accomplishment. You could scarcely fathom the prowess of the esteemed Lu Wui. Naturally, what weighed even heavier on your mind was the grand sealing array beyond the southern region. If the array left by Lu Wui required such an extensive number of symbols, how formidable must be the array capable of sealing the entire southern region? The very thought filled you with despair. Yet, you quickly reminded yourself that this was merely a simulation, and you still had time to improve. You focused your mind, meticulously observing the array symbols you could discern, studying their patterns and operational principles. After a day of this intense observation, you were left with a splitting headache. Clearly, your current understanding of arrays was insufficient to easily grasp the vast intricacies woven within the multitude of symbols. This array was still far too complex for you. Subsequently, you had no choice but to depart. Nevertheless, even a day's worth of study proved immensely beneficial. You would learn many different combinations of array symbols. And should you manage to comprehend those combinations, your mastery of arrays could see significant improvement. In the 41st year, you experienced a serendipitous moment of enlightenment, resulting in a tenfold increase in your cultivation speed and heightened mental acuity. This moment of clarity lasted a full 10 months, culminating in your ascension to 7th grade array master. At this point, your mastery of arrays had already surpassed your cultivation level. A 7th grade array master could be likened to a formidable being at the integration stage in the realm of cultivation. In the 42nd year, you heard from Old Li that the array left by Lu Wui had exhibited signs of disturbance. As the most formidable array master in Spine Mountain, he urged you to investigate the situation. Without hesitation, you promptly made your way to the site of Lu Wui's array. In truth, had Old Li not sought you out, you would have intended to check it yourself, as you were aware that in the 43rd year, Old Li and his companions would venture into the Death Desert. It was clear that the array must have encountered problems this year. Upon your arrival, you observed even more array symbols. You meticulously scrutinized the operational pathways of the array, striving to comprehend its logic. 3 days swiftly passed, and you were drenched in sweat. Although you were now a 7th grade array master, the array's grade was exceedingly high, and each observation and calculation demanded considerable mental exertion. After 3 days of calculations, you finally unraveled the operational logic of one group of array symbols. However, this revelation left you puzzled. You could not fathom why a formation capable of withstanding heavenly lightning would not utilize the operational logic of defense, but rather that of guidance. You muttered to yourself incessantly. Suddenly, an idea struck you. Could it be that this array did not dissipate the heavenly lightning but instead directed it elsewhere? Where then, over these millions of years, had the heavenly lightning been directed? Gazing at the array before you, you exclaimed in alarm. With the array situated here, where could the heavenly lightning be redirected? Surely it would remain within Spine Mountain. But at that moment, you heard the sound of cracking as the array began to shatter. You could already see wisps of electric arcs coursing through the array's patterns. Realizing the perilous situation, you turned to flee. However, the array erupted violently, and being at its center, you had no time to escape. Becoming engulfed in a tempest of lightning, you struggled desperately, but it was to no avail. You perished. At the age of 60, the simulation concluded. This simulation offers 2 reward options: longevity of the Southern Mountain, talent, celestial cultivation, 2nd stage of foundation establishment, array technique jade slip, 7th grade array master, and spirit stones, 580,000. The longevity of the Southern Mountain, talent, is priced at 1 million energy points. Celestial cultivation, 2nd stage of foundation establishment, is priced at 2 million energy points. The array technique jade slip is priced at 10 0.00000 energy points. 7th grade array master is priced at 1 billion energy points. Spirit stones, 580,000, are priced at 5,800,000,000 energy points. This simulation has been quite tumultuous for Jiang Yifeng. Initially, he thought he would perish alongside Bai Ruoxue in the Endless Sea,
only to discover that the guardian of the Endless Sea, the mysterious tortoise, was actually an ally. Subsequently, he believed he would either die beneath the heavenly lightning in the 53rd year or quietly pass away after repairing Lu Wui's array over a millennium. Little did he know that neither outcome aligned with his expectations. He ultimately met his end due to the collapse of Lu Wui's array. It is a testament to the unpredictability of fate. Jiang Yifeng did not dwell further on this but turned his attention to the rewards of this simulation. The title of 7th grade array master was a necessity. It amounted to an equivalent status of cultivation at the integration stage. Whether for self-preservation or other purposes, it held immense significance. There was no need to exchange for the array technique Jade Slip, as he had already acquired the knowledge contained within it through deep simulation, and even now felt somewhat dizzy from the influx of information. Ultimately, Jiang Yifeng found himself torn between the options of longevity of the Southern Mountain, talent, and spirit stones. 580,000. One offered an increase of 1,000 years to his lifespan, which, if he could escape the southern region, would allow for additional simulations. The other spirit stones represented a vital resource for cultivation. Possessing hundreds of thousands would ensure a swift enhancement of his celestial cultivation from the onset of each simulation. After deliberation, Jiang Yifeng made his choice. I select the 7th grade array master in spirit stones. In the end, he opted for the spirit stones. After all, he felt that thus far, there had not been a single instance where he could truly endure to the end. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril. How many can truly pass away peacefully? He deemed the spirit stones to be the more prudent choice, as they would at least guarantee a period of rapid advancement in future simulations. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming a 7th grade array master, deducting 1 billion energy points, remaining energy points, 8.8 billion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring spirit stones, 580,000, remaining energy points, 3 billion. As the voice of the simulator faded, Jiang Yifeng felt an influx of countless insights regarding arrays fill his mind. The path of arrays differs from cultivation. It is more about understanding, a form of knowledge. This enhancement pertains largely to memory. Fortunately, the infusion of knowledge from the simulator was gentle, and Jiang Yifeng did not experience the excruciating headache that had accompanied his previous deep simulation of the array technique Jade Slip. Meanwhile, the voice of the simulator resonated once more. Ding! Insufficient storage space detected in the host's storage ring. Unable to accommodate all the spirit stones, the host may opt to spend 100 million energy points to expand the capacity by 100 times. Expand! Jiang Yifeng did not hesitate. Although his energy points were low, the capacity of his storage ring was inadequate. He could not simply leave the spirit stones outside. That would be too conspicuous and inconsistent with his cautious demeanor. Ding! Storage ring expansion successful. The spirit stone rewards have been placed within the storage ring. Jiang Yifeng glanced at his storage ring. Externally, it appeared unchanged, yet internally, its space had undergone a monumental transformation. What once encompassed a mere 50 cubic units, reminiscent of a modest room, had now expanded a staggering 100-fold, totaling 5,000 cubic units. Judging purely by surface area, it now resembled the size of a football field. A small mountain of spirit stones loomed on one side within the storage ring. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but smile. However, recalling that the acquisition of these spirit stones had cost him tens of billions of energy points, a twinge of regret crept in. With only over 30 billion energy points remaining, he pondered whether to instruct his steward Zhang Dafu to resume the procurement of gold, silver, and jewels. Perhaps I should wait a bit longer, Jiang Yifeng muttered to himself. He remembered that the last time he had requested the acquisition of precious metals, Zhang's commercial enterprise had faced a cash flow crisis. Given that scarcely 2 months had passed since then, he was uncertain whether the situation had improved. To initiate another round of purchases now seemed overly hasty. Additionally, with more than 30 billion energy points still at his disposal, he believed that as long as he refrained from exchanging large quantities of spirit stones, he could likely simulate several more times. Once everything concluded, Jiang Yifeng did not immediately venture to the brothel for music. His mind was cluttered with an excess of chaotic knowledge, and he felt the necessity to rest and digest it. Chapter 53, The Harmonization of Reality and Simulation. Aside from the day the simulation concluded, Zhang Yifeng continued to visit the venue daily. A week passed in the blink of an eye. And it was time for the simulation quota to refresh once more. Zhang Yifeng awaited in his room. Soon, the simulation quota refreshed, and he immediately chanted Initiate Simulation, costing 1 simulation attempt, remaining attempts, 0.to extract a blue talent costs 100,000 energy points, while extracting a purple talent costs 1 million energy points. Please select your extraction. Extract purple talent. Ding. 1 million energy points deducted. Purple talent extraction in progress. Remaining energy points 3 billion. Congratulations, the host has acquired the talent, Ethereal Wood Divine Body. Ethereal Wood Divine Body possesses exceptional vitality and an extraordinary self-healing ability. Upon seeing this talent, Zhang Yifeng's mind began to race. With such self-healing capabilities, could it not be harmonized with martial arts? Martial arts primarily focus on body strengthening. Previously, aside from practicing the movements within the nameless technique, he had refrained from attempting other, more perilous methods. However, now that he possessed this formidable self-healing physique, he felt it was a perfect match for martial arts. Zhang Yifeng considered testing this during the simulation, yet he soon shook his head, deciding that this simulation should primarily focus on array techniques. Only by enhancing his array skills and repairing the formation left by the senior Lu Wuyo could he simulate for an extended duration. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Yifeng turned his gaze back to the simulator. The 17th simulation commenced. You surveyed your surroundings, confirming your entry into the simulation. On the first day, under the cover of night, you departed from Qingshan City. The following day, you arrived at the ruins of Tianshan Temple in the Changqing mountain range. On that day, you cleared the ruins, burying the remains. On the third day, you began to comprehend the array formations. In the first year, you made little progress. In the second year, reflecting on the previous year's experiences, you realized that mere comprehension might not suffice. You began to practice. Each day, you set up various formations in the vicinity, continuously enhancing your proficiency, hoping to gain new insights. In the third year, Bai Ruoshua arrived. She discovered you and, after conducting a brief assessment, inquired whether you wished to become her disciple. Without hesitation, you nodded in agreement. 3 days later, she offered to take you away from this forbidden land in the southern region, asking if you were willing to leave. Without a second thought, you consented. Your purpose for visiting the ruins of Tianshan Temple was merely to hitch a ride to the Endless Sea. You sought to return to the Endless Sea, to the ancient turtle, to glean insights from the forbidden Great Formation. You believed this would significantly aid your advancement in array techniques. Of course, you could have ventured to the Endless Sea on your own. You knew that traveling southward would lead you there. However, you deemed that approach overly cumbersome, requiring several years and fraught with unknown dangers, although you had encountered no significant threats upon your previous return from the simulation. The uncertainty loomed large. After all, you lacked the route map from your last simulation, so it was wiser to let Bai Ruoshua guide you. Efficient, swift, and safe. Before long, a few days slipped by, and Bai Ruoshua brought you to the Endless Sea. Upon your arrival, the ancient turtle emerged from the depths of the sea. Bai Ruoshua bribed the ancient turtle with spirit stones, and after accepting the offering, the ancient turtle subdued you. Subsequently, the ancient turtle cast Bai Ruoshua out of the southern domain, stipulating that she must bring 10 billion spirit stones in order to take you away. You understood that the ancient turtle was lying, yet you chose not to expose the deception. The ancient turtle led you to a small island. Upon your arrival, the ancient turtle promptly fell into a deep slumber, ignoring your presence. After reaching the island, you felt no anxiety. Instead, you ventured deeper into the island. You were aware that within lay a portion of the forbidden Great Formation, allowing you to observe its operation up close. However, as soon as you began to walk, the ancient turtle opened its eyes. It was now quite bewildered, pondering, are the youth of today so audacious? This is merely the first day on the island, and they dare to disregard me. Consequently, you found yourself in trouble. Before you could reach the forbidden formation, the ancient turtle snatched you back. It opened its gaping maw, attempting to frighten you by declaring that should you act recklessly, it would devour you. This left you utterly stunned. Wasn't it an ally? Why had the situation taken such a turn? In truth, the ancient turtle was somewhat irritated, thinking, this young person possesses great talent and has even cultivated divine arts. I believe he has the potential to break this forbidden formation completely. Once the formation was entirely dismantled, the chains binding it would lose much of their potency.
allowing it to escape, yet, it felt you were too reckless, and it decided to teach you a lesson, instilling a sense of reverence within you. Otherwise, such impulsiveness could lead to an untimely demise, and who knows when someone with the potential to shatter this forbidden formation would appear again. Afterward, you became more subdued and refrained from any further recklessness. In the 4th year, aside from occasionally fishing at the island's edge, you took no other actions. You were uncertain why the ancient turtle's behavior differed from the last simulation. Yet you understood that such a formidable being was not to be trifled with. Preserving your life took precedence. In reality, Zhang Yifeng, upon reaching this point, felt somewhat overwhelmed. The version of himself within the simulation seemed genuinely intimidated by the ancient turtle. This diverged considerably from his original plan, yet it wasn't entirely the fault of his simulated self. The ancient turtle simply behaved unpredictably. Having deemed it an ally, why resort to such theatrics to frighten him? Ultimately, Zhang Yifeng let out a sigh and murmured, "Initiated deep simulation for 1 day." He felt compelled to intervene in reality. He could not waste time in the simulation in this manner. Ding! The 24-hour deep simulation commenced, consuming 240,000 simulation energy points. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yifeng found himself immersed in the simulation once more. Without hesitation, he made his way toward the depths of the island. As he ventured inward, he noticed the ancient turtle stir slightly. However, Zhang Yifeng, observing from outside the simulator, clearly saw that the ancient turtle bore no ill intentions this time. It merely felt a bit reckless and wished to take a more cautious approach. Given this, Zhang Yifeng naturally paid it no mind. He reasoned that a year had already passed in the simulation. The ancient turtle likely would not strike again. Before long, an hour passed, and he arrived at the island's depths. Zhang Yifeng cast a few glances at the forbidden Great Formation, feeling that the array symbols were profoundly intricate and perplexing. He attempted to analyze them, only to be met with a jarring mental upheaval. As though his mind were about to explode, ultimately Zhang Yifeng abandoned the effort, concluding that such matters were better suited for simulation. Thus, he promptly declared, "End deep simulation." In an instant, Zhang Yifeng's consciousness returned to the Zhang residence in Qingshan City. Without further contemplation, he resumed observing the developments on the simulator. You gazed at the forbidden Great Formation not far away. Momentarily perplexed, you pondered how you had arrived at the depths of the island. After deep reflection, a realization struck you, and you muttered, "Was it reality influencing me?" Chapter 54. Insufficient cultivation. Unable to break through as an 8th rank array master, you chose not to dwell on how you had reached the island's depths. After scanning the area, you noticed the ancient turtle showed no sign of movement, either asleep or utterly indifferent to your presence. Thus, you turned your attention to the forbidden Great Formation, seeking inspiration to enhance your array techniques. The myriad of array symbols etched intricate, unfamiliar patterns, leaving you momentarily bewildered, aware that, given your current expertise in array techniques, you could not fully comprehend the forbidden Great Formation. You selected one of the many intertwined patterns to begin your analysis. You aimed to understand the whole through the particular, progressing gradually, yet, even with this approach, as you delved deeper into the analysis, your head felt as if it might burst. Half an hour later, unable to endure any longer, you chose to take a temporary respite. However, you did not give up. After resting for half a day, you resumed your analysis of the chosen array pattern. This became your routine. Each day, you engaged in intermittent analysis, striving to comprehend the forbidden Great Formation. In the 4th year, an entire year passed, and you had only managed to decipher a small portion of that array pattern. Despite this, you felt your understanding of array techniques had significantly deepened through the ongoing analysis. In the 5th year, you completed half of the analysis of that array pattern, and you distinctly sensed a newfound understanding of array techniques. In the 6th year, you continued to analyze that array pattern. In the 8th year, you finally completed the analysis of that array pattern, resulting in a tremendous enhancement of your knowledge concerning arrays. This filled you with elation, yet when you surveyed the other surrounding array patterns, your heart sank. Merely deciphering one array pattern consumed 5 years of your time, and there were countless others, tens of thousands visible to the naked eye. The complete ceiling array encompasses far more than the mere fragments visible before you. It envelopes the entirety of the southern domain. How many such intricate array patterns must there be? To fully analyze this ceiling array and comprehend its underlying logic is essential for devising a means to dismantle and shatter it. Considering your current pace of analysis, it is unfathomable to contemplate the time required. Alas, the burden is heavy and the path is long. You sigh. However, this was something you had anticipated from the outset.
Your purpose in coming here was merely to enhance your prowess in array techniques. Once you elevate your skills further, you will be prepared to attempt the restoration of the defensive array left behind by the esteemed Lu Wuyo against Heavenly Thunder when you return to Spine Mountain. Everything you are doing now is solely to extend your simulation duration and diligently improve your capabilities. In the 9th year, you ceased to analyze new array patterns. Instead, you focused on consolidating the insights you had gained over the preceding years. At this juncture, you felt that your understanding of arrays had advanced to the point where you could potentially deploy an 8th grade array. Without hesitation, you commenced practical application, yet, as you attempted to configure the 8th grade array, having only inscribed 5 array symbols without completing a single pattern, your spiritual energy was completely depleted, leaving you unable to sustain the effort. You murmured to yourself, "Is this truly the case?" You had anticipated such a situation, nevertheless, you were unable to resist the urge to experiment. The array symbols are all inscribed using spiritual energy, and the higher the grade of the array, the more spiritual energy is required for each symbol. Ordinarily, a cultivator of the ordinary core formation stage could at most deploy a 4th grade array. A few exceptionally gifted individuals, with a solid foundation, numerous golden core patterns, and ample spiritual energy reserves, might manage to establish a 5th or even 6th grade array, which is already a remarkable feat. Thanks to your 12th grade golden core and divine pathway cultivation, you can convert essence into spiritual energy, coupled with a spiritual reservoir 3 times greater than that of the average cultivator. You are capable of deploying 7th grade arrays, yet, this is where your limits lie. The idea of forming an 8th grade array is rather fanciful. You shook your head, refusing to succumb to discouragement, although you could not establish an 8th grade array. It was not a matter of your skills in arrays, but rather due to the insufficiency of your spiritual energy. You firmly believe that with an increase in power, you will soon be able to deploy an 8th grade array. Moreover, failing to form an 8th grade array does not hinder your original purpose for being here. Your intention was to gain a deeper understanding of array techniques so you could repair the array left by Lu Wuyo. Repairing differs from deploying. It does not necessarily require you to inscribe array symbols, perhaps it simply involves guiding the problematic areas. You feel that this journey has not been in vain. In the 10th year, you were brought out of the endless sea by the Shin turtle, which revealed its own motives. The Shin turtle confided that it too was a prisoner of circumstance and cautioned you to avoid reckless actions in the face of insurmountable foes, advising you to assess the situation before proceeding. It was then that you understood the earlier threats of the Shin turtle to consume you were merely a reflection of its perception of your initial recklessness. In the 12th year, you returned to Qingshan City. By the 13th year, the celestial slave in black descended, and you witnessed the Zhang family being struck down by its single palm. Subsequently, your father Zhang Fushan arrived with reinforcements, vanquishing the celestial slave and facilitating the evacuation of the Zhang family. You too appeared in time to join the others as you made your way to Spine Mountain. Upon arriving at Spine Mountain, you refrained from immediately requesting to inspect the array left by the esteemed Lu Wuyo. Instead, you focused on cultivating diligently and subtly demonstrating your status as a 7th grade array master. In the 14th year, Elderly sought your assistance in establishing a high-level gathering array to expedite the cultivation of the practitioners in Spine Mountain. Without hesitation, you acquiesced. The high-level gathering array is a 7th grade formation, and due to your insufficient spiritual energy, the deployment was not swift. Often, after successfully configuring a high-level gathering array, you required a period of rest to recuperate. By the 16th year, after dedicating 2 full years, you had established 5 high-level gathering arrays on Spine Mountain. Observers could distinctly perceive a substantial influx of spiritual energy being drawn from afar by the arrays. In the 17th year, the cultivation environment of Spine Mountain significantly improved. The practitioners no longer needed to risk their lives robbing spiritual stones from celestial slaves, as they could now experience an enhancement in spiritual energy. Throughout that year, you received a plethora of tokens of gratitude from the practitioners, accumulating over 900,000 spiritual stones. By the 18th year, you had garnered considerable popularity on Spine Mountain, earning the trust of the community. That year, you approached Elderly and expressed your desire to observe the array left by the esteemed Lu Wuyo. You sought inspiration from it to elevate your own understanding of array techniques. In Chapter 55, The Perfect Plan, Rapid Advancement in Martial Arts. Upon hearing your request, Elderly took you directly to the location without a hint of skepticism.
He escorted you there and then turned to leave. Having resided here for 5 years, your character and contributions to Spine Mountain had surpassed those of countless others, leaving no grounds for doubt. This was precisely your intention. Had Elderly harbored suspicions and remained by your side, even if you were capable of repairing the array left by Lu Wuyo, he would likely have obstructed you. After all, this array was a legacy of the esteemed Lu Wuyo and the lifeline for all practitioners facing Heavenly Thunder on Spine Mountain. There was no way Elderly would permit you to tamper with it lightly. Now that Elderly fully trusted you and was not accompanying you, you were free to explore the array and attempt repairs without fear of immediate collapse. In the 19th year, you dedicated an entire year to studying the array left by Lu Wuyo. Although this array was evidently less complex than the Grand Ceiling array encompassing the southern domain, you believed it too to be a celestial array. After a year of research, you still struggled to comprehend its intricacies. While you remained a 7th grade array master, you felt that your theoretical understanding of arrays rivaled that of an 8th grade master. The fact that you could not grasp much of this array only confirmed its celestial nature. While an 8th grade theorist might struggle to deploy an 8th grade array, they would undoubtedly comprehend the majority of 9th grade formations, given that the array lay before you, akin to having the answer in hand. If one could not decipher the problem with such an answer available, it could only suggest an insurmountable disparity in understanding. You considered the possibility that many, including Elderly, had underestimated the esteemed Lu Wuyo. He claimed Lu Wuyo's strength was insufficient, yet could someone capable of deploying celestial arrays truly lack in power? At the very least, you believed such a person could not be weak, from your understanding of arrays. It is impossible to support the intricate workings of a celestial array without commensurate cultivation. You chose not to dwell further on this matter, although there remained much about the array that eluded your comprehension. It mattered little, you only needed to understand the guiding pathways of the array. After all, you had already discerned the array's purpose in your previous simulations. This array directed Heavenly Thunder towards the depths of Spine Mountain, and the ensuing tumult of thunder below would inevitably lead to the array's collapse. By grasping the guiding pathways, you could ascertain the positions of the Heavenly Thunder beneath Spine Mountain. Subsequently, you could establish a small-scale guiding thunder array nearby to slowly draw out and dissipate the sealed Heavenly Thunder. As long as you could consume the thunder beneath, you believed you could buy time against the imminent collapse of the array. In the 22nd year, after 3 years of effort, you finally traced the guiding patterns of the array to identify the positions of the subterranean Heavenly Thunder. In the 23rd year, at the confirmed location, you established an inverted 7th grade guiding thunder array. Should any array master unfamiliar with your reasoning observe your formation, they would undoubtedly dismiss it as nonsense. What kind of guiding thunder array directs itself underground? Where would thunder come from beneath the earth? At the moment your array took shape, a bolt of azure lightning surged forth from the depths through the guiding array with a thunderous roar. Striking you directly, your flesh was immediately torn asunder, leaving you gravely wounded. However, this was well within your tolerance, as you had calculated the potential intensity of the thunder you sought to draw out. Soon, the visible injuries on your body began to heal. During this restorative process, you felt your martial cultivation steadily increase. Witnessing this, a smile crept across your face. Indeed, the ethereal would divine body and martial cultivation formed a perfect synergy. In the days that followed, you found yourself continuously immersed in the baptism of thunder. You experienced both pain and excitement. The pain stemmed from the daily strikes of lightning, which were undeniably unpleasant, while the excitement arose from the rapid advancement of your martial cultivation. You believed your plan to be nothing short of perfect. Not only had you delayed the impending collapse of the array left by the esteemed Lu Wuyo, but you might also extend your simulation duration while simultaneously strengthening your martial prowess. By the 24th year, your martial cultivation broke through to the 4th layer of the Qi movement realm. By the 25th year, you ascended to the 5th layer. In the 26th year, you achieved the 6th layer. Attaining one small realm each year was a rate of advancement far surpassing your expectations. However, upon reaching the 6th layer, you sensed a notable slowdown in your martial progress. The intensity of the thunder you had previously summoned was no longer sufficient to severely injure you, it could only inflict minor wounds. In the 27th year, you adjusted the guiding thunder array to increase the intensity of the summoned lightning. By the 28th year, you broke through to the 7th layer of the Qi movement realm. Following the adjustments, your martial cultivation began to surge forward once more. By the 31st year, you had reached the pinnacle of the Qi movement realm, yet, at this juncture, you encountered a grave issue, given your 12th grade golden core. Achieving a breakthrough to the next major realm necessitated that both your celestial and martial pathways attain their peaks simultaneously. At present, while your martial cultivation had reached its zenith, your celestial cultivation remained at the first layer of core formation. Consequently, you were compelled to temporarily dismantle the guiding thunder array and cease your martial training. However, this left you pondering how long the array left by the esteemed Lu Wuyo could endure without the continual consumption of the heavenly thunder beneath Spine Mountain. Although you consumed some of the heavenly thunder from beneath the Spine Mountain using the thunder-attracting array, you felt it was not entirely secure. After all, your strength was insufficient, and the amount consumed was actually minimal. Subsequently, you sought out Elder Li and informed him that there was an issue with the formation left by Senior Lu Wuyo. Elder Li's expression changed slightly. He had long been aware of the formation's imminent collapse, but the specific reasons were unknown to him. Soon, Elder Li convened several elders from the Spine Mountain for a meeting. Days passed swiftly, and at last, Elder Li and the others concluded their discussions. You were unaware of the particulars of their deliberations. However, Elder Li eventually approached you and remarked that while your skills in formations were commendable, you were merely a 7th grade formation master, and your observations might not be entirely accurate. Recklessly tampering with the formation left by Senior Lu Wuyo could lead to inexplicable dangers. You understood that Elder Li's words indicated the meeting had not been successful. The others did not fully trust your claims. Perhaps they did, but they were unwilling to take the risk. You could empathize with Elder Li and the others, for this was the only refuge for the cultivators of Spine Mountain from the heavenly thunder. And they would not venture into danger unless absolutely necessary. But when the time came to act, would it still be timely enough? Chapter 56. Return to Qingshan City. Bracing for the heavenly thunder, you knew time was of the essence. Just like the last simulation, it was only when matters became dire that Elder Li sought your input, resulting in you being engulfed by the thunderous sea, and the simulation ended abruptly. In the end, you merely shook your head, saying little more. You realized that it was impossible to enlist their assistance in dispelling the heavenly thunder. In the 32nd year, you noticed that many people in Spine Mountain had grown wary of you. Every time you approached the formation, there were always individuals appearing nearby, either intentionally or unintentionally. You could only chuckle bitterly. These individuals were indeed cautious, fearing you might disregard their warnings and attempt to repair the formation on your own, thus keeping a watchful eye on you. Consequently, you began to venture out less frequently. You devoted yourself to diligently cultivating the path of immortality. Abundant spirit stones accompanied you, 600,000 of your own, along with over 900,000 spirit stones gifted for the high-level spirit gathering array you had set up for the cultivators of Spine Mountain. Combined, they exceeded 1 million spirit stones, allowing your cultivation of immortality to progress remarkably swiftly. In the 33rd year, you successfully broke through to the second layer of the core formation stage. By the 35th year, you attained the third layer. In the 40th year, you reached the fifth layer of the core formation stage. However, that year, you departed from Spine Mountain. You recalled that the last simulation occurred in the 42nd year, regarding the issues with the formation left by Senior Lu Wuyo, although you had consumed some heavenly thunder this time. Perhaps delaying the timeline slightly, you were uncertain by how much. To prolong the simulation, you decided to leave early. In the 43rd year, you broke through to the sixth layer of the core formation stage. By the 45th year, you triggered a talent, Sudden Insight, granting you an eightfold increase in cultivation speed and heightened mental acuity. This insight lasted a full year, allowing your immortality cultivation to directly advance to the 8th layer of the core formation stage. In the 51st year, you finally broke through to the 9th layer of the core formation stage. You were aware that in 2 years, the heavenly thunder would descend. You recognized that if you continued your normal cultivation, time was no longer on your side. You had no opportunity to perfect both your immortality and martial arts cultivation before breaking through to the next major realm. Thus, you began your journey back to Spine Mountain. You wished to ascertain whether the formation left by Lu Wuyo still stood after you had dispelled some of the heavenly thunder. If it remained intact, perhaps it could provide you with a bit more time to survive. In the 52nd year, you returned to Spine Mountain once more. Upon surveying the area, all that remained was a patch of charred earth, where occasional arcs of lightning still flickered. You sighed in resignation.
It seemed the formation left by Senior Lu Wuyo had not withstood the test. You understood that this simulation might be nearing its conclusion. Confronted with the heavenly thunder, you currently had no effective means to resolve it. In the 53rd year, you returned to Qingshan City. At this time, Qingshan City lay in ruins, littered with bones. A chill ran through your heart. You had long suspected this situation. It must have been decades ago when the figure in black appeared here, attacking the Jiang family, revealing the existence of immortals to the people of Qingshan City. Subsequently, to safeguard the secret of the immortals' existence and prevent more mortals from discovering it, the immortal slaves descended upon their doorsteps. Without further thought, you sat cross-legged atop the remnants of the former Jiang residence, awaiting the arrival of the heavenly thunder. One day, the sky erupted with flashes of lightning and thunder, and a purple bolt surged toward you. As you gazed at the heavenly thunder, you did not flinch. In truth, you could have arranged some formations to bolster your defenses, prolonging your survival for a day or two. Yet, in the end, you merely smiled faintly. Choosing to face it with composure, you perished, at the age of 73. The simulation concluded. This time, you could select 2 rewards: the Emu Divine Body, Talent, Martial Arts Cultivation, Perfect Chi Movement Realm, Immortality Cultivation, 9th layer of Core Formation, and Pseudo 8th grade Formation Master of the Emu Divine Body. Talent priced at 1 million energy points, Martial Arts Cultivation, Perfect Chi Movement Realm priced at 9.5 million energy points, Immortality Cultivation, 9th layer of Core Formation priced at 9 million energy points. Pseudo 8th grade Formation Master, priced at 1 billion energy points, theoretical only. Due to insufficient cultivation, you cannot arrange an 8th grade formation. Zhang Yifeng observed his composed demise in the simulation and suddenly found himself quite dashing. This simulation had essentially achieved its intended goal, leaving him with no regrets. He merely hadn't anticipated the stubbornness of the people from Spine Mountain. It seemed that delaying the simulation time would remain a formidable challenge. Clearly, only by advancing his formation skills to a higher level could he hope to enlist others from Spine Mountain to consume the heavenly thunder beneath. Alternatively, he would need to enhance his own cultivation to withstand more heavenly thunder alone. Otherwise, it would be impossible to prevent the collapse of the formation left by Lu Wuyo. If the formation could not be delayed from collapsing, then increasing the duration of the simulation appeared quite difficult. Without further contemplation on the matters of the simulation, Zhang Yifeng turned his gaze to the rewards. In truth, the rewards this time were quite favorable. Formations were evidently of great importance, yet what he currently lacked was strength. Without sufficient spiritual energy, he could not arrange higher grade formations or break through to the true 8th grade formation master. As for martial arts, it seemed somewhat more advantageous than immortality. After all, it represented an entire half-realm higher. However, from what he observed in the simulation, as soon as he arrived at Spine Mountain and entered the formation left by Senior Lu Wuyo, guiding the heavenly thunder from beneath for cultivation, his martial arts progression would be remarkably swift. Therefore, during the next simulation, by heading to Spine Mountain, his martial arts cultivation could rapidly improve. Thus, Zhang Yifeng did not hesitate long and directly muttered, "I choose the Emu Divine Body, Talent, and the Immortality Cultivation, 9th layer of Core Formation." But while there were ways to quickly enhance martial arts, Zhang Yifeng had yet to find any shortcuts for immortality cultivation. At most, he could speed it up by absorbing spirit stones, yet this speed was still considerably slower than refining his body with heavenly thunder. As for the Emu Divine Body, Talent, it was essential. With it, his martial arts could be continuously and stably enhanced using heavenly thunder. Hence, he believed that this choice was the best. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Talent Emu Divine Body. 1 million energy points deducted. Remaining energy points, 3 billion. Ding! Extraction of Immortality Cultivation, 9th layer of Core Formation, successful. 9 million energy points deducted. Remaining energy points, 3 billion. Soon Zhang Yifeng felt his strength surge. Moments later, everything came to an end. Zhang Yifeng stepped out of the Jiang residence, making his way toward Chunyan Tower. The duration of this simulation was lengthy, leaving his eyes somewhat weary. He felt it was time to listen to some melodies to alleviate his fatigue. Chapter 57, Is this what you call a divine move? A week passed, and the simulation count refreshed. Zhang Yifeng returned to his room and silently invoked the simulation. Consumed 1 simulation attempt. Remaining attempts, 0. Extracting blue talent costs 100,000 energy points. Extracting purple talent costs 1 million energy points. Please select a talent to extract. Extract purple talent. Ding! 1 million energy points deducted.
purple talent extraction in progress, remaining energy points, 3 billion.
Congratulations, host, for acquiring the talent. Divine move, divine move. You will periodically receive crucial items in your possession. Zhang Yifeng fell into contemplation. Isn't divine move a term used in Go? Never mind, it's not important. However, judging by the talent's description, it should prove somewhat useful. He couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Immediately, he turned his attention to the simulation panel. The 18th simulation commenced. You realized that you were already within the simulation. Observing that dawn had not yet broken, you chose not to leave Qingshan City immediately, preferring to wait until nightfall when the streets were deserted. In the evening, after dinner and tidying up, you prepared to depart the Jiang residence under the cover of night. Just then, you heard the maid shout out from your courtyard crying out. As you were about to step outside to investigate, a soft object suddenly appeared in your hand. Looking at the item, your expression shifted slightly. Wasn't this Xiaodao's belly band? Before you could collect your thoughts, you saw Xiaodao running towards you, tears streaming down her face, shouting about a lewd thief. Staring at the belly band in your hand, you felt a flicker of guilt and hurriedly stashed it away in your storage ring. At that moment, Xiaodao finally reached you. You inquired about what had happened. Xiaodao, with no reservations, explained that she had been preparing for bed when she suddenly realized that the belly band she was wearing had vanished. Your heart raced as you recalled the belly band that had just appeared in your hand. In a moment of realization, you connected this to the talent you had drawn in the simulation. Could it be that this belly band was the crucial item mentioned by Divine Move? You suppressed the urge to curse and first managed to calm Xiaodao down. It wasn't until midnight that Xiaodao's emotions stabilized, and she returned to her room to sleep. Afterward, you finally found the opportunity to quiet your mind and analyze the situation. You suspected that it was likely the talent at work. After all, having undergone numerous simulations, you are aware that certain talents are indeed rather extraordinary. It seems that the key item associated with this talent diverges from your understanding. However, in your heart, you scoffed. Is it too absurd to label this talent as godly skill? Without dwelling on it further, you departed from Qingshan City under the cover of night. Yet, throughout your journey, inexplicable items would inexplicably manifest in your hands, various colored belly wraps, and besides those, cucumbers and eggplants. What on earth were these? And firewood sticks, what on earth were they? Suddenly certain possibilities dawned on you, causing a wave of disdain to wash over your heart. You hastily found a river and vigorously washed your hands. It was only upon entering the Changqing mountain range, distancing yourself from the crowd, that those bizarre items ceased to appear in your hands, bringing a sense of serenity to your heart. On the third day, after calming your emotions, you began to ponder your next steps. Given the exasperating talent of godly skill, you worried about encountering Bai Ruoxue and inadvertently causing some unforeseen trouble. Would you still hitch a ride with Bai Ruoxue to the endless sea? Ultimately, you shook your head, deciding that it was better not to court disaster. If this talent truly had an effect on Bai Ruoxue, who had reached the 8th stage of tribulation, you surmised that this simulation would likely come to an end. To be prudent, you resolved to avoid contact with Bai Ruoxue during this simulation. You glanced at the ruins of Tianxian Temple, tidied up the place, and buried the remains. Following that, you set forth towards the south, needing to journey to the endless sea on your own. Although dangers awaited along the way, they were preferable to incurring the wrath of Bai Ruoxue, who was at the 8th stage of tribulation. In truth, you had considered not going to the endless sea, but you needed to utilize the heavenly thunder body forging technique under the formation laid down by the esteemed Luo Weiao. Hence, you would need to enhance your understanding of formations to locate the precise position of the heavenly thunder and guide it through the formation. The only place that could rapidly elevate your theoretical knowledge of formations was undoubtedly the endless sea, where you could closely approach the sealing formation. Of course, perhaps the Death Desert, Flame Valley, or even the 10,000 Sword Forest could provide access to the sealing formation, but you could only be certain of the friendly presence of the Xian turtle, a fierce beast. In the endless sea there, you would be able to safely enhance your understanding of formation theory. In the first year, you were unsure how far you had traveled. Along the way, you traversed desolate areas, aiming to avoid any unnecessary trouble stemming from your godly skill talent. Yet, you still encountered quite a bit of trouble. Several times, female celestial servants sought you out, and each time you were found holding their belly wraps. Fortunately, your cultivation had reached a commendable level. While most of the celestial servants stationed outside were merely at the foundation establishment stage, making them no match for you. Throughout that year, tales of the belly wrap celestial had spread widely among the populace.
In the second year, a Yuanying stage female celestial servant's belly wrap appeared in your possession. This time, a fierce battle ensued, although this female celestial servant was of a higher realm and possessed various techniques. Your dual cultivation in the divine and martial arts endowed you with superior depth. After 3 days of relentless combat, you ultimately wore her down to her demise, yet you sustained significant injuries in the process. By the third year, you found yourself being hunted, and news of your battle with the female celestial servant had reached the Xianlin sect, prompting them to dispatch numerous experts to pursue and block your path. Fortunately, the Xianlin sect did not place much importance on you, sending individuals whose cultivation ranged from core formation to Yuanying, rendering them generally average. After enduring several skirmishes, you managed to reach the edge of the Endless Sea unscathed. As you entered the domain of the Endless Sea, the celestial servants ceased their pursuit, leaving you uncertain whether they perceived your demise as inevitable or simply dared not encroach upon the territory of fierce beasts. Having arrived at the edge of the Endless Sea, you could almost touch the water, yet the Xian turtle had yet to appear, which puzzled you momentarily. Previously, when you visited with Bai Ruoxue, the Xian turtle had surfaced from the depths at quite a distance. You pondered, was it possible that your insufficient strength had gone unnoticed by the Xian turtle? Days passed without any sign of movement, leading you to believe that you could not afford to waste time. Thus, you began to shout into the Endless Sea, even unleashing spiritual attacks to attract the attention of the Xian turtle. Indeed, before long, the colossal form of the Xian turtle rose from the surface of the sea. Appearing somewhat irate, without asking any questions, it opened its mouth, drawing your body towards it with an irresistible force. Chapter 58, The Chessboard of the Immortals. To your astonishment, you never anticipated the Xian turtle to be so aggressive. Opting to consume you without uttering a word. In a moment of desperation, you shouted, "We are all prisoners, why must we complicate matters for each other?" As soon as your words fell, a strange light flickered in the Xian turtle's eyes. You felt the terrifying suction dissipate, and you found yourself grasped within its massive claws. It scrutinized you for a considerable time before erupting into laughter, exclaiming, "How amusing, I did not expect such a prodigy to emerge from this forbidden place. And even to inquire about my origins." A wave of panic surged within you, fearing the Xian turtle might probe deeper. After all, you were unaware of its background. Despite previous simulations, all you knew was that it too was imprisoned and yearned to escape. However, it appeared you were overthinking it. The Xian turtle did not press further. It only inquired about your purpose in seeking it out. With a slight sense of relief, you candidly expressed your desire to comprehend the ceiling formation and enhance your knowledge of formations. The Xian turtle pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, stipulating that you could remain for only 7 years. You understood this was due to the potential awakening of the formation spirit 7 years hence. A detail the Xian turtle had mentioned in prior simulations, and naturally, you had no intention of overstepping. You promised to depart within the 7-year timeframe. Subsequently, the Xian turtle guided you to an island within the Endless Sea. This time, as the conversation was straightforward, you harbored no other concerns. Upon reaching the island, you made your way directly to the depths closest to the barrier of the ceiling formation. Meanwhile, the Xian turtle observed all of this. Already harboring several thoughts. In its view, anyone who knew its origins could not possibly be a native of the southern region. It surmised that you were a pawn sent by some significant figure from the heavens, leveraging you to break free from this place and create obstacles for the one who had imprisoned it. After all, the conflicts among such high-ranking beings often played out with lives as mere chess pieces, determining victory and defeat. Was it not true that even this Xian turtle, an immortal in the celestial realm, was but a pawn in the hands of a greater figure, regardless of its willingness? As long as it remained confined here, its desire for freedom would inevitably render it a piece on the board of those great beings. The Xian turtle now contemplated whether you were a pawn of the same figure as it or if other players had entered the fray. After all, the one who had ensnared it was not the same immortal responsible for sealing the southern region. The Xian turtle was well aware of this. Its imprisonment served merely to make it a pawn in the effort to break the southern region's confinement. It could be said that the individual who had bound it was opposed to the immortal responsible for sealing this area. Ultimately, what it yearned for was to shatter the sealing formation. As the chains that bound it were connected to the sealing formation by that great figure, the Xian turtle cast one last profound glance in your direction before vanishing beneath the waves.
Unbeknownst to you, the Shin Turtle's thoughts were far beyond your comprehension. At this moment, you had delved deep into the island. Arriving at the location of the ceiling formation, Zhang Yifeng felt a tightening in his chest upon witnessing this. It seemed the depths of the southern region ran deeper than he had imagined. The Shin Turtle's inner thoughts revealed that this place was indeed a chessboard for many celestial figures. Even an entity as formidable as the Shin Turtle was compelled to serve as a piece. With a deep breath, Zhang Yifeng understood that he could not shy away from hardship. He needed to hasten his progress. With this in mind, he silently declared, initiated deep simulation for 7 years. This was an idea Zhang Yifeng had contemplated for some time. He believed that for memory-based knowledge like formations, deep simulation could enable him to bypass simulation rewards and directly extract information from it. However, during the last simulation, merely glancing at the ceiling formation had caused a splitting headache, leading him to abandon the idea of using deep simulation to acquire strength. Yet now, Zhang Yifeng felt he could not afford to shy away from hardship. The world was perilously deep, and without adequate strength, he could not feel secure. Deep simulation initiated for 61,320 hours, deducting 613.2 million energy points, leaving a remaining energy value of 2.3 billion in an instant. Zhang Yifeng's consciousness plunged into the simulation. Without engaging in excessive contemplation, he immersed himself wholeheartedly in the study of formations. The intricate and convoluted patterns nearly overwhelmed him within moments, causing his head to feel as though it would explode. Gritting his teeth, he persevered. Half an hour later, Zhang Yifeng lost consciousness, only regaining awareness half a day later. Upon awakening, he was astonished to find a significant enhancement in his theoretical knowledge of formations. Reaffirming that his efforts had not been in vain. In the days that followed, Zhang Yifeng continuously immersed himself in the study of formations. In fact, the duration of his fainting spells far exceeded the time spent on research. Unbeknownst to him, over 6 years passed. Finally, Zhang Yifeng completed the analysis of a formation's intricate patterns. At this point, his theoretical understanding of formations had reached the level of an 8th-rank formation master. However, he still lacked sufficient spiritual energy to personally deploy an 8th-rank formation. As the 7-year period agreed upon with the Shin Turtle approached, Zhang Yifeng recognized it was time to leave the endless sea. Consequently, his deep simulation needed to conclude. Without hesitation, he silently declared, "Terminate deep simulation." With Zhang Yifeng's words, his consciousness instantaneously returned to the Jiang residence in Qingshan City. He eagerly recalled the memories regarding formations flooding his mind. I knew it would work. Confirming that this deep simulation had indeed allowed him to acquire the theoretical knowledge of an 8th-rank formation master, he could not help but burst into laughter. After a brief moment of elation, Zhang Yifeng turned his gaze toward the simulation panel. By the 10th year, you had already acquired the theoretical knowledge of an 8th-rank formation master. In this year, the time has come for you to part ways with the Shen Gui as per your agreement. The Shen Gui appears just in time to escort you to the coastal land. In the 12th year, you return to Qingshan City under a concealed identity. Your reappearance rekindles the long-forgotten legend of the belly band immortal. As you gaze upon the small mountain-like belly bands within your storage ring, you can only shake your head in resignation. You truly did not desire such a predicament. It is all due to that wretched talent of yours. In the 13th year, the cloaked figure appears at the Jiang family. This time, he does not strike first, prompting you to launch a sneak attack from behind, disregarding the code of martial ethics. After all, this figure is merely at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. The same as you, and you have no reason to fear him. Previously you refrained from attacking because you were outmatched. Now, being at the same realm, you are aware that soon your father will arrive with the cultivators from the Spine Mountain. And you cannot stand idly by as the Jiang family faces destruction. However, your ambush proves ineffective as the cloaked figure evades with his swift movements, noticing that you are also a 9th-level Golden Core. He does not retreat but instead engages you in fierce combat. At this moment, your strengths are equal. You cultivate both martial and immortal arts, and being a 12th grade Golden Core, you should naturally be able to overpower him. Even defeat him in an instant. Regrettably, you have not practiced combat techniques. You rely solely on brute force with your spiritual energy. Meanwhile, your opponent employs various techniques, and for a time, you find it challenging to subdue him. Nearly gaining the upper hand. Chapter 59. The moment of breakthrough. Soon after, your father Zhang Fushan arrives with reinforcements, witnessing you embroiled in battle with the cloaked figure. At this point, Zhang Fushan has only recently received his inheritance and his power is still limited. prompting him to urgently call for assistance. In an instant, the cloaked figure meets his demise at the hands of the cultivators your father has brought. Seeing you, Jiang Fushan is filled with joy. For you have been missing for over a decade. He does not inquire how you came to cultivate immortality. Subsequently, you and your father organized the Jiang family to retreat. However, during the journey, the way your father and the cultivators regard you grows increasingly peculiar. Yet, as you fly along, belly bands frequently appear in your hands, and it is only natural for them to cast suspicious glances your way. To this, you offer numerous explanations that it is unintentional. The other cultivators are skeptical. But your father, Jiang Fushan, is utterly unconvinced. After all, before your cultivation journey, you were merely a debauched youth indulging in music and entertainment. Now, possessing immortal techniques, it is not surprising that you find yourself in such a predicament. He even privately approaches you, advising you to refrain from showcasing such peculiar interests in public. You are left with no tears to shed, only able to distance yourself from women as best as you can. Fortunately, the cultivators your father has brought are all men. Otherwise, you suspect many conflicts would have arisen. In the 14th year, you arrive at the Spine Mountain. Upon your arrival, you openly declare your identity as a formation master and assist the local cultivators in setting up a high-level spirit gathering array. It takes you 2 full years to complete the arrangements. During this time, you earn the goodwill of some cultivators from the Spine Mountain, yet, a portion of the women regard you with anger. Most alarmingly, a few male cultivators vow to kill you. The reason for their ire is, of course, your talent for the divine hand. Ultimately, it is only with the intervention of Elderly that the rising fury is quelled. However, the consensus among all is that you must leave the Spine Mountain. Upon hearing this, you are taken aback. You need to harness the heavenly thunder beneath the Spine Mountain for your martial cultivation. You know this cannot be the solution yet. You have already explained countless times that you did not intend for this to happen. The belly bands simply found their way into your possession. You find yourself in quite a predicament. In the end, you propose that Elderly observe you for a period to ascertain how the belly bands come to be in your hands, in order to validate your innocence. Elderly, upon hearing this, considers it feasible. After all, you have contributed greatly to the Spine Mountain with the high-level spirit gathering array, and he does not wish to misunderstand you. For the next 6 months, Elderly remains closely by your side, using his divine sense to monitor your actions to confirm you are not employing any techniques. Ultimately, Elderly concludes that you are indeed innocent. The belly bands appear in your hands purely by happenstance. Your innocence is thus established. However, this revelation complicates matters for Elderly, since you did not act with intent, and you have made significant contributions to the Spine Mountain. Expelling you would be inappropriate. But if you remain, how will the female cultivators react, especially those with partners? Seeing Elderly in a quandary, you suggest residing within the array left by the esteemed Lu Wui. You explain that as long as you stay away from the crowd, the inexplicable appearances of belly bands will largely be mitigated. Elderly ponders for a moment and realizes that indeed, during this past half year, those belly bands only appeared when you were near others. Thus, he agrees to your proposal. In the 17th year, you enter the array left by the venerable Lu Wui. Initially, Elderly does not trust you fully and remains for a while to observe. By the 18th year, Elderly departs, as he has other matters to attend to and cannot continuously monitor you. Moreover, after observing your behavior over the past year, he finds you quite compliant, merely studying the array left by Lu Wui without any untoward actions. However, in truth, during this year, you have already pinpointed the exact location where the heavenly thunder is directed, yet, with Elderly present, you do not dare to set up the lightning-attracting array. After all, from your previous simulations, you are aware that the people of Spine Mountain will not permit you to arbitrarily manipulate the array. In the 19th year, you worry that Elderly may return, for you have not fully gained his trust. Thus, during this year, you continue to diligently study the array left by Lu Wui without attempting to set up the lightning-attracting array. Your apprehensions prove correct. Elderly indeed visits twice during this year. Time passes, and 2 more years go by without Elderly's return. In the 22nd year, you contemplate that perhaps you need not wait any longer. After all, you have not committed any transgressions against the Spine Mountain, and your father Jiang Fushan is also present there. He would not be so vigilant over you this year. You arrive at the predetermined location to set up a reversed 7th grade lightning-attracting array. As soon as the array takes shape, thunder rumbles, striking towards you. The lightning hits, and you are instantly gravely injured. However, with the aid of the Imu divine body, you quickly begin to recover. During this recovery process,
Your martial cultivation progresses continuously. In the subsequent days, you become immersed in rigorous physical training. By the 23rd year, your martial cultivation breaks through to the 4th level of the Qi movement stage. In the 24th year, you progress to the 5th level of the Qi movement stage. By the 25th year, you achieve the 6th level of the Qi movement stage, but by this time, the Thunderous Might is no longer capable of severely injuring you, causing your martial advancement to slow. In the 26th year, you begin to modify the lightning attracting array, significantly increasing the intensity of the lightning it draws. In the 27th year, due to the heightened intensity of the lightning, your martial cultivation once again accelerates, and this year, you reach the 7th level of the Qi movement stage. Years swiftly pass. By the 30th year, your martial cultivation reaches its pinnacle in the Qi movement stage. In the 31st year, you dismantle the lightning attracting array and commence dedicated cultivation of your immortal path. By the 36th year, your immortal cultivation finally transitions from the 9th level of the golden core stage to the perfected golden core stage. At this juncture, both your martial and immortal paths have arrived at the brink of breakthrough. You recognize that the moment of transcending is at hand, thus, you depart from the array left by the venerable Lu Woi. Upon your emergence, the women of the Spine Mountain, seeing you, are reminded of the embarrassing incidents from over a decade past, and they are frightened to venture out. Chapter 60. Together into the desert of death, you pay no heed to their reactions and instead seek out Elderly. You express your intent to break through and request his protection during the process. This time, Elderly, having not investigated your situation thoroughly, is unaware that you are a 12th grade golden core and perceives your concerns as somewhat exaggerated. He thinks to himself that merely breaking through to the nascent soul stage is not a matter requiring disturbance. Nonetheless, despite his thoughts, Elderly agrees to your request. In truth, your request for Elderly's protection is merely a precaution. Unlike ordinary cultivators, your previous breakthroughs have created quite a commotion. After receiving Elderly's consent, you choose to initiate your breakthrough directly. The transition from the golden core stage to the nascent soul stage in the immortal path revolves around the dissolution of the core and the transformation into a nascent soul, allowing the nascent soul within to become a second life. Once the transformation is successful, the nascent soul becomes indestructible, enabling a rebirth through soul possession. Conversely, the transition from the Qi movement stage to the true Yuan stage in the martial path involves the externalization of vital energy, forming a protective barrier that offers additional defense during combat. However, your situation is somewhat unique. As a practitioner of both martial and immortal arts, you are uncertain how to proceed with the breakthrough. You can only choose to break through each path sequentially and observe whether any spontaneous reactions occur between them. Your martial path progresses smoothly, and you soon cultivate a protective barrier, quickly reaching the 1st level of the true Yuan stage. Yet, when you attempt to further advance your immortal path, you find yourself at a loss. What is this? Why is there also a barrier surrounding your golden core? It resembles the protective barrier you just formed. You feel a sense of helplessness. Breaking through from the golden core stage to the nascent soul stage requires you to shatter the core's exterior with your vital energy to transform it into a nascent soul. Now, you must first break through the protective barrier surrounding your golden core, undoubtedly complicating the process. You wonder if you have misjudged the sequence of your breakthroughs, perhaps needing to first advance in the immortal path before tackling the martial path. Yet, you are unaware that if you were to prioritize the immortal path, the difficulty of advancing in the martial path would also increase. This is the consequence of cultivating the divine path. Seeking greater power necessitates enduring greater challenges. Due to the heightened difficulty of the breakthrough, it takes you a full month to complete the transition in your immortal path. Achieving the 1st level of the nascent soul stage, you gaze at the nascent soul within you, which resembles a miniature version of yourself. Unlike others, your nascent soul also possesses a layer of protective vital energy surrounding it. Evidently, you are aware that this will enhance the power of your primordial spirit. The entire process of your breakthrough proceeded seamlessly, and this time it did not evoke any celestial phenomena. It was merely a false alarm on your part. Upon witnessing your successful breakthrough, Elderly took his leave, advising you not to be overly alarmed in the future, as breakthroughs are not as perilous as they may seem. You expressed your gratitude profusely. In the 37th year, you resumed your cultivation of the celestial path. In the 38th year, you sought out Elderly, informing him that there might be an issue with the formation of the esteemed senior, Lu Woi, and that you wished to find someone to assist in its repair. Although you suspected that this proposition would likely be dismissed given that the previous simulation had already substantiated this notion, you pondered, what if, ultimately, the outcome was as anticipated? After discussions, Elderly and the others did not acquiesce to your proposal. To prevent you from acting recklessly, they even arranged for you to reside in a secluded area of the Spine Mountain, thus freeing you from the confines of Lu Wui's formation in the 41st year. Elderly hurriedly sought you out, stating that the formation of Lu Wui had exhibited some anomalies, seemingly going into turmoil, and urged you to investigate. You shook your head, declaring that there was no time, and advised everyone to evacuate swiftly. The inhabitants of Spine Mountain, however, did not comprehend your warning, and your counsel fell on deaf ears. They believed you were merely sulking, blaming them for not heeding your previous suggestions to inspect and repair the formation. Consequently, many from Spine Mountain came to your small hill, pleading for your forgiveness, hoping you would not hold a grudge against them. Ultimately, after your repeated assurances, Elderly was finally convinced by your words. Dejected, he led the people of Spine Mountain to commence their retreat. Regrettably, it was too late. Just as the crowd was evacuating, the formation collapsed, resulting in the deaths of numerous cultivators' families. However, thanks to your warning, most cultivators managed to save their lives. In the 42nd year, Elderly approached Jiang Fushan, who was undergoing closed-door training outside, to explain the situation at Spine Mountain. It was now nearly certain that the cultivators of the southern region faced no escape but to traverse those perilous beast-infested areas, fleeing the sealed zones, awaiting the descent of heavenly thunder, with no hope for survival. Your father Jiang Fushan, upon hearing this, wasted no time in declaring that he had attained the 8th level of tribulation and was willing to draw the attention of the ferocious beasts to provide others with a chance to escape. However, he made it clear that Elderly must ensure your safety. Indeed, during this simulation, you did not depart alone but chose to act alongside the people of Spine Mountain. You reasoned that since you had already achieved the objective of this simulation, surviving another decade would yield little growth, you were eager to witness the outcome of traversing this death-infested desert. After all, you had previously surmised that those attempting to breach the death desert would find no means of escape. A conclusion drawn from comparing their strength against the inherent dangers. This time, you sought to verify your hypothesis firsthand. In the 43rd year, all the cultivators of Spine Mountain, under the leadership of your father Jiang Fushan, marched straight towards the Death Desert, with you among them. Along the way, you encountered several ambushes from the disciples of the Immortal Gate. However, after your father Jiang Fushan severely injured the sect leader Shen Wuyo, no one dared to confront you further. Only following at a distance, you paid little mind to them, determined to press on towards the Death Desert. At this moment, you also grasped the source of your earlier confusion during the simulation. It was not that the Immortal Gate had refrained from obstructing these cultivators from entering the Death Desert, rather, they were simply outmatched and dared not engage. Upon entering the Death Desert, your father Jiang Fushan cast a glance your way before setting off alone towards the lair of the demon dragon. A pang of sorrow pierced your heart, and though you wished to intervene, you continually reminded yourself, this is merely a simulation. This is merely a simulation. Ultimately, you refrained from further words, rushing to embrace your father Jiang Fushan one last time. Not long after his departure, you sensed the desert beginning to churn. You understood that the demon dragon was emerging. Soon everyone could see your father Jiang Fushan engaged in battle with the demon dragon. Concurrently, various demon pythons began to emerge throughout the Death Desert. At this juncture, Elderly stepped forward, instructing everyone to scatter and flee towards the depths of the Death Desert, declaring that thereafter, their fates would be determined by destiny. This had been an understanding established prior to departure, and no one spoke further. All began to disperse in twos and threes, each seeking their own escape. However, your situation was different. Due to your father's instructions, Elderly would accompany you. Being with a powerful expert at the 7th level of tribulation significantly increased your chances of survival compared to the others. Yet, no one spoke of it. Everyone comprehended that your father Jiang Fushan was drawing the demon dragon away, effectively trading his life for yours. Chapter 61, New Talent. Child of Destiny. Your eyes glisten with unshed tears as you cast a glance at your father Jiang Fushan, before following Elderly deep into the Death Desert, beginning your swift retreat. Along the way, demon pythons emerged repeatedly, yet, facing the formidable Elderly, an adept at the 7th level of tribulation, these demon pythons posed no threat. 2 days swiftly elapsed, with Elder Lee's cultivation level flying at full speed with you should have covered hundreds of thousands of kilometers by now. However, you had yet to glimpse the seams of the ceiling formation. The depths of the Death Desert were far more expansive than anticipated, and Elder Lee and the others were unaware of the precise location of the formation's fissure, necessitating a stroke of fortune to uncover.
Another 2 days passed, and suddenly you heard the resounding roar of the demon dragon approaching from afar. Elder Lee's expression shifted, and he hurled you away, shouting at you to run. In that moment, you beheld Elder Lee charging towards the demon dragon. Overcome with grief, you realized that your father Zhang Fushan had indeed perished. Moreover, Elder Lee's intention was unmistakable. He aimed to delay the demon dragon long enough for you to escape, knowing that his fate was all but sealed. Anguish welled within you, yet you did not hesitate. Sprinting away, you understood that this was not the time for sentimentality. Half a day later, the demon dragon's roar echoed once more. As you gazed upon the colossal creature, you recognized your inability to resist. You met your demise, aged 63. This simulation has concluded. In this simulation, you may select 2 rewards: Divine Hand, Talent, Martial Dao Proficiency, First Level of True Essence, Celestial Dao Proficiency, First Level of Primordial Spirit. But Divine Hand, Talent priced at 1 million energy points, Martial Dao Proficiency, First Level of True Essence priced at 10 million energy points, Celestial Dao Proficiency, First Level of Primordial Spirit priced at 10,000,000 energy points. Important notice: due to the host cultivating the divine path, your cultivation has now surpassed a significant boundary, necessitating the simultaneous selection of both Celestial and Martial Dao Proficiency. Failure to do so will result in an inability to advance. Jiang Yifeng stared at the final prompt of the simulator, momentarily taken aback. Was there truly such a stipulation? After cultivating the divine path, would he henceforth be required to select both martial and celestial Dao each time he broke through a major boundary? It appeared that future simulations would necessitate more prudent planning, requiring intentional control over his cultivation levels. After all, he must retain exchange opportunities to obtain superior talents and various combat techniques in the future. Given that martial and celestial Dao must be bound for exchange, there was no point in agonizing over the rewards of this simulation. Suddenly, Jiang Yifeng recalled that perhaps the binding exchange was not a necessity. He certainly would not select the Divine Hand talent, which only served to grasp a belly band. Thus, he silently declared, "I choose Martial Dao Proficiency and Celestial Dao Proficiency." Having made his choice, ding, Martial Dao Proficiency, First Level of True Essence, successfully extracted. Deducting 10 million energy points, remaining energy points, 2.2 billion. Ding, Celestial Dao Proficiency, First Level of Primordial Spirit, successfully extracted. Deducting 10 million energy points, remaining energy points, 2.2 billion. As the simulator's voice faded, Jiang Yifeng sensed a transformation within his body. 2 minutes later, the enhancement was complete. At this moment, Jiang Yifeng began to reflect upon the events of this simulation. Aside from the elevation of his cultivation, he had also made an attempt to escape this sealed land. However, as he had originally surmised, the path of recklessly charging through the Death Desert proved insurmountable. Nonetheless, Jiang Yifeng did not regard this as a futile endeavor. On the contrary, he believed that this attempt had unveiled an opportunity. For after his father Zhang Fushan had delayed the demon dragon, it had taken 4 days for it to catch up. If one could ascertain the precise location of the formation fissure within the Death Desert, perhaps there would be a chance to break free from there. Jiang Yifeng mused that future simulations might benefit from consulting the mysterious tortoise of the endless sea, as it might possess the knowledge he sought. Alas, there was still a week remaining to ponder this, so he decided to listen to some music first. Ultimately, Jiang Yifeng muttered softly to himself as he made his way toward the door. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a week had elapsed. The simulation count refreshed once more. Jiang Yifeng returned to his room and silently declared, "Initiate simulation." Consumed 1 simulation attempt, remaining attempts, 0. Extract blue talent, consuming 100,000 energy points. Extract purple talent, consuming 1 million energy points. Please select your extraction. Extract purple talent. Ding, deducting 1 million energy points. Purple talent extraction in progress. Remaining energy points, 2.2 billion. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the talent, Child of Destiny. Child of Destiny, exceptional luck, resources, and opportunities will seek you out. Note: although your luck is exceptional, provoking enemies far beyond your strength will still lead to inevitable demise.
Zhang Yifeng's eyes gleamed at the sight of this talent. Child of destiny, this talent is simply marvelous. With this, the simulation has concluded, and this talent is a necessity for exchange. With this in mind, Zhang Yifeng felt reassured about this simulation, knowing how to proceed. Consequently, he immediately turned his attention to the simulation panel. The 19th simulation commenced. You realized that you had entered the simulation. On the first day, you chose to depart from Qingshan City under the cover of night. As you stepped out of the Jiang residence, you spotted a 1,000-tael silver note lying on the street. Glancing at it, you deemed the sum too trivial to bother picking up. On the second day, you arrived at the ruins of Tianxian Temple in the Eternal Green Mountain Range. You cleared the ruins and buried the bones scattered therein. On the third day, you began to diligently cultivate the celestial path. On the 10th day, as you were engrossed in your cultivation, a sudden noise jolted you awake. To your astonishment, you discovered a spirit stone had fallen beside you. How could a spirit stone descend from the heavens? Is the destiny of the chosen one truly so outrageous? Soon, the reason became apparent, for the individual responsible for the stone's descent had materialized before you. This newcomer was merely a cultivator at the first stage of the core formation realm. While you had already attained the nascent soul stage, evident even without the use of your inside eye, and nevertheless, you employed it to ascertain the identity of this visitor. If they were a local cultivator, it would matter little. After all, you were not in need of that spirit stone. However, if they were a celestial servant, well, you certainly wouldn't disdain such a meager treasure. In due course, you discerned the identity of the newcomer. A smirk curling at the corner of your mouth as you sprang into action, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy from your hands, the celestial servant was crushed beneath the overwhelming force of your energy. Meeting their demise, you dusted your hands and muttered, "Truly pathetic." Then, you approached the corpse to claim their storage ring. To avoid attracting the attention of other celestial servants, you gave them a fiery cremation, even pulverizing the ashes to disperse. Chapter 62, Competing with my father for inheritance. No, I decline. Your first year passed uneventfully aside from occasionally collecting spirit stones and the occasional wild beast presenting itself for your hunger. The talent of the chosen one proved to be rather ordinary. After a year of cultivating with spirit stones, you not only refrained from depleting your own resources but even accumulated several thousand more within your storage ring. The second year unfolded with the same monotonous routine of cultivation. In the third year, Bai Ruoshua made her entrance. After assessing you, she inquired whether you would take her as your master. You readily agreed. 3 days later, she proposed to lead you away from this sealed realm, asking if you wished to leave. Without hesitation, you nodded. After all, your purpose in coming here was to hitch a ride. A few days later, Bai Ruoshua brought you to the endless sea. As you approached, a mysterious tortoise emerged from the depths. Bai Ruoshua attempted to bribe it, but the tortoise swiftly subdued you both. Ultimately, it cast Bai Ruoshua out of the sealed area, demanding she return with 100 million spirit stones to facilitate your departure. You were taken to an island within the endless sea by the tortoise. Once there, you laid your cards on the table, clarifying that both you and the tortoise were prisoners, and you had specifically come to seek it out. The tortoise, upon hearing this, scrutinized you before bursting into laughter. It inquired about your purpose for seeking it. Drawing from your previous simulation experience, you realized the tortoise had mistaken you for a pawn of a celestial figure. However, you were unconcerned by this misunderstanding. You directly asked where the rift in the Death Desert seal was located. The tortoise glanced at the sky, seemingly wary of something. Moments later, it conveyed 4 words to you via telepathy. At the bottom of the desert. Elated by this revelation, you felt your chances of escaping this sealed region in the southern domain were growing ever larger. Following this, instead of departing, you expressed your desire to comprehend the sealing formation and enhance your array skills. The tortoise did not refuse your requests, merely stating that you would need to leave after 7 years. In reality, Zhang Yifeng observed this scene without hesitation. He silently invoked a command, initiating a deep simulation for 7 years. This had long been part of his plan, since knowledge of formations could be acquired through depth. He could not afford to waste the exchange opportunities at the conclusion of the simulation. Moreover, deep simulation consumed even less energy than direct exchanges. Ding! The deep simulation for 7 years commenced, consuming 2 million energy points, leaving a balance of 1.6 billion energy points. Zhang Yifeng's consciousness materialized within the simulation. Without a moment's pause, he ventured deep into the island to analyze and comprehend the sealing array. Before long, 7 years had elapsed. The deep simulation concluded, At this juncture, Jiang Yifeng's consciousness returned to the Jiang residence in Qingshan City. This deep simulation had proven immensely beneficial, though he remained uncertain of the exact extent of his advancement. Perhaps clarity would come when he could successfully arrange an 8th grade formation. Only then would he comprehend the depth of his theoretical knowledge. Sensing the spiritual energy coursing within him, Jiang Yifeng felt progress was imminent. Perhaps with a further elevation in his cultivation level, he could arrange an 8th grade formation. Not dwelling on these matters any longer, he turned his gaze towards the simulation panel. By the 10th year.
The tortoise escorted you back to land. After bidding it farewell, you departed. In the 12th year, you returned to Qingshan City. That same year, you sensed the ground tremble beneath you, a fissure appearing, you tumbled into the depths. Discovering a grand bronze hall, within the hall, a cerulean orb of light awaited. For a moment, you were taken aback. Surely this must be the inheritance obtained by your father, Jiang Fushan. How had it now come to you? In a moment of clarity, you realized that the talent of the Chosen One had indeed played a role. Should you seize this inheritance from your father? A flicker of hesitation stirred within you. You pondered the pros and cons, determining that you must certainly claim the talent of the Chosen One from this simulation. However, doing so would preclude you from exchanging for 2 cultivation techniques. Without that, when the simulation concluded, the highest level of immortality you could exchange for would merely be the completion of the nascent soul stage. After all, you were currently cultivating the divine path. And the simulator had indicated a simultaneous breakthrough in both immortal and martial arts was necessary to ascend to a greater realm. This restriction must be adhered to. Even in reality, you cursed inwardly, this damned system imposes too many limitations. You felt that if you could secure multiple rewards upon the simulation's conclusion, you would not be so conflicted. Ultimately, you shook your head, choosing to reject this path of celestial inheritance. In truth, aside from the simulator's constraints, you held other thoughts. You believed that having acquired the talent of the Chosen One, opportunities to obtain inheritance would arise in the future. Your original plan had been to accompany your father and others to explore the Death Desert. If you obtained this inheritance, you worried that your father's cultivation might not reach the tribulation stage, leaving no one to thwart the demonic dragon. Having made your decision, you turned to leave the inheritance. As if aware of your rejection, vanished without a trace, leaving behind a devastated Qingshan City. Fortunately, you had chosen a remote location in the city to conceal your identity, and thus, the number of innocent civilians caught in the chaos was minimal. 2 days passed swiftly, and you witnessed the dark-clad figure Yang Zuo appearing amidst the fissure where the inheritance had manifested in Qingshan City. A smile crept onto your lips as you murmured, "At last, you've arrived. I've been waiting for you." You were well aware that Yang Zuo had first appeared at the site of the inheritance. However, your father had been transported away during this event, only to later find the Jiang family in the 13th year. Though you had declined the inheritance, its emergence had certainly caught the attention of the celestial servant. Thus, you had long since laid an ambush. As Yang Zuo approached, you decisively launched a surprise attack with your nascent soul strength against the core formation. What could possibly go wrong? In a single strike, you severely wounded him. Under normal circumstances, had you mastered offensive combat techniques, this blow would have assured Yang Zuo's demise. Regrettably, the simulator only permitted 2 reward exchanges per simulation. In pursuit of maximizing your rewards, you had not practiced any techniques. Your strategy was to learn more powerful techniques once your cultivation reached a higher level, believing it would yield greater efficiency. Consequently, despite your elevated cultivation and abundant spiritual energy, you found yourself akin to a tank character in a game robust in endurance and defense, yet lacking in offensive capabilities. Thus, you could not finish off Yang Zuo in one swift blow. Nevertheless, this was not a significant issue. Having landed the initial blow, you did not grant Yang Zuo any time to react. Your spiritual energy poured forth like an unrestrained torrent. Minutes later, the dark-clad Yang Zuo was extinguished, reduced to ashes by your overwhelming power. At last, you had vanquished the black-clad figure who had consistently appeared since the beginning of your simulations. A knowing smile graced your face as you reveled in your newfound strength. To avoid attracting further trouble, you swiftly eliminated all remaining celestial servants hidden within Qingshan City. 2 months elapsed, and you spotted your father returning from outside the city. Alone, he appeared before you, and you instantly discerned that he had achieved the 5th stage of foundation establishment. It seemed your earlier suspicion had proven correct. The inheritance you had declined had indeed found its way to your father Jiang Fushan. At that moment, a thought struck you. If your father had returned unscathed and was not pursued by Yang Zuo, Could he have encountered anyone from the Spineback Mountain? How then would you proceed to the Spineback Mountain? You slapped your forehead, letting out a sigh. I was impulsive. You felt that you should not have acted on a whim and slain Yang Zhua. Chapter 63, Farewell, Wu Yudao. I in the 13th year, as you had anticipated, no cultivators from the Spineback Mountain appeared over the course of that year. Your father Zhang Fushan remained within the Zhang residence, devoting himself entirely to cultivation. He scarcely tended to other matters and had not ventured outside. How could he possibly encounter anyone from the Spineback Mountain? By the 14th year, you concluded that you would likely not encounter any cultivators from the Spineback Mountain while remaining in Qingshan City. With that in mind, you resolved to leave the city. After all, this simulation had led you to believe that whether or not you visited the Spineback Mountain was of little consequence. Furthermore, you had no intention of cultivating martial arts this time. Thus not requiring the heavenly thunder from beneath the Spineback Mountain. On the eve of your departure from Qingshan City, you stealthily returned to the Zhang residence, leaving behind a substantial portion of your resources, 600,000 spirit stones, for your father. Zhang Fushan, before he could inquire about your motives, you turned and departed. You believed that since your father had managed to reach the 8th stage of tribulation through inheritance despite limited resources, his talent must indeed be remarkable. Thus, you decided to leave the majority of your resources with him, hoping it would facilitate his further advancement. As for yourself, you glanced at the spirit stones scattered at your feet, casually picking one up and placing it in your storage ring. Resources, such things could easily be found. In truth, your actions were motivated by the thought that when traversing the Death Desert, a stronger father would undoubtedly increase the chances of success. Indeed, even if the denizens of the spine of the world are unable to locate your father, you possess knowledge of their approximate timeline as they traverse the Death Desert. Do you believe that when the time comes, you could summon your father to assist? Once all is accomplished, you departed from the city of Qingshan and journeyed westward. The reason for your westward direction lies in your understanding that to the north of the Forbidden Formation lies the Death Desert, to the east the Flame Valley, and to the south the Endless Sea. Therefore, based on your deductions, the westward path must lead to the Forest of 10,000 Swords you intended to observe from a distance. Along the way, your focus was not solely on the journey. You devoted considerable time to cultivating the Tao of Immortality. In the 15th year, while passing through a region known as Luoxia Mountain, you stumbled upon a pool of spiritual liquid, which filled you with delight. From your prior simulations and the insights gained from Bai Ruoxue, you knew that spiritual liquid is a treasure 100 times more precious than spiritual stones. Beyond the southern domain, spiritual stones function more like currency, utilized primarily by those of lower cultivation. Those of higher realms rely on spiritual liquid or other celestial materials and earthly treasures. Your previous reliance on spiritual stones for cultivation was necessitated by the perilous nature of the southern domain, where superior resources were unattainable. Gazing at the pool of spiritual liquid, you fell into contemplation. Should you utilize the liquid or reserve it for future simulations? Ultimately, you shook your head and chose to cultivate directly with the spiritual liquid. That same year, your cultivation in the Tao of Immortality successfully advanced to the 2nd level of the Yuan Ing. In the 17th year, you broke through to the 3rd level of the Yuan Ing. By the 20th year, you reached the 4th level of the Yuan Ing Dai. In the 22nd year, you experienced a fortuitous epiphany, attaining a 10-fold increase in your cultivation speed and a heightened mental acuity. This epiphany lasted for 6 months, propelling your cultivation directly to the 6th level of the Yuan Ing. Upon the conclusion of your epiphany, you glanced at the pool of spiritual liquid, only to find it completely dried up. After discerning your direction, you continued your journey westward. In the 24th year, after traversing countless mountains and rivers, you finally beheld the Forest of 10,000 Swords from a distance. You could hear the resounding echoes of sword cries and feel an overwhelming aura of lethal intent. You surmised that the beasts here might be among the most formidable, second only to the Xiangui. The intensity of the killing intent was palpable. Realizing you could not afford to provoke such danger, you promptly abandoned the idea of approaching any closer. However, just as you prepared to leave, you spotted a figure in the distance. Your heart raced. How could he be here? Indeed, you recognized him. It was Wu Yudao. After he took your silver note to deal with the bandits, you had not seen him since. You could not fathom why he would appear in the Forest of 10,000 Swords. Given the considerable distance, it seemed implausible that Wu Yudao, a mere mortal, could have made this journey in over 20 years. Could it be merely a coincidence of resemblance? Unable to restrain your curiosity, You activated your insightful eye to investigate. Wu Yu Dao, reincarnation of the White Tiger, now awakened to his memories, presently possesses martial prowess at the 9th level of the Golden Body Realm, having been forcibly reincarnated from the peak of the Martial Saint Realm. Resulting in a drop in cultivation, he harbors the intent of slaughter, enabling him to battle beyond his level. Astonished, you inhaled sharply. What is this? Wu Yu Dao is so formidable, the hierarchy of martial realms, as you had gleaned from the unnamed techniques imparted by Wu Yu Dao, is categorized into the body refinement realm, essence condensation realm, chi movement realm, true essence realm, unity realm, golden body realm, unmoving realm, transcendental realm, half saint, and martial saint realm, corresponding directly to the realms of the Tao of immortality. The golden body realm is already akin to the void refinement realm in cultivation. It can be said that he is an absolute master. The original martial saint realm transcends the tribulation stage in the Tao of immortality, and its strength is comparable to that of the immortal realm. Moreover, his ability to battle beyond his level is truly frightening. Suddenly, a thought struck you. Among the 4 fearsome beasts of the Forbidden Land, you have encountered the demon dragon, the demon phoenix, and the Xian Gui. Thus, if your assumptions hold true, the forest of 10,000 swords must be home to the tiger. And now, seeing Wu Yu Dao's information, the reincarnation of the White Tiger, a sense of foreboding washed over you. At that moment, Wu Yu Dao appeared before you in an instant. Without uttering a word, he hurled you into the forest of 10,000 swords. As you fell into the depths of the forest, the overwhelming killing intent engulfed you. Your eyes turned a shade of crimson, filled with rage. Your heart yearned for slaughter. Fortunately, you found yourself at the periphery of the forest, allowing you to maintain some semblance of control. You could hardly imagine the extent of the killing intent you would face if you ventured deeper. It was certain that an ordinary person would be reduced to a mere killing machine. You dared not linger in the forest, hastily making your escape. Yet, just as you exited the forest, Wu Yu Dao reappeared, slamming you back into the depths once more. Confusion clouded your mind, based on your deductions. If Wu Yu Dao is indeed the reincarnation of the White Tiger, it is highly probable that he is a reincarnation of one of the fearsome beasts of this place. You believed the likelihood of this conjecture to be well over 50%. If that were the case, you might understand if he sought to kill you. But what did this mean now? You were utterly bewildered. Was he tormenting you? No, you sensed it was not so simple. You recalled the Xian Gui. If the Xian Gui was imprisoned, then perhaps the White Tiger was also confined here. To escape restraint, it forcibly reincarnated as a human. Upon this realization, your eyes brightened. This aligned with the information you had gleaned through your insightful eye. If that were the case, then Wu Yu Dao's current actions towards you should not be malevolent. As you were all in the same predicament, there must be a deeper significance. With this understanding, you ceased to dwell further on it. Directly amidst the killing intent, you began to cultivate. Regardless of whether your assumptions were accurate, you recognized that with Wu Yu Dao outside, you could not escape. Chapter 64, treating you as his successor in the 25th year. After such a lengthy passage of time, you had grown capable of withstanding the killing intent at the edge of the forest of 10,000 swords. However, you sensed that your own temperament had become somewhat more violent. In the 26th year, Wu Yu Dao appeared once more, calmly stepping into the forest and seizing you, tossing you deeper into its confines. The further into the forest, the more intense the killing intent became. As soon as you landed, you were instantly inundated by it. The terrifying killing intent directly impacted your psyche. You found yourself unable to control your thoughts, consumed by an overwhelming desire to kill, to annihilate everything. Just then, Wu Yu Dao cast a powerful strike upon your head, snapping you back to consciousness. Yet, the killing intent surged once more, and you felt your self-awareness slipping away, unable to contain your frustration. You shouted, "Why?" You had previously speculated that Wu Yu Dao might be attempting to train you or impart some understanding of killing intent, yet the killing intent in this place had evidently exceeded your capacity to endure. This was no longer training. You realized you would not last long before becoming a mere machine of slaughter. As you teetered on the brink of losing your self-awareness, Wu Yu Dao coldly remarked, You possess talent, yet lack the resilience of spirit." Wu Yu Dao was internally disdainful, perplexed as to why he would have entrusted the preliminary teachings of the war god technique to someone he deemed a fool before awakening his memories. How could one so shallowly withstand such minimal killing intent? Yet, even as you lost your self-awareness, Wu Yu Dao continuously roused you from your stupor. This cycle persisted for over a decade. A subtle killing intent began to emanate from you.
A sign that you had grasped a trace of killing intent, marking your entry into its realm. Now, within the forest of 10,000 swords, you could freely navigate all but the central area where the killing intent was most potent. At this juncture, Wu Yudao appeared beside you with a somewhat indifferent tone. He informed you that there were no longer any fearsome beasts guarding this place, if you could withstand the killing intent of the central region. It would be the safest route to leave the southern domain. After speaking, Wu Yudao cast a glance your way, dropped a tome, and ventured deeper into the forest. Upon hearing Wu Yudao's words, you were not overly surprised. After all, you had already surmised through your insightful eye that Wu Yudao might indeed be a reincarnation of the local fearsome beasts. Given that the guardian beasts were absent, it was certainly the simplest path to exit the southern domain. Those unaware of the circumstances would likely be deterred by the palpable killing intent surrounding the forest. You gazed at the tome Wu Yudao had left behind, which bore the title War God Technique in bold characters. After a brief examination, you discovered that it was, in fact, a continuation of the unnamed techniques. More precisely, the unnamed techniques were merely the introductory catalog of the War God Technique, detailing the martial realms and foundational training methods. The War God Technique, akin to the mental cultivation methods of the Tao of Immortality, constituted a complete martial system. Once cultivated, it would accelerate your martial progress and enhance your power. Furthermore, this War God Technique included accompanying combat techniques, which were precisely what you desperately needed at this moment. You had long been troubled by the absence of combat skills despite your cultivation. Although these were martial techniques, it mattered little, as you practiced both the Tao of Immortality and martial arts. And martial techniques were not inferior to immortal spells. In the initial stages of your cultivation, it was Wu Yudao who guided you. Over the last decade, he had aided you in grasping a trace of killing intent. Now, he bestowed upon you such a significant gift. As you watched Wu Yudao's departing figure, a wave of emotion washed over you. You thought to yourself, I owe him quite a bit. You even felt that Wu Yudao had been excessively kind to you. However, it soon dawned on you that Wu Yudao seemed intent on leaving the southern domain. Given his understanding of killing intent, could he possibly assist you in departing as well? You called out urgently, hoping he would take you along. Yet, Wu Yudao merely waved his hand, stating that it would all depend on your own efforts. In truth, you could not comprehend that Wu Yudao sought merely to train you. He was originally the last white tiger of the world, and now, in his reincarnation, he had no kin. You, as the individual who had been imparted the unnamed techniques before his memories awakened, could be considered the only connection he had, making you his half-disciple, if not more. What he was about to undertake was fraught with peril. By leaving you all his martial teachings, you had become his true successor. He did not wish for his successor to be a worthless individual. He hoped that you could rely on yourself to carve out a path for survival. In reality, Zhang Yifeng, upon witnessing this, could not help but express his disdain internally. Training can wait for later. Why the need for it now? Moreover, he mused, I would prefer to be a worthless person. Unfortunately, Zhang Yifeng could only voice his complaints silently. While he could influence his simulated self, he had no power over Wu Yudao within the simulator. In the end, Zhang Yifeng could only sigh and continue to gaze at the simulator panel. After Wu Yudao departed, you also chose to leave the forest of 10,000 swords, although you were already aware that this place offered a route out of the southern region. The murderous intent emanating from the central area was several hundred times greater than that of the surrounding locations. You estimated that, without comprehending the essence of killing, even those in the tribulation period or half-saints of martial arts would be eroded by the murderous aura, turning them into puppets of slaughter. Unless your understanding of killing intent underwent a significant enhancement, it would be impossible to pass through this place and exit the southern region. As for continuing to comprehend killing intent here, you had considered it, but at this moment, 40 years had already passed in the simulation, leaving you with little time. It was unrealistic to expect a tremendous breakthrough in such a short span. Given this, you believed it would be more prudent to hasten towards the Death Desert. Perhaps, when the others from the Spine Mountain ventured into the Death Desert, you might find an opportunity to locate the fissure of the formation at the bottom of the desert. However, before that, you needed to return to Qingshan City to find your father Jiang Fushan. After all, of the individuals from Spine Mountain likely could not withstand the onslaught of the demon dragon for long. In the 42nd year, upon returning to Qingshan City, you discovered that the Jiang family had vanished. After inquiring, you learned they had long since relocated. Stunned, you speculated that perhaps the cultivators from Spine Mountain had ultimately found your father.
Jiang Fushan. Otherwise, you could not fathom any other reason that would compel your father to uproot the entire Jiang family. Thus, without delay, you set off at full speed towards the Death Desert. Die in the 43rd year. As you arrived at the Death Desert, you happened upon the individuals from Spine Mountain attempting to breach it. This time, it was your father Jiang Fushan who was battling the demon dragon. Seeing this, you sighed. Realizing that they had indeed gathered with the cultivators from Spine Mountain. However, this time, your father Jiang Fushan had reached the 9th level of tribulation, a higher realm than in previous simulations. You surmised that your gift of several 100,000 spirit stones had played a significant role in this advancement. After all, in earlier simulations, it was evident that your father had lacked resources and had relied solely on talent and arduous training. Now, with your generous support of spirit stones, his elevated realm seemed entirely plausible. As you observed your father Jiang Fushan engage in combat with the demon dragon, the battle appeared fiercely contested. Given the circumstances, you began to entertain the possibility that this time, they might genuinely defeat the demon dragon. Chapter 65, The Dragon Soul. Filled with resentment while your father Jiang Fushan was locked in battle with the demon dragon, you sought out Elderly. You informed him that the fissure of the formation lay at the bottom of the desert. Your motivation for this was that, with your current cultivation level, you could not perceive the desert's depths. As for using evasion techniques, you were not proficient in that, and even if you were, it would be impossible to continuously explore the depths of the vast Death Desert. You recalled that in the last simulation, Elderly, at the 7th level of tribulation, had flown with you for several days and had not completely exited. Elderly regarded your words with skepticism. After all, in this simulation, you had not encountered him, nor had you spent an extended period together. However, the prospect of your claim being true could save a considerable amount of time in their search. Moreover, even at the bottom of the desert, with his 7th level tribulation cultivation, he could still uncover something with careful probing, merely expending a bit more spiritual awareness. Thus, Elderly chose to take your words to heart. However, upon your arrival at the Death Desert, you did not have a chance to meet your father, Jiang Fushan. Elderly, one aware of your relationship, did not bring you along in his quest for the fissure. You paid little heed to this. Your sole aim was to ascertain whether the fissure truly existed at the desert's depths. 2 days later, the fissure sealing the formation was indeed discovered by Elderly at the desert's bottom. The battle between the demon dragon and your father Jiang Fushan continued, and for the moment, all remained relatively safe, with Elderly not departing alone but choosing to inform everyone of the coordinates, yourself included. When you arrived at the fissure, a crowd of cultivators from Spine Mountain had already gathered. The ground here bore no resemblance to the desert. It was covered in blue stones. After inquiring, you learned that many people, like yourself, either lacked sufficient cultivation or were incapable of utilizing evasion techniques to access the depths of the desert. Consequently, Elderly had used his formidable powers to remove the sand particles from that section of the desert. As for why they lingered here, it turned out they were concerned about potential dangers beyond the formation and had decided to wait for Elderly to return with further coordinates. You glanced at the fissure, hesitated momentarily, and ultimately agreed with the others. You too refrained from leaving alone. 3 days later, Elderly returned, apart from your father Jiang Fushan, who was still engaged in combat with the demon dragon. Everyone else stepped into the fissure together. At this moment, excitement filled the air as everyone believed they were about to embark on a journey to vast horizons, with many already dreaming of the wonders outside. However, upon exiting the fissure, the environment before you was anything but beautiful. Upon emerging, you were met with a dimly lit expanse, the ground littered with grim skeletons, while a few belonged to humans and ordinary beasts. The majority were colossal dragon carcasses. Viewing this scene, you felt perplexed. Had you stumbled into a dragon's grave? You recalled having once exited the southern region from the Flame Valley, arriving in the Great Wasteland. You had initially believed that exiting from here would also lead to the Great Wasteland, but the current situation suggested otherwise. While the Great Wasteland was desolate, it paled in comparison to the atmosphere of this place. Before you could ponder further, Elderly's voice rang out, warning of approaching danger. Instantly, everyone adopted a serious demeanor, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Half an hour passed, yet the danger Elderly spoke of remained elusive. Initially, the crowd speculated that perhaps Elderly had misperceived the threat. However, shortly after, several cultivators from Spine Mountain suddenly turned on those nearby, caught off guard. This led to numerous fatalities among the cultivators. You too found yourself under attack. Fortunately, those standing beside you possessed cultivation levels only at the foundation establishment and core formation stages. Even with their sudden assault, they failed to breach your protective barrier. And you sustained no injuries. At this moment, Elder Lee's brow furrowed deeply as he swung his sword toward the distance. A dragon's soul, filled with resentment, materialized before the crowd upon witnessing the dragon's soul. Elder Lee cautioned everyone to flee immediately, stating that the overwhelming resentment here had begun to affect their minds. With that, Elder Lee engaged in battle with the dragon's soul, while you, employing your insightful eye, surveyed the dragon's soul before hastily retreating. It was unwise to provoke. This dragon's soul possessed the strength of the 8th level of tribulation, surpassing even Elder It was prudent to escape first. However, you underestimated the dangers of this place. You had scarcely traveled a short distance when you spotted another vengeful dragon's soul looming ahead. This one was significantly weaker than the one battling Elder Lee. Nearly at the god transformation stage, yet, you understood that you were still no match for it, and before approaching, you swiftly altered your course. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. At this point, you found yourself encircled by a host of resentful dragon souls. Observing the surrounding blockade, you had no choice but to attempt to fight your way through. You perished at the age of 63. This simulation has come to an end. You may choose 2 rewards from this simulation: Child of Fortune, Talent, Immortal Path Cultivation, 6th level of Nascent Soul, True Meaning of Killing Path, Minor Accomplishment. God of War Technique, Martial Arts Classic, Child of Fortune, Talent 1 million energy points, Immortal Path Cultivation, 6th level of Nascent Soul 6 million energy points, True Meaning of Killing Path, Minor Accomplishment 500. 0.00000 energy points. God of War Technique, Martial Arts Classic 1 billion energy points. Jiang Yifeng gazed at the words indicating the end of the simulation, lost in contemplation. This time, he had left the Death Desert. Yet it had not proven safe. After departing, why had he found himself in a place teeming with vengeful dragon souls? Where exactly was this? Was it truly within the Nine Shen realm? Suddenly, Jiang Yifeng found himself questioning everything. Previously, Bai Ruoxue had mentioned that traversing through the territories guarded by 4 ferocious beasts would lead to an exit from the southern region and into other realms of the Nine Shen realm. Was that truly accurate? Jiang Yifeng had not given it much thought before, but now he realized something was amiss. For instance, the Endless Sea, as learned from Shen Gui, was utterly inaccessible, and now, having emerged from the Death Desert, where vengeful dragon souls roamed, it certainly did not resemble a location within the Nine Shen realm. This led him to conclude that the information obtained from Bai Ruoxue was also inaccurate. However, upon reflection, this seemed entirely reasonable. Bai Ruoxue was merely an 8th level tribulation cultivator. The Sealing Formation, along with the southern region, was orchestrated by formidable celestial beings. How could she possibly possess comprehensive knowledge? Chapter 66. Supplementing energy points. It seemed that much of the information Bai Ruoxue had acquired was likely hearsay or derived from reading certain ancient texts. Yet, could one guarantee the reliability of the content recorded in those texts? Given that celestial beings had established the Sealing Formation, would it be difficult for them to alter the records in some ordinary cultivator's texts? It should be a trivial task. Jiang Yifeng shook his head. It appeared that many matters would have to be explored step by step within simulations. What one hears is not necessarily the truth. Without further deliberation, Jiang Yifeng turned his gaze towards the simulation rewards. Not wishing to ponder excessively, he swiftly eliminated the Immortal Path Cultivation, 6th level of Nascent Soul, from his options. This simulation has squandered a considerable amount of time, preventing me from focusing on my cultivation. Otherwise, Jiang Yifeng believes he could have made significant strides in his prowess. As for the other 3 rewards, they are quite commendable. The title of Child of Fortune, Talent, speaks volumes about its strength. As one can glean from its name. In this simulation, not only did I refrain from expending my own spirit stones, but I also found myself accumulating more the longer I practiced. Moreover, I stumbled upon a pool of spiritual liquid. Most astonishingly, I nearly claimed the inheritance of my father Jiang Fushan had I not declined it during the simulation. That inheritance would undoubtedly have been mine. Next is the true intent of the Path of Slaughter, minor completion. While it may seem modest, it is noteworthy that this was perfected with the assistance of Wu Yudao, a master reincarnated from the White Tiger, over more than a decade, without Wu Yudao's guidance.
Jiang Yifeng believes it would have taken not just a decade, but possibly decades or even centuries to achieve. Lastly, the martial arts Tone War Goddess decision is equivalent to the White Tiger's legacy. It contains not only techniques for martial cultivation but also combat skills, which Jiang Yifeng currently finds himself in urgent need of. In reality, acquiring this is indeed possible. However, Jiang Yifeng is uncertain when Wu Yudao will awaken the memories of his reincarnation as the White Tiger.
After all, it seems that the War Goddess decision came to be only after Wu Yudao's awakening. Moreover, even if he does awaken, Wu Yudao is not currently in Qingshan City. He has not been seen since leaving after the bandit extermination. Ultimately, Jiang Yifeng concludes that he must secure the War Goddess decision first. This is a guarantee for the enhancement of his martial prowess, although there may be opportunities to acquire it in future simulations. He believes it is prudent to obtain it now. After all, the actions of characters in previous simulations have not always been consistent. Jiang Yifeng is uncertain whether he might inadvertently trigger an adverse butterfly effect that could alter Wu Yudao's intentions. Thus, he silently resolves, I choose the Child of Fortune, Talent, and the War Goddess decision. This choice did cause Jiang Yifeng some hesitation. After all, the Child of Fortune seems only to aid him in resource acquisition. Yet, in his current simulated state, he appears not to be lacking in resources. What he truly lacks is strength. However, as a transmigrator, the mere sight of the phrase Child of Fortune is irresistible. He cannot help but be drawn to it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent Child of Fortune, deducting 1 million energy points, remaining energy, 1.6 billion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining War Goddess decision, martial tome, deducting 1 billion energy points, remaining energy, 600 million. This time, there were no cultivation levels in the rewards exchanged. Jiang Yifeng felt nothing particularly significant, merely the addition of the War Goddess decision to his storage ring. With everything concluded, he opened his personal data for review. Host, Jiang Yifeng. Talent, Thunderfire. True Spirit Root, Eye of Insight, Occasional Enlightenment. Genius of Array Techniques, Divine Wood Physique, Child of Fortune, Divine Realm Cultivation, First Stage of Nascent Soul, Immortal Path, First Stage of True Essence, Martial Path. Cultivation Technique, Heavenly Profound Art, Immortal Path, Practice Technique, Wine Chase Technique, Great Completion, Items in Possession, Spirit Stones, 602,000, War Goddess Decision, Martial Tome, Heavenly Profound Art, Immortal Heart Method, Wind Chase Technique, Body Method Manual. Breath Concealment Talisman, Array Jade Plate. Gazing at his data, Jiang Yifeng felt it was time to enhance his combat strength. Aside from improving his cultivation, previously he struggled to find combat techniques. Now, with the War Goddess decision, which includes accompanying combat strategies, he must commence training promptly. For the next simulation, if there are no exceptional talents, he will focus on practicing combat techniques. Jiang Yifeng murmured to himself, mapping out a plan for the upcoming simulation. However, he realized he was left with just over 600 million energy points. It was imperative to stockpile some more, otherwise, he might miss out on valuable items in the next simulation due to insufficient energy points. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yifeng swiftly summoned his steward Zhang Dafu, instructing him to procure a substantial amount of gold, silver, and jewels. In addition to precious metals, Jiang Yifeng also requested the acquisition of some rare ores. This time, Zhang Dafu did not hesitate. After several months, the Jiang family business had completely turned around and was indifferent to Jiang Yifeng's expenditure. As for why Jiang Yifeng instructed the steward to acquire ores, it was because he believed that just months prior he had amassed a considerable amount of gold and silver, and the market might be running low. Given this, acquiring some precious ores seemed reasonable. For the simulator is not picky. If he wished, he could even convert dirt into energy points. However, the energy yield from dirt is too low. Even several cubic meters of mud would only yield a meager amount of energy points. And Jiang Yifeng feared that excavating Qingshan City would yield very little energy. Of course, this was all due to his overly cautious nature. If he were willing to take a bit of risk, merely stepping outside Qingshan City into the vast mountain forests, he could likely devour a few mountains for the simulator, which would surely provide a substantial amount of energy points. As for the consequences of such actions, they would undoubtedly attract the attention of the celestial servants from the Immortal Celestial Gate. After all, the simulations have shown that the Immortal Celestial Gate has eyes everywhere. If large swaths of forest were to vanish, it would not go unnoticed. With everything arranged, Jiang Yifeng leisurely strolled toward Chunyan Tower, reveling in the melodies of life as an indulgence that must not be missed each day. Just as he stepped out of the Jiang residence,
Several spirit stones fell at his feet. Jiang Yifeng furrowed his brow, sighing inwardly. How careless! Previously he had only considered the benefits of the child of fortune, completely forgetting that he needed to be cautious in reality. Resources presented to him so readily are not easily obtained from previous simulations. Jiang Yifeng is well aware that these spirit stones do not materialize from thin air, they must belong to some celestial servant who has inadvertently dropped them. Once he picks them up, the owner will inevitably appear, demanding his life and storage ring. This entire process of resource delivery has occurred multiple times in simulations. Should I pick them up or not? In the end, Jiang Yifeng chose to ignore the spirit stones and walked past them. After all, they were just a few stones. Picking them up could potentially expose his identity as a cultivator, which is not worth the risk. Before long, 7 days had passed. During this time, Jiang Yifeng keenly felt what it meant to be the child of fortune. Every time he ventured outside, spirit stones seemed to fall from the sky. He truly wonders what those celestial servants are thinking. Wouldn't it be better to keep spirit stones in their storage rings? Even when he remains indoors, he consistently finds lost banknotes in his room. Aside from the troubles brought upon him by being the child of fortune, there is also good news. Jiang Yifeng is uncertain whether it is the influence of this talent, but in just a week, Steward Zhang Dafu managed to procure over 10,000 tons of ores. Although these ores are not expensive, they surprisingly yield a significant amount of energy points. Jiang Yifeng instructed for all the ores to be transported to an uninhabited area, and upon conversion, he obtained a total of 6 billion energy points. Tick-tock, time passed moment by moment. Finally, the simulation count refreshed. Jiang Yifeng had been waiting in his room. As soon as the count refreshed, he immediately murmured, "Initiate simulation." Chapter 67, disdained by his simulated self, consuming one simulation count, remaining count, 0. Extracting blue talent costs 100,000 energy points. Extracting purple talent costs 1 million energy points. Please select, extract purple talent. Ding, deducting 1 million energy points. Extracting purple talent, remaining energy, 6.6 billion. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the talent. Heaven's Path rewards diligence. Heaven's Path rewards diligence. Your every effort shall surely yield results. Jiang Yifeng glanced at this new talent. The description appears quite simple, yet he is very familiar with it, having encountered it frequently in web novels of his past life. This is indeed an exceptional talent. As long as he puts in the effort, he will reap rewards, although the extent of those rewards remains uncertain. Nevertheless, with this talent, he is assured that he will face no bottlenecks in his cultivation moving forward. A splendid talent, it must be secured. Without further ado, Jiang Yifeng turned his attention back to the simulator. The 20th simulation commences. You are aware that you have entered the simulation. On the first day, under the cover of night, you departed from the Jiang residence. This time, you do not intend to head to the Changqing mountain range, nor do you plan to venture to the endless sea. Instead, you journey westward toward the 10,000 sword forest. In the first year, aside from collecting a few spirit stones and slaying a few celestial servants who dropped spirit stones, nothing significant occurred. In the second year, you arrived at the falling sunset mountain and encountered a pool of spiritual liquid. You collected all of the spiritual liquid without utilizing any of it. In the third year, you reached the 10,000 sword forest. Observing this place, the real Jiang Yifeng silently resolved, commence deep simulation for 7 years. Ding, deep simulation commencing for 7 years, consuming 613.2 million energy points, remaining energy, 6 billion. As the electronic voice of the simulator faded, Jiang Yifeng's consciousness entered the simulation. He beheld the chilling aura of slaughter permeating the 10,000 sword forest, sending chills down his spine. Jiang Yifeng. You can do this, Jiang Yifeng murmured to himself, offering encouragement before striding into the 10,000 sword forest. Indeed, this time, he aims to utilize deep simulation to acquire the aura of slaughter. This aura, as Jiang Yifeng understands, is a manifestation of both mental and conscious intensity, which can be wholly attained through deep simulation. Although this approach consumes energy points, Jiang Yifeng feels it is essential. Each simulation allows for only 2 rewards to be exchanged. And without leveraging deep simulation, he believes the pace of his growth post-simulation would be far too sluggish. Before long, Jiang Yifeng stepped into the 10,000 sword forest, where the dense killing intent swiftly enveloped him. Kill! In less than a minute, Jiang Yifeng's eyes turned crimson, and he began to shout incessantly. Clearly, he had lost his sense of self. Days turned into years, and Jiang Yifeng showed no signs of recovery. He wandered aimlessly within the 10,000 sword forest, forever shouting, "Kill, kill, kill." 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. Deep simulation concluded. Jiang Yifeng's consciousness returned to the Jiang residence in Qingshan City. At this moment, he fervently shook his head, reflecting on the events of the deep simulation. Now, he felt a lingering fear. How impulsive he had been, one could hardly fathom the terrifying aura of death. Merely stepping into it for a fleeting moment led to a complete loss of self-awareness. Fortunately, after the deep simulation concluded, the returning self remained unscathed. However, it wasn't long before Jiang Yifeng flashed a grin. Having discovered a flaw in the simulator, at that moment, he found himself able to wield a hint of murderous intent, reaching the rudimentary level of such an art, although he had succumbed to madness during the depth simulation. What did it matter? The benefits had been reaped. Moreover, the self that emerged from the simulation remained unaffected. Reflecting on this, Jiang Yifeng silently commended his earlier decision. Impulsiveness, that was all part of the plan. Indeed, it was so. After a moment of introspection, Jiang Yifeng turned his gaze toward the simulation panel. In the 10th year, you had been shouting and wreaking havoc in the forest of 10,000 swords. It was evident that you had lost your sanity. By the 13th year, you continued to wander aimlessly within the forest, showing no signs of improvement. In the 16th year, you inadvertently ventured deep into the heart of the forest of 10,000 swords. By the 18th year, you were still aimlessly roaming within its depths. You encountered the lifeless body of a colossal white tiger, exuding a chilling aura of death, yet your madness rendered you indifferent. In the 23rd year, you stumbled upon a rift in an array. Entered without a second thought. Upon emerging from the rift, you found yourself amidst a chain of mountains, wandering aimlessly, consumed by a singular desire for bloodshed. In the 24th year, a figure suddenly appeared before you. Your eyes glowed crimson with excitement as you launched an attack. The figure gazed at you aside, and with a mere gesture of 2 fingers aimed at your brow. You were instantly calmed. 3 days later, you gradually regained consciousness, your self-awareness returning. You found Wu Yudao standing before you. Wu Yudao scolded you, emphasizing that recklessness and foolishness were 2 distinct matters. You understood that he was referring to your rash decision to enter the forest of 10,000 swords. Leaving you momentarily speechless, harboring a sense of disdain for the self outside the simulation. This deep simulation plan had been carefully crafted prior to the simulation. Thus, you knew it was undoubtedly the self outside the simulation that had faltered. In reality, Jiang Yifeng's expression darkened. He had been belittled by his simulated self. Nevertheless, he dismissed it, choosing not to dwell on the opinions of a mere tool. He continued to scrutinize the simulator. Once Wu Yudao determined you were fine, he entrusted you with the battle god technique. Before preparing to depart, you hurriedly inquired how to reach other domains from this place, although you lacked the memories from your deep simulation. The remnants of your madness remained. You understood that by sheer chance you had left the southern domain. With that in mind, you were eager to explore other vast domains. Wu Yudao was forthcoming with his guidance, advising you to head west to reach other domains. However, he cautioned you that the journey would not be safe, with many areas shrouded in murderous intent, advising you to bolster your strength or perhaps your murderous intent before proceeding. After sharing this, Wu Yudao departed. Ultimately, you heeded Wu Yudao's counsel and refrained from recklessly venturing into other domains. Since improvement was essential, you resolved to enhance your skills. However, the path you chose for your enhancement was not that of murderous intent. You began to train in the combat techniques of the battle god technique. The battle god technique comprises 3 sets of combat techniques: the sword of murderous intent, the body of the battle god, and the annihilation fist. The sword of murderous intent requires a profound comprehension of murderous intent for cultivation. With your current grasp, you are unable to train in it, promptly dismissed. The body of the battle god is a technique that thrives on battle, serving as the core of the battle god technique. Yet, mastering the body of the battle god necessitates continuous combat, which at present you could not fulfill alone. The only technique left for you to train was the annihilation fist. The annihilation fist emphasizes that with a single strike, all things perish. In the 25th year, after a year of training in the annihilation fist, you regrettably had not yet grasped its fundamentals. You recognized this as an inevitable hurdle. The complexity of the technique demanded greater effort. Nonetheless, you remained undeterred, believing that with talent and diligence, you would eventually succeed with sufficient practice. In the 32nd year, after dedicating over 7 years to training, You finally attained the rudimentary level of the Annihilation Fist. When you unleashed the Annihilation Fist, a torrent of chaotic vital energies surged forth from your fist. With a resounding crash, the force struck the ground, turning surrounding flora and trees to ash, creating a massive crater in the earth. Staring at the vast pit created by your strike and then at your own fist, you found yourself momentarily lost in thought. Previously, when you had used spiritual energy to strike the ground, you could create depressions, but the depth of what you achieved with the Annihilation Fist was incomparably greater, at least several dozen times more significant. This was astonishing. Merely having reached the rudimentary level of the Annihilation Fist had transformed your abilities drastically. You felt confident that with your current strength, you could obliterate a group with a single blow. Unlike your former self without any techniques, however, you were also aware that combat techniques vary in strength. The Annihilation Fist was undoubtedly among the strongest, hence the remarkable difference. Other weaker techniques could also enhance combat power, but the improvements would be considerably less substantial. Recognizing the strength of the Annihilation Fist, you quickly focused your mind and continued your training. Years passed in the blink of an eye. By the 47th year, while honing the Annihilation Fist, you experienced an unexpected epiphany, granting you a sevenfold increase in training speed and heightened mental acuity. This period of enlightenment lasted a year, and your progress in training the Annihilation Fist was remarkable. Though you did not achieve a breakthrough in levels, even so the power of your Annihilation Fist had increased several-fold. At this juncture, you felt an irresistible urge to find someone for a spar. Yet the absence of any presence in the vicinity dashed those hopes. In the 50th year, while immersed in training, a sudden gust of wind swept through, laden with a palpable murderous intent. You furrowed your brow, instinctively pondering, could someone be attacking you? You swiftly employed the wind chase technique to evade the assault. The murderous wind whirled past you, leaving you affected by its essence yet unharmed. You steeled yourself against the influence of the murderous aura, remaining vigilant of your surroundings. Time passed, and after half a day, when no further disturbances occurred, you gradually relaxed. It seemed that the murderous wind was merely passing through, not targeting you specifically. This realization heightened your wariness of the area. If that wind had struck you head-on, you could not ascertain whether you would succumb to madness or be overwhelmed by the tempest. After all, you possessed a rudimentary level of murderous intent, allowing you to discern the difference between the wind's aura and that of the forest of 10,000 swords. The former was far more chaotic. Without further contemplation, you spent the following month dispelling the lingering effects of that murderous intent. Once the influence dissipated entirely, you resumed the monotonous routine of training in the Annihilation Fist. 2 decades slipped by. In the 70th year, after all this time, you felt the Annihilation Fist continuing to improve. You sensed that a breakthrough to a higher realm was imminent. Throughout these years, you encountered several more violent winds, each carrying a torrent of murderous intent. However, since the incident 2 decades prior, you had remained cautious, skillfully dodging each encounter. In the 73rd year, you experienced yet another fortuitous awakening, achieving a tenfold increase in training speed and a more vibrant thought process. This epiphany lasted a full 3 years, during which you successfully advanced the Annihilation Fist to a higher level. By the 75th year, you noticed that the frequency of those murderous winds had increased dramatically, making it impossible to concentrate on your training. Consequently, you resolved to vacate your current location in search of a more suitable environment. Recalling Wu Yudeo's words about heading west to reach other domains, you decided to journey in that direction. Should you encounter areas rife with murderous intent obstructing your path, you felt it prudent to pause and seek a safe haven for training. In the 76th year, as you surveyed the scenery before you, you halted in your tracks. Before you lay an ocean of murderous intent, its intensity far surpassing that of the depths of the forest of 10,000 swords. Moreover, the aura here seemed to carry an unsettling quality, imparting a sense of imminent volatility. In that moment, you comprehended the origin of those previous winds imbued with murderous intent. They emerged from this very place. You observed that the murderous intent here often coalesced into whirlwinds, swirling in various directions. Furthermore, you noticed that from distant areas, waves of murderous intent perpetually converged upon this location. The reason behind this phenomenon eluded you. All you understood was that this was not a place for your current self to approach. You needed to leave swiftly. Just then, you heard a thunderous roar akin to that of a tiger. You witnessed the ocean of murderous intent coalesce into a moving form, ultimately taking the shape of a white tiger. The mass of murderous intent, now resembling a white tiger, turned its gaze upon you and let out a fearsome roar. The surging murderous aura transformed into sound waves, hurtling toward you, realizing escape was futile. You immediately channeled the Annihilation Fist at the small success level to defend yourself. Upon unleashing the Annihilation Fist, the white tiger-shaped mass of murderous intent momentarily faltered. Seemingly perplexed, however, it soon roared in fury once more. Your Annihilation Fist struggled to withstand a single wave of murderous sound, let alone two at once. You perished at the age of 96. The simulation has now concluded. This simulation offers you the choice of two rewards: diligence of the heavenly path, talent. Annihilation Fist, small success, pseudo-spiritual liquid, 1 pool, and true intent of killing Tao, rudimentary, the diligence of the heavenly path, talent 1 million energy points. Annihilation Fist, small success 100 million energy points. Pseudo-spiritual liquid, 1 pool 10 billion energy points, impure spiritual liquid. Significantly less effective than pure spiritual liquid, true intent of killing Tao, rudimentary 100 million energy points. Zhang Yifeng gazed at the simulator, lost in contemplation. Chapter 69. It turns out to be a case of overestimating one's intelligence. In this instance of simulation, he inadvertently stumbled out of the southern region. After departing from the forest of 10,000 swords, he indeed enjoyed a period of tranquil cultivation, albeit for merely 50 years. Subsequently, he was besieged by relentless gales that rendered his practice impossible. It seems that even if he were to replicate this simulation, he could scarcely accrue much time for it. He must devise a means to venture into other vast domains. Zhang Yifeng pondered that perhaps only the other realms of the Nine Xian realm could provide him with a safe haven for development. However, following these two simulations, a bold hypothesis began to burgeon within him. Beyond the rift in the Death Desert's formation lay a multitude of dragon corpses and spirits steeped in resentment. Might that not be the burial ground of the Dragon Clan, behind the forest of 10,000 swords? A sea replete with murderous intent unfolded, even manifesting as the form of a white tiger. Zhang Yifeng speculated whether this might also be the site of the White Tiger clan's downfall. After all, he had learned from the simulation that the White Tiger clan had been entirely annihilated, leaving only the reincarnated Wu Yu Dao. But if he were to entertain even bolder thoughts, could the expanse of the endless sea conceal the burial grounds of the Xian Turtle clan? Might the vast wilderness behind the Flame Valley serve as the sepulchre of the Phoenix clan? Was it conceivable that a powerful being from the celestial realm annihilated the four divine beasts, sparing only one to cast into the southern region, and then utilized their ancestral burial sites to safeguard the rifts in the formations? Zhang Yifeng's mind raced with various possibilities. Soon, he shook his head, dismissing the notion as flawed. He had previously traversed the vast wilderness in the simulation without encountering any remains of the Phoenix clan. It was desolate yet inhabited, devoid of any signs of a phoenix burial ground. Moreover, Bai Ruoxue had entered from the outer realms. If the outside were indeed the resting place of the Xian Turtle clan, she should have discerned it clearly. Aside from these considerations, Zhang Yifeng also contemplated that if the celestial powers sought to control these divine beasts, they would hardly resort to such coercive methods. The clues were simply too scant. Zhang Yifeng muttered to himself, choosing not to dwell further on these matters. Instead, he redirected his focus towards the rewards from this simulation. This time, he need not agonize over the rewards. The true intent of the Path of Slaughter, entry level, had been acquired through deep simulation. As for the pseudo-spiritual liquid, a pool, it currently represented a commendable resource for cultivation, albeit exceedingly costly. At this juncture, Zhang Yifeng had also discerned that any material rewards seemed to demand an exorbitant amount of energy. For instance, a single spirit stone required 10,000 energy units. Initially, when his cultivation was low and his consumption high, he deemed it inexpensive and exchanged for a substantial quantity. Reflecting now, he realized it was a grievous loss. Hundreds of thousands of spirit stones cost him tens of billions of energy units. Yet the actual enhancement was negligible, barely raising a few minor realms. Zhang Yifeng also attempted to convert spirit stones back into energy, but it proved unprofitable. Previously, he had exchanged them in the simulation at a rate of 1 spirit stone for 1 million energy units. Now, however, converting them yielded a mere 1,000 energy units per stone. Ultimately, Zhang Yifeng abandoned the option of the spiritual liquid. The unprofitability was one aspect, but primarily, he was astonished by the simulator's avarice, with over 6 billion energy units at his disposal. He was still unable to afford a pool of spiritual liquid, thus, Zhang Yifeng silently resolved, I shall choose the talent of diligence, talent, and the desolation fist, minor achievement, ding, congratulations host, on acquiring the talent of diligence. Deducting 1 million energy units, remaining energy units, 6 billion. Ding, successfully extracted the desolation fist, minor achievement, deducting 100 million energy units, remaining energy units, 5.9 billion. As the electronic voice of the simulator faded, Zhang Yifeng found himself immersed in a serene forest. Tirelessly practicing the desolation fist. One punch after another, he continued until he reached the stage of minor achievement. Moments later, Zhang Yifeng shook his head, bewildered. What had just transpired? Why had the extraction of this combat technique manifested such a peculiar scene? Previously, when he extracted the wind chase technique, he had felt little notable difference. Just then, the simulator's voice echoed, ding. Due to the host's practice of an exceedingly powerful combat technique, this simulator's level is insufficient to directly impart it. Thus, it can only be enhanced through experiential methods. Reminder, if the host diligently enhances the simulator's level, such issues will not arise. Did the simulator just overhear his thoughts? Zhang Yifeng was left speechless. He couldn't quite determine if the simulator was intelligent. It seemed to provide answers at critical moments, yet ignored his calls. Nevertheless, Zhang Yifeng now understood why this enhancement felt different from previous experiences. It was inconsequential, any enhancement was still an enhancement. However, the prospect of upgrading the simulator sparked a sense of eagerness within Zhang Yifeng. After all, the current simulations had nearly reached an impasse, regardless of his choices. It was exceedingly difficult to escape the confines of the southern region, unless he were to break through to an overwhelmingly powerful realm, which Zhang Yifeng surmised might be beyond the immortal realm. A feat not achievable in the short term, since his progress was slow. He wondered if upgrading the simulator might unveil new features or talents to assist him. Contemplating this, Zhang Yifeng, with a mindset of merely testing the waters, inquired of the simulator, what realm is required for the next upgrade? Ding, reminder. To upgrade this simulator to version 4.0, it requires the expenditure of 10 billion energy units, and the host must reach the nascent soul stage or true essence realm. Zhang Yifeng nearly spat blood in exasperation. So it turned out he had been foolish. Initially, he believed that upgrading the simulator necessitated a higher realm, especially since he had unlocked the conditions for version 3.0 during the core formation stage. He had assumed that the next upgrade would be achievable without reaching the next realm. Alas, it appeared he had overestimated his own cleverness. With this realization, Zhang Yifeng hastened towards the door. He directly sought out the steward Zhang Dafu, imploring him to procure a ton of the previous ore within a week by any means necessary. The last time he had acquired 1 ton of ore, it had yielded 6 billion energy units. If he could secure another ton, combined with his existing 5.9 billion energy units, it would suffice for upgrading the simulator. Seeing his master so eager, Zhang Dafu did not dare refuse. Promptly agreeing and hastily setting off to prepare. Once he confirmed that everything was in order, Zhang Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that if Zhang Dafu had agreed, it would undoubtedly be accomplished. After all, Zhang Dafu was a reliable steward. He would never make promises for impossible tasks. With everything settled, Zhang Yifeng leisurely made his way to Chunyanlu to enjoy some music. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. A week swiftly passed. Just recently, Zhang Dafu, adhering to the tight deadline, managed to gather the ton of ore. The ore was secretly transported by Zhang Dafu to the secluded Zhang family estate. After dismissing the others, Zhang Yifeng successfully exchanged all the ore for 6 billion energy units, bringing his total energy units to over 11.9 billion. He had now met the requirements for upgrading the simulator. Chapter 70. Battling Beyond One's Realm. I am a genius. Upon returning to his room, Zhang Yifeng immediately murmured, upgrade the simulator. Ding, simulator upgraded to version 4.0, consuming 10 billion energy units, remaining energy units, 1.9 billion. Simulator version 4.0, blue talent extraction has been abolished, and the chance-based acquisition of orange talents has been initiated. Reminder, extracting orange talents does not guarantee an orange talent. There is also a 50% chance of obtaining a purple talent. Setting modification, rewards for cultivation realm post-simulation are collectively referred to as divine path, occupying a single reward option. This will encompass martial and immortal cultivation. New feature, the talent storage pool has been activated. allowing the host to place unused talents from reality into the storage pool, which can be temporarily retrieved during simulations limited to one item. Note: once a talent is placed in the storage pool,
it cannot be carried freely in reality and may only be selected at the start of each simulation.
Wow, 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 Zhang Yifeng exclaimed in astonishment multiple times. The effects of this simulator upgrade were explosive. The initiation of orange talent extraction. How powerful could these orange talents be? While Zhang Yifeng was uncertain, he knew that purple talents were already formidable, implying that orange talents must be even stronger. Furthermore, the simulator had indicated that orange talents were acquired based on chance, further underscoring their potency. Otherwise, why impose such restrictions? As for the subsequent setting modifications, they arrived at a most opportune time. Zhang Yifeng had always felt that the number of reward exchanges post-simulation was too limited. Especially since he was cultivating the divine path. Previously, he could only select 2 options each time, necessitating simultaneous extraction for enhancement. This meant that if he acquired a favorable talent, obtaining it would hinder his strength, while focusing on strength would waste a valuable talent. Moreover, now that he had also cultivated combat techniques, the reward options were even less sufficient. With this upgrade, his grievances had been alleviated. From now on, whether in martial or immortal cultivation, he could bundle them into a single reward extraction. Thus, he would no longer need to worry about insufficient reward options preventing him from advancing to higher realms. As for the final feature, the talent storage pool, Zhang Yifeng could only lament that it had come rather late. Had this feature been available sooner, he would undoubtedly have chosen the disaster body talent. To think that Phoenix at the peak of tribulation in the Flame Valley had been tormented to the point of losing its realm by that very talent. If he had the disaster body now, he could don it before each simulation, ensuring a safe exit from the confines of the southern region, although he would still be slain by the wild sect in the vast wilderness. That would be a simulation lasting over 100 years. Alas, in the end, Zhang Yifeng could only let out a sigh. There was nothing to be done. The feature had arrived a tad late. At this moment, the simulation had also refreshed, and Zhang Yifeng chose not to ponder further. He simply murmured, "Commence simulation," consuming 1 simulation attempt. Remaining attempts, 0. Extracting a purple talent costs 1 million energy units, chance-based extraction of an orange talent costs 10,000,000 energy units. Please make your selection. Select the chance-based orange talent. Draw. Ding. 10 million energy points deducted, and the talent is being randomly drawn. Remaining energy value, 1.9 billion. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the orange talent. 5 elements spiritual root. 5 elements spiritual root, a rare treasure among the 5 attributes. Possessing this talent makes you the undisputed pride of heaven. Ding. Detected that the host already possesses the thunder fire true spiritual root. The replacement of spiritual roots was successful, and the original spiritual root talent has been automatically placed into the talent pool. The simulation is about to commence. Does the host choose to equip a talent from the talent pool? Note: only 1 spiritual root talent can be equipped. Do not equip. Zhang Yifeng did not hesitate and outright refused. What talent could possibly be in the talent pool now? Just the thunder fire true spiritual root, which was just replaced by the 5 elements spiritual root. To equip it now would be foolishness. The 21st simulation begins. You realize you have entered the simulation. In this simulation, you possess the 5 elements spiritual root, and you prepare to enhance your celestial cultivation. Soon, a plan forms in your mind. On the first day, under the cover of night, you depart from Qingshan City. On the second day, you arrive at the ruins of Tianquan Temple in the Evergreen Mountain Range. After clearing the ruins and burying all the remains, you commence your cultivation here. Since you have decided to pursue the path of immortality, it is imperative to exploit the resources of Bairuoshuet at the Tianquan Temple ruins. Although you possess a fair amount of spirit stones and have the luck of a child of destiny, one can never have too many resources. In the first year, aside from collecting some spirit stones and defeating a few spirit servants that drop spirit stones, nothing of note occurred. By the second year, having consumed a significant number of spirit stones, you successfully broke through to the second level of the nascent soul realm. This allowed you to tangibly experience the difference between the 5 elements spiritual root and the thunder fire true spiritual root. Previously, each simulation required 5 or 6 years to elevate a realm. Now, you achieved a breakthrough in just 2 years. This realization fills you with awe. Indeed, the orange talent is remarkable. In the third year, Bai Ruoshua descends. After assessing you, she inquires if you wish to become her disciple. You eagerly nod in agreement. After all, you are here waiting for her, the harbinger of fortune. 3 days later, Bai Ruoshua asks if you wish to accompany her. Aware that you cannot leave the endless sea, and not intending to observe the ceiling formation up close this time, you shake your head in refusal, offering an excuse about not wanting to leave this place. Bai Ruoshua ponders for a moment but does not press the matter. Ultimately, she leaves you with a storage ring filled with resources and departs alone. After Bai Ruoshua's departure, you do not linger in the area. You choose to head west. You recall that at the place of Luoxia Mountain, a pool of spiritual liquid awaits you. In the 4th year, you encounter a small predicament. You accidentally pick up a spirit stone from a spirit servant who happens to possess the strength of the 3rd level of the nascent soul realm. You are at the 2nd level, facing a spirit servant of the 3rd level, which puts you at a disadvantage and makes you feel somewhat anxious. However, despite the anxiety, you do not flee. You know you are cultivating the ancient divine path and now possess the moderately refined extinction fist and the entry-level essence of the killing path. You consider yourself a genius capable of fighting above your level. It should not be a problem. Therefore, you unleash all your strength, channeling it into the extinction fist, and strike towards the spirit servant. In an instant, the void trembles, and beneath your extinction fist, the spirit servant of the 3rd level of the nascent soul realm is reduced to nothingness. You are momentarily stunned, murmuring to yourself, "So? I am this strong?" This battle allows you to grasp the extent of your own power. You feel as if you have accumulated strength over time. Previously, you were weak in the simulations, but now you have finally risen. You feel an urge to shout, "I am a genius." Chapter 71. At last, it is my moment to shine. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous sound erupts. You startle, thinking it is celestial thunder. Only after hearing the torrential downpour that follows do you breathe a sigh of relief. It is merely rain. Nonetheless, the thunderous noise extinguishes the spark of bravado that had just ignited within you. You repeatedly warn yourself, the enemy is too powerful. Do not be reckless. Do not be reckless. It is better to be cautious. In the 5th year, you arrive at Luoxia Mountain. Here, after some searching, you finally locate the pool of spiritual liquid. You immediately begin your cultivation. In the 6th year, due to the effects of the pseudo-spiritual liquid, you directly break through from the 2nd level of the nascent soul realm to the 3rd level within a year. Time flies, and 3 years pass in the blink of an eye. By the 9th year, your celestial cultivation has reached the 6th level of the nascent soul realm. Meanwhile, the pseudo-spiritual liquid in the pool has been completely consumed. You gaze at the dried-up pool with lingering regret. The sensation of rapid advancement is simply exhilarating. Sighing deeply, you set off towards Qingshan City. This time, you do not plan on heading to the 10,000 Sword Forest, although during the last simulation, you stumbled out of the southern region in a crazed frenzy. You are uncertain whether this situation can be replicated. The randomness is too great. Of course, you could gamble on the effect of your talent as a child of destiny. However, you feel that your luck as a child of destiny seems somewhat fraudulent. It only seems to be responsible for resources, and in other aspects, your fortune does not appear to have changed significantly. In the 11th year, you return to Qingshan City. Upon your return, rather than hiding away, you go back to the Jiang family. Your father, Jiang Fushan, is filled with joy to see you, who has returned safely after many years away. Consequently, all businesses under the Jiang family in Qingshan City launch a discount event. Soon, the news of your long-absent return spreads throughout the city. In no time, the Jiang family is bustling with guests. Many of your former friends coming to visit, among them your good friend Liang Jile, with whom you used to enjoy music and revelry, has even booked the entire Chunyan Tower for you. Notably, the courtesan of Chunyan Tower is none other than Qiu Zhixuan. After your return, she also came to visit you privately. During your conversation, you distinctly sense her probing with her spiritual consciousness. You understand this well. After all, you are a person who has been missing for over 10 years. Suddenly reappearing, and the celestial servants of the immortal gate would naturally be cautious. Fortunately, you possess a concealment talisman. No matter how she perceives you, you are merely a mortal. Of course, even without the concealment talisman, given your current cultivation, Qiu Zhixuan, being merely at the foundation establishment stage, would not be able to discern anything amiss. This is also one of the reasons you dared to return openly to the Jiang residence during this simulation. Shortly after you return to the Jiang family, the Jiang business receives a significant deal requiring your father Jiang Fushan to travel to Liang Kingdom. Upon learning this news, you immediately seek out your father and express your desire to accompany him. Your father Yijang Fushan does not refuse. After all, you have managed to fend for yourself for decades. This time, accompanying him on a business trip, he need not worry too much about you. I in the 12th year. After concluding business negotiations in Liang Kingdom, while the Jiang business caravan is passing through Yuyang Mountain, the ground suddenly trembles. You recognize this as a sign of an impending legacy. You wave your hand, knocking out everyone except your father, allowing them to sleep peacefully, and then protect them with your spiritual energy. When they awaken, they will likely just believe they have had a good, restful sleep. Your father, Zhang Fushan, observes all that you have done with a puzzled expression. However, you merely smile slightly and provide him with a brief explanation. Unfortunately, your father does not understand anything about cultivation. He could be said to be completely in the dark. Regardless of his lack of understanding, he still nods, showing no signs of reproach. In truth, even if you hadn't explained, given your father's indulgent nature towards you, he would not blame you at all as soon as a fissure appears in the ground and the legacy emerges. After relocating the others you knocked out to safety, you leap down with your father into the grand hall of the legacy. Upon your and your father Jiang Fushan's arrival, the legacy light orb moves incessantly from side to side, at times appearing before you and at others before your father. It seems to be making some sort of choice. Ultimately, you push your father to the forefront of the legacy light orb. Seeing you act this way, the legacy merges seamlessly with your father Jiang Fushan's body. Truthfully, you had contemplated obtaining the legacy for yourself this time. However, upon reflection, it seemed wiser to steadily enhance your cultivation. Your goal this time was to break through a significant realm. As you cultivate the divine path, you require both martial and celestial paths to advance simultaneously and achieve perfection to break through the major realm. You believe it is essential to find the Spine Mountain in a timely manner to cultivate the martial path using the heavenly thunder beneath its surface. Moreover, once you obtain the legacy, you are uncertain whether the Spine Mountain would still seek you out. Thus, to be prudent, you decided to forego the legacy. After all, as long as your father obtains the legacy, he will make contact with the cultivators of Spine Mountain. You can then seize the opportunity to travel there together. As for the legacy, you can leave that for your future self to consider. Once you confirm your father has obtained the legacy, you promptly awaken the Jiang caravan members you had knocked out and allow them to depart first. After completing all of this, you return to the legacy hall, standing guard beside your father and providing him with protective support. 3 days later, a figure in black, Yang Zhua, appears. He arrogantly shouts, "You are unworthy of receiving the celestial legacy." You gaze at his 9th level of core formation and then reflect on your own 6th level of nascent soul. A smile spreads across your face. You feel that at last, it is time for you to shine. You have awaited this day for quite some time. Without hesitation, you step forward, stand before Yang Zhua, and coldly utter, "Trash." Then, with a single slap, you strike his head. Just as you are about to continue your display, Yang Zhua's head explodes, showering you in blood. What a shame for your luxurious attire. Is this how he meets his end? You never expected Yang Zhua to be so fragile. Momentarily, you feel a surge of displeasure, muttering, "TCH, TCH, TCH, what a joke. I wasn't even taking this seriously." After a brief moment of cursing, you reflect and realize that putting on an act is rather futile and lacks any real satisfaction. Ultimately, you whisper to yourself, "Perhaps it's better to just endure. The art of pretense is not one I can master." Chapter 72, The Dominant Father. In the blink of an eye, several days have passed. Your father Jiang Fushan has finally completed the integration of the inheritance. At this point, he grasps the general situation of the southern domain and no longer requires your detailed explanations. In the 13th year, you return to Qingshan City alongside your father Jiang Fushan. Upon your return, both of you enter seclusion to cultivate. By the 14th year, your cultivation in the immortal path has reached the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. This breakthrough, although it appears to have occurred within a year, was anticipated by you. Despite the seemingly short time you have consistently practiced during your travels and other activities whenever you found a moment. Coupled with this year of seclusion, it can be said that this breakthrough is a result of accumulated efforts. In the 15th year, while you are immersed in your cultivation, an unsettling feeling suddenly arises within you. As you open your eyes to observe the world outside, you discover strange phenomena manifesting in the sky. What is happening? Suddenly, a thought strikes you, during your own breakthrough to the golden core stage. Similar celestial phenomena occurred. Could it be that someone else is also breaking through? You hastily scan Qingshan City with your spiritual sense. Eventually, you locate your father Jiang Fushan's secluded chamber, and a look of relief crosses your face. You realize that it is your father who was breaking through to the golden core stage. This makes sense, considering that he has cultivated to the 8th or even 9th level of tribulation in just over 30 years. Thus, a breakthrough to the golden core stage after 2 years, accompanied by celestial phenomena, seems quite reasonable. However, why have you never witnessed such phenomena before? It quickly dawns on you that it is not surprising at all. During your previous simulations, you were never alongside your father Zhang Fushan. You had always been in solitude, nurturing your own growth. Before you can ponder further, you sense a multitude of celestial slaves flooding into Qingshan City. All aiming their weapons at your Jiang residence. A chill runs down your spine. The only thought in your mind is to escape. You swiftly make your way to your father's seclusion, intending to urge him to flee together. You believe that if he fails his breakthrough, he can always try again, but if his life is lost, that opportunity is gone forever. When faced with a formidable enemy, the choice to retreat has always been clear to you. Just as you are about to push the door open, you see your father burst through the roof. He stands in the air, facing the multitude of celestial slaves with an air of tranquility and fearlessness. You are about to step forward to persuade him when you hear him bellow at those celestial slaves, "Come and fight." What the hell? You are momentarily stunned. You have already assessed the situation with your inside eye. Among these celestial slaves are numerous formidable cultivators at the divine transformation and integration stages. Even the sect master of the immortal gate, Shen Wuyo, at the 6th level of tribulation, is present. Your heart races as you incredulously mutter, "What is going on, old man? You've just broken through to the golden core stage. Do you really need to be this domineering?" After your father's bold declaration, the celestial slaves of the immortal gate do not immediately attack but instead swiftly encircle Qingshan City. You exclaim in despair, "Why are these villains so cautious?" A whole army, including integration stage experts, is mobilized to deal with a single golden core cultivator, as if they fear he might escape. This approach leaves you with no chance to flee. Realizing your escape is impossible, you drop the pretense and step beside your father Zhang Fushan. You think to yourself that since you cannot run, you might as well fight. At least it will be a more dignified end. You are just about to echo your father's call with a resounding battle cry when Li Lao and the other cultivators from the Spine Mountain arrive. In an instant, the celestial slaves of the immortal gate are beaten into disarray by Li Lao, leaving you merely as a spectator. Soon, the battle concludes, and all the celestial slaves of the immortal gate retreat. You and your father Zhang Fushan are escorted by Li Lao as you sprint towards the Spine Mountain. Meanwhile, Shen Wuyo and the other celestial slaves are busy slaughtering a city in a bloodbath, preparing for a blood sacrifice to contact the celestial beings above. Half a day later, the site of the Spine Mountain comes into view. Suddenly, thunderous roars resonate from the heavens. Thunder, how can this be? In a moment of clarity, you recall a previous simulation where the simulator indicated that you faced a thunderstorm during your breakthrough to the golden core. Even with Li Lao's assistance in blocking one bolt of lightning, you ultimately could not escape. That was also the shortest simulation you had experienced. At that time, the sect master of the immortal gate, Shen Wuyo, had reported to the celestial beings above, speculating about the emergence of a 10th grade golden core cultivator, prompting intervention from the celestial realm. It seems evident now that your father Zhang Fushan is undoubtedly a 10th grade golden core cultivator. Otherwise, such a situation would not arise. Although you have grasped the general situation, you currently possess no means to address it. However, you find yourself oddly curious. After all, in previous simulations, your father had successfully cultivated to the 8th level of tribulation without any issues. You are eager to discover how he managed to evade this deadly thunderstorm. As you ponder, the thunderbolts descend upon your father Zhang Fushan. Li Lao attempts to assist, but your father quickly pushes him aside, shaking his head. At that moment, your father's body radiates a brilliant light, and his entire demeanor transforms as if he has become a different person. You then witness him shout towards the heavens, "Withdraw! If you wish to harm my disciple, you are not worthy. Let your master come forth." With his declaration, you observe in astonishment as the thunderstorm genuinely retreats. You are momentarily left speechless. How impressive! Yet, it dawns on you that the voice just now could not have belonged to your father but rather to the essence of the inheritance. However, this inheritance seems extraordinarily powerful. You can't help but feel regret. Had you known the inheritance was so formidable, you could have simply claimed it and used its power to escape the southern domain. Quickly shaking your head, you conclude that matters are likely not so simple. If this inheritance is truly that powerful, why has your father never left the southern domain during your previous simulations? There must be some other underlying reason. Before you can dwell on this further, after the thunderstorm has been repelled, your father suddenly spits out a mouthful of blood, his aura weakening. You rush over to support him and promptly inquire about what just transpired. Chapter 73, The Nascent Soul on the Verge of Enlightenment. Your father gives a wry smile and explains that the voice was the consciousness of the inheritance's master, which has now completely dissipated. He tells you that the master of the inheritance was a significant figure in the celestial realm, and he merely utilized the residual power of his life to intimidate the one who controls the thunderstorm. Your father further elucidates that this consciousness was already on the verge of fading, having lost all strength. Even without this incident, it would not have lasted much longer had the thunderstorm truly descended without restraint. They would have been unable to withstand it. Upon hearing this, you understand completely, thus, everything makes sense. Your father's ability to evade the thunderstorm triggered by his breakthrough was due to the residual might of the inheritance's master. However, your father cannot truly escape the southern domain because this master has no power left, and his consciousness is destined to vanish. Your father was also unable to break through to a higher realm during the perilous journey through the Death Desert. In the days that follow, you, your father Jiang Fushan, and the Jiang family settle in the Spine Mountain. In the 16th year, you exhibit astonishing prowess in formation techniques, assisting the cultivators of the Spine Mountain in setting up several high-level gathering formations. You receive immense gratitude from the community and collect several 100,000 spirit stones as a token of appreciation. In the 17th year, while cultivating the immortal path, you experience a fortuitous moment of enlightenment, drastically enhancing your cultivation speed by 8-fold and sharpening your mind. This period of enlightenment lasts for 10 months, elevating your cultivation to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. As your cultivation reaches completion, you realize it is time to begin practicing the martial path. However, before doing so, you first approach your father Jiang Fushan and hand over all the remaining spirit stones you possess, urging him to cultivate rapidly. After completing this task, you seek out Li Lao, expressing your desire to observe the formations left by the esteemed Lu Wuyo. You are granted entry into the formation. In the 18th year, you spend your time studying the formation and discover a way to draw out the underground thunder. However, you refrain from directly setting up the formation to summon the underground thunder as Li Lao still visits occasionally throughout the year. You believe that without convincing the inhabitants of Spine Mountain to join you in neutralizing the underground thunder, it is best to keep your actions concealed, otherwise, they may drive you away and lose a valuable training ground for martial arts. In the 19th year, Li Lao's visits become infrequent. By the 20th year, you set up an inverted 7th grade thunder summoning formation. Upon completion, thunderous roars erupt from the earth, striking your physical body. You suffer grievous injuries, but aided by the Imu divine body, your physical form rapidly recovers. Your martial cultivation also steadily improves throughout this recovery process. In the days that follow, you endure daily under the relentless thunder strikes. By the 22nd year, your martial cultivation reaches the second level of true essence. In the 24th year, your martial cultivation advances to the third level of true essence. As decades pass in the blink of an eye, by the 39th year, your martial cultivation finally attains perfection in true essence. With the assistance of the thunder from beneath the Spine Mountain, you have consistently achieved a new realm every 2 years. At this point, both your martial and immortal paths have reached completion, and you realize it is time for a breakthrough. During your last significant breakthrough, you chose to advance in the martial path first, which made your subsequent breakthrough in the immortal path quite laborious. This time, you decide to prioritize the immortal path. The next stage after the nascent soul is the divine transformation stage. The distinction between a cultivator at the transformation stage and one at the nascent soul stage is immense. Primarily due to the existence of the primordial spirit, the primordial spirit represents an advanced state of consciousness. Thus, this breakthrough necessitated the utilization of the nascent soul within your body to catalyze the transformation of the consciousness in the sea of awareness into a primordial spirit. This process was rather prolonged, taking you a full 2 months to complete the breakthrough and attain the first level of the transformation stage. However, upon achieving this milestone, an inexplicable sensation lingered, while others possessed a singular primordial spirit. You felt as though you harbored two. No, that description seemed inadequate. The current state revealed that within your sea of awareness resided one primordial spirit, while another lay within your nascent soul. It felt as if your nascent soul was on the verge of sentience. Such perplexity left you bewildered, yet you chose not to dwell on it excessively and instead shifted your focus to advancing in martial arts, following the breakthrough from the true essence realm. Martial arts progressed to the unity stage, emphasizing the complete integration of the true essence's energy shield into oneself. For accomplishing this would significantly enhance your bodily defenses. This time, however, your advancement in martial arts was met with an unexpected development. You discovered that your nascent soul was also integrating the energy shield into its being. Aside from that, nothing else transpired. This breakthrough took you another 3 months, elevating your martial arts to the first level of the unity stage. Yet, after this achievement, you gazed at your nascent soul, feeling an inherent oddity. Was it still merely a nascent soul? It possessed a primordial spirit and a protective energy shield. No, the energy shield had now been absorbed into its essence. No matter how you perceived it, your nascent soul resembled a miniature version of a cultivator. Unable to fathom it, you chose to disregard it. After all, it was the result of your own cultivation. And you believed it ought to bear no adverse consequences. Little did you realize that the implications were not merely benign, they were exceedingly advantageous. This is where the true strength of the divine path lies. The crux of the divine path is the nascent soul. It is widely acknowledged that practitioners of the immortal path possess two critical weaknesses: the nascent soul and the primordial spirit. However, due to the uniqueness of your nascent soul, you found yourself with but one vulnerability: your nascent soul. Even if your primordial spirit were to perish, the existence of a primordial spirit within your nascent soul would ensure your survival. Moreover, the divine path's nascent soul possesses formidable defenses akin to martial arts, making it exceedingly difficult to be vanquished. It can be stated that practitioners of the immortal or martial path of the same realm would find it nearly impossible to slay you. Of course, you were unaware of this. At present, you merely sensed something amiss with your nascent soul. After completing your breakthrough, you sought out Elderly, informing him that the formation left by Senior Lu Wui had encountered issues and urging a collective resolution. Elderly swiftly convened a meeting with all. Ultimately, your proposal was declined. With a wry smile, you resigned yourself to this outcome. Recognizing the futility, you refrained from further discussion and returned to your cultivation. In the 42nd year, the formation left by Lu Wui collapsed, resulting in significant casualties on the Spine Mountain. Witnessing this calamity left you feeling helpless. After all, you had cautioned everyone a year prior. But your words fell on deaf ears, as your influence was minimal. In the 43rd year, Elderly, accompanied by the remaining cultivators of Spine Mountain, approached your father Jiang Fushan to discuss a joint endeavor to breach the forbidden area. Given that you had bestowed numerous spiritual stones upon your father over 2 decades prior, accelerating his cultivation progress, he had now reached the 9th level of the tribulation stage. Your father volunteered to lead the charge. Expressing his readiness to embark at any moment, Elderly and the others were naturally elated. Having a 9th level tribulation stage expert like your father on their side significantly increased their chances of breaking through the forbidden formation. They promptly resolved to set off for the Death Desert. You, who had been listening intently, hastily interjected. From the onset of this simulation, you had resolved to alter the timing of the expedition into the Death Desert. After all, you were aware that the descent of heavenly thunder was still a decade away. Thus, there was no urgency in venturing into the Death Desert. You reasoned that if your father could cultivate from a mere mortal to the 9th level of the tribulation stage within 30 years, what harm would an additional 10 years do? You believed it entirely feasible for your father to attain the status of an immortal by that time, once your father achieved a level beyond that of an immortal. Breaching the forbidden formation would undoubtedly be a simpler task. With an immortal father by your side, facing the dragon souls lurking beyond the formation's rift would present far less peril. It was precisely this awareness of time that prompted your opposition. Upon hearing your objection, all eyes turned toward you, their gazes markedly less amiable. After all, should they remain trapped here, their fates were all but sealed under the wrath of heavenly thunder. Only your father, Jiang Fushan, regarded you with a smile, reassuring you not to worry about his safety. You paid no mind to the others' glances, understanding their sentiments, but you had your reasons. Yet, in response to your father's words, you felt a twinge of uncertainty. You knew this was merely a simulation, not reality, and thus had never truly feared for your father's safety. Nonetheless, you quickly regained your composure and offered an explanation to everyone. You asserted that the guardian beasts were far too powerful, suggesting they should continue their cultivation for a while longer before embarking on the expedition. Your intent was clear to them, but they remained oblivious to the timing of the heavenly thunder's arrival. resulting in a lack of consensus, although you understood when the heavenly thunder would descend, articulating that knowledge proved challenging, leaving you in a quandary. Ultimately, the expedition to the Death Desert was postponed. The rationale was simple: once you spoke, your father's indulgence would not permit him to disregard your words. With your father, the most formidable force, opting to remain inactive, the others naturally hesitated to venture into the Death Desert without his consent. 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. By the 50th year, your cultivation in the immortal path had advanced to the third level of the transformation stage. Progressing 2 minor realms in 7 years may not seem rapid, but you were well aware that this was misleading. Throughout those 8 years, you had refrained from utilizing any resources, relying solely on the absorption of natural spiritual energy. Given your past talents, such a pace was previously unimaginable. As for your decision not to utilize resources, you had devoted all of them to your father Jiang Fushan, in hopes of accelerating his progress. After all, your father's innate talent was truly extraordinary, and you believed investing in him would yield greater returns. Once your father became stronger, he could safely traverse the Death Desert. Upon reaching the realm of dragon souls, you would encounter little danger, thereby extending the duration of the simulation. You considered yourself remarkably astute. In the 51st year, your father emerged from seclusion. Several years prior, he had achieved the culmination of the tribulation stage and had been preparing to break through to the realm of immortals. Upon his emergence, he immediately commenced his breakthrough. You observed him standing in the void, his aura continuously surging, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. At that moment, heavenly thunder flickered above, striking down towards your father. You found it difficult to discern whether this was the natural thunder from the heavens or the tribulation thunder accompanying his ascension to immortality. In stark contrast, your father remained remarkably composed, facing the descending thunder with unwavering resolve. Half an hour later, the tribulation ceased, and your father Jiang Fushan successfully broke through to the realm of immortals. A sigh of relief escaped you. It appeared he had withstood the tribulation, and it was not the result of external manipulation. However, just then, thunder roared once more from the heavens. A purplish-red bolt of lightning surged down towards your father at alarming speed. Alarmed, you found yourself momentarily stunned. You should have anticipated this. If even the breakthrough to the 10th grade golden core could provoke the heavens to unleash their wrath, how much more so for the ascension to immortality, contrary to your growing concern. Your father, Jiang Fushan, let out a hearty laugh and bellowed, "Bring it on." You then witnessed him charge directly at the purplish-red lightning. Minutes later, your father emerged unscathed, while the purplish-red bolt of lightning dissipated entirely. Astonishing, your father was truly remarkable. Witnessing this, your heart soared with joy. You felt that with such a formidable father, the duration of the simulation was practically assured. Yet, would it truly unfold that way? Just as the purplish-red lightning vanished, the void suddenly tore apart. A colossal hand descended from the heavens. As this gigantic hand landed, the entire southern region crumbled, leaving no survivors. You perished at the age of 71. This simulation has concluded. You may choose 2 rewards: the 5 elements heavenly root, talent, or divine path cultivation. The 5 elements heavenly root, talent, is priced at 10 million energy points, while divine path cultivation, encompassing immortal path cultivation, 3rd level of transformation, and martial path cultivation, 1st level of unity, is priced at 300 million energy points. The abrupt conclusion of this simulation caught Jiang Yifeng off guard. Previously, he had watched as his father Jiang Fushan ascended to immortality, believing that his powerful father would extend the duration of the simulation and facilitate his own cultivation. Yet, in the end, an unexpected twist had occurred. Jiang Yifeng now found himself perplexed. That colossal hand had undoubtedly been summoned by a powerful being from above. However, based on the information acquired from Shen Gui, this should not have been the case. The initial conjecture had been that the celestial beings engaged in a contest within the southern region's forbidden land would not act lightly. Why had the situation abruptly changed? In the 75th chapter. Talent, absolute rationality. Jiang Yifeng sighed softly and murmured, "Well, the information I possess is still insufficient. I will surely come to understand in the future." He then shifted his gaze toward the rewards from this simulation. The rewards were quite favorable, presenting him with 2 options, thereby eliminating the need for indecision. In truth, this had been a plan he had devised prior to the simulation, intentionally arranged to yield this outcome. He believed that focusing on a singular aspect for enhancement during the simulation would prove more advantageous. Engaging in too many disparate pursuits during the simulation would ultimately lead to an overabundance of reward options, which, if he could not utilize, would be of little consequence. It would be far more beneficial to specialize in one discipline. This approach would ensure a more efficient use of time within the simulation. Of course, Jiang Yifeng also recognized the benefits brought about by upgrading the simulator. Otherwise, the Immortal Path and Martial Path would have required occupying two separate options each time. Moreover, the Divine Path he cultivated necessitated a simultaneous breakthrough in both celestial and martial realms, requiring significant elevation in his cultivation level alongside simultaneous exchanges. Thus, this time, he faced the predicament of either being unable to select a talent or having his cultivation stagnate at the Yuan-Ing and Jin-Yuan realms. Jiang Yifeng felt fortunate to have identified the issue with the upgrade simulator in a timely manner. Otherwise, he could only speculate how much slower his progress would have been without further contemplation. Jiang Yifeng silently intoned, "Exchange everything, ding." Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 5-element celestial root, talent, deducting 10 million energy points, remaining energy points, 1.9 billion. Ding, extraction of divine path cultivation successful, deducting 300 million energy points. Remaining energy points, 1.6 billion. As the electronic voice faded, Jiang Yifeng sensed his strength ascending continuously. Moments later, the enhancement concluded, leaving him with an exhilarating yet daunting sense of newfound power. Fortunately, the simulated text from earlier remained vivid in his mind, swiftly reminding him that he was still merely an inexperienced novice. Once everything was finalized, Jiang Yifeng accessed his personal panel. Host, Jiang Yifeng. Talent, Eye of Insight, Sudden Enlightenment, Array Path Genius, Yi Wood Divine Body. Child of Fortune, Heaven rewards the diligent. 5 elements celestial root, divine path cultivation, 3rd layer of transformation, celestial path, 1st layer of unification, martial path, secondary profession, 7th rank array master, 8th rank theory, cultivation techniques, heavenly profound art, celestial path, war god technique, martial path, practice spells, wind chase technique, major achievement, annihilation fist, minor achievement, law and principle, true intent of the killing path, entry level, possessions, spirit stones, 602,000 pieces, war god technique, heavenly profound art, wind chase technique, concealment talisman, teleportation jade plate. Gazing at the talents displayed on his personal attributes panel, Jiang Yifeng called out lightly, "Simulator, transfer the Child of Fortune into the talent pool." Ding, successfully extracted host talent, Child of Fortune, now stored in the talent pool. Hearing the simulator's prompt, Jiang Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. In a moment of impulsiveness, he had chosen the talent of Child of Fortune, which had led him to frequently stumble upon fallen spirit stones in reality, causing him considerable distress for quite some time. It wasn't that he despised it, the crux lay in his simulated experiences, which made him acutely aware that any time he picked up a spirit stone, the individual who dropped it would inevitably emerge, leading to a confrontation. Such occurrences would expose his identity as a cultivator, jeopardizing his ability to remain inconspicuous in Qingshan City. While the talent was indeed commendable, it regrettably did not align with his current reality. It would be wiser to utilize it solely during simulations. With everything concluded, Jiang Yifeng summoned his steward Zhang Dafu, once more, instructing him to continue collecting various ores and metals. With only over 1.6 billion energy points remaining, he felt as though his resources were somewhat insufficient. After issuing his instructions, Jiang Yifeng leisurely made his way toward Chunyan Tower. This time, he ventured out without encountering any silver notes or spirit stones littering the roadside. This surge of security filled Jiang Yifeng with relief. The days spent indulging in music and merriment always seemed to pass exceptionally swiftly. 7 days swiftly elapsed, and it was once again the day for refreshing simulation attempts. Jiang Yifeng had been waiting in his room from early on. During these days, steward Zhang Dafu had not collected many ores, leading Jiang Yifeng to refrain from hasty exchanges. At present, he still possessed only over 1.6 billion energy points. While awaiting the refresh of simulation attempts, Jiang Yifeng formulated a rough plan for this upcoming simulation. Initiate simulation. As the simulation attempts refreshed, Jiang Yifeng promptly intoned, consuming 1 simulation attempt. Remaining attempts, 0. Drawing a purple talent consumed 1 million energy points, with a chance to draw an orange talent consuming 10 million energy points. Please select your draw. He opted for the chance to draw an orange talent. Ding, deducting 10 million energy points, random talent extraction in progress, remaining energy points, 1.5 billion. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the purple talent, heart of reason, absolute rationality. You can maintain absolute rationality under any circumstances. Note, absolute rationality may render you excessively calculating, appearing cold and even off-putting. Upon encountering this talent, Zhang Yifeng's immediate impression was unfavorable. This talent seemed to morph an individual into a heartless machine. However, upon further reflection, if employed solely within the simulation, this talent might yield a different effect. After all, absolute rationality was something he lacked. Regardless, he understood that even if he acquired it, it would merely be placed in the talent pool. It was not suitable for his reality. Just as Zhang Yifeng was lost in thought, the simulator chimed again. Ding. Does the host wish to select a talent from the talent pool? The talent pool contains Child of Fortune. Thunderfire True Spirit Root. Select Child of Fortune. Without hesitation, Zhang Yifeng made his choice. Ding. Acquired talent, Child of Fortune. The 20-second simulation commenced. With the heart of reason, you swiftly realized you were within a simulation. You attempted to access the simulator to engage in a meta-simulation, yet fate deemed you to fail. In this simulation, you did not possess the simulator. On the first day, you visited Chunyan Tower to enjoy the melodies. Fortuitously connecting with the celestial servant Qiu Zhixuan, nurturing your rapport. On the second day, you arranged another meeting with Qiu Zhixuan, subtly expressing your fondness for her. By the 10th day, sensing that Qiu Zhixuan bore no animosity toward you, you seized the opportunity to confess your feelings. Unsurprisingly, you were met with rejection, yet you did not succumb to despair. In the days that followed, you employed various 21st-century flirtation techniques to win her over. Time flew by, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. You finally succeeded in unlocking Qiu Zhixuan's heart. In the 4th year, you and Qiu Zhixuan indulged in a shameless romance. By the 5th year, you diligently sought to have a child with Qiu Zhixuan. Suddenly, you reflected on your past self, realizing how foolish you had been. Had you chosen the infallible talent back then, you would not have to endure such hardships daily. In the 7th year, Qiu Zhixuan bashfully informed you that she was pregnant with your child. A joyful smile spread across your face. Qiu Zhixuan gazed at you, feeling that this time, your smile was genuinely beautiful, surpassing all previous smiles you had directed at her. Little did she know, your prior smiles had been mere facades, driven by ulterior motives, yet this time, your smile was sincere. You sensed that you had drawn closer to your objective. Chapter 76, Pot Scoundrel. In the 8th year, Qiu Zhixuan gave birth to a baby, whom you named Jiang Lianxiu. Your actions once again moved Qiu Zhixuan to tears. At this point, you felt the moment had come. On a subsequent day, while Qiu Zhixuan cradled the baby, you feigned excitement as you rushed in from outside. You told Qiu Zhixuan that you had acquired some fortuitous opportunities that allowed you to cultivate and become an immortal. You expressed your desire to be with her eternally, inviting her to cultivate alongside you. Upon hearing your words, tears streamed down her face. At that moment, she had entirely forgotten her identity and mission as a celestial servant. Consumed only by emotion and guilt, Qiu Zhixuan believed she was a wicked woman for not considering you when you had the chance to cultivate. Meanwhile, she, as a cultivator, had never contemplated bringing you along on the journey to immortality. Unbeknownst to her, this very thought was precisely the outcome you sought to elicit, a result of your deliberate guidance. Ultimately, Qiu Zhixuan revealed her true identity to you. After disclosing her identity, she cautiously studied your expression. Apprehensive that you might despise her as a killer, yet, without hesitation, you assured her that you harbored no disdain. You told her that your sole desire was to be with her forever, regardless of her past or her status as a celestial servant. As soon as your words fell, Qiu Zhixuan leaped into your embrace, choked with emotion as she declared that she too wished to be with you eternally. In reality, Zhang Yifeng observed the unfolding events within the simulator. Feeling a shiver run down his spine, unable to suppress a scornful exclamation, he muttered, "Pot scoundrel." He had come to grasp the intentions of his simulated self. It appeared that the simulated version of him sought to exploit Qiu Zhixuan to gain entry into the Immortal Ascension sect. After all, Zhang Yifeng understood that only those within the Immortal Ascension sect could evade the impending heavenly tribulations. However, Zhang Yifeng's original plan had been quite different. The acquisition of the Heart of Reason talent in the simulation had inadvertently altered his intentions, instilling a sense of insecurity within him. If the version of himself within the simulation was beyond his control, could it still be considered himself? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yifeng pondered whether he should retain this absolute rationality talent following the conclusion of this simulation. Of course, he recognized that within the context of the simulation, such a choice might indeed prove to be the most prudent, yet, as for his true self, his moral boundaries made it exceedingly difficult to entertain such notions. It was not that Jiang Yifeng was averse to joining the Immortal Ascension sect in pursuit of survival, rather, the deliberate approach of manipulating Qiu Zhixuan's emotions to secure entry into the sect was something he had never contemplated. He mused that perhaps his moral compass simply wasn't low enough. Without further deliberation, Jiang Yifeng continued to observe the developments within the simulation, eager to witness what actions his utterly rational self would undertake next. In the 9th year, you began openly cultivating in front of Qiu Zhixuan. However, to maintain a semblance of reason, you deliberately masqueraded as a novice in the Qi refinement stage. As a cultivator of the transformation stage, you were naturally impervious to detection by Qiu Zhixuan, who was still in the foundation establishment stage. By the 10th year, you elevated your displayed cultivation to the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. Reaching the same realm as Qiu Zhixuan, this astonished her greatly as she marveled at her husband, who was indeed a genius in cultivation. However, your rapid progression also cast Qiu Zhixuan into a state of self-doubt. She felt unworthy of you, believing that with your talent, you would undoubtedly surpass her and ascend to greater heights. In the aftermath, she began to distance herself from you, albeit inadvertently, which was entirely within your expectations. In truth, you find yourself at an impasse, for the only way to join the celestial sect through Qiu Zhixuan is to meet her grandfather. However, he is a formidable master of the tribulation stage, and your true cultivation cannot be concealed from him. Thus, it is imperative that you demonstrate extraordinary talent before your encounter, convincing Qiu Zhixuan that your breakthroughs occurred within this brief period. Naturally, achieving the transformation stage in mere years through ordinary practice is implausible. Yet you possess a hidden advantage, contingent upon your remarkable aptitude. Nonetheless, you are acutely aware that you cannot genuinely distance yourself from Qiu Zhixuan. Consequently, one day, you approach her and express your desire to cease cultivation. You convey that your motivation for training was to spend more time with her, but the rigors of your practice have only served to create distance between you, which is not your intention. Delightfully, you manage to elicit a fresh cascade of tears from Qiu Zhixuan. Following this, your relationship with her deepens once again. However, Qiu Zhixuan becomes increasingly diligent in her own cultivation, eager to keep pace with you. By the 12th year, you have feigned a breakthrough to the perfected foundation stage, matching Qiu Zhixuan's level of cultivation. One fateful day, you sense the ground trembling beneath you. It is the harbinger of the celestial inheritance. A smile inevitably graces your lips as your plan is set to unfold. Shortly thereafter, a massive fissure appears in the ground of Qingshan City, and you embrace Qiu Zhixuan and the child as you plunge into its depths. As fellow cultivators, you sustain no harm upon entering the Hall of Inheritance. A radiant beam of white light rushes towards you. This time, you do not refuse. Before Qiu Zhixuan, you begin to officially accept the inheritance. Observing this, Qiu Zhixuan contemplates the possibility that this may be a fortuitous opportunity. In her eyes, you now receiving the inheritance, radiate an increasingly formidable aura. As your cultivation level ascends, a pang of jealousy stirs within her. Yet she is predominantly filled with joy for you are her man, the one for whom she would sacrifice everything. Thus, Qiu Zhixuan positions herself nearby to protect you. Little does she realize, this is all part of your deliberate design. The inheritance itself does not directly elevate cultivation levels, a fact you have long since grasped. After all, in earlier simulations, your father had to cultivate step by step even after receiving the inheritance. But does this matter? Not at all. You only need to subtly reveal your strength during the process of receiving the inheritance, employing a dual focus. The rationale behind this is to render everything more plausible. After all, achieving the transformation stage in just a few years is hard to believe, but what if it were due to receiving celestial inheritance? Suddenly, it all becomes logical. All of this is merely preparation for your meeting with Qiu Zhixuan's grandfather. Chapter 77, Was I so clever after all? As for the true nature of this inheritance, it merely records an unparalleled celestial technique, the spirit swallowing method, along with various spells and knowledge, besides the memories contained within. There exists a consciousness left by the inheritor, though it is on the brink of dissolution. 3 days pass as you continue to accept the inheritance, absorbing spells and knowledge. Then, a figure clad in black appears. You recognize him as the celestial slave Yang Zhuo, yet you choose to ignore him. At the moment Yang Zhuo arrives, Qiu Zhishuan steps forward to confront him. Qiu Kuang, her grandfather, is an elder of the celestial sect, and Yang Zhuo is familiar with Qiu Zhishuan. Upon witnessing her actions, Yang Zhuo appears taken aback. However, as a celestial slave, he knows precisely what he must do. He does not entertain the notion of sparing you simply because of Qiu Zhishuan's intervention. Noticing Yang Zhuo's intent to strike, Qiu Zhishuan, astute as she is, understands that her perfected foundation stage would make her no match for Yang Zhuo of the core formation realm. Thus, she promptly produces a communication jade stone from her grandfather and calls for help. Proclaiming that Yang Zhuo intends to kill her soon, the anxious voice of Qiu Kuang emerges from the jade stone, assuring her that he will arrive swiftly. Indeed, for a moment, Yang Zhuo is genuinely startled. Nevertheless, he rationalizes that since he has not harmed Qiu Zhishuan, he should not incur the elderess' wrath upon his arrival. As for you, the robe cultivator, your fate seems sealed, and thus he refrains from immediate action. Both Qiu Zhishuan and Yang Zhuo remain oblivious to the fact that the unfolding scenario aligns perfectly with your own design. You brought Qiu Zhishuan to this location of inheritance, not only to allow her to witness your breakthrough through the inheritance, but also to draw out her grandfather. If you were to directly request an audience with Qiu Kuang, it might raise suspicions regarding your intentions, for he is a seasoned practitioner with many years of experience. You would not underestimate his intellect. However, by utilizing Yang Zhuo's arrival and creating a sense of crisis, you have prompted Qiu Zhishuan to seek help. In this context, meeting Qiu Kuang appears entirely natural. Everything transpires as if by chance, and you remain above suspicion, for in their eyes, it would be inconceivable for you to have anticipated Yang Zhuo's appearance. How could they suspect your orchestration? As for your subsequent encounter with Qiu Kuang, you are aware that certain dangers loom, yet you believe they remain manageable. Qiu Zhishuan will undoubtedly plead for your safety, and in that moment, you shall seamlessly gain entry into the celestial sect through Qiu Kuang. Thus, your plan would be well on its way to fruition. In the real world, Jiang Yifeng observes the developments within the simulation, a perplexing thought arising in his mind. Was it possible that he was so clever? The intricate layers of his own design, crafted by his own intellect, filled him with a sense of pride. Indeed, he was a genius. With a newfound sense of elation, Jiang Yifeng continued to gaze at the simulator. Time passed, and after 2 hours, Qiu Kuang arrived at the site of the inheritance. At that moment, you adeptly utilized the inheritance to break through to the third level of the transformation stage. However, upon Qiu Kuang's arrival, he did not immediately focus on you. Instead, he first ensured Qiu Zhishuan had sustained no injuries. Once he confirmed her well-being, he began to inquire about the situation, before Qiu Zhishuan could respond. Yang Zhuo recounted his observations. Qiu Kuang quickly discerned that everything had stemmed from this inheritance. Only then did he turn his attention to you, and upon recognizing your strength at the third level of the transformation stage, he wasted no time in launching an attack against you. In that instant, Qiu Zhishuan, cradling the child she had previously set aside, stepped in front of you and declared to Qiu Kuang, "If you wish to kill him, then you must also slay us all." This proclamation left Qiu Kuang momentarily stunned. However, a seasoned veteran like him quickly regained his composure. Consequently, he retracted his attack against you, though the effort caused him to cough up a mouthful of old blood. Qiu Kuang's gaze fixed upon you, his heart brimming with fury. His beloved granddaughter had placed you above her own family, a betrayal he found intolerable. Yet, he hesitated. How could he harm you without considering the implications for his dear granddaughter? In that moment, Qiu Kuang faced an agonizing dilemma, struggling to determine a course of action. Ultimately, he vented his frustration by striking Yang Zhuo, who had been passively standing by. In an instant, Yang Zhuo was reduced to a cloud of crimson mist, his life extinguished. This was not a mere act of vengeance, but rather a necessity. Yang Zhuo knew too much. Regardless of how the situation unfolded, Yang Zhuo could not be allowed to remain. Following this, Qiu Kuang pulled Qiu Zhishuan aside and inquired about your background in meticulous detail. He even insisted that she recount every moment from the day she met you, revealing his deep-seated distrust.